In a desperate turn of fate, a destitute young man finds refuge under the wing of a beautiful proprietress. To save her family, she must embark on a journey abroad to negotiate a partnership. However, shunned by those around her, no one is willing to accompany her, prompting the impoverished youth to resolutely choose to travel alongside her in gratitude for her kindness. Unbeknownst to them, this venture is a carefully orchestrated trap. Upon reaching a desolate stretch of sea, the crew abandons ship, leaving only the young man, the proprietress, and a sinking vessel behind. Chapter 1, Misfortune. Yufei, orphaned from a young age, faces yet another calamity as he loses his only remaining family, his grandfather, just months ago. The weight of this loss bears heavily upon him, casting a shadow over his spirit. It seems as though fate has conspired against him. Deprived of parental love early on, he has now witnessed the departure of his beloved grandfather, who had been his sole companion. Since childhood, he had shared a deep bond with Xiaoli, his childhood companion, yet their love was thwarted by his abject poverty, leading her parents to arrange her marriage to another. Xiaoli's new family, prosperous and well-established, stood in stark contrast to Yufei's plight. On the day of her wedding, he silently followed behind her luxurious carriage, only to part ways with a heavy heart once she reached the county city. Returning home, he wept at his parents' graves for hours, until the moon was high in the sky. His grandfather, witnessing his despair, felt a profound sorrow, blaming himself for his inability to provide a better life for his grandson and to see him wed to the one he loved. This lingering sorrow seemed to take a toll on his grandfather's health, leading to his untimely demise. Yufei felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Had he concealed his emotions, perhaps his grandfather would not have suffered in silence. From the age of 16, there had been a gradual improvement in their living conditions, yet the stigma of poverty lingered, fueling Xiaoli's parents' disapproval. With the village's youth seeking work elsewhere, the land lay fallow. Yufei and his grandfather took it upon themselves to cultivate the neglected fields, managing to repay debts and save over 20,000 yuan. However, just as their fortunes appeared to be changing, his grandfather passed away. In honor of the man who raised him, Yufei used his savings to provide a dignified funeral for his grandfather. Though he had not fulfilled his filial duties during his grandfather's life, this was the least he could do, even if it left him with a lingering sense of regret. For half a year, Yufei languished in sorrow until the arrival of the spring festival. As the young men returned home for the holiday, his childhood friends encouraged him to seek work with them after the festivities. Yufei had long harbored a desire to join them, but his attachment to his grandfather had held him back. Now, free of that burden and yearning to escape the painful memories of his village, he resolved to leave. With the spring festival behind him, Yufei packed his belongings and set off southward with his friends. They boarded the train together, but while others had secured sleeper tickets, he could only afford a hard seat. The train was crowded due to the holiday rush, and his friends kindly stowed his luggage in the sleeper compartment, instructing him to wait for them upon arrival. As the train finally departed after a delay, Yufei endured the lengthy journey with just a few dry cakes and a bottle of water. Nervous and inexperienced, he remained wide awake, fearing to miss his stop. Upon arrival, he was swept along with the throng of passengers, ultimately being the last to disembark. Disoriented by the sea of unfamiliar faces, he adhered to his friend's advice, waiting patiently at the train door. 20 minutes passed, and as the platform emptied of passengers, he remained alone, his friends nowhere in sight. When staff urged him to vacate the platform, he reluctantly made his way toward the exit, only to discover that his phone had died, rendering him unable to contact his friends. Emerging from the train station, Yufei found himself engulfed in confusion, unsure of where to go or what to do next. His unfamiliarity with the city was daunting, and with no money to speak of except for the 200 yuan he had left in his luggage, he felt a pang of regret for leaving home, believing that this venture would improve his circumstances. Yet, life had dealt him a harsh blow even before he could begin anew. Meanwhile, his friends, who had been working in a factory for years, were busy locating their designated driver, who had been anxiously calling them as their train was delayed. In their haste to find the driver, they forgot Yufei, only realizing their oversight upon reaching their dormitory and spotting his belongings. Their attempts to call him went unanswered, and by the time they returned to the station, Yufei had vanished. Chapter 2, Misfortune Begets Misfortune. Upon exiting the train station, Yufei refrained from wandering aimlessly. The city felt overwhelmingly alien to him. He resolved to remain at the station, hoping that his friends would eventually come looking for him. Yet, fate had other plans. A flamboyantly dressed woman approached him, her heavy makeup failing to conceal the passage of time etched upon her features. "Young man, are you looking for a place to stay?" I can assist you, she said with an inviting smile. The words spoken by the woman were incomprehensible to Yufei. He thought to himself that whether he stayed at an inn or not was irrelevant to the presence of a young lady. Although he felt an urgent need to find a place to rest his weary head, he was acutely aware of his financial predicament had not a single cent to his name. Moreover, the woman's pallid visage unnerved him, prompting him to shake his head in refusal. Observing Yufei's apparent awkwardness, the woman surmised that he was likely a newcomer to the city. Such individuals were often the easiest targets, and having stumbled upon such prey, she was not inclined to let him slip away easily. She moved closer to him, and Yufei, having never been in such proximity to a woman before even during his time with Zyla, felt a blush creeping to his cheeks. Shyly, he took a step backward, yet this only reinforced the woman's conviction that he would be an easy catch. She boldly linked her arm with his. As she entwined her arm around him, she sweetly cooed, "It matters not if you wish to stay at an inn. Come, take a look." And Yufei, now even more flustered, felt his face grow hot. He attempted to extricate his arm from her grasp, but she held on tightly. Despite his strength, he hesitated to exert himself for fear of causing her harm. Unable to free himself, Yufei resolved to refuse her verbally. However, before he could utter a word, she tugged him forward. His protests fell on deaf ears as she continued to lead him away. Yufei found himself in a quandary. He did not wish to be dragged along, yet he was reluctant to use force against her. In a fleeting moment of indecision, they had already traversed beyond the train station's boundaries, soon arriving at a narrow alleyway. After winding through several turns, Yufei was ushered into a dimly lit room adorned with a pink lamp, its garish glow making him feel distinctly uncomfortable. Inside the room, several similarly gaudy women lounged, their ages apparent as they appeared to be over 30. Upon Yufei's entrance, the previously languid women sprang to life, encircling him like cats drawn to fresh prey. They clamored to him, their voices overlapping, each vying for his attention. "Come rest in my room, I have a small fan. My bed is large and soft, come join me. I have talents to share, please, come to my room." Yufei stood frozen, akin to a deer in headlights, his face a deep crimson. After a moment of struggle, he managed to utter 3 words, "I have no money." These words seemed to cast a spell upon the women, halting their advances as they turned their gazes toward the woman who had brought him in. One of them inquired, "Hongjia, what's the situation with this one?" Hongjia, upon hearing Yufei's declaration, felt a surge of frustration. She thought to herself, "After all the effort I expended to bring you here, you tell me you have no money? Even a toad must yield some oil upon entering my establishment." Having encountered such individuals before, she called out to the upper floors, "Someone's trying to skip out on the bill." No sooner had she spoken than 3 burly men stormed into the room, swiftly surrounding Yufei, while the other women retreated to the sidelines. The leader of the group addressed Yufei, "So, you think you can evade payment? Hand over your cash quickly, or my brothers here won't hold back. You'll be the one to suffer the consequences." Yufei, bewildered, asked, "I just arrived. What payment is due for a room I haven't even occupied?" Hongjia, seething with anger, retorted, "What do you mean payment? You've taken advantage of me, and for that, you must pay." Scratching his head, Yufei thought, "When did I ever take advantage of her? Is she unjustly accusing me?" Hongjia then gestured toward the 3 men, commanding, "Stop wasting time, subdue him first." Under her orders, the men lunged at Yufei, who, feeling disoriented in the presence of women but emboldened by the confrontation with men, decided to defend himself. Standing tall and robust, he had some experience in martial arts, and as he unleashed his strength, he engaged in a fierce tussle with the 3 men, neither side gaining the upper hand. Just as he focused on the 3 assailants before him, he felt a sharp pain at the back of his head. Turning, he found Hongjia standing behind him, brandishing a broken vase. As he touched the back of his head and saw blood on his fingers, darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed. Seeing him fall, Hongjia tossed the vase aside and scolded the men, "Useless fools. 3 of you couldn't handle a mere boy." Minutes later, Hongjia, her face contorted in displeasure, held a half-eaten hard biscuit and a dilapidated water jug. She never imagined that Yufei's claims were genuine. He truly had no money. Not a single coin nor scrap of paper could be found on him, only the remnants of food and a worn-out vessel. The realization that someone could venture out without any money left her feeling utterly vexed. Observing the situation, the leader of the men inquired, "What now, Hongjia?" With a resigned sigh, she replied, "What else can we do? Give him a sound thrashing and toss him out, but make sure to throw him far enough away that he cannot return." Chapter 3. The rescue. At this moment, the companions who had brought Yufei to the city discovered that he had been left at the station. They hurriedly summoned a vehicle from the factory to return to the train station. However, there was no trace of Yufei to be found. After scouring the entire square of the station, they realized their search was in vain. With no other options, they sought assistance from the railway police. Although Yufei had been missing for less than 24 hours and a case could not be filed, the officers kindly agreed to help in the search. By reviewing the surveillance footage, they established that Yufei had indeed left the train station, but beyond that, he had vanished from the camera's view, leaving the officers unable to provide further assistance. The group followed the last known direction Yufei had taken, searching for an extended period without success. As night fell, and with work awaiting them the next day, they reluctantly decided to return to the factory for the time being. Several hours later, Yufei gradually awakened. Struggling to open his eyes, the environment around him was utterly unfamiliar. He found himself engulfed in darkness, with visibility limited to only a short distance. However, by observing the trees surrounding him, he deduced that he was likely in a forest, as the area was densely populated with foliage. Yet, the trees were unlike any he had encountered before, and the darkness made it impossible for him to identify their species. His head throbbed painfully, and the discomfort extended throughout his body. Enduring the agony, he attempted to rise, but failed twice. Lacking any strength, he closed his eyes for a moment, hoping to regain some energy. After a brief respite, he tried once more, and, after 2 attempts, he finally managed to stand with the aid of a nearby stick. Once upright, he cautiously moved his limbs. Although each movement was met with pain, he sensed that his bones were likely unbroken. This harrowing experience marked Yufei's first encounter with the treachery of human nature. Having grown up in a rural setting, he could scarcely fathom that a seemingly kind-hearted woman could turn so malevolent. One moment, she greeted him with warmth, and in the next, she struck him with a vase. In that instant, his heart ached with the realization that the city was fraught with peril, and he longed to return to the simplicity of his small mountain village. Yet, that return would have to wait. His current predicament was dire. Though he had managed to stand, he felt numerous wounds on his body, some still bleeding. The loss of blood left him dizzy, and he sensed he might collapse at any moment. Driven by the instinct to survive, he fought to remain standing, aware that if he faltered again, he might not rise once more. In this desolate wilderness, it would be some time before anyone could discover him, and he feared he might remain lost forever. Gritting his teeth, Yufei persevered. Just then, a vehicle approached from a distance. With the aid of its headlights, he discerned a road a few dozen meters ahead. The sight of the road ignited a glimmer of hope within him. He believed that reaching the roadside might be his only chance at survival, for even if he collapsed there, someone would likely find him. The automobile was still some distance away from him. With every ounce of strength he could muster, he began to inch toward the highway. Each movement was excruciating, sending pain radiating through his injuries. This was his sole opportunity for survival. Enduring the agony, Yufei gritted his teeth and slowly advanced toward the road. Despite his utmost efforts, the vehicle's speed was relentless. Just as he was within 5 meters of the highway, it sped past him. The trees lining the road concealed him from the driver's view. As the car vanished into the distance, despair washed over Yufei. Perhaps this was his fate, he thought, lamenting his decision to leave that small mountain village. He stood there for a moment. The exertion of covering such a distance had drained him of his remaining strength, allowing him a brief respite to regain his energy. Just then, lights from another approaching car appeared in the distance, igniting a glimmer of hope within him. He was determined not to miss this chance. Although he had yet to recover much strength, he continued to move toward the highway. This effort was even more arduous and slower than before, as he was still weak. When the vehicle was still over 10 meters away, he finally reached the roadside. He turned to face the approaching car, lifted his hand to signal it to stop, but was blinded by its brilliant headlights. A wave of dizziness washed over him, and darkness enveloped his vision as he lost his balance. In that fleeting moment before he fell, he thought it was over. Perhaps he would meet his end here. He hoped that the driver would be compassionate enough to take him to a hospital. As he collapsed, Yufei lost consciousness. Having bled excessively and gone without food for an extended period, he had reached the limits of his endurance. Most others would not have even made it to the roadside. Time passed, and Yufei awoke. He opened his eyes to a sea of white. Gazing at the pristine, orderly room, he wondered if he had arrived in paradise. A slight movement sent a sharp pain through his body, a sensation that confirmed his survival. though he was uncertain of his whereabouts. Observing his surroundings, he surmised he was in a hospital. As he pondered his location and who might have brought him there, perhaps the very driver he had hoped would assist him, he overheard a heated argument outside between a man and a woman. Shuyin, it's not like you hit him. Why are you so intent on saving him? Isn't that meddling? Wu Er Gongzi, mind your own business. I choose to save him, and that's my decision. How can you say that? In 3 months, you're to marry me and become part of the Wu family. As your fiancé, I have a right to be concerned. That's a matter for 3 months from now. I'm not married to you yet. We are merely engaged, with no legal ties. Being engaged means you are my fiancé, and I have the right to concern myself with your matters. But do we have a marriage certificate? Are we not engaged? But do we have a marriage certificate? Very well, Lin Xuan, just wait for me. After we get married, if I do not have you completely submissive, I shall not bear the surname Wu. And if you do not bear the surname Wu, what will you be? Will you take the surname Lin? At that moment, and Yufei heard the sound of a man leaving in anger. He felt puzzled. Who were these two? Were they referring to him as the one they saved? Chapter 4. Recovery. As in Yufei pondered, he heard the sound of a door opening. He was now certain that the man and woman had been speaking of him. He fixed his gaze on the entrance, eager to see the benevolent soul who had rescued him, determined to remember her visage for future gratitude. When the door swung open and a woman entered, and Yufei was utterly astounded. This woman was breathtakingly beautiful, with an angelic face and a devilish figure, rendering him momentarily speechless, as if he had encountered a celestial being. Her beauty surpassed any image he had ever seen in magazines or on television. He could scarcely believe that someone could possess such exquisite allure. Initially, he had only found her voice pleasing, but now he was completely captivated by her stunning appearance, left in a daze. Upon entering, Lin Xuan noticed that Yufei was staring with wide eyes, seemingly lost in thought. She worried that he might have suffered cognitive impairment due to his head injury. Approaching his bedside, she gently inquired, "Have you awakened? Can you speak?" Her melodious voice roused Yufei from his stupor. He attempted to turn his head, but was met with a sharp pain. Gritting his teeth, he managed to respond, "I can." At this moment, Lin Xuan observed that his eyes had regained their clarity. They say that the eyes are the windows to the soul, and she found in Yufei's gaze to be the purest she had ever encountered, reminiscent of a child's innocence. Unlike the lecherous looks she often received from others, which made her feel uncomfortable, and Yufei's eyes were devoid of such desire. After he spoke, and Yufei tried to sit up, but as he moved, he winced in pain. Seeing his struggle, Lin Xuan stopped him, saying, "Just lie back. You have numerous wounds, and the doctor has instructed you to rest. You must refrain from moving for a few days, or you risk reopening your injuries, which would require restitching." Given Lin Xuan's insistence, and Yufei ceased his attempts to rise, he realized that even if he wished to sit, it was currently impossible. He then voiced his lingering question, "Fairy sister, were you the one who saved me?" Lin Xuan was taken aback by his address. No one had ever called her that before. However, she found the title delightful and smiled inwardly as she replied, "Yes, I was the one who saved you. You collapsed in front of my car, and I brought you back. You are quite resilient, despite losing so much blood. You managed to hold on. The doctor mentioned that had it been a few hours later, you would not have survived." The conjecture in his heart was confirmed, and Yufei turned to Lin Xuan, expressing his gratitude. "Fairy sister, thank you for saving me. My name is Yufei. From now on, should you ever require my assistance, be it scaling mountains of blades or traversing seas of fire, I will not hesitate." Lin Xuan chuckled lightly, replying, "You are quite amusing, resembling a chivalrous hero of old. My act of saving you was merely a matter of convenience. There is no need for you to dwell on it. By the way, how did you end up in such a predicament? You do not strike me as someone prone to making enemies." Although Lin Xuan insisted it was nothing to be concerned about, and Yufei etched her words into his memory, vowing to assist this woman with his life should she ever face adversity. With these thoughts in mind, he began recounting to Lin Xuan his journey from the mountain village to the unfortunate encounter at the sinister inn and the circumstances that led to his current state. Once he finished his tale, Lin Xuan inquired if he remembered the way back to that dark inn, given the winding and narrow alleyways. And Yufei could hardly recall the route, and could only shake his head. Seeing his confusion, Lin Xuan said, "Very well. Focus on recovering from your injuries. We shall discuss everything else later. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. If you need anything, just ask the nurse." After bidding farewell, Lin Shuyin exited the ward, and Yufei gazed at the closed door, still in disbelief that he had been saved, and by a sister who resembled a fairy, no less. During his 2-week stay in the hospital, Lin Shuyin frequently visited him. After this period of recuperation, and Yufei had nearly healed, aside from slight concussion. He only bore superficial injuries. As he prepared for discharge, he faced the dilemma of his future. Deep down, he longed to return to the familiar mountain village. However, upon seeing the substantial medical bills Lin Shuyin had paid on his behalf, he felt he could not simply walk away. At the very least, he must repay her for the medical expenses she had incurred. From a young age, his grandfather had instilled in him the importance of repaying debts. To neglect this would tarnish one's integrity, and once lost, it would be difficult to regain. He had always adhered to his grandfather's teachings and had made it a point to repay others, especially this fairy-like sister. On the day of Yufei's discharge, Lin Shuyin made a special trip to collect him. Upon seeing her, Yufei sheepishly scratched his head and said, "Fairy sister, once again, thank you for saving me and for covering my medical expenses. Unfortunately, I do not have any money at the moment, but I promise to repay you as soon as I can gather enough. Rest assured, I will repay this debt." Lin Shuyin, thinking he was about to express something significant, was taken aback to realize it was merely about the medical bills. She waved her hand dismissively, saying, "You have thanked me countless times over the past few days. I told you, it was merely a matter of convenience. You need not concern yourself with it. As for the medical expenses, it was just over 10,000 yuan, quite a small sum really. There is no need for you to repay me." In recent days, Yufei has come to realize that Lin Shuyin hails from a wealthy family, where a casual meal might easily cost several thousand, if not tens of thousands of yuan. While such amounts may mean little to Lin Shuyin, they weigh heavily on him. When Lin Shuyin mentioned that he need not repay her, he earnestly replied, "I must repay you. I will forever remember your kindness in saving me, and I shall return the medical expenses you covered. You may choose to disregard it, but I cannot. If you refuse my repayment, it would imply that you look down upon me. Though I may be poor, I possess my own dignity." Seeing in Yufei's earnestness, Lin Shuyin decided to playfully tease this intriguing young man. She responded, "Very well, since you insist on repaying me. How do you propose to do so? Aren't you planning to return to your little mountain village?" Her words momentarily left Yufei at a loss. And after a brief silence, he stammered, "Well, I'm not quite sure how to earn the money to repay you. Perhaps I could work for you to repay the debt? I have plenty of strength and can perform any laborious task." Chapter 5. The landlady Lin Shuyin genuinely did not care about the more than 10,000 yuan, even if Yufei insisted on repaying her. She had no intention of accepting it. However, she found the notion of him working for her rather appealing. She considered that arranging a job for Yufei would be far better than him returning to that small village, especially since he had come to seek employment. Moreover, through their recent interactions, she had discovered that Yufei was honest, kind-hearted, and devoid of ulterior motives towards her. Keeping him close would be beneficial, almost akin to nurturing an ally. Yet, she was uncertain about what kind of job to assign him. After pondering for a moment, she asked, "Do you know how to drive?" Yufei scratched his head and replied, "Does a tractor count?" "I could drive a tractor." Lin Shuyin shook her head. "That certainly does not count, and besides, I do not have a tractor for you to drive. How about this? You can start by working as a security guard at a shop my friend and I run. After a few months, I will help you enroll for driving lessons, and you can become my driver and bodyguard." Yufei nodded eagerly. "All right, fairy sister, I will follow your arrangements." For several days, Yufei had been affectionately calling Lin Shuyin fairy sister. While she enjoyed the term in private, she deemed it inappropriate in public. Thus, she said to him, "From now on, you are my employee. Calling me fairy sister in public is not suitable. You should refer to me as boss instead." That title feels a bit unfamiliar. How about you simply call me landlady?" Yufei nodded. "All right, fairy sister. No, I mean good landlady." Lin Shuyin was quite pleased with Yufei's performance. She nodded and said, "Let's go. I will take you over and arrange your accommodation. This job comes with meals and lodging, and I will pay you 6,000 yuan a month. Work diligently for me for 3 years, and I will waive the over 10,000 yuan you owe." Yufei thought to himself that the benefits offered by the proprietress seemed rather generous. 6,000 yuan a month was more than what his peers in the village earned. However, he was uncertain about the exact nature of the security position, speculating that it might be more laborious than working in a factory. Regarding whether 6,000 yuan was a substantial amount, and Yufei was unclear. Nevertheless, he decided to heed the proprietress's words, feeling that even if she paid him nothing, he would harbor no grievances. Though Lin Shuyan referred to it as a store, it was in fact a renovation company, occupying a two-story building owned by them. The company currently employed 3 security personnel, making in Yufei the 4th. In truth, the security staff had little to do. They primarily stood guard at the entrance during the day and monitored the premises at night. After arranging in Yufei's position, Lin Shuyan returned to her own affairs, allowing him to settle into the city. And Yufei approached the work assigned to him with utmost seriousness, arriving early each day to ensure the lobby was spotless, and he would check the windows and power switches at night. His diligence did not go unnoticed. Everyone observed his commitment, and even Lin Shuyan's friend, who had never visited the company, had heard of him. This further convinced Lin Shuyan that retaining in Yufei was a wise decision. Despite Lin Shuyan's ever-present smile, she faced her share of troubles. Dealing with various individuals daily left her mentally and physically drained. Only in Yufei's presence, when gazing into his pure eyes, did she feel a fleeting sense of tranquility, which was one of the reasons she chose to keep him around. What troubled Lin Shuyan most at present was the impending marriage to the second son of the Wu family in just over 2 months. The Lin and Wu families had a long-standing partnership, having collaborated on a significant project the previous year. The second son of the Wu family had taken a liking to Lin Shuyan, prompting the Wu family to offer a profit of 20 in exchange for her hand in marriage, persuading Lin Shuyan's father to agree to the union. The situation in the Lin family was rather complicated. Lin Shuyan's mother was her father's first wife, and together they had Lin Shuyan and her brother, Lin Yong. Years ago, Lin Shuyan's mother tragically passed away, after which her father remarried. The new wife sought to undermine Lin Shuyan and her brother, leading Lin Yong to enlist in the military in frustration, and he had not returned home in years. The woman her father married subsequently gave birth to a pair of twin sons, and he lavished even more affection on her. Now, faced with the enticing offers from the Wu family, Lin Shuyan's father found himself in a state of indecision. Ultimately, influenced by his new wife, he acquiesced to the marriage proposal. At the outset, the Wu family had not anticipated the remarkable profits this project would yield. However, upon witnessing the substantial returns, they began to exhibit signs of reconsideration. Yet, with the engagement of the second son of the Wu family to Lin Shuyan having been witnessed by numerous individuals in the business community, retracting their commitment now was simply out of the question. In truth, Lin Shuyan herself was quite reluctant to marry the second son of the Wu family. They lacked any emotional foundation, having scarcely met a handful of times. Moreover, she had heard troubling rumors regarding the second son's tumultuous private life. Nevertheless, she felt powerless to oppose her father's arrangements. Born into such a family, it was exceedingly difficult for her to have autonomy over her marital fate, unless she chose to follow in her brother's footsteps and leave home. Resigned to her circumstances, Lin Shuyan found herself adrift like a rootless weed, having lost her mother early and with her beloved brother absent, leaving her with no support but her father's dictates. As time swiftly passed, 1.5 months elapsed, and with only a month remaining until Lin Shuyan's wedding to the second son of the Wu family, the two families' collaborative project had reached a critical juncture. It became imperative to send an individual abroad to negotiate a partnership that would significantly influence the project's overall profitability. The selection of this individual was crucial, as their actions could directly affect the ultimate gains of both families, and one could also manipulate the situation to secure greater profits for their own side. However, neither family felt confident in sending their own representatives, leading the Wu family to propose that Lin Shuyan undertake the task. As the daughter of the Lin family and the future bride of the Wu family, her involvement seemed most fitting. Despite some reservations regarding this proposal, Lin Shuyan's father ultimately deemed it acceptable, and thus her participation in the negotiations was confirmed. With the primary participant established, the next step was to select individuals to accompany Lin Shuyan. Strangely, nearly everyone was reluctant to join her, offering excuses that ranged from personal matters to extended vacations. A few who showed willingness to accompany her were hardly suitable. Either they were physically unfit or too advanced in age, raising concerns that Lin Shuyan might have to tend to their needs should they fall ill. Frustrated by the lack of appropriate candidates from the company, Lin Shuiyin felt a surge of indignation. While they typically treated her with courtesy and flattery, when the time came for them to step up and support her, not a single individual was willing to do so. Although the conditions at their destination were less than ideal, she could hardly fathom such a lack of cooperation. With no viable options in sight, Lin Shuiyin's thoughts turned to Yufei. With no one else available from the company, she resolved to seek him out. Upon explaining the situation to Yufei, he did not hesitate to agree to accompany her. Given the urgency of the matter, the following day, Lin Shuiyin and Yufei set off aboard a vessel arranged by the Wu family. Their journey involved transferring between several boats, ranging from large ships to small crafts and speedboats, leading to a rather tumultuous experience. And Yufei was perplexed, while Lin Shuiyin was deeply puzzled. However, each time she called the company, they provided explanations that were somewhat plausible, and thus she did not dwell on it. On the 7th day of their journey, Yufei and Lin Shuiyin had been aboard the small vessel for 2 days. Throughout this time, Yufei had not dared to close his eyes, for upon boarding, he sensed an ominous aura emanating from the crew, reminiscent of the butchers from his village. Moreover, this ship was unlike the others, as only Yufei and the proprietress were outsiders, compelling him to remain vigilant. Their rooms were adjacent, and any slight noise outside prompted him to investigate. Under his cautious watch, nothing untoward had occurred during these 2 days. As he began to ponder whether he was being overly cautious, he deemed that a little vigilance was always prudent. However, after 2 uneventful days, he found his guard somewhat lowered, and that night, he inadvertently dozed off. In his drowsy state, he suddenly felt the ship lurch violently, accompanied by the sound of the speedboat's engine, which jolted him awake. Upon regaining consciousness, Yufei discovered that the floor of his room was submerged in water, reaching a height of over 10 centimeters. With no time to ponder, he rushed out of his room and knocked on the proprietress's door. Lin Shuiyin, exhausted from the strain of the past few days, was unaccustomed to such hardships. Her privileged life had left her ill-prepared for the discomfort of the ship, and after several restless nights, she appeared somewhat haggard. Abruptly awakened by the knocking, she grumpily inquired, "Who is it?" After a prolonged wait, Yufei finally received a response. Meanwhile, the water level within the ship was rising rapidly, now reaching Yufei's knees. Upon hearing the response, he anxiously urged, "Madam, wake up. Water is flooding the cabin. The ship is sinking." Lin Shuiyin, who had been feeling sluggish and irritable, was instantly roused. She glanced around and noticed the water was perilously close to her bed. Without a moment to lose, she hurriedly climbed out of bed and attempted to exit, only to find the door stuck due to the flooding. Informing Yufei of her predicament, he instructed her to move away from the door. After confirming her position, Yufei began to kick the door with all his might. With every ounce of strength, he delivered several powerful kicks before the door finally gave way. As the door swung open, he quickly grasped the proprietress and pulled her towards the exit. Though they aimed to run, the water now reached their waists, forcing them to wade toward the upper exit. As the water continued to rise towards their chests, they finally reached the staircase leading upward. However, the ship was sinking at an alarming rate, and by the time they emerged onto the deck, it was nearly submerged. On the deck, Yufei spotted a foam board about a square meter in size. Without hesitation, he urged the proprietress to sit upon it. Just seconds after she settled, the entire vessel sank beneath the waves, creating a powerful current that nearly overturned the foam board upon which she sat. Had it not been for the sufficient thickness of the foam board, coupled with Yufei's relentless efforts to secure it, the proprietress would undoubtedly have fallen off. After a while, the surface of the water finally regained its tranquility, with only Lin Shuiyin and Yufei and the foam board remaining, amidst a few pieces of debris floating on the surface. Initially, Yufei had intended to inspect the refuse for anything salvageable. However, the recent exertions had drained him of energy. Were it not for his grip on the foam board supporting the proprietress, he would have succumbed to the depths alongside the vessel. Just as he resolved to rest a while before investigating the debris, a current unexpectedly surged beneath the surface, carrying the foam board and its occupant forward. The smaller refuse, though also adrift, lagged behind, their diminutive size rendering their movements sluggish. Before long, they had vanished from sight. Although the current did not propel the foam board swiftly, and Yufei was reluctant to return in search of the debris, fully aware of his limited stamina. Departing from the foam board would render it arduous to catch up later. Consequently, the two continued to drift along with the foam board. And noticing in Yufei's discomfort from being submerged, the proprietress urged him to climb aboard. However, Yufei's weight caused the board to submerge perilously, leaving him no choice but to allow the proprietress to remain alone atop it while he steadied it from the side. Thus, they drifted upon the sea for a full day and night. The initial current that had guided them had long since dissipated, although the foam board lingered. Its pace had slowed considerably, and its trajectory was erratic. Throughout this time, they had not consumed a single drop of water. While they managed to catch a fish during moments when the board was relatively still, the persistent issue of hydration loomed. With the sun's relentless rays during the day, both were now severely dehydrated and exhibiting signs of heat exhaustion, utterly devoid of strength, even too weary to speak. And Yufei contemplated offering Lin Shuyan his blood to quench her thirst, but she firmly refused. When the foam board halted its movement, and Yufei submerged once more, and fortune favored him, the nocturnal sluggishness of fish allowed him to capture a slightly larger specimen. They sipped the fish's blood, providing slight relief from their dehydration, albeit temporarily. As dawn approached, the sun would soon rise, threatening to exacerbate their plight. And Yufei pondered that if they were to endure another day under the sun, survival would be precarious. He needed to devise a plan swiftly. Chapter 7. A Fortunate Survival. Yet, amidst the vast expanse of the ocean, what viable strategies could be conceived? Lin Xian was roused from her slumber, clad in scanty sleepwear, while Yufei, though awake, wore little more than a shirt and shorts. The ocean's temperature fluctuated dramatically between day and night. The heat during the day was unbearable, while the nights turned uncomfortably cold. And Yufei had relinquished his shirt the previous night to provide warmth for Lin Xian during the daylight hours. And Yufei soaked his shirt and draped it over Lin Xian's head, hoping to alleviate the sweltering heat. At that moment, Yufei was clad only in a pair of shorts, leaving him with no option to remove any more clothing. To do so would leave him with nothing but his undergarments, and the resources at his disposal were exceedingly limited. Despite racking his brain, Yufei could not devise a better solution. Just as he found himself at a loss, the sky began to brighten slightly, and in that dim light, he discerned a small black dot on the horizon of the ocean. Doubting his own vision, he urged Lin Xian to confirm the presence of the dot. After a careful observation, she assured him that indeed there was a small black dot ahead, though its nature remained unclear. It could either be a boat or an island. Given the confirmation of the black dot's existence, Yufei felt a renewed sense of hope, whether it turned out to be a vessel or a landmass. It was undoubtedly preferable to their current plight adrift at sea. With this flicker of hope, Yufei felt an unexpected surge of energy. He instructed Lin Xian to sit tight and exerted himself to propel the foam board towards the distant, having already spent a day and night in the water. And Yufei was beginning to feel the toll of exhaustion. Despite this, he gritted his teeth and pressed on, although his pace had significantly slowed. After half an hour, the dot remained steadfast in the distance, and both of them began to suspect it was likely an island. Knowing that islands do not drift away, they felt less urgency to hasten their progress. At this juncture, Yufei found himself utterly depleted, necessitating a brief respite. After a moment of rest, he resumed pushing the foam board towards the small island. Thus, they continued their journey, alternating between walking and resting for over 4 hours, during which the distant island appeared slightly larger. And Yufei, hailing from small mountain village, understood the adage of running to the mountain until one dies. But he had never anticipated that one might perish while yearning for an island at sea. The sun had risen, beating down upon him and exacerbating his dehydration. Compounded by his exhaustion, he found himself teetering on the brink of despair. Were it not for Lin Xian still aboard the foam board, he might have succumbed to the desire to relinquish his hold and sink beneath the waves. It was her presence that motivated him to endure thus far. Yet he was now nearing his limits. Gazing at the distant island, which remained tantalizingly out of reach, his heart swelled with hopelessness. However, upon glancing at Lin Xian, who still appeared relatively unscathed by dehydration, he gritted his teeth once more and summoned his last reserves of strength to push the foam board forward. His singular intention was to use every ounce of energy left to carry Lin Xian to the furthest point he could manage. If he were to remain under the sun much longer, he feared he would be unable to push at all, and merely staying conscious would be a challenge. As he continued to push, and Yufei noticed the foam board felt significantly lighter beneath him, and their speed increased notably. He pondered whether he had discovered a hidden well of potential within himself. However, it was not long before he sensed something was amiss. The forward motion of the foam board was no longer solely due to his efforts, but rather propelled by an unseen current, guiding them toward the island. And Yufei felt a surge of joy within, realizing that hope had not entirely abandoned him. He had been teetering on the precipice of despair when suddenly a glimmer of optimism emerged. Lin Shuiyin also sensed the undercurrents at play, casting a glance at Yufei, who met her gaze with a smile. They exchanged no words, not out of reluctance, but because they were both too parched to speak. In that moment, they both glimpsed the possibility of survival, their hearts brimming with uncontainable delight. The current was vigorous, propelling the foam board forward with remarkable speed, and after half an hour, it showed no signs of abating. Indeed, it seemed to accelerate even further. The earlier joy of the two was now tinged with anxiety due to the increasing velocity of the foam board, particularly for Yufei. He exerted all his strength to slow its pace, fearing that at such speed, a collision with a submerged rock would spell disaster. Initially, his efforts bore some fruit, but soon, despite his utmost exertions, the foam board continued to race ahead uncontrollably. Realizing that the foam board was completely beyond his control, and Yufei silently cursed his misfortune and resolved to find a way to alter its course. Yet all his attempts proved futile. At that moment, Lin Shuiyin, seated upon the foam board, shouted with all her might about the existence of a whirlpool. However, as her words echoed, and Yufei felt an immense force tugging him downward. This force was overwhelming, leaving him no time to respond, and he could only utter a warning to hold his breath before being dragged beneath the surface, spiraling into disorientation. How long had passed, he could not tell, but eventually, and Yufei stirred awake, the sound of the waves washing over him. He sensed that he lay upon something sandy, and his first instinct was to believe he was still alive, likely on a beach. Gradually opening his eyes to survey his surroundings, he confirmed his suspicions. He was indeed alive and on the shore. He was unaware of how much seawater he had ingested, but his stomach felt exceedingly uncomfortable and distended. Struggling to sit up, he coughed violently, expelling a significant amount of seawater, which provided him some relief. In that instant, he remembered the whereabouts of the proprietress, and casting his gaze across the beach, he noticed only fragments of foam boards scattered about. There was no sign of her. Panic seized his heart as he felt a deep sense of guilt for failing to protect her. If anything had befallen her while he survived, he could hardly fathom facing the world thereafter. However, a glimmer of hope remained. Though he had not seen her alive, he had also not encountered her lifeless body. As long as there was no body, there was still hope. He resolved to search for her urgently, fearing that if she too had succumbed to unconsciousness, prolonged inaction could lead to her suffocation. Upon this realization, he attempted to rise, yet as he stood, he collapsed once more. Having been dehydrated prior to losing consciousness, coupled with the exhaustion of his strength, he found himself devoid of energy upon awakening. The sudden effort to stand caused his body to sway, leading him to the ground again. Chapter 8. The landlady still lives. After a brief pause, he managed to stand again, this time mentally prepared for the endeavor. Upon rising, his perspective broadened slightly. He scanned his surroundings and noticed an increased number of fragments of foam boards scattered across the beach, yet the landlady remained elusive. The sight of so many foam board remnants intensified his apprehension. He allowed himself a moment to recuperate before setting off westward, where he anticipated more debris. He had previously observed the sun, and based on its position, he deduced that, barring the passage of a full day, not much time had elapsed since he was pulled into the sea. It was approximately 9 o'clock when he was submerged, and it was now no later than 10. Although it was not yet noon, the sand beneath his feet felt scorching, almost unbearable, especially since he had lost his shoes during the incident. Initially clad in flip-flops, the whirlpool created by the sinking boat had drawn them into the depths. Despite the heat, he focused solely on finding the landlady. He yearned to run, but his energy was insufficient, and the sandy terrain proved challenging. He could hardly take a few steps before needing to pause and rest. An entire hour elapsed before he reached the westernmost edge of the beach, only to be met with disappointment as he found no trace of the landlady. He stood at the southern tip of the island's western side, where steep cliffs jutted out toward the northwest. The height of his current position was a mere 2 meters, yet the terrain continued to rise. estimating the highest point within his view to be at least 400 to 500 meters above. He feared the worst if the landlady had been swept towards that area, for it was strewn with rocks. After a brief respite, he hastily began his return, resolving to search the eastern side instead. An additional hour passed before he arrived back at his original spot. Gazing at the two large boulders by the shore, he pondered whether the foam board the landlady had been on had collided with them, shattering upon impact. He circled around to inspect, but found nothing behind the stones. With no sign of her in that vicinity, he hastened eastward. At midday, the sun blazed fiercely, making him feel as though he were being roasted on the sand. Fortunately, he had collected 2 coconuts by the sea, from which he drank some refreshing juice, but he sensed the onset of dehydration once more. Normally, he would seek refuge in the nearby woods to escape the heat, but his thoughts were consumed by the urgency of finding the landlady. The dire possibility of her absence weighed heavily on his mind, eclipsing any concern for his own hydration. In less than half an hour, Yufei returned to his starting position. The eastern side was significantly shorter than the western side. He reached the eastern endpoint in merely a few minutes. The terrain on the eastern side resembled that of the west, marked by sheer cliffs extending in a northeast direction. From observing both sides, Yufei surmised that the island was trapezoidal in shape, narrower in the south and broader in the north, with a gradient that sloped downwards to the south and upwards to the north. Upon arriving back at the starting point, disappointment weighed heavily on Yufei. Although he had not encountered the landlady's body, he felt the likelihood of her survival was exceedingly low under the current circumstances. Only if she had been washed ashore on the southern beach might there be a glimmer of hope on either side of the cliffs. Even if one did not collide with the rocks, survival was nearly impossible. Having thoroughly searched the southern beach, he found no trace of the landlady. The mere thought that she might no longer exist filled him with sudden sorrow. He believed all of this misfortune stemmed from his very being. He was a harbinger of calamity. Those who showed him kindness invariably faced tragedy. His parents, who had cherished him since childhood, had tragically passed away, and his grandfather, who had cared for him, also departed from this world the previous year. Now, with the landlady showing him kindness, he had thought that leaving the small mountain village would bring about a change, yet now she too had fallen victim to misfortune. He felt his existence was a blight upon the world. Perhaps his departure from it would be the most prudent choice. He gazed at the 2 stones at the starting point, contemplating whether the landlady's foam board had collided with one of them. He was uncertain if she had been carried here only to be swept back into the sea, or if the foam board had failed to bring her ashore at all. With no belongings of the landlady nearby, he decided to pay tribute to her memory in this place. After honoring her memory, he resolved to join her in passing, so she would not be alone on her journey, unprotected. The landlady had once asked him to be her bodyguard. Since he had not fulfilled that role while she was alive, perhaps he could take on that duty in the afterlife. And Yufei was no stranger to mourning. After his grandfather's death last year, he had gathered a group to lament, and he had wept alongside them in his sorrow, reflecting on his grandfather and now the landlady. Genuine grief welled up within him, and tears streamed down his face. Kneeling before the stones, he beat the ground in despair, lamenting, "Landlady, your death is so tragic. You were so beautiful, like a fairy, and you left this world so young. If you can hear me, please don't rush away. Wait just a moment for me. You are so lovely, and on the road to the underworld, there are many lecherous souls. I will protect you." His cries were filled with heartfelt sincerity, resonating profoundly. A sharp first wail like a needle piercing the heart, a trembling second cry akin to wind rustling through paper, and a prolonged third lament reminiscent of an ox plowing a field. With those 3 cries, tears cascaded down his cheeks as he mourned with genuine sorrow. Just as he intended to continue weeping and utter a few final words to the landlady, a voice suddenly called out from behind him, "What are you howling about?" Upon hearing that melodious voice, Yufei was momentarily taken aback. Such a lovely sound. It belonged to the proprietress, did it not? A wave of happiness surged within him. He had not anticipated that she could hear his words, let alone respond to him. Last year, when he wept for his grandfather, the old man had offered not a single word in reply. With a heart filled with joy, Yufei continued, "Proprietress, please do not be angry. I know you prefer laughter over tears, yet this mourning is a customary practice. One cannot simply refrain from weeping. Since you can hear me, I implore you to remember what I just said. Wait for me. I shall return shortly. I have heard that the path to the underworld is fraught with dangers, and given your beauty It is perilous for you to be alone without my protection. Just as Yufei wished to elaborate further, a sudden pain shot through his head, as if someone had delivered a swift slap. Chapter 9. The source of water turning around, and Yufei's eyes widened in astonishment. The figure before him was none other than the proprietress he had sought for so long. She remained as enchanting as a celestial being, though her hair was somewhat disheveled and her feet were bare, having lost her slipper somewhere. And Yufei glanced behind her and noticed a shadow on the ground, confirming that she was indeed alive. The sight of her vitality filled him with indescribable joy. The elation of having regained what he thought lost overwhelmed him, and he could no longer contain himself. He turned and embraced the proprietress, tears streaming down his face, crying out like a child. His sobs were even louder than before, as if he had suffered some grave injustice. Startled by Yufei's sudden embrace, Lin Shuyin was momentarily at a loss. She considered pushing him away, but recalling the sorrow she had felt upon believing him dead, she hesitated. His grief had been so sincere and heartfelt. However, the intoxicating scent of his youthful exuberance, coupled with the fact that he was clad only in shorts, rendered her somewhat dazed. This was the first time she had been so close to a man. Growing up, she had never experienced being held in such a manner, and her thin nightwear only exacerbated the sensation of their bodies nearly touching. After just a brief moment, Lin Shuyin could no longer endure it. Her face flushed crimson. With considerable effort, she managed to push Yufei away, exclaiming, crying like a child, "What a sight!" At that moment, Yufei became aware of his earlier indiscretion. His excitement had overtaken him, leading to his impulsive embrace of the proprietress. Feeling embarrassed as she pushed him away, he sheepishly scratched the back of his head and stammered, "Proprietress, I apologize. I genuinely thought you were gone. Seeing you alive has overwhelmed me with joy." Lin Shuyin gazed at the bashful young man, his face equally flushed as he scratched his head, and found herself devoid of anger. She could see that he bore no ill intentions when he had held her. In an unexpected turn of emotions, she realized that in the past, any man attempting to approach her had made her feel nauseated, let alone being held. The mere thought of it had sent shivers down her spine. Just moments ago, being tightly embraced by Yufei, she found herself surprisingly unperturbed. Instead, she experienced a long-lost sense of security. Coupled with the intoxicating aura of his hormones, she felt a fleeting moment of infatuation. Had she not been a tad shy, she might not have pushed him away. After speaking, Yufei gazed at Lin Shuyin, grinning foolishly. Amused by his endearing demeanor, Lin Shuyin chuckled softly and remarked, "I can tell, your lips are parched and cracked. You should drink some water. I just found a little stream nearby, and the water is quite clear. I had a sip earlier and felt perfectly fine. Let me take you there to drink as well." Upon hearing Lin Shuyin's words, Yufei realized how parched he truly was, his throat feeling as if it were on fire. The last time he had something to drink was 2 hours ago, when he had 2 coconut juices. Now his thirst was undeniable, and without further ado, he nodded and followed Lin Shuyin into the woods. The stream Lin Shuyin had discovered was not far off. Upon reaching the edge of the forest, the sound of flowing water greeted them. Just a short distance of about 10 meters into the woods lay a petite stream. This stream was merely 30 centimeters wide with a modest flow, yet the water was remarkably clear, allowing the little fish within to be easily seen. Having already sampled the water from this stream, Lin Shuyin assured Yufei of its purity, prompting him to crouch by the bank and drink eagerly, much like a cow in a quaint village. To his surprise, the water was refreshingly cool, and he drank voraciously, relishing the sensation as the chill cascaded down to his core. He continued until his belly felt pleasantly full. After quenching his thirst, Yufei sat back on the ground, wiped his mouth, and let out a satisfied belch, exclaiming, "Refreshing." Lin Shuyin found this side of Yufei delightful, unlike others she knew, who often appeared disingenuous. He radiated authenticity. With curiosity, Lin Shuyin inquired, "Where did you go earlier?" "I didn't TC you when I woke up." "Standing up?" Yufei replied. "I didn't TC you upon waking, so I searched along the beach for you. I combed the entire shoreline, but found no trace of you. I was quite worried, thinking something may have happened. I was just about to ask you where you had vanished to, only to suddenly see you emerge from behind me." Lin Shuyin understood the beach's extensive length, and she felt deeply touched that Yufei had traversed the entire stretch in search of her. Embarrassed, she confessed, I was washed behind those rocks. When I regained consciousness, I noticed you were missing and wanted to look for you. However, the sun was unbearably hot, so I sought refuge in the woods, intending to wait until the sun's intensity waned before searching again. While here, I drank some water and inadvertently dozed off, only to be awakened by your cries. Upon seeing you in distress, I came over. Upon hearing Lin Shuiyan's account, and Yufei slapped his forehead in realization. How careless of me. I must have woken up before you. Seeing the debris from the foam boards scattered to the west, I headed that way in search of you. After I ventured west, you awoke, but unfortunately, you did not see me. If only I had taken a glance behind the stone first. I understand that it is not easy for an Yufei to find himself, having endured much hardship. Lin Shuyan gently patted in Yufei's shoulder in consolation, saying, "It's all right. Thankfully, we haven't strayed too far. Though it is a bit late, we have still found each other. The outcome is what matters." And Yufei nodded in agreement, responding, "Indeed. As long as we are alive, that is all that counts." Lin Shuyan, who had been quite cheerful, felt her spirits dampen after hearing in Yufei's remark. It seemed she was speaking to him, yet it also felt like she was musing to herself, "What is the use of living? We have no phones to contact the outside world. This place resembles a deserted island, and we do not even know when others might discover us. Whether we can survive until then is uncertain." Noticing Lin Shuyan's despondency, and Yufei reassured her, "Do not worry, boss lady. I am here, and I promise to take good care of you until we are rescued. I suppose I have taken on the role of a bodyguard ahead of time, though I still cannot be your driver, as you have yet to register me for a driving test." Lin Shuyan chuckled softly. "You may have started your duties early, but at present, I have no funds to pay you." Chapter 10. Seeking shelter with a grin, and Yufei replied, "It is my honor to serve as your bodyguard. Fairy sister, I have yet to repay you for the medical expenses you covered for me last time. I do not require a salary. As long as you do not find me foolish, that will suffice." Lin Shuyan felt her mood lift upon hearing in Yufei's endearing address, and with a smile, she said, "Very well, I entrust myself entirely to you. My fate, be it life or death, rests upon your abilities." And Yufei spoke earnestly, "Rest assured, fairy sister, as long as I draw breath, I will do everything in my power to protect you." With that, and Yufei began to ponder. He was no stranger to life in the wilderness. During his time in the small mountain village, he often ventured into the mountains to gather herbs and hunt, sometimes for several days. He had grown accustomed to outdoor living. However, this experience differed from his previous excursions, as he had always prepared essential supplies beforehand. This time, apart from a pair of shorts, he possessed nothing else, and he had the added responsibility of looking after his boss. He needed to devise a thorough plan for their survival on this desolate island, ensuring that they thrived, thereby proving himself a competent bodyguard. He clearly understood the essential elements for survival in the wild: food, fire, water, and shelter. With the discovery of Small River by Lin Shuyan, the issue of water was resolved. What remained were food, fire, and shelter. Food and fire were not immediate concerns. They could be addressed tomorrow. For now, the priority was to establish a shelter. Neither of them was aware of the island's conditions. While daylight offered some comfort, nighttime would bring forth many animals. Lacking a source of fire, it was imperative to quickly find a safe refuge. It would be ideal to locate a cave or similar refuge. If none could be found, and Yufei would need to construct a makeshift shelter in the trees. His primary concern was to elevate themselves off the ground. Otherwise, even in the absence of wild beasts, the threat of venomous insects was intolerable. Moreover, despite the sweltering heat of the day, the temperature would significantly drop at night. Without a proper sanctuary, the scant clothing they wore would render them vulnerable to the cold. And Yufei shared his thoughts with Lin Shuyan, who had always lived in the city and was accustomed to a life of convenience, lacking any understanding of survival in such circumstances. Thus, she readily acquiesced to Yufei's plans, allowing him to decide on their course of action. With Lin Shuyan's consent, and Yufei took a moment to rest before preparing to search for a suitable cave. He was uncertain when darkness would fall and knew that finding shelter should be prioritized. Upon hearing in Yufei's intention to venture out, Lin Shuyan expressed her desire to accompany him. However, in Yufei, aware that neither of them possessed footwear, recognized the arduousness of traversing the rugged terrain of the island. Although he had often walked barefoot in his small village, the comforts of city life had rendered his feet somewhat delicate. The distance from the beach to the riverbank was already causing him discomfort, given his own predicament. And Yufei could only imagine the state of Lin Xian's delicate feet, which bore the marks of painful abrasions. Determined not to subject her to further hardship, he advised her to remain behind and rest, promising to return once he found a suitable location. Lin Xian, feeling the strain of their situation, acquiesced to Yufei's decision. While Yufei was somewhat more resilient, he too found the incessant walking through the underbrush taxing. Thus, he resolved to follow the river upstream, where the footing would be more forgiving. The stones at the riverbed, though somewhat abrasive, posed less risk than the sharp thorns of the wild grass. In any other context, such minor injuries might be overlooked, but on this island, even the smallest wound could prove fatal. And Yufei was keenly aware of the need to tread carefully to minimize his injuries. Navigating the riverbed allowed for greater speed and reduced the likelihood of harm, making it the most prudent choice. After bidding farewell to Lin Xian, he set off upstream along the river. After a mere 20 minutes of travel, and Yufei arrived at the river's source, where a spring bubbled forth with cool, refreshing water. The chill of the water made his feet feel somewhat numb. He recognized this type of spring from his village, where several similar sources were found on the mountainside. The water from such springs is consistently temperate, feeling cool in summer and pleasantly warm in winter. One could even chill a watermelon in the summer, making it delightfully refreshing after a few hours. In winter, the spring would not freeze, and the water felt pleasantly warm to the touch. This sweet, pure spring water was a rare treasure, and Yufei marveled at the unexpected presence of such a source on this island. The presence of such a spring is indeed a fortuitous occurrence. At the very least, it ensures that Yufei and Lin Xian will not have to worry about their water supply in the future, given that the small river has reached its terminus. And Yufei, albeit reluctantly, must depart from the riverbed and traverse the overgrown grassland barefoot. Before leaving the riverbank, he takes a moment to survey the terrain. The spring appears to be situated at the mid-slope of a modest hill, which is more akin to a small mound. The mountains Yufei has encountered in the past were often several hundred meters high, but this particular hill is merely 30 to 40 meters tall, rendering it a mere mound in his eyes. Regardless of its stature, whether a mound or a hill, any cave would likely be located at its base. To search for a cave, Yufei must first reach the foot of the hill and proceed along its base. Determining his direction, he leaves the riverbed and heads towards the hill's base, finding the journey arduous. The grass in this section is notably taller than that along the beach leading to the river, exceeding twice its height. Much of the grass reaches up to Yufei's chest, with some even taller. He pushes through the grass, trampling it down with his feet. This makes the trek somewhat more comfortable, albeit at a slower pace. Yufei feels that time is still on his side, believing that as long as he can find a suitable shelter before nightfall, he will be safe. However, it is not long before he must quicken his pace, having heard the unmistakable howl of wolves emanating from the north. The presence of wolf howls signifies that wolves inhabit this island, and without a source of fire or any suitable weapon, save for a stick he has scavenged, he finds himself in a precarious situation, particularly without a secure refuge. He must hasten his search for an appropriate cave. Without one, he will have no choice but to construct a makeshift shelter in the trees, ensuring some measure of safety for himself and the innkeeper come nightfall. Chapter 11. The cave Yufei can no longer concern himself with the discomfort of his feet. Instead, he uses the stick to tap ahead, ensuring the path is free of snakes before proceeding. After more than half an hour, his feet bear several scratches, though fortunately, the wounds are shallow and do not hinder his movement. Within this time, he has circumnavigated much of the hill's base, yet has found no sign of a cave. He commenced his search from the spring heading west, and now, having returned to the southern side of the hill, he can see the spring from his current position. Approximately 100 meters away, a distance that represents his last glimmer of hope. Yufei begins his search again, having previously observed that in this area, only this small hill exists. If there's a cave, it is likely to be on this hill. To the north, there is a higher ridge, but the distance to it is too great. He simply does not have enough time today to venture there. Moreover, the howls he just heard came from the north, and armed with nothing but a stick, he can manage a lone wolf, but a pack would pose a grave danger. As time pressed on, he realized that if he could not locate a cave within this 100-meter distance, he would have no choice but to seek suitable trees to construct a shelter aloft. Erecting a refuge among the branches was a last resort, for he possessed no tools, rendering the task exceedingly arduous. Given the remaining hours of daylight, he deemed it a commendable feat to merely fashion a modest platform. Anything grander would hinder both his and the innkeeper's rest that night. Lost in contemplation, and Yufei was suddenly roused by a rustling sound, one he recognized all too well, prompting him to halt in his tracks. Fortuitously, his keen hearing spared him from a perilous encounter with the large serpent that lay ahead. The snake's coloration closely matched that of the surrounding grass, and had it not been for the sound, its presence might have gone unnoticed. Growing up in a small mountain village, and Yufei instantly identified it as a rat snake. Known for its harmlessness, yet commanding respect within the serpentine realm. Its innocuous nature often led to its capture, finding its way to the dinner table. Initially startled by the rustling, and Yufei's trepidation dissipated upon discerning the creature's identity. Although he had not found shelter, he had fortuitously stumbled upon a source of sustenance. Of course, the snake harbored numerous parasites, necessitating thorough cooking before consumption, but he could first place it in the nearby spring he had discovered. The spring's icy temperature would preserve the snake's freshness for several days, a trick he had often employed to keep food from spoiling during his mountain excursions. And Yufei possessed ample experience in handling rat snakes, and within a minute he had efficiently dispatched the creature. Upon lifting its lifeless form, he was astonished to find that this rat snake was significantly larger than any he had previously encountered. Previously coiled, he had sensed its considerable size, but now he realized its length approached 3 meters, weighing over 4 pounds. This snake exceeded the typical size of 1 to 2 meters and a weight of merely 2 to 3 pounds. He pondered whether this island's environment was particularly conducive to such growth or if the absence of natural predators had allowed it to flourish to this extent. He even speculated if the snake had undergone some form of mutation. Yet he dismissed such thoughts, focusing instead on the fact that regardless of its size's origins, it was destined to become his nourishment. With a handful of grass, he bound the snake and continued onward, perhaps blessed by fortune. After traversing merely 20 more meters, he discovered a cave nestled behind a small tree. Though the entrance was modest and partially obscured by underbrush, and Yufei recognized its presence at once. This cave was not only the ideal refuge he had hoped for, but it also served as a sanctuary for many animals. And Yufei was acutely aware of this. So upon discovering the cave, he did not rush inside. Instead, he approached the entrance cautiously, carefully parting the weeds to peer within, aided by the sunlight. The cave was modest in size, easily visible to the end. Its depth was roughly 3 meters, with a height of just over 1 meter and a width of approximately 1 meter. At the cave's mouth, and Yufei detected a pungent odor reminiscent of decaying cabbage or a foul garbage heap. This scent was familiar to him, as it was characteristic of the cauliflower snake. Through this odor and the remnants within the cave, and Yufei deduced that it was likely the dwelling of a cauliflower snake. Cauliflower snakes do not excavate their own burrows, so he leaned in further to ascertain whether the cave was a natural formation or one excavated by another creature. Observing the cave's interior, he surmised it appeared to be artificially dug, though he was uncertain which animal had created it before being claimed by the cauliflower snake. Such a cave has its pros and cons, the advantage being that burrows occupied by cauliflower snakes are typically devoid of other animals or venomous snakes, as the latter often fall prey to the former. The downside, however, was the overwhelming stench emanating from the cave, which made Yufei feel nauseous after only a brief exposure. Nevertheless, time was of the essence, and without better options, he had no choice but to have the proprietress endure a night in this makeshift abode. Of course, he would not allow her to stay without making some improvements. He intended to tidy the space, as the presence of small animal carcasses would likely be unacceptable to her. Setting aside the corpse of the cauliflower snake he had on hand, he pinched his nose and entered to begin the cleanup. He first gathered the debris from the ground and planned to bury it outside in a pit he would dig with a stick. After clearing away the refuse, he noticed a marked improvement in the cave's odor, which had diminished significantly. However, he still found the stench quite potent, prompting him to fetch a small stone shard to scrape the walls and ceiling of the cave. The entire cavern was composed of yellow earth, and with the stone shard, he effortlessly removed the top layer of soil. After nearly an hour of diligent work, he had scraped the entire cave, removing about 2 centimeters of dirt from the walls and ceiling and over 10 centimeters from the floor, as the source of the odor was primarily located there. Chapter 12. Tidying the cave. After disposing of the scraped soil from the cave, and Yufei discovered that the air quality had improved significantly. The foul odor was now barely perceptible, replaced by only a faint, unpleasant scent. While these odors would not vanish immediately, he realized that introducing some plants into the cave would effectively mask the remaining smell. He had already contemplated which plants to use, having identified 2 suitable candidates during his search for the cave: lavender and mint. Not only would these plants impart a pleasant fragrance, but they were also adept at repelling mosquitoes. He planned to gather some and place them inside the cave, achieving a dual purpose of both scenting the air and deterring insects. After a brief respite, Yufei transplanted a few specimens of 2 different plants to either side of the cave entrance before making his way to the mountain spring. He placed the corpse of the cauliflower snake beneath a stone slightly downstream of the spring and then followed the small river downstream in search of the proprietress. Having not seen her for quite some time, a flicker of concern crossed in Yufei's mind. The earlier wolf howls had compelled him to consider returning to check on her. However, at that moment, he deemed it more urgent to seek shelter, as the howls had emanated from the north, prompting him to suppress his instinct to return. Now that he had secured a cave for the night, he felt it was time to seek her out. The spring was not far from where the proprietress had been, and within a mere 10 minutes, Yufei reached the point where he had entered the small river. Upon reaching the bank, he noticed the absence of her figure, and a sense of unease gripped him. He feared that something unfortunate might have befallen her. Although the grass here was generally low, some patches towered above a person's height. Realizing the proprietress was not in her usual spot, Yufei resolved to search the vicinity, speculating that she might have taken refuge from the earlier wolf howls. He first examined the tracks along the riverbank, noting that there were few signs of disturbance. Only the path leading towards the seaside bore evidence of trampling, while the grasses in other directions remained undisturbed. Yufei recalled that they had traversed this very route together, and considering the trails, he surmised that the proprietress might have headed towards the shoreline. Without hesitation, he followed the traces towards the sea. Upon emerging from the dense foliage, his eyes quickly fell upon her. At that moment, the proprietress was sprawled on the beach, having laid out several banana leaves, with one draped over her face, seemingly indulging in a sunbath. With the presence of the small river, water was no longer a concern, and Lin Shuyan appeared to relish the experience. As Yufei approached, he muttered to himself, astonished by her carefree demeanor. Not only was she sunbathing, but she had also fallen into a deep slumber, appearing quite content. When he gently removed the banana leaf from her face, he was surprised to see that she had been drooling in her sleep. The sudden removal of the leaf stirred Lin Shuyan from her slumber. Upon opening her eyes and realizing it was Yufei before her, she blushed slightly and remarked, "This environment is so delightful that, feeling a bit bored, I thought I'd come and bask in the sun. I didn't expect to doze off." Yufei, observing her relaxed attitude, felt relieved. Initially, he had worried that the proprietress, accustomed to city life, might struggle to adapt to this new setting and lament her situation, which would surely burden him. However, it seemed her mindset was quite resilient, and she was even able to enjoy herself. In truth, Lin Shuyan had always maintained a positive outlook. Otherwise, she would have succumbed long ago to the pressures of her previous life. She had a remarkable ability to comfort herself following distress, often finding diversions to uplift her spirits. This adaptability allowed her to flourish in any environment. And despite the hardships faced during their voyage, she had not uttered a single complaint. Though fatigued, her disposition remained steadfast. At this moment, Lin Shuyan also sat up, catching a glimpse of pristine white from Yufei's position. Upon witnessing this scene, Yufei nearly had a nosebleed. He swiftly turned his head aside and said, Madam Boss, I've already located a cave for our rest tonight. Shall I take you to see it? We need to prepare it for our stay, as it may not be safe otherwise. By the way, did you hear the howl of wolves earlier?" Lin Shuyan scratched her head, somewhat bewildered, and replied, "Howl of wolves? Was there a howl? I didn't hear anything." Yufei had heard the howls quite distinctly by the spring, and logically, Lin Shuyan should have heard them too. However, since she seemed oblivious to the sounds, Yufei deduced that she had likely fallen asleep by that time, given Lin Shuyan's ignorance of the howls. Yufei chose not to elaborate further. Instead, he urged her to gather her belongings and accompany him to the cave. Before departing, and Yufei plucked numerous banana leaves, intending to use them as bedding, as they had many practical applications in the wilderness. He led the Madame Boss along the path he had traversed earlier, this time moving considerably slower to accommodate her needs, constantly advising her on where to step to avoid discomfort. After completing the stretch along the stream, they approached an area of wild grass, and Yufei made sure to trample down the grass, creating a pathway for Lin Shuyan to tread upon, ensuring her steps were cushioned and comfortable. Before long, and Yufei guided Lin Shuyan to the cave he had prepared. Although the cave was somewhat small, it was entirely sufficient for the two to rest in at night, and Yufei had already tidied up the space, and upon Lin Shuyan's arrival, she was greeted not by foul odors, but rather by the refreshing scents of mint and lavender wafting through the cave. To ensure a comfortable slumber, they would need to lay down a bed of grass, as the ground was too damp to sleep directly on, which could lead to illness. Additionally, they needed to find something to cover the entrance, as in Yufei was uncertain whether the wolves from the north would wander into this area at night, without proper defenses. A peaceful sleep would be elusive. He suggested that Lin Shuyan rest in the cave while he fetched some grass to prepare the bedding and sought materials to block the entrance. Although she was meant to rest, Lin Shuyan felt uneasy simply sitting idly while Yufei worked alone. Observing him toil made her heart heavy with discomfort. Determined to assist, she insisted on accompanying him, and Yufei did not object. After all, on this desolate island, they needed to collaborate, and it was essential for her to learn some tasks. If she remained idle, her mind would wander, and Yufei believed that, in the event of any unforeseen circumstances, she would need to fend for herself and acquire basic survival skills. The Henti walked far, merely a few meters from the cave entrance, when they began to gather grass. Instead of collecting dry grass, they sought fresh blades. Chapter 13. Wild fruits. Although it is best to use dry grass for bedding, and Yufei has observed that beneath the readily available hay lie numerous small insects. Collecting the grass directly would likely result in these pests infiltrating the cave. Sleeping alongside such creatures would undoubtedly lead to a night of incessant bites, and neither the proprietress nor Yufei wishes to share their slumber with these unwelcome guests. Therefore, Yufei resolves to gather fresh grass instead, taking advantage of the remaining daylight to air it out. While it may not dry completely, it should suffice as a makeshift layer beneath them. Together, they collect the grass swiftly, amassing a considerable quantity in no time. And Yufei procures some vines, stretching them between two trees to create a drying rack for their gathered grass. In the process, he deliberately gathers stalks that are long, thick, and pliable, intending to dry them for crafting a pair of grass sandals. After all, it is impractical for both him and the proprietress to remain barefoot. Walking without footwear is cumbersome and poses a risk of injury, and he believes that wearing grass sandals would greatly alleviate this issue. Although he has never woven them himself, he has observed the village elders in their craft and is familiar with the general procedure. As the sun begins its descent in the west, and Yufei contemplates the warmth of the day, believing that even if the grass does not dry entirely by nightfall, it will at least be partially dehydrated. He decides to leave it to air for the time being, having temporarily resolved the matter of bedding. Next, he must find something to fortify the entrance against nocturnal beasts, while also seeking sustenance, as he and the proprietress have gone nearly a day without food. Though he possesses a snake, he lacks the means to cook it, and thus cannot risk sharing it with the proprietress. For now, he must seek out wild fruits to stave off hunger. Initially, he considers the banana trees by the seaside, where some trees bear unripe bananas. However, he knows they are not yet fit for consumption. Without shoes, the journey ahead will be more arduous. So Yufei decides not to bring the proprietress along this time. With her presence, he will be distracted by the need to care for her, hindering their pace. The sun is already low in the sky, and time is of the essence. Having explored most areas to the west of the cave, Yufei sets off directly toward the southwest, a direction he has yet to traverse. Midway up the mountainside, he notices a profusion of low trees and shrubs. Aware that many of these bushes are thorny, he recognizes their potential as a barrier against wild animals. Generally, creatures of the wild tend to avoid the prickles, yet some stubborn or famished beasts may disregard them. Even if the thorny bushes do not provide robust protection, they remain his only viable option at present. Lacking suitable tools, he cannot manage to procure thick timber, so he must settle for gathering any dry, coarse wood he can find. and Yufei set forth towards the southwest, guided by the impressions etched in his mind. Before reaching the thicket he had glimpsed from the mountainside, he stumbled upon a wild fruit tree. The fruits adorning the tree were evidently ripe, their vibrant red hue both striking and alluring. Though Yufei was unfamiliar with this particular wild fruit, he surmised that it must be edible, as he observed many ripe fruits had already fallen, split open upon impact, and were now being feasted upon by numerous small insects, seemingly unharmed. Encouraged by the sight of these insects, he felt a strong likelihood that the fruit was safe to consume, yet his lack of knowledge left him uncertain. Picking up a relatively intact fruit from the ground, he wiped it with his hand and took a bite, reasoning that the only way to ascertain its edibility was through direct experience. To his pleasant surprise, the fruit was exceptionally sweet and had a delightful, chewy texture. Having been somewhat hungry, Yufei quickly devoured the fruit. Though he only dared to eat one, cautious of potential toxicity, he believed that one might not threaten his survival, whereas consuming more could lead to dire consequences. After marking the location of the wild fruit tree in his memory, he continued on his journey, intending to seek out the thorny bushes first. He planned to collect the wild fruits upon his return, utilizing this interval to assess his own well-being. Should he feel no discomfort upon his return, he would confidently consider the fruits safe for consumption. The distance to the thicket from his previous vantage point was not great, and soon he found himself at the edge of the lush underbrush. The thicket was abundantly thick, and Yufei did not need to search diligently. The bushes were laden with thorns. However, their lushness momentarily left him at a loss for how to proceed. In addition to the thorns, the bushes bore small, greenish fruits, and Yufei plucked one and tasted it, only to find it sour and astringent, so unpalatable that he promptly spat it out. Finding it difficult to maneuver through the dense foliage, he resolved to approach from the base of the bushes. Clearing the grass beside him, he crouched down and crawled into the thicket. The lower part proved much more navigable, with only a few stray branches obstructing his path. He snapped these branches with relative ease, quickly reaching the main trunk of a bush. Testing its sturdiness with his hands, he found it remarkably robust. Despite exerting all his strength, the bush remained unyielding. Its trunk was not particularly slender, with the narrowest diameter being around 3 centimeters, making it virtually impossible to break by hand. Given the impossibility of breaking it manually, he resorted to the stone shard he had prepared in advance, meticulously grinding away at the trunk. To his astonishment, it took him over 20 minutes to sever the not-so-thick trunk. Although the endeavor consumed considerable time, the outcome was significant. This solitary bush possessed an abundance of branches sufficient to obscure the entrance of the cave. However, Yufei's unease lingered with just this single bush, prompting him to repeat the process with 2 additional bushes before halting. Had it not been for the considerable effort involved, he would have attempted to tackle a few more. But fatigue had set in, leaving his arms weary and devoid of strength to continue. More than an hour has passed since he consumed the wild fruit, and he has experienced no discomfort. He is now confident that these wild fruits can be safely consumed. Ever since he arrived on this deserted island, it seems as though fortune has smiled upon him. Within just one day, he has discovered a potable water source, found a cave that could serve as shelter, and identified edible wild fruits. The essential elements for survival in the wilderness are nearly complete. Only the fire remains elusive. His confidence in surviving alongside the proprietress on this island, while awaiting rescue, has grown considerably. Chapter 14. Sustenance from wild fruits. He has already cut down 3 thorny bushes, but upon his return, Yufei found himself at an impasse. The branches of the bushes were so numerous that he could not carry all 3 at once. Reluctantly, he decided to leave one bush behind, dragging one back while grasping a wild fruit in each hand as he passed the fruit trees. He intended to bring 2 fruits back for the proprietress to sample, as he was unable to carry a substantial quantity. During Yufei's absence, Lin Shuyan had not been idle in the cave. She meticulously cleaned the entire space, leveling the ground and gathering stones from the nearby stream to pave the floor. The remaining stones were used to construct a barrier at the cave's entrance. Initially, Yufei assumed that the proprietress would be inept at survival after leaving the city. But to his surprise, despite her ethereal demeanor, she demonstrated considerable resourcefulness. The stone-paved floor appeared much cleaner and helped to insulate against some of the ground's dampness. The stone wall at the entrance not only shielded them from the wind, but also provided a degree of defense. However, while her intentions were commendable, the execution seemed slightly lacking. The ground was acceptable, but the wall at the entrance, in Yufei's estimation, would struggle to withstand even a strong gust of wind. Nonetheless, recognizing the effort the proprietress had invested, he refrained from criticism. He planned to drag back the other bush and then gather some additional stones to reinforce the wall. His intention was to raise the wall to half the height of the entrance, thereby enhancing protection against the wind. After praising the proprietress for her efforts, Yufei presented the wild fruits he had gathered for her to taste. Upon seeing the fruits, she inquired, "What kind of fruit is this? I've never seen it before." And Yufei scratched his head and replied, "I'm not familiar with this fruit either. It seems to be a type of wild fruit. I tried one, and it was quite palatable. After over an hour, I experienced no adverse effects, so I brought back 2 for you to try. If you find them agreeable, I can fetch more later. Without a fire, we can only rely on this for sustenance for the time being." Lin Xian discerned that while Yufei suggested she should taste it to see if she could adapt, the underlying message was clear. They had no fire, and regardless of her preference, this was their only option for nourishment at present. After a day of hunger, Lin Xian found herself somewhat famished. Without washing her hands, she simply wiped them on her clothing, reminiscent of the villagers from Yufei's mountain home, and took a hearty bite of the wild fruit. Whether it was her hunger or something else, Lin Xian's eyes sparkled after her first taste, and she exclaimed, "Are there more of these fruits? Though they may appear unremarkable, they are truly delightful, surpassing any fruit I have ever tasted before." Before Yufei could respond, she quickly devoured the remainder of the fruit she had bitten into and reached for another. Seeing the proprietor enjoying the wild fruit brought Yufei immense joy. He informed Lin Xian, "There are plenty of these wild fruits. The entire tree is laden with them. We shall have enough to sustain us for a while. I'll gather some more when I head over to clear the shrubs." Upon hearing that there were more to be had, Lin Xian eagerly urged Yufei to hurry, insisting that she accompany him, as she had not yet had her fill of the delectable fruit. Conveniently, Yufei intended to tackle the remaining shrubbery, so he set off with the proprietress. Before departing, he took a few banana leaves, for they had no basket, and would use the leaves to wrap the wild fruits. Once again, Yufei carefully trampled the grass ahead, leading Lin Xian along a somewhat slower pace, but the distance was not great, and soon they arrived at the base of the wild fruit tree. Lin Xian's eyes sparkled like little stars at the sight of the plentiful wild fruits. She instructed Yufei to clear the shrubs while she remained behind to gather the fruits. The thicket was not far, and Yufei felt assured leaving Lin Xian to collect the fruits as he tended to the task at hand. Indeed, there were abundant wild fruits. By the time Yufei returned with the shrubbery, Lin Xian had already gathered 4 bundles of wild fruits, all neatly wrapped in banana leaves. This was achieved while she nibbled on the fruits, and she had nearly satisfied her hunger. Yufei arrived with 4 banana leaves, believing that these 4 bundles would be sufficient for both of them for the day. The wild fruit tree was not far from their cave, so there was no need to collect an excessive amount. Observing that Lin Xian had exhausted the banana leaves, he decided not to let her gather more and instead led her back to the cave. Upon their return, Yufei ate some wild fruits to stave off his hunger. Perhaps due to the lack of tools, he felt quite fatigued after hauling back just 3 shrubs. He snacked on some wild fruits while taking a short rest. However, he did not linger long before heading to the nearby stream to collect stones, rebuilding the stone wall at the cave entrance that Lin Xian had previously constructed. As the sun began to set, Yufei checked the grass they had gathered earlier in the day, finding that it had mostly dried. He carried all the dried grass back to the cave, including the grass he intended to weave into shoes. Since the stems of this grass were sturdier, they had not completely dried, but this semi-dry state was ideal for weaving. Unfortunately, without any lighting at night, he could not weave the grass shoes immediately. As twilight approached, Yufei positioned 2 thorny shrubs outside the cave entrance and used the last shrub to completely seal it off. This created a double layer of security. Even if a wild beast managed to breach the first line of defense, a second barrier awaited. Moreover, any disturbance from the first line would surely awaken him. With this additional fortification and the wooden stick in his hand, he felt confident that he and the proprietress could safely endure the night. Once Yufei completed these preparations, darkness enveloped the surroundings. During this time, Lin Shuyan had ingeniously fashioned a makeshift bed from hay atop the stone slab, which, while termed a bed, resembled more of a nest. As night fell, with no illumination at their disposal, they found themselves unable to engage in any activities. And Yufei, feeling restless and unable to sleep so early, initially intended to converse with the proprietress to pass the time. However, after exchanging a few words, he discerned that her interest in dialogue had waned, and her mood appeared somewhat subdued. Chapter 15. The first night on the deserted island, and Yufei found Lin Shuyan's demeanor perplexing. She had seemed perfectly content during the day, sharing laughter and conversation. Yet her spirits had inexplicably dipped as night descended. He contemplated inquiring about the reason for her change in mood, but felt at a loss for words. After much deliberation, he cautiously asked, "Did I do something to upset you, proprietress?" Lin Shuyan shook her head and replied, "You haven't displeased me. You should rest early. After a long day, you must be quite tired." With that, she turned her body away, facing the cave wall. And Yufei, unsure if she intended to sleep, felt it inappropriate to press further, especially since she had already suggested he rest. Having grown up in a small mountain village, and Yufei was unfamiliar with whether all islands shared the same climate as this one, where the scorching heat of the day transitioned into a significant chill at night. Initially refreshing, the cooling air soon became uncomfortable, particularly as the sea breeze swept into the cave, leaving him feeling particularly cold. The wind howled fiercely after dark, and had he not built a stone wall to block half of the cave entrance, the cold would have been even more unbearable. With his drowsiness already fleeting, the gusts of wind made it even harder to succumb to sleep. He pondered whether it was worth the risk to venture out once more in search of more stones to further seal the cave entrance. Yet, the inky darkness outside rendered such an expedition perilous. Just as Yufei hesitated, a warm body enveloped him. It was none other than Lin Shuyan. She, too, had not yet succumbed to slumber and sought his warmth against the chill. Having just contemplated whether to rise, and Yufei found himself suddenly embraced by Lin Shuyan, rendering him motionless. This marked only the second instance in his life where he had been in such close proximity to a woman. The first had been during the earlier embrace with the proprietress. Remarkably, he now found himself sharing 2 embraces in one day with someone who held a special place in his heart. The night was particularly dark, obscuring Lin Shuyan's ability to see that Yufei's face had turned a deep crimson, extending all the way to his neck. In that moment, Yufei felt no chill. Rather, an unusual warmth enveloped him, and his hands hung limply at his sides, devoid of purpose. As he grappled with an overwhelming sensation of heat, akin to a fire igniting within him, a sudden, elongated howl of a wolf echoed from outside the cave, diverting his attention and allowing him to regain composure. The fervor dissipated, replaced by a comforting warmth. Upon hearing the wolf's howl, Lin Shuyan tightened her embrace around Yufei, who remained still, too apprehensive to move. His focus solely on the entrance of the cave. Perhaps due to exhaustion or the presence of Yufei, Lin Shuyan soon succumbed to sleep, undeterred even by the distant howls. Yet, Yufei dared not close his eyes, for he sensed that the wolf's howls were growing alarmingly closer. He remained vigilant, fixated on the cave entrance, with ears attuned to every sound outside. Even the slightest rustle of the wind or movement of grass was crystal clear to him. For over an hour, the solitary wolf would intermittently howl, its voice drawing nearer. And Yufei discerned that it was indeed a lone wolf, its cries unanswered by any companions. Despite the presence of only one wolf, and Yufei refrained from slumber, solitary wolves can be the most perilous, often driven by hunger and desperation. A starving wolf might resort to unpredictable actions in its quest for sustenance. And while Yufei believed the thorny bushes he had placed at the entrance would deter an unmotivated wolf, a ravenous solitary one could prove more formidable, potentially braving the thorns in its hunger. As the adage goes, what one fears often materializes. Soon, Yufei heard the unmistakable sound of branches snapping outside the cave. Although the wolf did not howl, he was certain it had approached. The wolf began to circle the entrance, its movements deliberate and cautious. Yufei gripped a wooden stick tightly in his right hand, prepared to defend himself should the creature breach the first line of defense. The wolf lingered just outside, yet did not enter. It did not remain in the vicinity for long, and Yufei soon discerned the sounds of its departure, and with it, The cacophony of howls faded into silence. Even in this newfound quiet, and Yufei was reluctant to succumb to sleep, aware of the cunning nature of wolves. It was entirely plausible that the creature lay in wait just beyond the cave, biding its time for Yufei to lower his guard. After a span of approximately half an hour of silence, Yufei detected faint sounds anew, though they were quieter than before. He surmised they likely originated from the same wolf, astonished by its remarkable patience. At that moment, he tightened his grip on the wooden stick, sensing that the wolf might burst into the cave at any moment, compelling him to remain perpetually vigilant. And Yufei discerned that this wolf was exceedingly cautious, its footsteps barely audible, pausing momentarily before advancing further. Although he had encountered wolves before, he had never faced one directly, and now, as anxiety reached its zenith, a sudden flash of lightning illuminated the surroundings, followed by a resounding clap of thunder. Once the lightning and thunder subsided, he heard the sound of the wolf retreating into the distance, and Yufei pondered why the wolf, having lived on this island for so long and presumably accustomed to the sounds of thunder and lightning, would flee. Just then, torrential rain began to pour outside, and Yufei was taken aback by the swiftness of a downpour. Scarcely had the thunder faded when the rain descended in a deluge, heavy and relentless. By the light of the lightning, he observed the rain cascading from the entrance like a curtain, while the wind howled more fiercely than before, forcing the rain into the cave. Fortunately, Yufei and Lin Shuiyan's grass bed was situated at the farthest end of the cave, shielded from the encroaching water. Nonetheless, he felt even colder now, as if the temperature had dropped further. He gathered a few banana leaves to cover both himself and Lin Shuiyan, finding some warmth in their presence. Outside, the storm raged with a ferocity that kept him wide awake, despite it being the latter half of the night. Chapter 16. Preparing to reinforce the cave entrance, it was only when dawn began to break that the rain finally relented, and Yufei, having hardly slept throughout the night, was soon overtaken by drowsiness, and within a minute he succumbed to slumber. However, his sleep was restless. He was jolted awake by a nightmare in which a lone wolf invaded the cave, poised to pounce on the proprietress, who turned to him for help. Yet he found himself paralyzed, just as the wolf was about to claim her, and Yufei awoke with a start, drenched in sweat, and immediately sought out the proprietress. He felt a wave of relief wash over him when he saw her sitting calmly at the entrance, staring vacantly outside, seemingly oblivious to his distress, having neither moved the bushes aside nor roused him. The proprietress, who was usually so full of laughter and chatter, was rarely this silent, and Yufei sensed that she was still troubled, much like the previous night. He rose and approached her, yet she remained silent, not even glancing back at him. And Yufei inquired gently, "When did you wake? Why didn't you call me? Are you planning to go out? Let me clear the bushes first." The proprietress merely shook her head, remaining mute, which left Yufei feeling anxious. He dreaded this silence. Without her words, he found it challenging to comfort or console her. Sighing, he resolved to clear the obstructing bushes at the entrance, determined to investigate the situation outside after the lone wolf had lingered around the cave for half the night. The proprietress found herself at a loss regarding how to handle the situation within Yufei, hoping that she could regulate her emotions, as she was known for her ability to console herself. As Yufei stepped over the stone wall at the cave's entrance and emerged, he surveyed the surroundings. The two bushes outside remained largely unscathed, with only a few branches at the edges having been broken. Numerous signs of a lone wolf's activity surrounded the bushes. Patches of grass were trampled down. However, Yufei quickly discerned that the area where the lone wolf had lingered the longest was the location where he had dispatched the garter snake. Furthermore, he noted that there were tracks leading towards the spring, prompting a realization that the lone wolf was likely drawn by the scent of blood from the slain snake. Its prolonged presence indicated it was searching for the snake's carcass. The wolf's wandering at the cave's entrance was also attributable to the blood from the snake that had splattered onto Yufei, which carried a similar scent. The bushes at the entrance had obstructed the wolf's advance, leading it to cautiously retreat rather than force its way inside. From this, Yufei understood that the lone wolf was not particularly hungry. It was unwilling to risk injury from the thorns in pursuit of a meal. Nevertheless, he recognized this was merely a temporary reprieve. The fact that the wolf was not currently starved did not guarantee it would remain so, and he feared it might eventually dare to invade the cave. To prevent such an intrusion, and Yu Fei resolved to fortify the entrance promptly. He followed the wolf's tracks to the spring, where the lone wolf halted by the riverbank near the garter snake's remains. And Yu Fei had submerged the snake's carcass in the river, masking its scent with the water, which was why the wolf had not found it. Lacking fire, he could not consume the snake yet, so he decided to leave the carcass in the river for the time being. According to his original plan, and Yu Fei aimed to address the issue of fire today. Without modern tools, the only method he could conceive was friction fire. However, after a night of heavy rain, the ground was soaked and suitable materials were elusive. He believed that fire would not only allow him to cook food and boil water for drinking, but also provide protection from wild beasts and instill a sense of security. He thought that, perhaps, having a fire might even uplift the proprietress's spirits. Thus, he began to gather some dry grass, laying it atop fresh grass to dry. While kindling was relatively easy to procure, finding the dry hardwood sticks and boards necessary for friction fire proved challenging. Most fallen timber had decayed and was unsuitable for use. And without the proper tools, it was inconvenient to fell standing trees. And Yu Fei had indeed noticed the lack of suitable hardwood sticks and boards the previous day. And now, in search of these materials, he would have to venture further afield. He was uncertain whether he could find suitable timber in more distant locations. This endeavor was fraught with unpredictability. Before embarking on his search for wood, he needed to reinforce the entrance and gather some wild fruits. And Yu Fei had already discerned that the proprietress was disinclined to venture outside today. He needed to attend to these two tasks before he could leave with a clear conscience. Otherwise, if he lingered too long, he would surely be pressed for time upon his return to complete them. And Yu Fei had not slept well the previous night, and he was reluctant to face another restless evening. Only by fortifying the entrance could he rest easy at night. As for gathering wild fruits before the fire was lit, these fruits constituted the primary sustenance for both him and the proprietress, necessitating his early collection. The first task Yu Fei prepared to undertake was to reinforce the entrance. He contemplated two possible methods for fortification. The first involved using stones to completely seal the entrance. However, this approach had a significant drawback. Once sealed, access would be exceedingly inconvenient. Each morning, he would have to dismantle part of the wall and reconstruct it each evening, a cumbersome and impractical routine. His second plan was to find sturdy brambles and weave them into a lattice, securing longer wooden spikes onto this framework. While this method might not offer the same level of security as a stone wall, it possessed the advantage of convenience. Moreover, a lattice made of robust brambles, reinforced with wooden spikes, could provide adequate defense. At the very least, the solitary wolf that had been prowling outside the cave would likely be deterred from entering. Thus far, Yu Fei had only encountered this solitary wolf on the island, and he felt that merely keeping it at bay would suffice. If larger wildlife, akin to bears, were to appear, a stone wall would be insufficient. Time was of the essence, and Yu Fei could only prioritize defense against this wolf, leaving further enhancements for later. He had spotted a grove of hazel trees yesterday. These trees differed from the American hazel, resembling those from his hometown, being exceptionally sturdy. In his homeland, the branches of these hazel trees were often used to construct roofs, lasting for decades without decay. Chapter 17. Gathering wild fruits. The branches of these hazel trees were notably resilient. To procure them, Yu Fei first needed a tool. Lacking a sickle, he decided to sharpen the stone he had used to cut shrubs the previous day, fashioning it into a stone axe by attaching it to a suitable handle with vine. This simple implement would expedite his task of cutting the hazel branches. Yu Fei honed the stone along the riverbank until it was sharp, then found an appropriate stick, binding the stone to it with vines to create a rudimentary axe. Upon his return to the cave, he found the proprietress still in her previous position, staring vacantly outside. Yu Fei attempted to engage her in conversation, but she offered little response. He was perplexed by what might have transpired to render her in such a state. Fortunately, he noticed that a significant portion of the wild fruits he had left beside her before departing had been consumed, indicating that she was not in immediate peril concerning sustenance. Yu Fei followed the gaze of the proprietress and discerned that she appeared to be focused on a distant tree, perhaps even gazing further beyond. He surmised that she might be longing for home, as she had never been away for such an extended period since her childhood. With a resigned sigh, Yu Fei grasped his stone axe and ventured outside, for he had numerous tasks awaiting him and little time to spare for the proprietress. Before long, he arrived at the grove of hazel trees he had discovered the previous day. Selecting a branch from one of the hazel trees, he began to swing his stone axe. Although the branch was not particularly thick, it was remarkably sturdy. Even with considerable effort, his axe only managed to leave a shallow mark on the branch. After over 30 vigorous strikes, he finally severed a branch, which, albeit laborious, was still preferable to using bare hands. And Yufei had previously attempted to break thicker branches by hand, but found it utterly ineffective. Only the slenderest of branches could yield to his grip, rendering them useless. The entrance to the cave was modest in size, and within an hour, Yufei had gathered sufficient hazel branches to construct a barrier for the entrance. He bundled the severed branches together for ease of transport back to the cave. During his forging, he had also come across a lifeless hazel tree, its branches perfectly suited for crafting a fire drill, given their appropriate hardness. Once he secured the bundles of branches, he set about felling the dead tree. Despite its state, the task proved labor-intensive, and it took considerable effort before he finally brought the dead hazel tree crashing down. With the bundles of branches and the entire dead tree in tow, Yufei returned to the cave. He set the branches and the dead tree at the cave entrance, but did not immediately begin constructing the barrier. He reasoned that simply bringing the materials back was sufficient for now. There was no urgency in assembling the barrier, as he could work on it later in the presence of light. First, he prioritized his other pressing tasks. Although the proprietress remained unresponsive, Yufei greeted her before departing with a banana leaf, this time intending to gather wild fruits. Upon reaching the wild fruit trees, he observed that the boughs, once laden with fruit yesterday, now bore only a few scattered remnants. The heavy rain of the previous night had caused most of the fruits to fall. The fruits that had survived the storm had already been collected by Lin Shuiyin, leaving a considerable number on the ground, which was a greater bounty than the day before. This sight filled Yufei with concern, for he noted that the fallen fruits bore varying degrees of damage. While these fruits were still suitable for immediate consumption, they posed challenges for storage, as they would quickly spoil if not consumed right away. Only the undamaged fruits could withstand preservation for a longer duration, and Yufei feared that the fruits still hanging on the trees would not last much longer, compelling him to hasten the harvest of these intact fruits to ensure they could be stored for a time. Born in a quaint mountain village, Yufei was a nimble child, adept at climbing trees and scaling walls. He swiftly ascended a tree, meticulously plucking each wild fruit and placing them into the carefully folded banana leaves he had prepared. Once he had harvested all the wild fruits from the tree, he fashioned 5 small bundles from the banana leaves. Even with the intention of rationing, these meager provisions would scarcely suffice for 3 days. Should their consumption be even slightly more generous, the fruits would be depleted within 2 days. Setting aside the 5 small bundles, Yufei began to scavenge for any relatively intact fruits on the ground. Despite the abundance of fallen fruits, only a few were in decent condition, many infested with tiny insects that posed a risk of disease, which deterred him from collecting them. After thoroughly searching the ground, he managed to gather 10 additional banana leaf bundles. If these fruits remained unspoiled, they could sustain him and the innkeeper for 4 to 5 days, though he was uncertain if they could be preserved for such a duration. With a heavy heart, Yufei returned to the cave with the 15 banana leaf-wrapped fruits. Approaching midday, he unwrapped one of the bundles, revealing the fruits he had collected from the ground. He washed them in the river and shared the bounty with the innkeeper. Though she remained silent, her needs were met. She would eat when hungry and drink from the river when thirsty, allowing Yufei to rest easy about her well-being. After a brief respite, Yufei ventured out in search of suitable wood for creating a fire drill, realizing that ready-made planks were non-existent. He needed to find suitable timber to craft into a board, which he would then carve down with a stone axe. The southern side of the hill was primarily grassland, dotted with only a few low shrubs, devoid of any appropriate wood. Thus, Yufei resolved to seek timber on the northern side of the hill, where the abundance of trees increased the likelihood of finding suitable material. The northern slope boasted towering trees, far grander than those he had seen from the hilltop. However, without the means to weave grass sandals, Yufei had no choice but to traverse the terrain barefoot. This journey was fraught with challenges. The underbrush was thick, concealing potential dangers such as venomous snakes and insects, each step taken with utmost caution. Yufei was acutely aware of the innkeeper's vulnerability. He could not afford to encounter any mishap, for not only would it endanger his life, but hers as well. He had promised to take care of her. After more than an hour of careful navigation, Yufei reached the northern forest, where the trees loomed taller than any he had known. Chapter 18. The Attempt to Ignite Fire. Gazing at the magnificent trees, he momentarily felt transported back to the jungles of his childhood village. Recognizing many of the trees by name, familiar with their essence. Yet among these well-known trees, none were suitable for crafting a fire drill, although a few species were appropriate. Their size and stature posed a significant challenge. Armed only with his small stone axe, he was left to ponder how long it would take to fell such robust specimens. After wandering in the jungle for over an hour, Yufei discovered a robust, dry wooden stick on the ground. Upon inspection, he found that the decay of the stick was not excessively severe, leading him to believe it could still serve purpose. He decided to keep it close at hand, thinking that should he encounter more suitable timber, he would discard this stick. Otherwise, it would suffice for the time being. After searching for more than an additional hour, Yufei failed to locate any more appropriate wood. He did, however, come across numerous dead trees, but their girth proved too substantial. His attempts with a stone axe revealed the futility of felling them in a short span. He simply lacked the time to devote to such labor, and thus had to relinquish the endeavor. With no better material at hand, Yufei retraced his steps back to the cave, clutching the sturdy stick he had previously found. An hour later, as he returned, it was nearly 3 in the afternoon. Drawing from his experience the previous day, he was aware that he had roughly 3 hours remaining before darkness would descend, and he needed to make haste with his tasks. Upon his return, he noted that the innkeeper was no longer seated at the entrance, having retreated to her straw bed for a nap. Yufei felt it was beneficial for her to rest. This way, her mind would be less troubled. Once back, Yufei utilized the rainwater that had pooled at the cave entrance along with some yellow clay to seal the gaps in the stone walls. The previous night, cold winds had seeped into the cave through these crevices, so he aimed to block them with the clay, thereby reducing the chilling sea breeze that would infiltrate during the night. Next, Yufei began to weave a fence using hazel branches. During his time in the small village, he had observed others constructing similar barriers, so this task posed little challenge for him. The weaving process was straightforward. He grouped 3 branches together, vertically placing them at intervals. Once he deemed the width adequate, he proceeded to lay horizontal branches across them. Again, grouping 3 branches, the horizontal pieces were threaded through the previously placed vertical ones, ensuring that in each pair of adjacent vertical groups, one lay above and the other below the horizontal branches. Once the horizontal branches interlaced with all the vertical ones, that segment of the weaving was complete, and he moved on to the next grouping. Having done this before, Yufei worked efficiently, and soon a rudimentary form of the fence emerged. He made adjustments at the cave entrance, trimming away excess material. He then sharpened some of the thicker hazel branches, pointing one end outward, and secured these sharpened stakes to the fence using vines, thus completing a simple yet effective defensive barrier. The woven fence still possessed numerous gaps, so Yufei gathered some weeds and moss to fill the larger openings, further diminishing the wind that would sweep into the cave at night. Continuing, Yufei secured a thicker vine to the plank, tying the other end to a sturdy wooden stick approximately 1 meter in length, nearly matching the width of the cave entrance. Originally, the cave opening stood over 1 meter high, but Yufei had blocked half of it with a stone wall, leaving just over half a meter in height. Above the cave entrance, he skillfully carved a small pit, roughly 10 centimeters deep and comparable in thickness to the wooden stick secured to the plank, and beneath it, he placed stones at the same position. This way, the wooden stick could be horizontally inserted into the cave, and once inside, by turning it vertically, it would fit snugly in the entrance, effectively sealing the entire opening with the plank. After testing the structure, Yufei found it both robust and secure, setting the plank aside with the intention of reinstalling it before sleeping at night. Just as he placed the plank aside, he turned to see Lin Shuyan, who had inexplicably awakened, gazing at him intently. He noticed a spark of vitality in her eyes, a stark contrast to her earlier blankness. To his delight, Lin Shuyan unexpectedly uttered a rare compliment. Her sudden words filled Yufei with childlike joy. The landlady had finally spoken, signaling a glimmer of recovery. Perhaps with a little more time, she could fully regain her strength. However, Yufei felt a twinge of disappointment that she only managed to utter 2 words, and any further attempts at conversation met with silence. Since morning, he had been concerned about her mental state, but as he was not a doctor, He felt ill-equipped to assess the situation. Even if there were genuine issues, his only recourse was to ensure her survival until help could arrive. With the landlady silent, and Yufei decided to attempt to start a fire. He ventured outside to gather the hay he had laid out to dry in the morning. It had become exceedingly dry after a day in the sun, capable of igniting with just a spark. After half an hour of painstakingly shaping a wooden drill and board, he began his efforts to create fire by drilling. In his village, he had once mimicked what he saw on television, successfully starting a fire in just over half an hour. However, today was different. Despite drilling for 30 minutes, he had yet to see even a spark. The only result was a bit of smoke from the base of the board, and his hands throbbed painfully with a blister forming on his left palm. Due to the blister, he hesitated to apply more force, for even a slight pressure caused sharp pain, and without sufficient force, he could not produce a spark. Thus, he resolved to seek an alternative method. As the hand drill proved ineffective, he considered using a bow drill, which would require less effort and increase the likelihood of success. The bow arm was readily available, as the hazel branch he had collected served perfectly. However, he lacked a suitable bowstring. His initial attempt to use a vine failed, as it was not pliable enough to effectively grip the drill. Chapter 19. The reasons behind Lin Shuyan's melancholy. In Yufei glanced at himself and the proprietress. Both were clad in merely simple garments, lacking even a shoelace. A shoelace would have served as an excellent bowstring, but with no readily available materials, he was compelled to devise an alternative. At that moment, his gaze fell upon the grass he intended to use for weaving straw sandals. He fashioned a cord from this grass, utilizing it as a bowstring to resume his attempts at friction fire. This time, indeed, the effort was significantly reduced, and the process proved steadier than using his hands. However, while there was a slight increase in smoke compared to his previous attempts, no sparks emerged. Even after drilling through the wooden board beneath, still no sparks appeared, and Yufei speculated that the board might be inadequate. It was evident that he could not produce sparks using this wood. To succeed in his endeavor, he would need to seek out more suitable timber. Raising his eyes to the cave's entrance, and Yufei noted that twilight had begun to descend. He estimated that within half an hour, darkness would envelop the land, rendering it perilous to venture outside. Resigning himself to the circumstances, he decided that he could only continue his search for wood on the morrow. Seizing the opportunity while daylight lingered, he hurried to the nearby stream to quench his thirst and returned with some water cradled in banana leaves for Lin Shuyan. After sharing a packet of wild fruits, and Yufei, guided by the last flickers of daylight, arranged 3 thorny shrubs at the cave's entrance and used planks to seal it off. Initially, some light still penetrated from outside, but once he secured the entrance, the cave was plunged into darkness, save for a faint glimmer that trickled in through the cracks left by the planks. Utilizing this meager illumination, he groped his way back to the makeshift grass bed. As he lay down, he noticed that the proprietress, who had been facing the wall, seemed to have turned her body around. Earlier that afternoon, while he was arranging the planks, she had spoken, and Yufei wondered if she had regained her composure. Speaking almost to himself, yet directed towards her, and Yufei rested his arm on his pillow and gazed at the cave's ceiling, saying, "Proprietress, do you find yourself yearning for home, worried that we may not be rescued? Fear not, for I have grown up in a small mountain village and possess considerable experience surviving in the wild. I assure you, we shall endure until help arrives. Although our circumstances are not ideal at present, there is no cause for concern. This is merely the beginning, and these hardships are temporary. In due time, our situation will gradually improve." And Yufei merely sought to console the proprietress, harboring no expectations for a response. However, to his surprise, she spoke up after he finished, saying, "I do not yearn for home, nor am I troubled by the prospect of being rescued. Last night, I suddenly found myself perplexed by a matter, and I spent the entire day ruminating on it. When I ponder, I tend to become deeply engrossed, which is why I refrain from speaking with you. I apologize for worrying you, but just now, it seems I've begun to gain some clarity." Upon hearing that the source of her distress was merely an unresolved issue, and Yufei felt a sense of relief wash over him. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, "What is it that has occupied your thoughts for so long?" The proprietress did not directly respond to Yufei's inquiry. Instead, she sighed deeply and began to speak. "Do not be deceived by the facade of my seemingly privileged life. Luxury cars, opulent residences, and a wealth at my disposal. The reality is far less enviable than others might presume. Ever since my mother passed away and my father remarried, I have faced exclusion within my own home. My stepmother has often subjected me to indignities, and I have endured countless grievances over the years. Even now, I find myself sacrificed as a pawn for family interests, destined to marry the second son of the Wu family, a prospect I reluctantly consented to despite my inner turmoil. Initially, I believed that this marriage would mark the end of my tribulations. Even when I stepped forward to represent our family in negotiations, I thought I might still contribute some final value. Yet, to my astonishment, unforeseen events transpired during this outing, which I find rather suspicious. After contemplating the situation throughout the day, I suspect that our predicament may not stem from natural calamities, but rather from human malice. Should I encounter misfortune, our wedding would inevitably be postponed, and the promised profit sharing from the Wu family would remain unfulfilled. The potential gains from this project are immense, rendering me insignificant in the face of such profit. This entire excursion was orchestrated by the Wu family, and in the pursuit of their interests. They could very well engineer an accident for me, leaving you entangled in my plight. It is no wonder that, upon my initial decision to embark on this journey, those who once shared a close bond with me were reluctant to accompany me. Many must have sensed the underlying peril or recognized the complexities of this trip, while I, at the center of it all, remained blissfully unaware, along with you, my unfortunate companion. Upon hearing her words, and Yufei interjected, I found the circumstances surrounding our incident rather peculiar. When I regained consciousness, I heard the sound of the speedboat, yet not a single crew member came to assist during our attempts at self-rescue. If the vessel had indeed encountered a sudden mishap, the crew should have alerted us. Yet, as the boat took on water, we received no such warning. It is implausible that they lacked even a moment to call out to us. The proprietress, reflecting on Yufei's observations, replied, "That indeed clarifies matters. It is highly likely that the crew aboard this vessel was arranged by the Wu family. Our current predicament has undoubtedly arisen from human treachery rather than mere misfortune." With another sigh, she continued, "In the face of vast interests, individuals become inconsequential, their significance diminished to the point of insignificance. However, our arrival here may prove fortuitous, as it distances us from those treacherous souls. Though the beasts on this island instill fear, those who masquerade as humans can be far more terrifying. One moment they greet you with a smile, only to turn and stab you in the back. Engaging in this intricate dance of deceit is exhausting. Unlike the simplicity of merely pondering how to satiate one's hunger, with no other concerns to bear." And Yufei resonated with the proprietress's sentiments. Although he had only been in this city for a few months, he had already come to appreciate the complexities of human nature. Interacting with these individuals left him feeling more fatigued than any labor he had ever performed, even during grueling days in his small village. And Yufei concurred, stating, "Indeed, the human heart is the most intricate of all. Unlike beasts, which may appear fearsome, their terrors reside solely on the surface. Whether it be fangs or sharp claws, these are elements one can evade and guard against. However, the claws and fangs of humanity remain unseen." Pausing for a moment, and Yufei earnestly continued, "Rest assured, my dear proprietor, I shall take good care of you here. Even if rescue arrives, and you choose not to leave, I shall remain by your side." Lin Shuyan chuckled softly and replied, "Yes, I trust you. Encountering you has been my fortune. I shall await your care." Having said this, Lin Shuyan leaned against Yufei, saying, "I feel a bit cold. Would you hold me as we sleep?" Chapter 20. Clearing the weeds outside the cave entrance, Yufei wrapped his arms around Lin Shuyan. He had scarcely slept the previous night and had been busy all day. Now he was both weary and fatigued. As he held the proprietor, inhaling her faint, fragrant scent, he soon drifted into a deep slumber. That night, Yufei enjoyed a particularly restful sleep, slumbering soundly until dawn. Awakened only when sunlight streamed through the cracks of the wooden boards into the cave. Upon awakening, he found Lin Shuyan still asleep. Bathed in the sunlight filtering into the cave, he noticed how peacefully she slumbered, a lovely smile gracing her lips. Gazing upon her exquisite visage, Yufei felt immensely fortunate. He had never dared to dream of such intimate closeness with a goddess-like proprietor. Perhaps his movements upon waking had been somewhat abrupt, for he saw Lin Shuyan's long eyelashes flutter and her enchanting eyes gradually open. Their gazes met, and Lin Shuyan smiled. "Have you been awake for long? Were you just watching me? And Yufei, blushing and stammering, replied, No, I just woke up. Lin Xuan laughed melodiously, sitting up as she said, It's all right if you were peeking. I'll hold no ill feelings. Feeling a bit bashful, and Yufei scratched his head and sat up, preparing to rise. Having rested well, he felt invigorated, convinced that his efficiency in work today would surely be heightened. After getting up, and Yufei first approached the cave entrance, moving the heavy timber aside. Once the boards were removed, sunlight flooded into the cave, illuminating it instantly. Noticing that he had risen rather late, he glanced at the sun and estimated it to be at least past 8 o'clock. He was surprised that he had slept for so long. He then turned his attention to the 3 shrubs he had placed outside the cave the previous day and observed new breakages on the branches. He suspected that the lone wolf had visited their cave again last night. He simply had slept too soundly to hear any sounds. Feeling a sense of guilt, and Yufei reflected on how inappropriate it was to have slept so deeply in such an environment. Thankfully, it had only been a lone wolf that had intruded. Had it been a larger creature, such as a bear, both he and the proprietor would have been in grave peril. Trapped by a bear in a cave, they found themselves unable to escape, and Yufei noticed that the broken branches from the previous night were more numerous and the depth towards the cave had increased. It seemed that the lone wolf was even hungrier than the day before, with a stronger desire to enter the cave. However, and Yufei was perplexed as to why the wolf had ultimately retreated last night. Aware of the cunning nature of wolves, he refrained from hastily clearing the bushes at the cave's entrance. Instead, he gathered the small stones left from yesterday's stone wall and threw them into the thicker brush, where visibility was limited, wary that the lone wolf might be lurking, waiting for him to clear the bushes before pouncing. Perhaps he was overthinking, for after tossing stones into the dense undergrowth, there was no response. With this revelation, he felt reassured enough to clear 3 bushes, creating a narrow path for ingress and egress. And Yufei's plan for the day remained to kindle a fire. Only with fire could he and Lin Xuan improve their dire situation. Fire was of utmost importance to them. However, he had already observed from the small puddle at the cave's entrance that it had rained again last night, and the surroundings were undoubtedly damp. Thus, starting a fire in the morning seemed nearly impossible. Even without the rain, he faced challenges in igniting a fire, as he could not find suitable firewood. When he had ventured to the northern side of the small hill the previous day, he had scoured a vast area and found only the one thick log he had used. He feared that if he could not locate more appropriate wood, he would have to spend considerable time felling a robust dead tree, though he was uncertain how long that would take. The ground was wet everywhere, making it an opportune moment to seek out deadwood. Instead, he intended to utilize the morning to weave 2 pairs of grass shoes, which would facilitate outings for him and the proprietress. Having confirmed the safety outside the cave, and Yufei accompanied Lin Xuan into the mountain spring to wash and drink. Upon returning to the cave entrance, he felt compelled to clear the weeds, so he would not have to probe through the tall grass each time he ventured outside. Contemplating this, he deemed it best to encircle the area with a wall, ideally constructed from thicker saplings, and a double-layered wall would be even better. This way, even if wild animals breached the first wall, they might not successfully navigate the second, thus enhancing their safety. However, due to the lack of suitable tools, this grand endeavor was beyond his current capabilities. He believed that when time permitted, he could return with thorny bushes to create a smaller, yet effective barrier. Although not as secure as one made of thick timber, it would still provide a degree of defense and serve as a warning. These tasks would be addressed later. For now, his primary focus remained on clearing the weeds at the cave's entrance. Otherwise, he would continue to feel apprehensive each time he prepared to leave, as if some creature lurked behind the tall grass, and he would hesitate to venture out without probing first. Today, Lin Xuan has completely recovered, once again embodying her lively and cheerful self. Observing in Yufei as he wielded a stone axe to chop down the weeds and small trees at the entrance, she diligently followed behind, gathering the fallen vegetation. The duo collaborated seamlessly, and within just over half an hour, they had cleared away all the taller grass and small trees within a semicircular radius of 30 meters around the cave entrance. Now, standing at the cave's mouth, the area within this semicircle lay bare and unobstructed, although lacking suitable tools limited their efforts, and Yufei was nonetheless content with the outcome. He scattered the collected weeds and small trees beyond the 30-meter boundary, as these plants could not only suppress the taller grass, but also dry out quickly when spread out. Once he managed to start a fire later, these would serve as excellent fuel, ensuring that nothing went to waste. After completing the task, Yufei called Lin Shuyan back into the cave for breakfast. The decision to clear the cave entrance had been a spur-of-the-moment thought. Otherwise, they would have already enjoyed their meal. He retrieved a package of wild fruits that Lin Shuyan had gathered on their first day. However, upon opening it, an unpleasant odor wafted forth, filling him with a sense of foreboding. As he unfolded the banana leaves, his fears were confirmed. The entire package of wild fruits had rotted, and Yufei had not anticipated such rapid spoilage. In just 2 days, they had become inedible. Chapter 21. On the brink of a food crisis. And Yufei reassured himself, thankful that this was the last package from the first day's collection, for he had gathered 15 packages yesterday, which should not have spoiled as quickly. He then took out one of the packages he had collected the previous day, specifically marking the 10 packages he had gathered from the ground. Upon lifting this package, he was once again met with the same unpleasant odor. With trepidation, he opened it, only to be left dumbfounded. This package was also largely spoiled. After rummaging through, he managed to salvage only 1 or 2 wild fruits that were barely edible. Why was this happening? And Yufei's mind swirled with questions. Despite both collections being from the ground, why had the fruits gathered yesterday spoiled after just 1 night? Suddenly, it struck him. The fruits he collected yesterday had been drenched in rainwater, and since these packages were stored closely together, he surmised that the moisture, combined with the contamination from the previous spoiled package, had caused this batch to deteriorate so rapidly. Next, Yufei opened all 10 packages of wild fruits he had collected from the ground yesterday. The condition was, unfortunately, similar. He could only extract 15 fruits that were barely fit for consumption. This meant that from the original 10 packages, only half a package remained. These 15 wild fruits needed to be consumed quickly, lest they too spoil and become completely inedible. And Yufei placed the 15 wild fruits on a clean banana leaf and proceeded to inspect the 5 packages of wild fruits he had picked from the trees the day before. The 5 bags of wild fruits, having been collected with minimal exposure to rainwater, remain unspoiled for the time being. However, Yufei has already discerned that the 2 bags adjacent to the spoiled fruits exhibit signs of impending decay. If these 2 bags are not consumed promptly, they too may soon deteriorate. And Yufei, who initially believed there was an ample supply of food, find himself unexpectedly confronting a food crisis alongside the proprietress. The urgency of igniting a fire becomes increasingly pressing. Without fire, both he and the proprietress will soon face hunger. And Yufei discards the rotting wild fruits, gathers the 2 bags showing signs of spoilage along with the 15 barely edible fruits, and thoroughly cleans them by the river before returning to the cave. For breakfast, Yufei consumes all 15 of the barely edible wild fruits, offering the proprietress the fruits that exhibit signs of spoilage but have not yet decayed, urging her to eat a bit more. Their goal for the day is to consume all the wild fruits. Otherwise, they will have to discard them once they spoil. After breakfast, Yufei intends to search for firewood. However, the damp conditions outside make it difficult to find, and without woven straw sandals, he moves slowly and risks injury. Thus, he resolves to devote the morning to weaving sandals. Once he recalls the entire process of sandal weaving as demonstrated by the village elder, he instructs Lin Shuyan to sit down, measuring her feet as he prepares to begin. Although Yufei himself is in dire need of the sandals, he prioritizes weaving a pair for Lin Shuyan, as he notices her delicate, pale feet have already been marked with blood from cuts. Unable to bear the sight of her injuries, he resolves to craft her a pair first. After measuring the dimensions, he begins weaving from memory. Although he makes a few mistakes, he quickly corrects them. While Yufei weaves, Lin Shuyan observes and learns the art of sandal making. By the time Yufei completes a pair of sandals, Lin Shuyan has managed to create the rudimentary shapes of 2 sandals herself. Her remarkable speed of learning allows her to achieve such progress after only a single observation. Had she mastered a few more techniques, she would have completed the sandals entirely. And Yufei is astonished by her burgeoning skill, having not anticipated that Lin Shuyan's hands would be so adept. He inspects one of her creations and finds the size somewhat large, deeming it unsuitable for her. Nevertheless, recognizing this is her first attempt, he decides to assist her in finishing them. Building on Lin Shuyan's work, he continues weaving, and with most of the sandal already completed, he swiftly concludes the finishing touches. By the time he finishes this sandal, Lin Shuyan has also completed the other one, and Yufei is even more impressed upon witnessing her finished sandals, considering she has only seen the process twice and yet managed to craft a pair independently. Such an astute comprehension is indeed remarkable, and Yufei must have woven grass sandals countless times in the village, having often engaged in the pastime during moments of leisure, which enabled him to master this skill. Naturally, he was generous with his praise for Lin Shuyan's performance, exclaiming, "Madam Boss, you are truly impressive. Having only observed twice, you have crafted these grass sandals." Lin Shuyan smiled with pride, handing the sandals to an Yufei and saying, "Aren't they splendid? Try them on." And Yufei, initially believing that Lin Shuyan had woven the sandals for herself, was pleasantly surprised to discover they were intended for him. He chuckled innocently and slipped his feet into the sandals. To his astonishment, they fit perfectly, neither too large nor too small. He had not anticipated that the Madam Boss had not measured his foot size, yet she had crafted the sandals to fit him so precisely. At that moment, Lin Shuyan had also donned the pair of sandals and Yufei had woven for her. Once both were wearing the sandals, they found them significantly more comfortable than being barefoot, allowing for a more carefree stroll without the need for caution with every step. As it was their first attempt at weaving, the pair had spent the entire morning engaged in this craft. By the time they adorned their feet with the sandals, it was already past noon, and the sun had dried the surroundings after a morning of exposure. And Yufei quickly consumed a few wild fruits before seizing his stone axe and heading out, eager to venture forth and locate suitable timber to kindle a fire. His intention was to proceed northward towards the small hill, as the abundance of trees in that direction increased the likelihood of finding appropriate wood. To reach the north, he planned to circle around from the east, conveniently close to the wild fruit tree, and Yufei aimed to check if there were any intact fruits left, hoping to gather some more. As he approached the wild fruit tree, he heard a familiar grunting sound, one he recognized as belonging to wild boars. The hills surrounding in Yufei's village were home to many wild boars, and he was quite accustomed to the sounds they made. As he drew closer and parted the underbrush, and Yufei beheld a group of wild boars indulging in a veritable buffet of wild fruits, their contented grunts filling the air. Observing them closely, he discerned that this group appeared to be a family unit, with the largest individuals being a male and a female boar, accompanied by 5 adolescents and 8 piglets. In total, there were 15 boars, a considerable number. The sight of them made in Yufei's mouth water. After all, this was a source of meat. However, the issue of fire loomed large. Without it, even if he managed to capture a wild boar, it would be inedible. Not only Lin Shuyan, but even Yufei himself could not bear the thought of consuming raw meat. Thus, the prospect of feasting on wild boar meat remained a mere daydream, for these creatures were formidable opponents, particularly the large male with its imposing tusks, which inspired a sense of trepidation. And Yufei was well aware of the saying that ranks wild boars as more dangerous than bears and tigers, a truth passed down by the elders in his village, who claimed that wild boars inflict greater harm than either bears or tigers. If a person were to be charged by a wild boar, the consequences could range from a broken leg or arm to a fatal encounter, highlighting the formidable nature of these creatures. The stone axe in Yufei's hand was hardly sufficient for even a trivial scratch on the boar. Seizing the opportunity while the boars were engrossed in their feeding, and Yufei discreetly slipped away before they could detect his presence. With their acute sense of smell, being discovered by the boars would spell danger. Their speed made escape nearly impossible once they were alerted. Returning along the original path, and Yufei felt a wave of frustration. He realized that wild fruits were no longer a viable option, as he had observed that most of the fallen fruits had already rotted, and those that remained were likely devoured by the boars. He faced 2 choices: to quickly start a fire, which would allow him to roast some meat, or to hastily search for alternative food sources similar to wild fruits. Among these options, and Yufei deemed the prospect of starting a fire to be more reliable, while the search for other food would rely heavily on luck. After all, he had not encountered any suitable alternatives during his 2 days of exploration. Although he had spotted other fruit trees, their fruits were unripe, sour, and inedible. Resolute in his decision to start fire, and Yufei set aside his doubts and made his way northward into the jungle, retracing yesterday's steps. With his new grass sandals, he moved swiftly, reaching the furthest point of yesterday's expedition in under half an hour. Continuing in the same direction, he sought suitable firewood. The trees in today's search were similar to those from the previous day, too thick for his small stone axe to fell in a short time. However, he did manage to find 3 moderately decayed, thick branches, superior to those he had collected the day before. And Yufei believed that among these branches, there might be wood suitable for kindling a fire. After 3 hours, he returned to the cave, placing the branches down before heading to the mountain spring for a drink. Upon his return, he began to meticulously refine the branches with his stone axe. Once he had flattened 2 sides, he attempted to create fire using the bow drill method. Progress was indeed better than the day before, with more smoke billowing forth. However, despite creating a hole, no sparks emerged. By nightfall, he had worn through 5 bowstrings, leaving the wooden boards made from the 3 branches riddled with blackened holes, a testament to his efforts. Regrettably, after all his toil, he still could not ignite a fire. This outcome weighed heavily on Yufei. Back in the mountain village, he could spark a flame in under half an hour, yet here he was 2 days without success. Doubts crept in. Perhaps he had overestimated his abilities. He had promised to care for the landlady, yet he had failed to even kindle a fire in these 2 days. Observing that twilight had not yet fully descended, Yufei resolved to try once more, but the last piece of grass rope snapped, leaving him with no material for further attempts. Lin Shuyan had witnessed the day's trials. She bore no blame towards Yufei for the failure to produce fire, sensing the melancholy that enveloped him. Thus, Lin Shuyan approached Yufei and gently patted him on the shoulder, saying, "You have already exerted yourself greatly today. It will be wise to rest now and devise a plan tomorrow. Perhaps a night's sleep will bring forth a better solution." And Yufei recognized his own fatigue. Even if he wished to attempt something, he had exhausted his resources. He nodded in agreement. He first stepped outside to arrange the 3 shrubs, then returned to share the wild fruits they had washed in the morning with Lin Shuyan. Afterward, he secured the entrance with the wooden boards and lay down on the grass bed to rest. The day had indeed been tiresome. However, thoughts of kindling a fire occupied his mind, rendering him somewhat restless. Yet, Lin Shuyan suggested that he embrace her for warmth as they slept. As Yufei inhaled the faint, soothing fragrance emanating from Lin Shuyan, he soon drifted into slumber. He could not fathom why her scent calmed his restless heart, granting him a sense of tranquility. And Yufei slept soundly until dawn, enjoying a particularly sweet and restful night. Upon awakening, he opened the wooden boards to survey the situation outside the cave. Indeed, new branches of the shrubs had been broken, indicating that the lone wolf had ventured closer to the cave's entrance. This time, numerous wolf hairs were caught on the thorns, and some appeared to have traces of blood. And Yufei understood that the wolf was now quite hungry, but the thorns had deterred it, albeit perhaps only temporarily. He feared that once the wolf grew desperate, it might recklessly charge into the cave. The presence of this wolf remained a lurking threat, and Yufei felt compelled to find an opportunity to eliminate it. Its visits during the night, when he and Lin Shuyan were fast asleep, posed a significant danger. Furthermore, Yufei was aware that the cunning wolf would not remain idle during the day. It could be lurking nearby, poised to strike when he let his guard down. After inspecting the shrubs, Yufei glanced at the cave entrance, noting that there was no standing water, indicating that it had not rained the previous night. The droplets clinging to the grass were likely due to dew, and Yufei's primary task for the day remained the need to start a fire. Yet he felt uncertain about how to procure suitable wood to ignite a flame. Returning to the cave, he regarded the 3 remaining packages of wild fruits with growing anxiety. Consuming 1 package in the morning meant that, even if he skipped lunch, he and Lin Shuyan would need another package for dinner. By tomorrow, only 1 package would remain, and after consuming it, they would face hunger, a situation that contradicted his intentions. He needed to devise an alternative plan swiftly. Chapter 23. A stroll by the sea. Yufei took a package of wild fruits to cleanse at the spring, and upon returning, he shared it with Lin Shuyan. After breakfast, noticing Yufei's inactivity, Lin Shuyan suggested, "Why don't you accompany me for a walk by the sea? We could use a stroll after being cooped up in this cave for days. It's beginning to wear on me." Upon hearing Lin Shuyan's words, Yufei suddenly felt invigorated. Through her insights, he recalled another place where suitable timber could be found, the seaside. On the first day, he sought Lin Shuyan. He had discovered an abundance of wood along the shore, and Yufei surmised that among this plethora of driftwood, there must be suitable materials for kindling. These timbers, washed ashore by the waves, had been soaked by seawater, yet many remained unspoiled. Furthermore, some of the wood was already fashioned into planks, requiring no repairs. He could simply use a stone axe to bore a small hole and ignite a fire directly from the wood. With renewed purpose, Yufei seized a stone axe and prepared to accompany Lin Shuiyin to the beach. This was his nature. He feared not the arduous journey as long as he had a clear direction to pursue, embracing diligence with unwavering optimism. Observing in Yufei's momentary stupor, Lin Shuiyin discerned he was preoccupied with thoughts of igniting a fire. Noticing his struggle to arrive at a solution, she resolved to take him to the beach for a leisurely stroll, believing that a change of scenery might inspire clarity. However, Lin Shuiyin was perplexed. How could Yufei, who had just moments before appeared somewhat despondent, suddenly be in such high spirits? The reason behind his transformation eluded her for the moment, but seeing him already stepping out of the cave prompted her to hasten after him. Once outside, Yufei used a plank to barricade the cave entrance and propped it with a long stick to prevent it from collapsing. While there was little of value within the cave, Yufei felt it necessary to secure it. He worried that, in their absence, wild animals might intrude, startling them upon their return. Additionally, a lone wolf had been eyeing their cave with keen interest, and he dreaded the thought of encountering it upon their return. Having secured the cave, Yufei intended to journey with Lin Shuiyin to the beach. With both of them now equipped with straw sandals, there was no need to detour to the spring. They could follow the small river directly. Previously, they had taken a longer route to the spring to ease their feet, but with the sandals, the shorter path was now preferable. After orienting himself, Yufei set off southward, wielding a stick in one hand and his stone axe in the other to clear the way, with Lin Shuiyin following closely behind. Their route directly south brought them swiftly to the riverbank, which was considerably closer than their previous journey from the beach to the river, albeit slightly eastward from their earlier position. Upon reaching the river, Yufei noticed a few slender bamboo shoots further east and beyond them. A patch of bamboo forest came into view. He was astonished to find bamboo on the island, a remarkably practical material that would prove invaluable for their wilderness survival. Seeing the bamboo grove, Yufei felt that this expedition had not been in vain. With bamboo at his disposal, he could craft numerous items, significantly enhancing the quality of life for both himself and Lin Shuiyin. However, the bamboo grove remained steadfast, not to be escaped. At present, he felt no urgency to gather bamboo, as he still wished to accompany the proprietress to the beach, where he sought suitable wood for kindling a fire. The journey to the beach did not necessitate retracing their steps from the beach to the small river. Any path leading to the beach would suffice. Thus, Yufei cleared some grass on the opposite bank and easily leapt across the narrow river, progressing forward to clear a bit more space along the riverbank. He turned to see Lin Shuiyin effortlessly following suit. With Lin Shuiyin now beside him, Yufei pressed on toward the beach, and, after traversing a further 10 meters, they arrived at their destination. Upon reaching the beach, Lin Shuiyin swiftly discarded her grass sandals and dashed toward the spot where she had sunbathed on her first day. Observing her childlike exuberance, Yufei shook his head with a smile, removed his own sandals, and followed her. Having been unable to kindle a fire in the past few days, Yufei felt a twinge of frustration, primarily stemming from concern that Lin Shuiyin might suffer alongside him. However, witnessing her joy lifted his spirits, momentarily overshadowing his worries about the fire. Yufei resolved to spend some time indulging Lin Shuiyin's delight before seeking suitable wood. For in his heart, her happiness was paramount. Shortly, they arrived at the very spot where Lin Shuiyin had arranged letters from small stones on her first day. Upon reaching this location, she immediately approached the letters, collecting the small stones she had used to form them. Yufei had noticed these 3 letters when he first came to seek the proprietress, recognizing them, but unsure of their meaning when combined. He had assumed Lin Shuiyin was merely playing out of boredom, so he had refrained from inquiring further. Today, as Lin Shuiyin returned to the letters, she began to gather the stones, inviting Yufei to join her. After stacking the stones together, she proposed they toss them into the sea to see who could throw them farther and create the biggest splashes. Skipping stones was a skill Yufei excelled in during his childhood, and Lin Shuiyin's suggestion rekindled fond memories of youthful play. They carried the stones to the water's edge, and Yufei was the first to hurl a small stone into the ocean, which created 3 splashes before sinking below the surface. Feeling a slight sense of regression after not having played for some time, he recalled his record of 5 splashes before a stone would submerge. Disappointed at not performing at his best, he planned to attempt again with another stone. However, as he turned to retrieve one, he caught a glimmer of something reflecting light, momentarily dazzling his eyes. Pausing in his actions, he began to search for the source of the light, aware that it had originated from the east, and thus directed his gaze in that direction. He observed something on the beach to the east, an object of considerable size that, from a distance, appeared to be a person. And Yu Fei quickly called out to Lin Shuiyin, who was about to throw stones into the sea, saying, "Boss lady, look to the east. What is that on the beach? It seems to resemble a person." Chapter 24. Capturing the crew member who brought harm to them upon hearing in Yu Fei's words. Lin Shuiyin paused her actions and followed his pointing finger to gaze eastward. Although the sunlight was somewhat blinding, she quickly discerned that it indeed was a person. Lin Shuiyin tossed the small stone she was holding onto a pile and, brushing her hands together, declared, "It is indeed a person. Let's go and see who is unfortunate enough to share our plight. If this individual is still alive, we shall attempt to save him. If not, we will dig a grave and give him a proper burial." And Yu Fei also intended to investigate, so he nodded and led the way toward the east. After a few steps, he confirmed that there lay a person indeed. The distance was not great. It was merely the sunlight reflecting off the sandy beach that had obscured his vision. Soon, they arrived beside the individual. The person was lying flat, eyes closed, rendering it impossible to ascertain whether he was alive or dead, clutching a leather suitcase tightly. The blinding reflection that had hindered in Yu Fei's sight was emanating from this very suitcase. When Yu Fei and Lin Shuiyin finally discerned the individual's features, both wore expressions of disbelief. They could never have anticipated encountering this person again, especially in such circumstances. And Yu Fei bent down, placing his hand on the person's neck. And after a brief moment, he stood upright and announced, "He is alive. I can feel his pulse. What shall we do next, boss lady?" Lin Shuiyin pondered for a moment before replying, "First, find something to bind him, then wake him up. I have some questions to ask." And Yu Fei nodded and ventured into the thicket, retrieving a length of vine. He bound the person on the beach as one would secure a pig in a small mountain village. Once bound, and Yu Fei positioned himself atop the individual and began slapping his face to rouse him. Given his deep-seated resentment towards this person, his method of awakening was anything but gentle. This individual was none other than a crew member from a ship wherein Yu Fei and Lin Shuiyin had met their misfortune. He was directly responsible for their current plight, having spent several days on the ship together. And Yu Fei and Lin Shuiyin were well acquainted with his face and recognized him immediately. After delivering 7 or 8 slaps, the man finally stirred awake, likely having inhaled water. Upon regaining consciousness, he erupted into a fit of violent coughing, expelling copious amounts of seawater before settling down. When he finally noticed in Yu Fei and Lin Shuiyin beside him, he trembled in fear, exclaiming, "Where am I? Is this the underworld? Are you humans or ghosts? Have I died as well?" Quickly, he registered the glaring sunlight and reacted, saying, "No, this isn't the realm of the dead. How can you still be alive?" Lin Shuiyin let out a cold laugh and said, "Are you disappointed that we are still alive? Speak up. Who instigated you to harm us?" The man's gaze shifted nervously as he replied, "No, no one instigated me, and I did not harm you." Lin Shuiyin immediately detected his unease and scoffed. "You're not being honest. Since you are unwilling to speak the truth, I shall have to make you suffer a little." She then turned to Yu Fei and commanded, "Yu Fei, go and break one of his legs. Let's see whether his resolve is stronger than his bones." Despite Lin Shuiyin's usual cheerful demeanor, one must understand that she grew up in a family accustomed to the ruthless realities of the business world, cultivating a decisive and ruthless character. She would show no mercy to her enemies, especially to those who sought to endanger her life. And Yu Fei was no longer the simpleton from the small village. He possessed a nature that demanded vengeance for grievances and repayment for kindness. Having encountered the harshness of society upon arriving in the city, he had long sought revenge against the nefarious and that had wronged him. He had attempted to locate the beguiling woman who had lured him there, but despite his efforts, he had been unsuccessful. If not for the need to consult with the proprietress, he would have already exacted his revenge on those who threatened their lives. Upon meeting in Yufei's fierce gaze, the man hurriedly exclaimed, "No, no, I will speak." Yet before he could finish his plea, a sharp pain pierced through his calf, causing him to cry out in agony, beads of sweat instantly forming on his forehead. Following Lin Shuiyan's directive, Yufei approached the man and targeted the weak point in his leg, delivering a decisive kick. Though he heard the man beginning to plead, he showed no hesitation and mercilessly struck down. With his considerable strength directed at the vulnerable area, the sickening sound of breaking bone echoed, and the man's leg contorted grotesquely. After a series of cries akin to a slaughtered pig, Lin Shuyan addressed him. "Are you ready to speak the truth now? If you choose not to, I shall have him break your other leg." The man, now visibly weaker from the pain, managed to stammer, "I was about to tell the truth. But this young man acted too swiftly, giving me no chance to speak. He hit me too hard. My leg is surely broken. You must help me, or it will be too late." A slight smile curved Lin Shuyan's lips as she replied coolly, "At present, I am the one asking the questions. You have no right to negotiate. Whether or not I assist you with your leg depends on whether your answers can satisfy me. So tell me, do you have anything to say?" After finishing her words, Lin Shuyan feigned the intention to call in Yufei. The individual, upon seeing this, was immediately struck with fear that Yufei might break his other leg, and he hastily interjected, Yes, I have something to say. I will tell you everything. The three of us were originally citizens of Huagua, engaging in minor thievery from time to time. One day, we were approached by someone who proposed a lucrative business opportunity. This venture required us to impersonate foreigners and take the life of an individual abroad. Initially, we were reluctant to accept this proposition, but the financial incentive was simply too tempting. Succumbing to the allure of wealth, we agreed to the undertaking. Subsequently, we were flown to a vessel overseas, where we were instructed to await the arrival of our target. We waited for a full 5 days before the arrival of the two of you. Following the instructions we were given, we activated a mechanism that had been prearranged in the ship's hull, allowing us to escape on a speedboat. As for the identity of the person who contacted us, I am unaware. I only heard others refer to him as Boss Wu. Chapter 25. Sending the bandit on his way. Upon hearing this, Lin Shuyan did not require any further elaboration from the man. She instantly deduced that this incident was orchestrated by the Wu family, for such coincidences could not possibly occur by mere chance. Nevertheless, she continued to inquire, "But you escaped. How did you end up here?" The bandit sighed and replied, "After we departed on the speedboat, we followed the instructions to locate our promised reward beneath a rocky outcrop. According to the original plan, we were to arrive at a designated location where someone would assist us. However, after acquiring the money, the second member expressed his fear that they might resort to eliminating us. At that moment, we had the money in hand and could have returned to our homeland. Even if we chose not to return, with such a sum, we could live lavishly abroad. My accomplice and I shared this reasoning, and thus we disposed of the satellite phone and steered the speedboat in the opposite direction of the intended rendezvous. To our dismay, a few hours later, the speedboat lost all power. Upon inspection, we discovered it was out of fuel. Having discarded the satellite phone, we were unable to contact anyone, left to our own devices. Adrift in the vast sea. After several days of drifting, we exhausted our supplies, and just when despair began to set in, we spotted an island and paddled desperately toward it. Yet, mere hours later, the speedboat was caught in a whirlpool, and I quickly lost consciousness. When I regained awareness, I found myself here." Lin Shuyan nodded and inquired further, "And what are the other two?" The bandit shook his head and replied, "I do not know. I was the first to be thrown from the speedboat when it was engulfed by the whirlpool, and thereafter I lost consciousness. Their whereabouts remain a mystery to me." Lin Shuyan had no further questions. She nodded and said to Yufei, "Yufei, see him on his way." Upon hearing this, the bandit shouted in protest, "You are not honorable. I have divulged all that I know. You cannot treat me this way." Lin Shuyan smiled enigmatically and replied, "Did I ever promise you anything?" At this moment, Yufei had approached the bandit, wielding a stone axe. Initially, he was concerned that Lin Shuyan might spare the bandit, but he soon realized that she merely intended to prolong the bandit's life momentarily. And Yufei felt that allowing the bandit to live was an inherent risk. Only by eliminating him could he attain true peace of mind. Just then, he heard Lin Shuyan say, "Considering your commendable performance just now, you deserve a reward." A chill ran through Yufei's heart as he thought, surely, The proprietress isn't planning to let this bandit go. Lin Xuan then addressed in Yufei directly. Yufei, grant him a swift end. I am a person of clear rewards and punishments. This is his reward. And Yufei chuckled and replied, understood. With that, he swiftly drew the stone axe across the bandit's throat. Despite in Yufei's axe being ineffective for chopping wood, it proved remarkably sharp against skin. The bandit attempted to utter something, but could only emit a rasping sound from his throat before quickly succumbing to his fate. As in Yufei observed the bandit's lifeless body, his hand trembled slightly, and his face paled, though he harbored intense hatred for the bandit and yearned for his demise. This was his first experience with taking a life, leaving his heart in turmoil. Noticing in Yufei's distress, Lin Xuan offered words of comfort. Do not burden yourself with guilt. We are in international waters, and here it is merely the two of us. No one shall know of your deed, and this man is no good. If you do not eliminate him today, he may threaten our lives tomorrow. Despite his claims of being a petty thief, the aura he exudes suggests he has taken lives before. Such a person cannot be spared. His existence would only bring calamity. By doing this, you are enacting divine justice. Encouraged by Lin Xuan's reassurances, and Yufei felt a wave of relief wash over him, even experiencing a sense of exhilaration at avenging a great wrong. He nodded and said, I understand. This man carries the same sinister aura as the butcher from our village. He has undoubtedly witnessed bloodshed. He does not appear to be a benign character. Otherwise, I would not have felt the need to guard against him aboard the ship. Seeing in Yufei regain some composure, Lin Xuan nodded and instructed, then inspect him for any valuables and dispose of him in the sea. And Yufei approached the bandit's body, stripping him of his clothing, shoes, and socks, leaving only his undergarments, before dragging him towards the shore. After Yufei had pulled the body away, Lin Xuan turned and crouched down, succumbing to the urge to vomit. Despite her earlier composure, this was her first encounter with such brutality, and she had been merely holding herself together. Her stomach had been in turmoil, and now she could no longer restrain herself. Unaware of Lin Xuan's plight, and Yufei reached the shoreline and forcefully hurled the bandit's body into the sea. Almost immediately upon entering the water, several triangular shapes, akin to small sails, converged towards the floating corpse. Although it was in Yufei's first time by the ocean, he instinctively recognized that these triangular sails were the ominous sign of sharks. Each small sail represented a shark, and in Yufei counted a total of 11 small sails, indicating that 11 sharks were swimming towards the corpse of the bandit below the surface. Soon, the water was in turmoil. Blood mingling with seawater surged from the depths. And within a mere half-minute, the surface regained its tranquility, save for a streak of crimson that marked the site of a recent event. Reflecting on the scene, and Yufei momentarily lost his focus, pondering the sheer luck he and the proprietress had in reaching this island and surviving. Had they encountered this group of sharks, it was likely that not even bones would remain. The large bandit had been devoured entirely in such a short span, and he and the proprietress combined would have merely prolonged the shark's feast. Initially, and Yufei considered that if he could not start a fire, he could catch some fish from the sea to eat raw. Although he could not stomach the thought of eating raw meat from wild boars, he could somewhat accept the idea of consuming fish, having done so during their time adrift at sea. However, the sight of these sharks extinguished that notion. With so many sharks lurking nearby, venturing into the water to catch fish would be akin to courting death. It seemed that the only viable option was to start a fire. Suddenly, he recalled that the crew on their ill-fated boat were heavy smokers. Every time Yufei encountered them, they were perpetually smoking. Though he had once smoked himself, the incident that led him to the city had interrupted this habit, and during his hospital stay, he refrained from smoking. Despite the temptation these crew members posed during their days on the ship, he had resisted the urge. However, this was not the crux of his thoughts. What Yufei considered was that since they frequently smoked, they must possess lighters or similar items. If he could find a lighter on the bandit, starting a fire would become significantly easier. Although the bandit had been cast into the sea and devoured by sharks, and Yufei had stripped him of his clothing before disposal. With this in mind, he ceased his aimless contemplation at the water's edge and hurried back to search for the bandit's clothing. Soon, Yufei rummaged through the pockets of the bandit's attire and unearthed a lighter, a half-pack of cigarettes, a set of keys, and a dagger. He picked up the lighter and examined it. It was an old-fashioned kerosene lighter, with a few letters inscribed on the bottom. Although Yufei was not well versed in English, he recognized that these letters indicated it was made in China. This lighter, utilizing flint to ignite kerosene, had surprisingly maintained its seal well, as it had not been compromised by water. And Yufei attempted to slide the wheel, and after 2 tries, he successfully ignited the flame. Witnessing the flickering flame of the lighter filled him with an indescribable excitement. The problem he had grappled with for 2 days was effortlessly resolved. To avoid wasting the kerosene, and Yufei quickly extinguished the lighter and clutched it in his hand as if it were a treasured possession. Subsequently, Yufei began to examine other items. He discovered a half-open pack of cigarettes, the contents of which had been soaked and rendered entirely unusable. However, the full pack remained sealed and intact, free from any moisture. And Yufei decided to keep the full pack and cast aside the half-pack. He then picked up a set of keys, which contained only 3 keys of little utility to him. Yet, attached to the keychain were 2 items of some significance, a nail clipper and an ear scoop. Recognizing their potential usefulness, and Yufei resolved to retain this keychain as well. Next, he grasped the final item, a folding dagger. When fully extended, the blade measured 30 centimeters, with the handle and blade each comprising half of its length. The blade was honed to a sharp edge, and it bore some dried bloodstains, the origin of which was uncertain. Upon reflection, and Yufei recalled having seen a crew member use this very dagger to catch fish, leading him to suspect that the blood was likely that of fish. This dagger proved invaluable to Yufei, as it would facilitate both the dismemberment of his prey and serve as a means of self-defense. With the addition of an appropriate wooden shaft, it could be transformed into a spear, granting him a fighting chance against the lone wolf he anticipated encountering. Having secured these items, and Yufei turned his attention to the leather suitcase that the bandit had clutched tightly. He surmised it might contain useful belongings, which explained the bandit's fierce grip. Upon retrieving the suitcase, he discovered it was equipped with a combination lock. Unsure of the code, he attempted to set it to 3 zeros, and to his astonishment, the suitcase clicked open effortlessly. Dumbfounded by the ease of access, and Yufei felt compelled to explore its contents. With a hopeful heart, he opened the suitcase, only to find himself somewhat disheartened. It was filled entirely with cash, specifically US dollars. In his current circumstances, this money held little value compared to the lighter and the dagger. Even utilizing these dollars for kindling would be less effective than dry grass. The suitcase's seal was relatively intact, allowing only a small amount of water to infiltrate. And Yufei noted that all the cash was stored in sealed bags, remarkably well preserved. A cursory glance revealed 10 stacks of money within each bag, with each stack amounting to $10,000. With 10 sealed bags in total, he deduced without counting that the sum was a staggering $1 million. At this moment, the cash was of no practical use to him, and Yufei found himself more interested in the sealed bags than the money within. However, how to manage the cash would ultimately be a decision for Lin Shuyan. It suddenly dawned on Yufei that he had not seen Lin Shuyan since he disposed of the bandit's corpse, nor had he heard her voice. He quickly scanned his surroundings in search of her silhouette. Soon, Yufei noticed that Lin Shuyan was still in her original position, crouching with her back turned towards him. He called out, "Boss, what's wrong?" Hearing her name, Lin Shuyan discreetly covered her vomit with sand and turned around, replying, "It's nothing. Perhaps I've eaten too many wild fruits these past 2 days, and my stomach is a bit upset." And Yufei responded with a simple "oh" and eagerly raised the lighter he had found from the bandit, saying, "Look, I found a lighter on that bandit. We can use it to start a fire, so we won't have to eat wild fruits anymore." Upon hearing Yufei mention the bandit, Lin Shuyan was immediately reminded of the earlier scene, and the thought of it almost made her retch again, but she managed to suppress it in time. Having never witnessed even the slaughter of a chicken, she had directly seen a murder today, and the memory of that scene made her feel ill. She dare not think about it any further. Lin Shuyan nodded in agreement and quickly changed the subject, saying, "There should be 3 of them. Besides this one, there are likely 2 more bandits. We should search for those 2 bandits as soon as possible." Prompted by her reminder, and Yufei also realized that, from what the bandit had said earlier, the 3 bandits had been swept into the whirlpool along with the speedboat, and they had only discovered one so far. If the other 2 bandits had managed to survive, it would pose a safety risk for both him and the boss in the future, as none of these bandits were virtuous. Without pausing to ask Lin Shuyan about the handling of the money, and Yufei hastily stuffed everything into the suitcase, planning to address it later upon their return. He set the suitcase aside and intended to search for the other two bandits. From their current position, looking westward, aside from the large rock where Lin Shuyan had initially landed, there was an unobstructed view for quite a distance, making it easy to see if the other two bandits were there. Fearing that the other two bandits might be hiding behind the same rock where Lin Shuyan had been, and Yufei first ran towards that large stone. Upon reaching it and looking behind, he found no sign of the two bandits. Chapter 27. Seeking the remaining two bandits upon returning to Lin Shuyan's side, and Yufei began to analyze the situation. Recalling the circumstances under which he and Lin Shuyan had been washed ashore, he surmised that since they had been swept into the whirlpool together, their landing position would not be too far apart. With no sign of the bandits to the west, it was highly probable that the other two were located to the east. Otherwise, they might have become shark bait. The eastern beach was short, ending at the cliffs, which were easily visible. If the other two bandits were indeed to the east, they would likely be beneath those cliffs. Given the proximity to the end of the eastern beach, and Yufei ran straight towards it, with Lin Shuyan following closely behind. Upon reaching the beach's end, he peered down at the base of the cliff and immediately spotted a damaged speedboat. Upon closer inspection, he discovered two individuals beside the damaged speedboat, without needing to approach. And Yufei instinctively knew that both were deceased. One person had evidently suffered a catastrophic impact, their body grotesquely contorted in a manner that rendered survival impossible. The other, while intact in form, had their entire head submerged in water. Since Yufei had first spotted him, he had remained utterly motionless, making it clear that even if he were alive, he would soon succumb to drowning. And Yufei surmised that these two were the remaining bandits, and the speedboat must have been theirs. He contemplated searching the vessel for any useful supplies. However, the nearly 100-meter height of the cliff made this impractical, and thoughts of the sharks lurking in the waters led him to abandon the idea. After all, he had no intention of becoming shark bait. Just then, Lin Shuyan approached, and Yufei pointed out what he had observed. After gazing at the two bodies for a moment, Lin Shuyan remarked, "Let us go. These two have likely perished. Their easy demise is a small mercy." And Yufei felt a pang of longing for the speedboat, yet recognized the futility of reaching it. Seeing it was preferable to being unable to see it at all, he decided to return. However, as he turned, a thought struck him. He asked Lin Shuyan to wait and hurried towards the banana grove. After retrieving a few banana leaves, he returned to the rocky shore. Bending down, he began to gather sea salt from the rocks. An idea had suddenly dawned on him. He could start a fire and roast the long-awaited snake for lunch. Lin Shuyan, having consumed wild fruits that had upset her stomach, could not continue with them for lunch, and Yufei was determined to ensure that she enjoyed the roasted snake meat, but it would be bland without salt. Thus, he resolved to procure some sea salt. The sea salt on the rocks had presumably accumulated over an extended period. It wasn't too long before Yufei had collected a small pouch of pristine white salt, sufficient for both him and Lin Shuyan for a while. When he returned with the packaged salt, Lin Shuyan smiled at him, pleasantly surprised that, despite his seemingly simple demeanor, Yufei possessed a keen mind, always anticipating their needs. While Yufei gathered the salt, Lin Shuyan had also ventured into the banana grove to collect additional leaves, recognizing their myriad uses. Upon seeing the items in each other's hands, they exchanged smiles and set off together toward the cave. Upon their return to the cave entrance, it appeared exactly as they had left it. The wooden barricade blocking the cave had not shifted, and the only intruders were the occasional snakes and mice, which Yufei regarded with indifference, perhaps due to the former presence of a king snake's nest in the area. No snakes or rodents had visited since Yufei and his companions had taken residence. Yufei had initially scattered the soil he scraped from the cave all around its entrance, perhaps imbued with the scent of the royal rat snake, causing other serpents and rodents to avoid the vicinity. Upon removing the makeshift barricade from the cave's mouth, he ventured inside first, confirming the absence of unwelcome guests before beckoning Lin Shuyan to join him. With urgency, Yufei opened the leather case and retrieved a lighter to ignite a fire, having meticulously prepared hay, slender twigs, and thicker branches for this very purpose during their first attempt at kindling a flame. Regrettably, he had not succeeded in producing an ember until now. However, with the lighter in hand, he quickly coaxed the fire to life. Watching the flames dance exuberantly, Yufei's face lit up with childlike glee. He and Lin Shuyan finally had warmth, alleviating their reliance on wild fruits for sustenance. After reinforcing the fire with thicker branches, Yu Fei approached Lin Shuiyin, cradling the leather case like a prized treasure, unveiling its contents one by one while explaining their future utility. To his delight, Lin Shuiyin listened attentively, her patience unwavering despite the passage of time. Having adjusted to their circumstances, she found herself less unsettled at the mere mention of the bandit. Upon completing his presentation, Yu Fei placed the garments he had taken from the bandit before Lin Shuiyin, suggesting, "Madam, please don these 2 pieces. They will keep you warmer tonight." Lin Shuiyin shook her head, returning the clothes to him. "I will not wear a man's clothing. Your presence is sufficient warmth for me." Her words brought a sense of comfort to Yu Fei, prompting a foolish grin as he set the garments aside. He then inquired, "What shall we do with this money?" Lin Shuiyin glanced at the stack of dollars in the case, replying, "Let's keep it for now. Should we ever find a way out, it may prove useful. If not, it occupies little space." Upon hearing her plan, Yu Fei placed the cigarettes, a set of keys, and a lighter into the case, zipping it up and stowing it in a corner of the cave. The dagger, however, he kept out, intending to find a suitable stick to fashion it into a spear for protection, and he would also need it to dispose of the corpse of the cauliflower snake shortly. Setting the dagger aside, he attempted to don the bandit-esque clothing. Given that the bandit was considerably shorter than Yu Fei, the attire felt somewhat constricting. The trousers were more akin to cropped pants, while the shirt resembled a cropped top, creating an awkward appearance. Fortunately, though snug, the shoes were still manageable. Chapter 28. Preparing to confront the lone wolf, Yu Fei considered the matter trivial. Any clothing was better than none at all. He resolved to wear the cropped trousers as shorts and deemed the snug top a mere garment, grateful for the coverage it provided rather than remaining bare-chested. As for the shoes, he felt indifferent. He believed that in a few days he could stretch them out, making them comfortable to wear. Merely a matter of enduring a slight discomfort for a brief period. Clad in garments and footwear stripped from a bandit, Yu Fei greeted Lin Shuiyin before stepping out of the cave with a dagger in hand. It was around 10 o'clock, and he needed to dispose of the corpse of the cauliflower snake, lest he miss lunch. Arriving at the mountain spring, he retrieved the snake's body from beneath a stone. After a careful sniff, he detected no foul odor, indicating that it had not spoiled. Previously, he had stored food in the spring for up to 7 days without it perishing, so he was fairly confident of its condition. His current olfactory check was merely a precaution. He had already performed a rudimentary cleaning of the snake, knowing that while the cool temperatures of the spring could preserve its flesh, the presence of internal organs would eventually taint the meat. Therefore, he had discarded the snake's innards on the first day. He had also skinned most of the snake, leaving only a small segment at the tail still attached. Lacking the proper tools at the time, he had not removed the head, which remained now. With the dagger in hand, he found the task much easier. He first severed the head from the body. Although the snake was non-venomous, he had no intention of consuming the head, as he had never done so before and was unaccustomed to the idea. Next, he carefully removed the entire skin, which was a valuable asset. Once one side was secured, it could serve as an excellent water pouch, especially convenient for carrying water on journeys. Thus, he resolved to clean the skin thoroughly for this purpose. The snake was quite large, and its length necessitated that he cut the body into several segments for roasting. He planned to skewer each piece on a stick for cooking. Just as he finished preparing everything, intending to return with the snake's skin and several pieces of meat, he glanced at the severed head and suddenly realized that, while neither he nor the landlady would consume it, it might serve another purpose. For instance, it could be used as bait for the wolf that had been frequenting the entrance of his cave every night. Keeping it around posed a risk, and Yu Fei had already devised a plan to deal with the lone wolf. Now that he had fire, it was the perfect opportunity to confront the beast, eliminating a threat while also providing food for himself and the landlady. In the past, while in a small mountain village, Yu Fei had tasted wolf meat, which resembled dog meat but was gamier and had a coarser texture. Eating it directly was not particularly enjoyable. However, when prepared as jerky, it lost its unpleasant odor and became delightfully chewy, growing increasingly savory with each bite. He found wolf jerky quite delectable. With this in mind, Yu Fei decided to take the snake's head along as bait. On his return journey, he specifically sought out some willow branches to use as skewers for roasting the snake meat. These branches were not from the typical willow trees, but rather from shrubs sprouting directly from the ground, resembling the red willow used for skewering lamb in Xinjiang, albeit thinner. and Yufei was uncertain how the snake meat would taste when cooked on these branches. It was merely an experiment, and Yufei sharpened a willow branch with a dagger, threading a piece of snake meat onto it before returning to the cave. He retrieved a pouch of sea salt he had collected by the shore and generously sprinkled it over each segment of snake meat, temporarily placing the skewered pieces onto clean banana leaves. At that moment, the fire pit had begun to produce some charcoal, prompting in Yufei to use a stick to isolate the glowing embers, forming a bed of charcoal. This ember fire, devoid of open flames, was ideal for barbecuing, and Yufei carefully arranged the salted snake meat skewers around the charcoal, allowing them to cook slowly. Patience was essential. Hastily roasting would result in a charred exterior while leaving the interior undercooked. He believed that the best flavor emerged from a slow roast, ensuring the meat was evenly cooked. With the grilling underway, he took the opportunity to contemplate strategies for dealing with a lone wolf. After a brief period of reflection, an Yufei emerged from the cave, armed with a stone axe and dagger. He gestured at the ground, sketching a rectangle measuring 1.5 meters wide and 2 meters long. He intended to dig a 3-meter deep pit to ensnare the lone wolf. While the plan was sound, execution proved more challenging. Lacking appropriate tools, he resorted to using the stone axe and dagger to loosen the soil, subsequently employing wooden planks to excavate the pit. Progress was painstakingly slow. Aside from a brief respite to tend to the skewers, and Yufei dedicated himself to digging. After laboring for over an hour, thirst overtook him, and as he prepared to fetch water from the mountain spring, a thought struck him. He could boil the water before drinking. Untreated water from the wild invariably harbored bacteria, which could be detrimental to health over time. Previously, without the means to purify it, he had no choice but to drink it raw. Now, with fire at his disposal, he resolved not to continue this practice. However, to boil water, he required a container. At that moment, he recalled the bamboo grove he had seen with the innkeeper that morning. Fresh bamboo segments could serve perfectly for boiling water, as they would not burn through while heating. Fresh bamboo was the finest material he could procure. Abandoning his quest for water, and Yufei seized his dagger and made haste towards the bamboo grove. Intending to collect some bamboo, he planned to fashion several segments for boiling water, along with a few bamboo bowls and chopsticks. While he would eventually create a bamboo table and a few benches, those tasks were not urgent and could be addressed later. Additionally, the bamboo he harvested could be used to fashion stakes for the base of his trap, should the lone wolf fall into it. These stakes would certainly deliver an unexpected surprise. Following the path he had cleared that morning, and Yufei swiftly reached the riverbank and soon spotted the expansive bamboo grove downstream. As he approached the edge of the grove, it struck him that this was not merely a patch of bamboo, but rather a treasure trove. The bamboo grove will significantly enhance the living conditions of both him and the proprietress, providing ample convenience for their future lives. With a smile repressed, and Yufei selected several bamboo stalks of suitable thickness, deftly carving a small notch at the appropriate position with his dagger. He then placed the dagger in position and struck its spine with a sturdy wooden stick. Chapter 29. Bamboo Grove. Grilled snake meet the dagger, remarkably sharp. Swiftly fell the bamboo stalk. Its utility was undeniable. Without it, and Yufei would have taken an indeterminate amount of time using a stone axe to achieve the same result. The dagger afforded in Yufei considerable convenience, and soon he had successfully toppled all the chosen bamboo stalks, stripped them of excess branches, measured their lengths, and cut them at predetermined points. Several bamboo segments, each over 2 meters long, were gathered together, and he used a vine to bind them tightly. With great effort, and Yufei hoisted the bundle onto his shoulder and began his trek toward the cave. At that moment, he felt the discomfort of the slightly smaller shirt he was wearing, which was already snug. Now, with perspiration, it felt uncomfortably tight, pressing painfully against his flesh. And Yufei did not find the task of carrying bamboo excessively tiring. Rather, it was the constriction of the shirt that made him grimace. Enduring the discomfort, and Yufei pressed onward, and after enduring the strain for a while, he finally reached the entrance of the cave. Upon setting the bamboo down, he quickly removed his shirt and examined his torso, which bore several angry red marks from the constriction. In a fit of frustration, he tossed the garment aside, planning to wash it later to see if it could be repurposed. If not, he would dismantle it for rags, as he had no intention of wearing it again. He would rather go bare-chested than endure such torment again. Lin Xian observed in Yufei's ordeal from within the cave, stepping out to inquire, "What is the matter?" Did you not just say that even if it were a bit small, it was still better than going bare-chested? Why have you discarded it so quickly? And Yufei pointed to the red marks on his skin and replied, this wretched shirt may appear small, but its quality is surprisingly good. It usually fits snugly without issue. But once I began to sweat, it became painfully constrictive. Just look at the marks it has left. Lin Shuyan, stifling a laugh, remarked, I told you it didn't look good and advised against wearing it, but you wouldn't listen. Now you're suffering the consequences. You might as well go without it. And Yufei displayed a look of grievance, huffing in response to Lin Shuyan, pouting as he picked up several bamboo segments to carry away. Seeing his demeanor, Lin Shuyan could no longer contain her amusement and burst into laughter, her mirth causing her to double over. And Yufei, ignoring her glee, proceeded to the mountain spring, where he fashioned 2 water containers from the bamboo, according to the positioning of the nodes. He drilled 2 holes in each container, threading vines through them for easier handling when fetching water. One was designated for raw water, while the other was intended for boiling. Additionally, he crafted bamboo bowls, teacups, and a bamboo brush, the bowls meant for dining. The teacup serves the purpose of drinking hot water. Water boiled in a bamboo tube is certainly not fit for direct consumption, but can be poured into the teacup for enjoyment. And Yufei skillfully fashioned several pairs of chopsticks from a segment of bamboo. His adept hands not only created functional utensils, but also imbued them with aesthetic charm. Once he completed all his tasks, and Yufei filled 2 bamboo tubes with water and returned to the cave with his creations. Upon seeing what Yufei had brought back, Lin Shuyan was utterly astonished. She had not anticipated that Yufei possessed such craftsmanship from mere ordinary bamboo. He had crafted an array of exquisite items, each one intricate in its own right. Lin Shuyan realized that Yufei was akin to a treasure trove, bestowing upon her delightful surprises from time to time. She felt as though her initial act of kindness had led her to uncover a gem, and her admiration for Yufei only grew with each passing moment. And Yufei was unaware of what had brought Lin Shuyan such joy, but seeing her happiness filled him with elation, for her delight was of utmost importance to him. He worried that a young lady like Lin Shuyan, suddenly thrust onto this desolate island, might struggle to acclimate. The thought of her silence from a few days prior had caused him considerable anxiety. And Yufei smiled at Lin Shuyan and handed her the bamboo bowl, teacup, and chopsticks, then set aside 1 bamboo tube, which was sealed with banana leaves, and placed another on the fire. He proceeded to check on the roasted snake meat and, after inspection, determined that it was perfectly cooked, emitting an enticing aroma. Yet, he felt something was missing. He believed that a brush of honey would elevate the dish, but alas, he had yet to discover a beehive. Suddenly, he was reminded of some wild fruits. Crushing the wild fruits would yield a delightful jam, which would surely complement the roasted snake meat. Thus, he retrieved a handful of wild fruits from his stash, washed them, and crushed them in a bamboo bowl, just as he was about to apply the fruit jam to the roasted snake meat. And Yufei recalled that Lin Shuyan had previously experienced discomfort after consuming wild fruits, and he was uncertain if she would appreciate the jam on the meat. However, having prepared the jam, he felt it would be a shame to waste it. Therefore, he decided to brush half of the roasted snake meat with the jam, leaving the other half untouched. He thought that if Lin Shuyan found it unpalatable, he would consume the jam-coated portion himself, allowing her to enjoy the unadorned meat. Once Yufei had finished applying the jam to half of the roasted snake meat, it was ready to eat. He handed Lin Shuyan a piece that had not been brushed with jam. Lin Shuyan recognized the dish as roasted snake meat. She had tried snake soup before, but had never tasted roasted snake meat. Unsure if she would like it, she took a tentative bite. To her surprise, her eyes widened. She had not anticipated that Yufei's roasted snake meat would be so delicious, tasting somewhat like chicken, yet distinct in its own right. Though she struggled to articulate the flavor, she found it utterly delightful. Soon, she devoured the meat eagerly, and after finishing a piece, she looked at Yufei with a puzzled expression and asked, "Didn't you just prepare wild fruit jam? Why didn't you brush it on the meat for me?" And Yufei scratched his head and remarked, "Did you not mention earlier that you felt unwell after consuming wild fruits? I was uncertain whether you could handle it, hence I refrained from offering you any." Upon hearing Yufei's words, Lin Shuyan felt a twinge of embarrassment. The discomfort she had expressed regarding the wild fruits had merely been a casual excuse, one she had nearly forgotten until now. She initially contemplated reinforcing her excuse by avoiding the fruit-glazed dishes. Yet the sight of the enticing roasted snake meat glazed with fruit preserves tempted her to indulge. Clearing her throat, she declared, "Well, I feel better now. I would like to try the ones glazed with preserves." Without hesitation, and Yufei handed her a piece of the fruit-glazed snake meat, believing it to be more delectable. He had lamented that Lin Shui Yin could not partake, so he swiftly obliged her request. Chapter 30. Digging a trap. Lin Shui Yin smiled brightly, revealing two delightful dimples as she accepted the fruit-glazed roasted snake meat. Taking a gentle bite, her eyes sparkled with delight. The glazed version was indeed superior. The fruit glaze imparted a refreshing fragrance of wild fruits, complemented by a hint of sweetness, making it far more appealing to Lin Shui Yin. The two enjoyed their meal of roasted snake meat, consuming more than half of the sizable, leaving only a small portion behind. Observing the remaining piece, and Yufei realized he would have to subsist on wild fruits for dinner, uncertain if the leftover roasted snake meat would suffice for the proprietress's evening meal. After lunch and a brief respite, and Yufei resumed digging the pit he had started earlier that morning. Before he began, he fashioned a shovel from thicker bamboo, which proved more efficient for clearing soil than a wooden plank. Nevertheless, despite its utility, it paled in comparison to a proper shovel, and Yufei's progress remained slow. While the initial meter seemed manageable beyond 1.5 meters, the task grew increasingly laborious. Unable to discard the soil outside the pit, he could only scoop it out cautiously, wary of toppling into the deep hole before descending once more. Witnessing in Yufei's troublesome back and forth, Lin Shui Yin approached to offer her assistance. Resolute in her intent, she recognized that it was indeed inconvenient for him to work alone, and thus he permitted her to join in the digging. However, he instructed Lin Shui Yin to remain above the pit, pulling the soil up to dispose of it. In this moment, the small garment belonging to the bandit proved its worth, and Yufei secured it with a vine, utilizing it as a container for the soil, which turned out to be quite effective. He filled it moderately each time, ensuring that Lin Shui Yin did not find it overly burdensome to haul. Through their collaboration, they finally succeeded in digging the pit to a depth of 3 meters by the time dusk approached, and Yufei placed the bamboo stakes he had prepared at the bottom of the deep pit before climbing out. He then covered the pit with thin branches, straw, and leaves, topping it with a layer of light soil. Having completed the trap for the lone wolf, and Yufei observed the mounds of earth on either side of the deep pit. He picked up a bamboo shovel and evenly scattered the soil within a 30-meter radius of the cave entrance. Once he was satisfied that the trap blended seamlessly with its surroundings, he nodded approvingly and clapped his hands. However, he recognized the inherent danger of the trap and earnestly reminded Lin Shui Yin to remember its location. With the trap now set, and Yufei placed the roasted snake meat from lunch near the fire to warm it up. He then ventured out to find a long wooden stick, which he intended to use for his dagger. Binding the dagger to the head of the stick, it was instantly transformed into a spear. After securing the dagger, and Yufei tested it for ease of use, and after exchanging greetings with Lin Shui Yin, he stepped outside wielding the spear. His purpose for venturing out was to inspect the shoreline, as the events of the morning had served as a cautionary reminder. It was possible that someone might rush to the beach. If they were good-hearted, it would be fine, but if they were ill-intentioned, it could pose a threat to both him and the landlady. And Yufei resolved to take preventative measures by patrolling the beach each morning and evening. This way, should anyone be washed ashore, he could promptly identify and control the situation, regardless of whether they were friend or foe. With the bandit's shoes on his feet and having enjoyed a hearty meal at noon, and Yufei moved at a brisk pace, completing his patrol of the entire coastline in half an hour. His speed was attributed to the fact that he did not need to traverse both ends entirely. He merely needed to reach a point where he could see that no one had been washed ashore. While he did not encounter anyone stranded on the beach, he had come across several unfortunate fish that had been swept ashore. Originally, they had a chance to return to the sea with the rising tide, but upon encountering Yufei, their fate was sealed as they were speared onto a vine in his grasp. Beholding the 6 sizable fish in his hands, and Yufei felt a surge of satisfaction. The largest weighed nearly 5 pounds, while the smallest exceeded 2 pounds. These would certainly provide ample sustenance for both him and the landlady for several days. He had not anticipated that patrolling the beach would yield such benefits. Not only could he avert danger, but he could also gather free food. This realization further solidified his resolve to patrol daily. Having completed his patrol of the coast, and Yufei prepared to return with his catch. Upon reaching the riverbank, he set about cleaning the fish, removing the entrails and gills, scraping off the scales, and washing them thoroughly. Once prepared, he threaded the fish onto the vine and carried them back to the cave. Lin Xuan was taken aback by the bountiful catching Yufei had brought back, and her concern was palpable as she feared he had ventured into the sea, especially after witnessing the sharks earlier that morning. Under her worried admonitions, and Yufei chuckled and clarified, "These fish were not caught by me in the sea. They leaped ashore of their own accord." Furrowing her brow, Lin Xuan pressed for details, urging him to explain, and Yufei then recounted how, at that moment of high tide, the fish had been swept ashore, and just as they attempted to return to the ocean, he had intervened to secure them. Lin Xuan felt a sense of relief after listening to Yufei, though she found his tale rather amusing. She insisted that he must invite her along the next time he goes out, and Yufei had not anticipated such an outcome. He initially thought patrolling by the seaside would be a tedious endeavor, which is why he hadn't called Lin Xuan or mentioned it to her. He had merely informed her that he was stepping out, which explained her concern upon his return. The remaining snake meat was insufficient for their dinner, but with the addition of the fish he had caught, they had enough to satisfy their hunger. Having eaten a hearty lunch, they were not particularly famished, so Yufei decided to grill the smallest fish, weighing around 2 pounds. The leftover grilled snake meat, complemented by the fish, would suffice for their evening meal. Fish cooks more swiftly than snake meat, typically requiring only 20 to 30 minutes to grill. However, for those who prefer to consume the bones as well, it necessitates a longer cooking time of at least 2 to 3 hours. Although Yufei enjoyed the crispy fish bones, he believed it was just as satisfying to finish the fish meat first and then grill the bones separately. Therefore, after grilling for a little over 20 minutes, he presented the fish to Lin Xuan. They savored the delicious combination of grilled fish and snake meat, indulging themselves despite having claimed earlier that they weren't very hungry. In the end, they consumed every morsel, even the fish bones, which Yufei grilled to perfection. After their meal, sipping a cup of warm water brought them immense comfort, and Yufei lamented the absence of tea leaves. A cup of hot tea would have been exquisite. He mentally noted to keep an eye out for wild tea trees in the future, intending to gather some leaves to process into tea. In their small mountain village, no one purchased tea. Each household prepared their own. And Yufei had been roasting tea since he was 7 or 8 years old and could easily process tea leaves whenever he found tea trees. As dusk approached, Yufei placed 3 thorny bushes at the entrance, ensuring that the one with broken branches, trampled by a lone wolf, was aligned with the trap he had dug. After positioning the bushes, he concealed the severed snake head beneath the bush with broken branches. Satisfied that there were no flaws in his plan, he returned to the cave. With darkness nearly enveloping the surroundings, Yufei intended to secure the cave entrance with a wooden board before retiring for the night. However, shortly after placing the board, he was compelled to rise again. The cave had filled with smoke, making it unbearable. He promptly removed the board, contemplating for a moment before covering the fire pit and charcoal with earth. He realized this was an oversight on his part. Fortunately, the fire had produced enough smoke to keep him awake. Otherwise, with the fire and charcoal inside the cave, both he and the landlady could have easily succumbed to carbon monoxide poisoning. It was too late in the day to address the situation thoroughly, so he extinguished the fire and charcoal with soil, planning to devise a solution the following day, to allow the cave to air out for a moment. And Yufei waited for the smoke inside to dissipate before replacing the barricade at the entrance and returning to his makeshift bed for some rest. That night, undisturbed by the thunder or rain, nor any other commotion, Yufei enjoyed a sound sleep. He awoke early the next morning, lying in bed for a while, yet found it increasingly uncomfortable to remain in that position. Unable to endure any longer, he resolved to rise. Gently nudging Lin Xuan, who was nestled beside him, he inquired, "Boss lady, I intend to patrol the beach. Did you not express a desire to accompany me yesterday? Will you join?" Lin Xuan, accustomed to the pleasures of a leisurely morning, preferred to sleep in. With a slight turn, she replied, "You go on ahead. I shall join you later this evening." Observing her desire to linger in slumber, Yufei decided to venture out alone. He first removed the barricade from the cave's entrance. With the obstruction cleared, he armed himself with a homemade spear and peered outside. To his relief, he discovered that the traps he had set the previous day remained intact, and the lone wolf had not fallen victim to them. Moreover, he noted that within a 30-meter radius of the freshly disturbed earth, only the footprints of himself and Lin Shuyan were present. The lone wolf had not encroached upon this territory. Initially, Yufei believed the lone wolf had lost interest in their cave. However, upon moving aside 3 shrubs to inspect the perimeter, he noticed something amiss. At the edge, distinct paw prints, likely made by the lone wolf, were visible. The shallowness of these prints indicated that the creature had cautiously tested the ground with its forepaws, making it easy to overlook if one did not scrutinize closely. This discovery led Yufei to surmise that the freshly disturbed earth had caused the lone wolf to hesitate. It had attempted to probe the area multiple times, but had not dared to venture into the territory of the new soil, which had aroused its suspicion. Although the lone wolf had not fallen into the trap last night, Yufei remained unperturbed. If the creature continued to avoid the 30-meter range, it would inevitably succumb to the trap he had crafted. The lone wolf's cautious demeanor suggested it was not yet desperate. Once hunger set in, it would likely abandon its wariness. As long as it remained hungry, falling into the trap was merely a matter of time. Yufei replaced the barricade at the cave's entrance, propping it with a long wooden stick, and arranged the thorny shrubs before confidently heading toward the beach for patrol. Upon reaching the sandy shore, a pink object in the distance caught his eye, located not far from where he and Lin Shuyan had been washed ashore. Instead of proceeding eastward to patrol, he made his way directly to the object. As he drew closer, he discerned that it was a suitcase. The color seemed familiar, and as he approached, the familiarity deepened. Upon noticing the scratches adorning the suitcase, he was certain that it belonged to Lin Shuyan. After all, he had assisted her with the suitcase several days prior, and he recognized it distinctly, including the notable scratches. Yufei was taken aback to find Lin Shuyan's suitcase here. This discovery led him to ponder whether other belongings from their boat had also washed ashore. Consequently, he began to search around the suitcase, but regrettably, aside from it, there was nothing else in sight, especially not the old canvas bag he had been yearning for. He had hoped that his canvas bag would also wash up here. If it did, he would have clothing to wear. Alas, despite scouring the vicinity, he found nothing. He couldn't help but mockingly remark that, just as the proprietress had said, he seemed destined to remain without clothes, realizing that for now, he would have to continue bare-chested. In addition to Lin Shuyan's suitcase, some debris had also been washed ashore. Among it, Yufei discovered a few empty water bottles and plastic bags, but found them of little use and chose not to collect them. He temporarily set Lin Shuyan's suitcase and the empty bottles aside and commenced his patrol along the route he had taken the previous day. The tide was currently receding, and the sea had retreated significantly. The previous position of the water had left behind numerous small puddles, within which Yufei noticed a variety of marine life, including quite a few fish. However, these fish were not substantial in size, and since he still had food, he had no desire to catch them. While uninterested in the small fish, he did gather some other items, such as octopuses, various sea snails, crabs, and large shrimp. He had previously collected several food bags, which were now perfectly suited for storing his finds. By the time he had patrolled the entire beach, he had amassed a considerable half-bag full of seafood. The collection primarily consisted of various sea snails, while the amounts of octopuses, crabs, and shrimp were modest. In truth, there were plenty of crabs and shrimp along the seaside, but they were not easy to catch. He did not want to waste too much time on this endeavor, so he merely made an attempt. If he caught something, it would be a bonus, and if not, it was of little consequence. With the hefty half-bag of seafood in tow and Lin Shuyan's suitcase in hand, Yufei made his way back to the cave, satisfied with his fruitful patrol along the shore. The half-bag of seafood was not the only prize. The key highlight was having retrieved Lin Shuyan's suitcase. Imagining the joy on her face upon seeing her belongings, he quickened his pace towards the cave. Chapter 32. A month as promised upon Yufei's return to the cave, he found Lin Shuyan still deep in slumber, sleeping soundly. Observing her restful state, he decided to temporarily place her suitcase outside the cave and stealthily entered. Gently, he brushed a few strands of her hair across her face. Lin Shuyan, feeling the tickle, stirred and murmured, "Yufei, stop it. Let me sleep a little longer. I'm enjoying my beauty sleep. Just 10 more minutes, or 5 will suffice." And Yufei was surprised that despite her slumber, she was aware of his return. Realizing she likely did not wish to rise, he called out to her, "Boss, wake up. I brought you a surprise. Would you like to see it?" Lin Shuyan shook her head with her eyes closed, saying, "A 1T look? There's no surprise. My beauty sleep is far more important." Her demeanor left Yufei feeling rather helpless. He stepped outside to bring in Lin Shuyan's suitcase, placing it before her and saying, "Boss lady, just open your eyes and take a look. If you can still fall asleep afterward, I'll be impressed. But remember, don't thank me too much after you see it." And Yufei's words stirred Lin Shuyan's curiosity, and reluctantly, she cracked her eyelids open just a sliver. Soon, she fully opened her eyes, fearful of being mistaken. She rubbed her eyes and quickly confirmed that it was indeed her suitcase. In astonishment, Lin Shuyan exclaimed, "Oh, isn't this my suitcase? Where did you find it?" No longer feeling sleepy, she sat up immediately, embracing her suitcase, and continued, "Yufei, this surprise is too great. I must express my gratitude to you properly." Observing her delight, and Yufei felt a sense of accomplishment and replied, "I discovered it while patrolling by the seaside. I never imagined I would find your suitcase there." Only then did he realize that Lin Shuyan was already eagerly opening her suitcase, inspecting its contents. Seemingly oblivious to his previous remarks, as she rummaged through her belongings, she cheerfully murmured, "My cosmetics, my clothes, my shoes, and my favorite pillow." A blissful smile spread across her face, and Yufei noted that Lin Shuyan was entirely enveloped in the joy of having rediscovered her suitcase. He observed that her suitcase resembled a treasure trove, filled with an array of items, including toiletries and slippers. And Yufei thought to himself, no wonder it felt so heavy when he carried it. With so many items inside, it would be peculiar if it were light. After some time, Lin Shuyan emerged from her joy and asked Yufei, "Did you say something earlier?" And Yufei waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It's nothing. I merely mentioned that I found your suitcase by the seaside." Lin Shuyan nodded. "It seems that the seaside is indeed a wonderful place. Tonight, I must accompany you there." After saying this, she affectionately kissed Yufei on the cheek and added, "This is a reward for you. Now, please step outside. I need to change my clothes. I've been wearing these pajamas for days, and it's unbearable." Lin Shuyan's sudden kiss left Yufei in disbelief. Pinching himself to confirm it was real, he couldn't help but break into a silly grin. Upon hearing her words, he responded with a soft "oh" and obediently exited the cave. Outside, he continued to smile foolishly, gently touching the spot where she had kissed him, deciding he wouldn't wash his face for the next few days. Just as he pondered this, Lin Shuyan, now dressed, called him back into the cave, and Yufei pondered the matter of refraining from washing his face for an extended period, contemplating how long was too long before Lin Shuyan might perceive him as unkempt. Yet he also lamented the fleeting nature of the experience. As Lin Shuyan called him, he suppressed his inner joy and re-entered the cave, although traces of a smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. Observing his demeanor, Lin Shuyan cast a playful glance at him and remarked, "Look at that foolish expression of yours. Are you particularly elated at this moment?" And Yufei chuckled and murmured an affirmative response. His demeanor filled Lin Shuyan with delight, signifying her importance in his heart. A mere affectionate kiss had elicited such joy from him. Lin Shuyan deemed Yufei a worthy confidant and felt compelled to share her previous thoughts with him. Seizing the opportunity to continue, "Do not become overly jubilant. My rewards for you are not yet concluded. Given your exemplary performance this time, I was genuinely moved by your awakening success. I have decided that if we remain on this island for a month without rescue, I shall marry you." Upon hearing Lin Shuyan's words, Yufei's heart surged tumultuously, as if struck by an overwhelming wave of happiness that left him momentarily speechless. After considerable effort, he stammered, I, but struggled to articulate his thoughts. Noticing his hesitation, Lin Shuyan narrowed her eyes and asked, "What is it? Are you unwilling?" And Yufei quickly shook his hands as if to fan himself, striving to regain composure. After rephrasing his thoughts, he replied, No, I am not unwilling. I merely feel that you are akin to a celestial being in my eyes, and I, so ordinary, fear that I am unworthy of you." Realizing that Yufei was not unwilling but merely lacked confidence, Lin Shuyan reassured him, "While I may be exceptional, you are not lacking either. You possess your own merits. Everyone has their unique brilliance. Do not underestimate yourself. I believe you are the most remarkable man I have encountered thus far. Since you harbor no objections, let be settled. When we reach the 1-month mark on this island, we shall wed." Although Yufei did not perceive any particular strengths within himself, Lin Shuyan's words instilled a sense of self-worth. Naturally, he yearned to marry her. It was a dream he had long cherished, though he had always considered himself too ordinary to deserve her. Now that Lin Shuyan had broached the subject, and Yu Fei resolved to strive even harder. Should they remain unrescued after 1 month, he vowed to ensure that their life together would flourish upon their marriage. Chapter 33. Excavating the kitchen as in Yu Fei silently fortified his resolve. Lin Shuyan spoke again. In our marriage, I require neither dowry nor extravagant ceremonies. All I desire is your sincere heart, and I implore you to continue to offer me that sincerity in the years to come. And Yu Fei, upon hearing this, quickly reassured. Rest assured, my dear boss lady, I shall always remain wholeheartedly devoted to you. From now on, you will be my everything. I will heed your every word. Lin Shuyan nodded and replied, Indeed, I trust you. It is not a matter of who listens to whom. We shall deliberate on matters together. However, our union is already established. Although we lack a formal engagement ceremony, it stands as a verbal commitment. Henceforth, it would be inappropriate to address me as boss lady. You may call me Shuyan. Referring to me as boss lady feels rather distant. And Yu Fei nodded in agreement. Very well, boss lady. No, Shuyan. He scratched the back of his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I've grown accustomed to calling you that. It's a habit I'll need to break. Lin Shuyan waved it off. It's all right. It's merely a matter of adjustment. In time, it shall feel natural. Thus, the matter of their marriage was settled, and both felt a sense of anticipation regarding their union. Lin Shuyan's decision to marry Yu Fei was not a fleeting whim. She had long regarded him favorably. Whenever she was with him, a profound sense of tranquility enveloped her, and his presence was a source of immense comfort. During their recent outings, she had come to appreciate many of his admirable qualities, particularly after the unforeseen events that revealed his unwavering sincerity towards her. Over the days they spent together, she realized her affection for Yu Fei had blossomed, growing deeper with each passing moment. Previously, she would feel repulsed by any man who ventured too close. Now, she found herself inviting Yu Fei to hold her as she slept. Rather than feeling discomfort, she experienced an overwhelming sense of security and comfort, enjoying restful nights of sleep. A few days prior, Lin Shuyan contemplated the possibility of not returning home, envisioning a life on this island with Yu Fei. She believed that sharing a simple existence with him here would be quite fulfilling, and these days had proven to be the happiest of her life. This resolution was also the reason she chose to dismantle the international distress signal she had set up upon her return to the beach, fortifying her conviction that Yu Fei should eliminate the bandit. She had resolved not to go back, with her decision made. She knew Yu Fei would steadfastly remain by her side, alleviating her concerns regarding the bandit's demise. The prospect of marrying Lin Shuyan filled Yu Fei with childlike glee. He could hardly contain his joy. The thought of spending his life on this island with her brought him unparalleled happiness. Though their days here were marked by hardship, his heart brimmed with delight. He perceived their secluded island, shared solely between them, as a veritable paradise. Just a few days ago, he had mused that living alongside Lin Shuyan on this island would be a wonderful blessing. He had once hesitated to draw near her. Now, he relished the opportunity to hold her while they slept each night. The experience was blissful, bringing him a level of rest he had never known before. Indeed, it was akin to the infantile slumber often depicted on television. Having had limited exposure to the outside world, Yu Fei felt that living on this island with Lin Shuyan was akin to the secluded existence of Yang Guo and Zai Longnu. The only distinction was that their retreat was within an ancient tomb, whereas he and Lin Shuyan were ensconced on a resource-rich island. Faced with the myriad personalities of the urban environment, Yu Fei found himself more inclined to engage with the island's wildlife. After a lengthy period, the two of them finally settled into tranquility. Following a shared smile, Lin Shuyan gathered her belongings and headed to the stream to freshen up, while Yu Fei began preparations for breakfast. In celebration of his joy, he resolved to indulge in a seafood feast that morning. Lacking a pot, he resorted to using a thicker bamboo tube as a substitute. Once he rekindled the fire and added firewood to the pile, he ventured to the mountain spring with a substantial bag of seafood, cleansing all the catch thoroughly before placing it into the bamboo tube, along with an appropriate amount of fresh water. Upon returning to the cave, he added a pinch of salt and sealed the tubes, opening with banana leaves, setting it atop the fire to simmer slowly. At that moment, Yu Fei reflected on the previous night's experience, realizing that keeping the fire within the cave was not sustainable. Exposing it to the elements outside, especially during windy or rainy weather, was equally impractical. He needed to devise a solution to maintain the fire source. After all, the lighter had a limited number of uses, and extinguishing the fire daily would deplete its lifespan, leaving both him and Lin Shuyan without a reliable source of flame. After contemplating for a while, and Yufei concluded that he could excavate a smaller cave nearby to serve as a kitchen, complete with a dedicated ventilation opening. This would not only preserve the fire, but also create a separation from their living quarters, protecting it from adverse weather conditions. Most importantly, this cave could be utilized for smoking meat, thereby extending its shelf life. With a plan in mind, Yufei selected a spot near the entrance of the cave on its western side. He carefully traced a door-shaped outline on the wall with his dagger and began to scrape away the earth. He intended for the door to be modest in size, approximately 1 meter in height and 50 centimeters in width, believing that a smaller opening would be easier to cover at night. If the door were too large, it would be challenging to find suitable materials to block it. Given that the fire had burned throughout the day, the soil on the walls had hardened somewhat, a characteristic of yellow earth, which can solidify under high temperatures. Many places utilize yellow earth for brickmaking. However, since the cave was expansive and the temperature from the fire was not excessively high, only a thin layer had hardened, which Yufei quickly scraped away with his dagger. He then planned to continue digging inward when Lin Shuyan returned, having finished her washing. Yufei shared his idea of excavating a kitchen with her. Lin Shuyan concurred, noting that it was not ideal for the fire to remain within their living space. During her cleansing, she had expelled a significant amount of black residue from her nostrils, remnants of the invisible smoke produced by the fire. She was planning to return and discuss with Yufei. Although lighting a fire in the cave provided a sense of security, prolonged exposure was detrimental to both their lungs. Before she had the chance to mention it, Yufei had already contemplated excavating a separate chamber for the fire. Chapter 34. Preparing to expand the cave, she felt a deep connection with him, as they had both arrived at the same idea independently. With a heart full of joy, she returned her belongings to the suitcase and joined Yufei in the excavation. Just like when they had dug the trap, Yufei dug while she transported the soil out. Excavating this chamber was considerably easier than digging the trap, allowing Yufei to alternate between digging and assisting Lin Shuyan in moving the earth. Initially, Yufei intended to carve out a smaller kitchen, but as the task proved effortless, he decided to expand it. After all, it was prudent to prepare for the possibility of acquiring more meat in the future, necessitating a space for curing. Thus, he crafted a chamber that was 2 meters high, 2 meters wide, and 3 meters long. During the excavation, Yufei left space for a stove near the exterior. Although he had no pot yet, he constructed the stove in anticipation. He even fashioned a flue. He believed that even in the absence of a pot, he could utilize stone slabs to prepare food, and if he couldn't obtain an iron pot later, he could create a stone pot instead. Constructing the stove was straightforward, but fashioning the flue took him some time. After several failed attempts, he hollowed out bamboo and arranged it to form the shape of the flue. Knowing bamboo would not last long, he surrounded it with a layer of yellow clay. The flue extended through the wall, reaching outside, and Yufei was pleased with his work, yet the efficacy of the flue would only be revealed upon testing. Presently, the yellow clay remained damp, preventing him from lighting a fire. Doing so would risk cracking the clay. He needed to wait for it to dry naturally before attempting to ignite a flame. In addition to the door connecting to the bedroom, Yufei also created several small openings in the outer wall. These openings were not too large, ensuring that wild animals could not enter while allowing light and ventilation into the cave. Though it seems simple, the construction of this modest kitchen kept Yufei and Lin Shuyan busy for most of the day. They only took a brief respite during a seafood feast, dedicating the remainder of their time to the excavation. Rather than scattering the soil they had dug up, Yufei covered it with weeds and leaves, intending to mold the earth into bricks for potential firing in the future. Observing the position of the sun, he realized he had over 3 hours until dusk, affording him the opportunity to accomplish more tasks. He surveyed the cave where he and Lin Shuyan resided, noting the grass bed, and deemed it necessary to construct a bamboo bed. While sleeping was manageable for now, prolonged use would lead to dampness rising from the ground. After residing in such a place for an extended period, one is prone to rheumatism, which can lead to excruciating joint pain. He contemplated constructing a bamboo bed, elevating them off the ground to mitigate the risk of developing rheumatic ailments prematurely. Previously, the lack of suitable grass fodder had hindered such endeavors, but now, having discovered a vast bamboo grove and armed with a dagger capable of effortlessly felling the bamboo, the task of crafting a bamboo bed seemed feasible. And Yu Fei ventured back into the bamboo forest, returning with several stalks, and then he collected some driftwood from the shore. His plan was to construct a sturdy frame from the wood, layering the bamboo strips atop it, ensuring both durability and comfort for their slumber. However, as he prepared to build the framework, he encountered a dilemma. The cave where he and Lin Xuan resided was exceedingly cramped, with a height and width barely exceeding 1 meter, even smaller than the modest kitchen he had excavated earlier that day. The 2-meter by 2.2-meter bed he envisioned would not fit within the confines of the cave, and he was reluctant to create a smaller bed that would make Lin Xuan feel constrained. Thus, the grand bed plan was reluctantly shelved. After contemplating the situation, Yu Fei discussed with Lin Xuan, and they reached a consensus to expand their cave. This space would serve as their primary resting and living area, requiring a more spacious environment to avoid a stifling atmosphere. With their decision made, they commenced their task, first removing all belongings from the cave before beginning the excavation. Due to the effects of the fire, the surface soil was rather hard, necessitating the removal of this hardened layer before they could dig further. And Yu Fei prioritized increasing the height of the cave, believing that once the excavation was complete, the newfound space would be significantly larger. He recognized the potential risk of collapse from the unexcavated soil, which had not yet hardened from the fire. Thus, he planned to support the ceiling with timber and planks during the digging process. But first, he needed to reach the desired height. Time was of the essence, and Yu Fei and Lin Xuan only managed to excavate the cave to their intended height before they had to pause. With less than an hour remaining until darkness fell, they still needed to prepare dinner and patrol the beach, leaving the remaining excavation work to be completed the following day. Dinner preparations were straightforward. The fish Yu Fei had brought back the previous day was nearly smoked to perfection. He set 2 fish aside to roast at a distance from the fire, anticipating their readiness for consumption. He also heated water in a bamboo tube, planning to patrol the beach afterward, estimating that he would return just in time for the fish to be perfectly cooked. That evening, Lin Xuan insisted on accompanying Yu Fei for the beach patrol. Though she had wished to join him in the morning, she had been unable to rise early. Now, she was determined not to miss out. Their patrol transformed from a solitary undertaking for Yu Fei into a shared experience filled with laughter and conversation. Resembling a leisurely stroll, this made the patrol an enjoyable endeavor. Moreover, their collaboration yielded fruitful results. With Lin Xuan's presence, they were able to catch more fish before they could escape back into the water. Together, they managed to capture 9 fish, the largest weighing an impressive 7 to 8 pounds. The fish was discovered by Lin Xuan, who found it stranded on the shore, likely exhausted from its prolonged struggle. She easily subdued it, and capturing such a large fish brought her immense joy. She exclaimed that it was incredibly fun and expressed her intention to return the following evening. This time, she refrained from mentioning a morning visit, fully aware that rising early was beyond her capability. Naturally, Yu Fei had no objections to her accompanying him. Patrolling together would alleviate any sense of boredom, and their interactions during these excursions would undoubtedly nurture their budding relationship. Moreover, Yu Fei felt an overwhelming sense of happiness as he strolled along the beach with Lin Xuan, the sunset painting a picturesque backdrop, making him envision a future where they could walk together until old age. Upon returning from the seaside to the small river, Yu Fei meticulously cleaned the fish he had caught, just as he did the previous day, before they both made their way back to the cave. Chapter 35. Completion of the cave expansion. After their return, Yu Fei began to cure the fish he had caught that day with sea salt and subsequently prepared dinner with Lin Xuan. Following their meal, he intended to smoke the fish. Naturally, this process required the newly excavated small kitchen. However, upon inspecting it, he realized its barren state left no space to hang the fish, and the makeshift smoking rack he had used the day before was no longer usable after single use. After contemplating, he took out a dagger and commenced digging on the sidewalls of the small kitchen, aiming to create grooves to accommodate bamboo poles. This arrangement would enable him to hang the smoked fish, ensuring a continuous supply of fire within the kitchen and prolonging the preservation of the fish. He quickly excavated 2 grooves, each measuring 20 centimeters in length, depth, and height, and he piled the excavated soil at the entrance of the kitchen, planning to dispose of it shortly. Next, he procured 2 bamboo poles, measured their lengths accurately, and secured them in place, testing their sturdiness. He planned to install these 2 poles for now, intending to return the following day to gather more, ideally placing additional poles at intervals to facilitate hanging numerous meats in the future. Given the bounty he and Lin Shuyan had collected the previous day, he anticipated that it would not be long before they filled the poles to capacity. Of course, to hang the fish, it first needed to be smoked. Otherwise, it would spoil before the smoking process was complete. To smoke the fish, he required a smoking rack. Utilizing the bamboo, he fashioned a robust smoking rack, far sturdier than the previous one, which he believed would endure for a considerable time. Subsequently, he added some thick firewood to the kitchen's fire pit, having relocated the fire when expanding their living quarters. He also prepared dinner in the small kitchen. However, the clay flue had not yet dried, rendering the stove unusable. So he continued to roast the fish as he had done previously. And Yufei set up the smoking rack and placed the fish he had caught today upon it to smoke. He believed that after a night of smoking, he could flip the fish the following day and let it smoke throughout the day, which would yield satisfactory results. As for the 2 fish he had caught yesterday, they were already smoked, so he hung them on the bamboo pole at the top. However, with these tasks completed, and Yufei could not yet rest, for there remained one crucial matter to attend to. He had yet to construct a door between his cave and the small kitchen. The smoke escaping from this makeshift opening was far greater than that emanating from the ventilation he had provided for the kitchen. Now that he had bamboo, and Yufei no longer needed to laboriously chop hazel branches. He cut the bamboo into strips and wove them together in a manner akin to crafting a lattice with hazel sticks, creating a door slightly larger than the one leading to the kitchen. Upon affixing this door, he noticed numerous gaps through which smoke continued to infiltrate their dwelling. Observing this, and Yufei retrieved a bandit-esque jacket and draped it over the door. After placing the jacket, the amount of smoke entering the cave diminished significantly. He had not anticipated that, although the jacket was unwearable, it would serve multiple purposes. After a moment's thought, he soaked the jacket in water and hung it up again, which further reduced the smoke. Upon inspecting the door, and Yufei noticed a few smaller gaps, still allowing smoke to enter the cave. He ventured outside to gather some moss, returning to seal these openings completely, finally ensuring that the door was properly sealed. By this time, dusk was approaching, and Yufei found a piece of wood and carved a character for correct upon it. He then arranged the bushes outside the cave and positioned the lattice blocking the entrance before retreating to his grass bed to rest. The reason he chose to carve this character was that he had calculated that today marked the 5th day since he and Lin Shuyan had arrived on the island. He planned to carve one each day, so 5 days would yield one character. Once he carved 6 characters, it would signify that they had been on the island for a full month. And Yufei felt assured that the expansion of their dwelling would be completed swiftly. But to his surprise, the excavation took 2.5 days. It was only by noon on the 3rd day that he and Lin Shuyan achieved the planned dimensions for the cave. The newly expanded cave measured 5 meters in length, 3 meters in width, and 2 meters in height, considerably larger than before. And Yufei envisioned that the large bed he had planned would fit perfectly within, leaving approximately a meter of space alongside it. Given the recent excavation, the soil still retained considerable moisture. So Yufei intended to let it dry for a few days before lighting a fire inside the cave to harden the surface soil, thereby enhancing the cave's structural integrity. The cave ceiling was supported by 8 wooden beams, which he believed would suffice, and during the excavation, he had followed Lin Shuyan's suggestion to shape the ceiling into an arch, as she had indicated that this would bolster its strength. The prolonged excavation was primarily due to other commitments that consumed Yufei's time, such as the bi-daily patrols along the shore and the necessity of maintaining a fire in the small kitchen, which required him to gather firewood each day. Despite his lack of success during morning patrols over the past few days, Yufei and Lin Shuyan managed to catch approximately 10 fish each evening, which have now become their main source of sustenance. Aware of the substantial amount of firewood needed daily, Yufei took the opportunity to collect some dry wood from the shoreline during each patrol, contributing significantly to their daily wood consumption. The lone wolf had yet to fall into the trap Yufei had set, but he observed it lingering outside their cave every night. Recently, it had left tracks a little over a meter from the trap, indicating its proximity. Initially, Yufei admired the wolf's patience and resilience against hunger. However, He soon discovered the reason behind its persistence. It had been consuming the fish entrails he discarded while cleaning the fish. Upon realizing this, Yufei decided to clean the fish by the sea, discarding the entrails into the water in hopes of attracting carnivorous fish, which might encourage a population to linger nearby. He contemplated crafting a fishing rod during his leisure time to catch fish in this spot, combining relaxation with the procurement of food. Even in the absence of a catch, it was preferable to allowing the lone wolf to feast upon them. He understood that an adult wolf could not be tamed. Otherwise, he would have considered raising it. Although his education was limited, he had heard tales of butchers and wolves and did not wish to share a similar fate. Chapter 36. Eliminating the lone wolf for the past few days, Yufei had been preoccupied with expanding the cave, not venturing outside. Consequently, he and Lin Shuyan had subsisted solely on the seafood he collected from the beach during their breakfasts, while their lunches and dinners consisted of grilled fish and wild fruits. They had consumed the last of the wild fruits yesterday, leaving only grilled fish for lunch today. The monotony of their meals struck Yufei, as he felt that even the most delectable dishes would become tiresome with daily repetition. With the cave expansion now complete, he intended to venture out in search of alternative food sources the following day. A few days prior, he had spotted wild chickens and rabbits, and heard the bleating of goats in the northern thicket. He had also encountered wild boars near the fruit trees. The resources on this deserted island were abundant, and with the right approach, he could procure ample food. With limited time in the afternoon, Yufei decided against venturing out, as reaching the northern thicket alone would consume over an hour. Instead, he resolved to use the afternoon to construct a bed, allowing him and Lin Shuyan to sleep off the ground that night. He had prepared the materials 3 days prior and, utilizing the selected timber, swiftly built the bed frame in the innermost part of the cave. He then proceeded to cut bamboo into strips, given the quantity of bamboo strips required. This task consumed considerable time. Once the strips were ready, he began weaving them, intending to replicate the design of the small kitchen door, thereby ensuring enhanced sturdiness and resistance to displacement and damage. Having woven the bamboo mat, Yufei found that its dimensions were perfect as he had measured them beforehand. He first laid bamboo on the wooden bed frame, then placed the meticulously crafted bamboo mat atop it. Lying down to test it, he found it somewhat satisfactory, though lacking cushioning, which made it rather uncomfortable. With limited resources at hand, he resorted to spreading dried grass over the mat for added comfort. Although not entirely pleased, he acknowledged the constraints of his materials, deciding to enhance the bedding when better options became available. After a busy afternoon, Yufei finally completed the bed just in time for his daily patrol with Lin Shuyan. He placed the smoked fish by the fire to cook and set off with Lin Shuyan for a leisurely stroll along the seashore, all the while keeping an eye out for any signs of trouble. Their efforts bore fruit today as they caught 10 large fish, and Yufei shouldered several logs for firewood while he and Lin Shuyan made their way to the designated area for cleaning the fish. With practiced ease, Yufei used his dagger to gut the fish, discarding the entrails into the sea, scaling them, removing the gills, and thoroughly cleaning them before heading towards the cave. Upon reaching the small river, Yufei washed the fish one more time before they returned to the cave. By the time they arrived back, the smoked fish that Yufei had set by the fire was perfectly cooked. After enjoying their dinner and engaging in some light conversation, they retired to bed. Lying on the newly made bed, they quickly fell into a deep slumber, wrapped in each other's embrace. In the midst of their peaceful sleep, a sudden noise from outside the cave jolted Yufei awake. He approached the entrance and listened intently, soon discerning the mournful howls of a wolf. Although faint, the sound was unmistakable. Realizing it was likely the lone wolf that had fallen into a trap, Yufei contemplated the depth of the trap and concluded that the wolf, once fallen in, would struggle to escape. Given the darkness outside, he decided against venturing out, resolving to investigate at dawn instead. He returned to bed, finding solace in Lin Shuyan's unique fragrance, which quickly lulled him back to sleep. At first light, Yufei awoke and promptly got out of bed, arming himself with a spear crafted from a wooden stick and his dagger. Every night, he fashioned the dagger into a spear for protection, removing it during the day, and now it was ready for use. As he removed the barricade from the entrance, he noticed that the trap had indeed been triggered, revealing a large pit where it once lay. Although the wolf's howling had ceased, Yufei surmised that it was likely still trapped below. Stepping out of the cave, he cleared a path through the brush at the entrance and approached the edge of the pit for a closer look. At a glance, He spotted the wolf at the bottom of the pit. At that moment, the wolf also caught sight of an Yufei and bared its fangs, emitting a warning growl. An Yufei observed the wolf, which was bloodied and wounded in several places. He was taken aback that, despite its grievous injuries, the creature still dared to issue such a fierce warning. He pondered that this must be the essence of its wolfish nature. Despite its severe wounds, an Yufei did not underestimate the beast. A single bite could inflict considerable harm. The wolf's mouth teemed with bacteria, and a bite could lead to infections, which in this desolate island, devoid of medical supplies, could very well cost him his life. Ignoring the wolf's growls, an Yufei continued to observe it closely. Through his scrutiny, he discerned that it was a male wolf. Initially, he had surmised that the creature was on the brink of starvation and would be emaciated, yet it was anything but. Its body was rippling with robust muscles, exuding a semblance of strength. Now, however, the wolf was covered in wounds, having lost a significant amount of blood, although some of its injuries had begun to clot. As the instigator of this encounter, an Yufei couldn't help but admire the wolf's tenacity, despite sustaining such severe injuries. He remained standing. Oddly enough, as he gazed at the wolf's wounds, a pang of sympathy tugged at his heart, but he quickly suppressed this feeling. The wilderness operated on a brutal principle. If he did not eliminate this lone wolf today, it might one day devour him. Life in the wild was merciless. It was a matter of eat or be eaten. If the roles were reversed, the wolf would undoubtedly consume him without hesitation. With this realization, an Yufei grasped his spear, intent on ending the wolf's suffering while also removing a potential threat. He aimed for the wolf's head, preparing to strike, but just as he did, the wolf, despite its apparent exhaustion, managed to snap at the spear's blade with surprising swiftness. And Yufei reflected that had the wolf not been so severely injured, the outcome of their encounter would have been uncertain, even with his dagger in hand. Chapter 37. Found a steamer by the sea given the wolf's ferocity. And Yufei felt that its chances of victory were considerably higher. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Mercy towards one's enemy is cruelty towards oneself. Earlier, when he had thrust the spear at the lone wolf, his hesitation had resulted in a feeble strike, allowing the wolf to easily grasp the dagger. Resolute now, and Yufei summoned all his strength and forcefully drove the spear downward. The wolf, already weakened, could not maintain its grip on the dagger. The weapon pierced through its mouth and into the back of its skull. The once menacing wolf instantly lost its vitality, and when Yufei withdrew the spear, the creature collapsed to the ground. After falling, the wolf twitched a few times before drawing its last breath. Concerned that it might be feigning death, and Yufei prodded it with the spear, but it showed no response whatsoever. In this moment, and Yufei confirmed that the wolf had indeed perished, alleviating the lingering concern that had troubled him for countless days. This wolf had been prowling outside his dwelling in the cave each night, instilling fear in Yufei's heart as he worried that it might one day storm into his sanctuary. Now, at last, he could find solace. After waiting a while longer and observing that the wolf remained motionless, he procured some vines and fashioned a noose at one end. With the assistance of a spear, he managed to secure it around the wolf's neck. However, when he tightened the noose and began to pull on the vine, he was taken aback by the wolf's considerable weight. Just as he exerted force to lift the carcass, the vine snapped. Left with no choice, he sought out thicker vines. This time, he prepared two and simultaneously looped them around the wolf's neck. Although the vines held firm, the weight of the corpse proved too great for him to manage alone. Desperate, and Yufei ventured into the cave to awaken Lin Shuyan, who was indulging in a beauty sleep. Initially reluctant to rise, she sprang into action upon hearing that the wolf had fallen into a trap. With her assistance, and Yufei finally hoisted the wolf's body to the ground, whereupon he discovered he could manipulate it. Testing his strength, he estimated the wolf weighed around 150 to 160 pounds. Although it required effort, he was able to lift it. Only then did he realize why the initial vine had snapped and why he could not pull it up from the pit. Lifting it from the ground demanded a different kind of strength. He had not anticipated the wolf's heft, and Yufei was uncertain of the wolf's breed, but he felt it was significantly larger than the wolves from their small village. However, with the creature now lifeless, he found joy in its size. For the greater the wolf, the more meat it would yield, providing sustenance for both him and Lin Shuyan for an extended period. He instructed Lin Shuyan to help him hang the wolf from the nearest tree to the cave. intending to leave the carcass there until he returned from his patrol along the seaside to skin and butcher it, since the discovery of the bandits. And Yufei had resolved to patrol the coastline twice daily, morning and evening, without fail. Thus, he set aside the task of dealing with the wolf's remains for the time being. He reasoned that the corpse would not spoil in just 1 or 2 hours. And seeing that he was headed to the beach, Lin Xuyin, now awake, naturally insisted on accompanying him. Each evening spent at the seaside with Yufei brought her a sense of joy and adventure. Had she not been so sluggish in the mornings, she would have joined him sooner. Today, however, she was determined to partake. And Yufei collected a wealth of seafood every morning, and Lin Xuyin had longed to experience this. Today, she finally had the chance. The first time she gathered from the sea felt like a return to her childhood, as she marveled at the myriad marine creatures, collecting seashells and capturing crabs, completely absorbed in the delight of the moment. Today, with Lin Xuyan's presence, and Yufei's morning patrol took significantly longer. This was primarily due to Lin Xuyan's eagerness to catch everything she spotted. There were instances where she could not grasp certain items, prompting Yufei to assist her. After an hour and a half of playful antics, the duo finally completed their seaside patrol. However, they gathered a greater bounty of seafood than usual. Lin Xuyan, a shrimp enthusiast, managed to catch approximately 2 pounds of shrimp today, along with a variety of other treasures. Remarkably, Yufei's usual seafood bag was insufficient to contain their haul. After filling 1 bag to capacity, he retrieved another and filled it halfway, finally accommodating all the seafood they had collected. Perhaps due to Lin Xuyan's fortuitous presence, they stumbled upon a pot on the beach, a steamer, as Yufei referred to it, known as a young pot in his hometown. While Lin Xuyan had no recollection of the pot, Yufei recognized it as the very vessel used on the ill-fated ship they had once been aboard. This ancient aluminum pot bore the marks of time, riddled with dents and scratches, having been employed by the crew to cook meals. During this period, Yufei had been discovering items from that ship nearly every morning. The previous finds were mostly plastic, largely devoid of utility, save for a solitary plastic bucket that he had cleaned for water storage. Yufei was astonished that Lin Xuyan's first outing with him yielded the very pot they so desperately needed. With this pot, they could frequently prepare meals. Although Yufei could utilize bamboo tubes for cooking, they were not as effective as a proper pot. They would deteriorate after a few uses, and their thermal conductivity was poor, prolonging cooking times. Furthermore, frequent cooking would deplete their bamboo resources, which were already scarce. The discovery of the steamer brought joy to both, and Yufei recalled his canvas bag, pondering when it might wash ashore. Lin Xuyan had long since donned her previous attire, dressing beautifully each day, while Yufei remained shirtless. When he mentioned his canvas bag, Lin Xuyan laughed heartily, teasing, "Just wait. I believe your bag may never wash up here." Yufei scoffed at her words, insisting he did not believe her. With that, he hoisted the collected firewood and carried the largest bag of seafood towards the cave, while Lin Xuyan giggled and hurried to catch up with her half-filled bag. As she chased after him, she remarked, "You may not believe it, but I think it's true. Otherwise, how could your bag have remained lost for so long?" Chapter 38. Dealing with the wolf's corpse engaged in playful banter. The two arrived at the riverbank, where Yufei set down the firewood and began to sort through the seafood they had collected alongside Lin Xuyan. With such an abundance of seafood, they surely could not consume it all in one sitting. Thus, they meticulously cleaned all the seafood, reserving a portion for breakfast, while the remainder was prepared for smoking in the small kitchen. These were the fruits of their labor, and they had no desire to let the food spoil and be discarded. After sorting through a portion, Lin Xuyan urged Yufei to return and prepare the meal, insisting that she would handle the rest. Having never engaged in household chores before, Lin Xuyan had been learning various tasks from Yufei over the past few days. Initially, she had anticipated that these chores would be exceedingly tedious. However, to her surprise, she found the experience anything but dull. She relished the moments spent doing housework with Yufei, feeling a profound sense of happiness. She realized that this leisurely lifestyle was precisely what she desired. Each task completed filled her with a sense of accomplishment, and the food she prepared with her own hands tasted remarkably delicious, surpassing anything she had ever eaten before. And Yufei recognized that Lin Xuyan was capable of cleaning the remaining seafood independently. Therefore, he first scrubbed the aluminum pot he had found with sand, removing the outer layer to reveal its original luster. After washing it several times with clean water, he filled the pot with fresh water and placed the prepared seafood inside, intending to use this pot for breakfast. With this pot, the stove he had constructed in the small kitchen could finally be put to use. After drying for several days, it was time to test the stove with fire. Upon returning to the cave, Yufei ignited the dry wood in the fire pit and placed the pot atop the stove. To his surprise, the pot fit perfectly on the makeshift stove. However, after observing for a moment, he noticed that the stove had some issues. Smoke continued to billow into the cave, and the flames were not particularly vigorous. Realizing that this was likely a problem with the flue, he recalled that he had cleared the bamboo inside, which should have allowed the smoke to escape outside rather than filling the cave. Reflecting on the stoves in his hometown, he quickly identified the issue. The flue in his home extended outward, allowing smoke to disperse more effectively. Understanding the crux of the problem, Yufei fetched a section of bamboo, cleared it as before, and positioned it outside the flue. Once he secured the bamboo, the stove performed remarkably well. The smoke was successfully expelled outside, no longer infiltrating the cave, and the flames within the stove blazed brightly. Satisfied with this improvement, Yufei nodded approvingly. The pot proved to be far more efficient than using a bamboo tube, and soon enough, he had cooked the seafood to perfection. Once the seafood was ready, he removed the pot to cool and covered the stove's original pot position with a stone slab. He intended to let the fire continue burning for a while, ensuring the yellow clay outside the flue dried and hardened. With Lin Shuyan still absent, Yufei ventured to the riverbank to find her. Upon his arrival, he discovered Lin Shuyan still engaged in cleaning the seafood, so he joined her in the task. Once they had finished sorting through all the seafood, he carried the firewood they had left behind and returned to the cave alongside Lin Shuyan. After breakfast, Yufei placed the remaining seafood on the smoking rack and took up a dagger, preparing to attend to the corpse of the lone wolf. Lin Shuyan, having finished her meal and with nothing pressing to do, decided to accompany Yufei, intending to assist him while observing the spectacle. During his time in the small mountain village, Yufei had hunted before, making him familiar with skinning animals. With deft movements, alternating between the dagger and his bare hands, he quickly removed the wolf's pelt. Yufei anticipated that Lin Shuyan might feel discomfort at such a scene, yet to his surprise, she not only remained unperturbed, but also poked at various parts with her fingers. In the past, she would have certainly felt uneasy witnessing such a sight. But since she had seen Yufei dispatch that bandit not long ago, she now felt no aversion at all. Once the wolf's skin was removed, Yufei began to eviscerate the animal and segment the meat. The wolf yielded a substantial amount of flesh, after discarding the head, entrails, and claws. Yufei estimated that the remaining meat and bones weighed around 120 pounds. Such a bounty could not fit on the original smoking rack, which was already occupied by fish and uneaten seafood from that morning. Consequently, Yufei constructed 2 additional smoking racks from bamboo to accommodate the wolf's meat. Due to the considerable quantity of meat, Yufei found his previously collected sea salt insufficient, prompting him and Lin Shuyan to venture to the seaside to gather more salt from the rocks. With the meat now fully smoked, the only remnants of the butchering process were the wolf's skin, head for paws, and entrails. Yufei intended to tan the pelt for use as bedding. Although the fur was somewhat coarse, sleeping on it would be preferable to resting on straw. With the pelt sorted, Yufei was at a loss regarding the remaining parts. In the past, he would have discarded such items without a second thought. However, given their current circumstances on a deserted island, where every morsel of food was precious, he hesitated to throw them away. Yet, having never tasted these parts, he was uncertain of their palatability. After much deliberation, Yufei resolved to cook them and sample the flavors. If they were agreeable, he would share them with Lin Shuyan. If not, he would consume them himself, allowing her to eat something else. He transported the remaining items to the small river, washing the skinned wolf's head and claws before soaking them in the spot where he had previously kept the cauliflower snake, intending to let them soak for 2 days before consumption. The wolf's entrails were abundant, sufficient for a day or 2 of sustenance. Additionally, Yufei believed that soaking them in water for a couple of days would help eliminate any unpleasant odors. After submerging the wolf's head and claws in water, Yufei turned his attention to the entrails, discarding the gallbladder, as he found its bitterness unappetizing. He then meticulously rinsed the heart, liver, and lungs in the river, placing them onto clean banana leaves. Next, he prepared to address the wolf's intestines and abdominal section. He began to process the wolf's entrails and belly using the method he learned from the butcher in the small mountain village. Having previously assisted the butcher, Yufei felt no psychological burden in handling these two items. After half an hour, he had meticulously cleaned the wolf's insides, washing them thoroughly before placing them alongside the heart and lungs on a banana leaf. Chapter 39. Consuming wolf meat. By this point, Yufei had completely dealt with the wolf's internal organs, even extracting some wolf fat, which he carefully preserved for future use. The previous day, he had intended to venture out in search of additional food, but unexpectedly, the wolf had fallen into a trap. By the time he finished processing the wolf, it was nearly noon, and his plans for the day had to be temporarily set aside. Nonetheless, this wolf could still serve as sustenance. Although Yufei was uncertain about its taste, especially regarding the freshly cleaned entrails. Regardless, he had already cleaned the entrails, and he resolved to cook them. Only by tasting them would he discover their flavor. Setting the wolf's hide aside for the moment, he planned to begin working on it in the afternoon, then return to the cave with the cleaned entrails. Initially, Yufei intended to prepare a wolf offal soup, but upon reaching the cooking area, he noticed that the stone slab still retained some warmth. Thus, he decided to use a portion of the entrails to make grilled wolf offal as an experiment. He intended to prepare a small amount first. If it proved palatable, he would make more, but if it did not, he would resort to the soup. Adding some new firewood to the stove, Yufei sliced thin pieces of wolf heart, lungs, and other entrails, placing them on the stone slab to grill. After a while, he sprinkled some sea salt on top, and soon, an enticing aroma wafted from the slab. Once the pieces were cooked, Yufei eagerly picked one up to taste. To his surprise, he found that the grilled entrails had no foul taste at all. They were remarkably delicious. Satisfied with the flavor, Yufei urged Lin Shuiyin to give it a try. If she found it agreeable, they would have the entrails for lunch. Otherwise, he would grill her a fish separately. After tasting a piece, Lin Shuiyin nodded and remarked, "I never expected these wolf entrails to be quite tasty. They have a wonderful chewiness that grows more delightful with each bite." Observing that she was enjoying the dish, Yufei encouraged her to eat more while he continued to slice additional pieces from the entrails for grilling. As they cooked and ate, they quickly finished the wolf heart, lungs, and liver, leaving only the intestines untouched. These two items had a peculiar flavor that did not lend itself well to this method of preparation. With the wolf's entrails being limited, neither of them felt completely satisfied. Just as Yufei was about to go and grill a fish, Lin Shuiyin suggested, "Those wolf meat pieces look quite tempting. Why don't you grill some wolf meat as well?" In the past, Yufei had tasted wolf meat, and, in his recollection, it bore a distinct gamey odor that could only be masked by transforming it into jerky or by employing certain special spices. Thus, he turned to Lin Shuiyin and remarked, "Wolves often consume carrion, which is why their meat carries such a strong gamey flavor. If we roast it directly like this, it surely won't be palatable." Propping her chin thoughtfully, Lin Shuiyin replied, "But I want to try it. What should we do?" Faced with her insistence, Yufei hastily set down the smoked fish he was holding and sliced off some thin pieces of the freshly smoked wolf meat, preparing them on the stone slab in the manner of roasting wolf entrails. Once the wolf meat was cooked, Lin Shuiyin picked up a piece and began to savor it. Observing her furrowed brow and deliberate chewing, Yufei assumed it must be unappetizing and said, "It must taste awful, right? If you truly can't stomach it, you can spit it out. I'll finish what's left and go prepare some fish for you." After swallowing the roasted wolf meat, Lin Shuiyin responded, "I find it quite delicious. Actually, it doesn't have the gamey taste you mentioned at all." Her words left Yufei perplexed. He quickly grabbed a piece of the roasted wolf meat and, after a few chews, realized that this wolf's meat differed significantly from what he had previously encountered. Just as Lin Shuiyin had said, it was flavorful and entirely devoid of any gamey essence. Yufei pondered the cause of this anomaly. He speculated that it might be due to a different breed, as this wolf was considerably larger than any he had seen before. He also recalled its robust physique and the old injury he had noticed on its left foreleg when processing the carcass. After some contemplation, he surmised that the wolf's limited consumption of carrion might also be a contributing factor. The wound on its foreleg was not a recent one, as it had already scabbed over, and Yufei estimated it had existed for over a week. Considering the wolf's size, he believed it had likely been hunting fresh prey until it sustained injury 7 days prior, which had forced it to resort to carrion. This might also explain why it had been lingering outside their cave, drawn by the scent of blood. After all, this island was abundant with wild chickens, hares, and sheep, making it easy for a healthy wolf to catch prey. If fresh game were available, it would certainly not resort to eating carrion. Yet, this remained merely in Yufei's conjecture. He could not ascertain the exact reason. Nevertheless, he chose not to dwell on the matter. Since the wolf meat lacked any unpleasant flavor and was indeed delightful, he decided to indulge in it without further concern. And Yufei continued to place slices of wolf meat onto the stone slab for roasting. And after consuming a sufficient amount of the delicious meat, both he and Lin Shuyan felt thoroughly satiated. After their meal, and Yufei took a moment to rest before preparing to process the wolf pelt. He needed to attend to it promptly, otherwise, the passage of time would invite flies to lay their eggs upon it, rendering the pelt unusable once the larvae hatched. In the quaint village of Anyufei, hunters typically utilize alkaline substances to process the skins of their prey. However, some opt for a mixture of plant ash and animal fat. While Anyufei currently lacks alkaline materials, he possesses an abundance of plant ash and has collected some animal fat while handling the wolf's entrails. With the necessary materials at hand, he must now find a suitable location for processing the wolf skin. The odor accompanying the treatment of wolf pelts is quite unpleasant. So Anyufei is determined to avoid performing this task within the confines of the cave, considering the potential threat of other animals damaging the wolf skin. He deliberates for a while before deciding to dig a small pit just outside the cave, which he plans to cover with a large piece of wood to deter any intruders. Having settled on a plan, Anyufei begins to execute it. He selects a spot neither too far nor too close to the cave entrance and digs a pit just large enough to accommodate the entire wolf skin. Next, he retrieves a piece of plastic he had found on the beach some time ago and lays it at the bottom of the pit. Following a specific ratio, he prepares a solution primarily composed of plant ash and water, immersing the wolf skin within it. Once the skin is submerged, he places several sturdy logs on top and covers them with a layer of branches and weeds. This wolf skin will need to soak in the solution for 3 to 4 days before Anyufei can scrape away the excess meat and fat. Proceeding to the next phase of the process, which requires the wolf's fat and brain fluid, both of which he has already set aside for future use. Although the tasks at hand are not overly burdensome, Anyufei has busied himself for nearly an entire afternoon. While the wolf skin is now soaking, he remains uncertain of its ultimate success, for this method was imparted to him by the elders of the village, and he has no prior experience to draw upon. Furthermore, he currently lacks some of the specific materials mentioned by the elders, forcing him to seek suitable substitutes. With a bit of afternoon daylight remaining, Anyufei refrains from venturing outside and instead uses this time to clean and reset the trap into which the wolf had fallen. He intends to leave the trap as it is, preserving it as a backup, as both he and Lin Shuyan have grown accustomed to its presence and are unlikely to fall victim to it themselves. Having reconstructed the trap, Anyufei and Lin Shuyan, as is their daily routine, take a stroll along the beach to patrol the area. Today, fortune smiles upon them once again, yielding 9 fish. Recently, fish have been their primary sustenance, and with the addition of wolf meat to their diet, they can now rest assured that they will not face food scarcity for an extended period. As they prepare to roast the wolf meat at noon, the absence of any unpleasant odors allows Anyufei to take a wolf leg and stew it in a pot using the steam cooker and stove. Having subsisted largely on wild fruits and roasted fare lately, he decides to diversify his evening meal by preparing a hearty wolf stew. Lacking a lid for the steam cooker, Anyufei ingeniously weaves a cover from bamboo strips and places banana leaves atop it. While it may not seal perfectly, it is certainly better than having no cover at all. Yufei and Lin Shuyan returned from their patrol, placing the fish they caught today onto the smoking rack, and then began to savor the braised wolf leg. After simmering for more than 3 hours, the wolf leg was exquisitely tender, melting in the mouth with a rich aroma. It had been a long time since they had enjoyed braised meat, and this meal brought immense joy to Yufei and Lin Shuyan. The cave had been successfully expanded, and the threat posed by the lone wolf had been alleviated. The following day, Yufei prepared to venture to the northern side of the small mountain, intending to hunt for additional prey to diversify their food options. He also planned to seek out some non-meat food sources, as a monotonous diet would not suffice. He wished to find vegetables, fruits, and staples, aiming not only to satisfy Lin Shuyan's hunger, but also to delight her palate. After bidding farewell to Lin Xuyan, and Yufei set off towards the north with a spear crafted from a dagger and a lasso woven from vines. From the very first day he arrived, he had longed to gaze upon the summit of that northern mountain, yet prior engagements had hindered his exploration. Today, as he sought sustenance, he resolved to visit that peak, hoping it would grant him a panoramic view of the entire desolate island, allowing him to better comprehend his surroundings. And Yufei had previously estimated, based on his experiences from home, that although the mountain appeared close, it was approximately 8 miles away. On a well-trodden path, he could traverse that distance in half an hour, but in this overgrown terrain, it would take no less than 3 hours. Understanding the arduous journey ahead, and Yufei departed from the cave before 6 o'clock, not merely hastening along the path, but also taking time to observe his surroundings. Whenever he spotted animal trails, he would assess the type of creature and, if deemed suitable for food, set 1 or 2 traps nearby. After marking the traps on the adjacent trees, he would continue his expedition with a rhythm of walking and stopping, and Yufei soon exhausted the lasso he had prepared the previous day, supplementing it with traps fashioned from stones. He reached the farthest point he had previously traveled, and not long after, he came across a river. This river was significantly wider than the small stream south of their cave, flowing down from the mountains and bending eastward. From his vantage point, he could see the river winding its way towards the sea. Observing the downstream landscape, and Yufei noted a vast plain adorned with lush green grass, interspersed with a few sparse trees. He could not help but ponder the fertile potential of that land. If cultivated, crops would undoubtedly flourish. While setting traps, and Yufei also discovered several wild fruit trees, 2 of which bore ripe fruit. He meticulously noted their locations, intending to return for harvest, as these would serve as vital sources of vitamins. In addition to the wild fruit trees, and Yufei identified 3 types of plants: a Sichuan pepper tree, a star anise tree, and wild corn. He was uncertain whether these plants had always existed on the island or if they had been brought by the sea breeze or other means. These 3 plants, with the first 2 being commonly used spices, and corn, although classified as a coarse grain, is a highly productive staple crop that could serve as a primary food source in the future. It is somewhat regrettable that these 3 plants have yet to mature. The prickly ash and star anise may require several more months to reach full ripeness. However, and Yufei observes that the corn appears to be only about 20 days away from maturity. Surrounding the first corn plant he discovered, he found several more, unaware if it was due to the island's environment or some other reason. Yet these plants were thriving, each bearing 2 to 3 ears of corn. Concerned that these corns might be consumed by wild animals before their time, and Yufei gathered some thorns to encircle them. He understood that this would only deter some ground-dwelling creatures, as flying birds would remain unaffected. He needed to ascend to the mountain's peak and could not afford to linger here too long. For now, he could only do this much, planning to return later to enhance the protection. Having completed the traps and discovered 3 useful plants, and Yufei focused on his journey, feeling uneasy about leaving Lin Xuyan alone in the cave for too long. He aimed to reach the summit swiftly, assess the deserted island's conditions, and return promptly. Due to the time spent setting traps and encircling the corn with thorns, it took Yufei 3.5 hours to reach the mountain's peak. The prolonged duration was mainly because the path grew increasingly arduous. The underbrush was thick, forcing Yufei to carve a way through as he ascended, expending considerable effort before finally arriving at the summit. Upon reaching the top, Yufei took a brief respite before quickly climbing a large tree and sitting on a thick branch, gazing northward. Chapter 41. An overview of the deserted island. As Yufei gazed north, he noticed a stark contrast between the northern and southern sides of the mountain. The north was cloaked in dense jungle. Near the northernmost point lay a lake, which appeared to be a freshwater body, likely fed by the mountain wherein Yufei currently stood. Beyond this lake, further north, lay another expanse of forest, and beyond that, the northern coastline. While he could not clearly discern the details there, he speculated that it too was a sandy beach based on its hue. And Yufei observed that the northern side of the mountain was larger than the southern. He estimated that the mountain was approximately 16 kilometers from the northern coast, and the northern section formed a square, unlike the trapezoidal shape of the southern side. Now, Yufei had a comprehensive understanding of the island's layout. It was divided into 2 sections by this central mountain, which was roughly 16 kilometers long, with the northern area being a square of 16 kilometers by 16 kilometers. The southern side, in contrast, extended 16 kilometers northward and approximately 5 miles southward in a trapezoid shape. Both the southern and northern coastlines were evidently sandy, and based on the terrain, and Yufei surmised that the eastern and western flanks were likely sheer cliffs. The island was neither exceedingly large nor small, and with Justin Yufei and Lin Shuyan residing here, they would undoubtedly thrive. From an Yufei's perspective, the entire island resembled an arrow pointing southward, albeit with a flat tip rather than a pointed one. And in Yufei's eyes, the island is not particularly vast. It is merely the absence of pathways that renders traversing it cumbersome. He envisions that once several roads are constructed, he could easily journey from the southern tip to the northern end within a day. After all, the distance from the southernmost point to the northernmost point is a mere 20 kilometers, equivalent to 20,000 meters. Previously, Yufei traversed 10,000 meters in about 2 hours, leading him to believe that if the paths were well maintained, he could make a round trip in a day. Before long, Yufei observed a distinct contrast between the trees on the northern side of the mountain and those on the southern side. The predominant species he encountered were birch and pine, which puzzled him, as birch typically flourishes in the northern temperate zone, while the trees on the southern slope evidently belong to tropical or subtropical regions. The notion of an island harboring flora from disparate climatic zones perplexed Yufei, prompting him to speculate whether the climates on either side of the mountain differ, perhaps resulting in rain on the southern side and snow on the northern. It was also apparent to Yufei that the shrubs on the northern slope were significantly sparser, with many trees surrounded only by lowly weeds. However, this observation stemmed from his vantage point atop the mountain, where his line of sight was limited and did not necessarily represent the entirety of the northern face. From his current position, he enjoyed an unobstructed view and spotted numerous wild animals, besides wild boars, hares, and pheasants. And Yufei finally encountered the elusive goats he had only heard before, a flock of over a dozen adult goats. It struck him as peculiar that all the goats were fully grown, with not a single kid in sight. And Yufei pondered whether the kids had remained elsewhere or had fallen prey to other creatures. Having familiarized himself with the island, and Yufei recognized that he had been away for quite some time, he hastened his return, concerned that Lin Shuyan might worry about his prolonged absence. The small path he had previously carved made his journey back considerably swifter, allowing him to reach the cave in just 2 hours. Upon his return, he found Lin Shuyan anxiously awaiting him, and her relief upon seeing him was palpable. And Yufei presented her with the wild fruits he had foraged, advising her to indulge in moderation to avoid upsetting her stomach. In truth, Lin Shuyan relished these wild fruits. Perhaps it was the island's significant diurnal temperature variation that rendered them exceptionally sweet and delectable. With Yufei back, Lin Shuyan felt her worries dissipate. She gleefully took the wild fruits he offered and made her way to the riverbank to wash them, having longed for them after several days without. During Yufei's absence, Lin Shuyan had not been idle. She had prepared a wolf leg using the method he had demonstrated the previous day, and it was now perfectly stewed. With lunch ready, Yufei found no need to cook further. Upon tasting the dish, he was pleasantly surprised by how quickly Lin Shuyan had mastered the technique. Her rendition was remarkably delicious. Enjoying the wolf meat and broth, Yufei felt a profound sense of comfort, as if living a life of simplicity and harmony alongside Lin Shuyan, a feeling that filled him with immense happiness. In the afternoon, Yufei decided against venturing out. He intended to make some improvements to their living conditions in the cave and to craft some tools. His first thought turned to the 2 wild fruit trees that had reached maturity. Aware that ripe wild fruits do not last long, he resolved to harvest all the fruits from these trees, drying them to create a supply of dried wild fruits for future consumption. However, to transport these fruits back, he would require a means of conveyance. After some contemplation, he decided to weave a bamboo backpack, which would allow him to carry more fruits with less effort. Without delay, after a brief respite following lunch, Yufei began gathering bamboo, splitting it into strips to commence weaving. Observing his endeavor, Lin Shuyan eagerly joined him in learning the craft. By mid-afternoon, they had successfully woven 2 backpacks, one large and one small, with the smaller one crafted by Lin Shuyan. Yufei attached straps to both, completing their project. With time to spare before their patrol along the coast, Yufei utilized this interval to construct a bamboo table and 2 chairs. These furnishings proved highly practical, serving as a place for meals and a comfortable spot for rest, alleviating the need to sit on stones while eating from bamboo bowls. and Yufei then recalled the corn and decided to weave a cover slightly larger than the corn cobs to protect them from birds. After finishing the table and chairs, he began crafting these covers, with Lin Shuyan naturally following suit. Initially, their progress was slow, but they soon accelerated, managing to weave over 30 covers by nightfall. Had Yufei not taken the time to prepare dinner, they might have produced even more, since they had not consumed the wolf's intestines the previous day, and Yufei had placed them on a smoking rack. After a day of curing, the intestines bore the aroma of smoked meat, and their original scent had diminished significantly, and Yufei planned to eat them that evening. Realizing that the intestines alone would not suffice, he decided to stew them along with the wolf's head, from which he had extracted the brain and the wolf's paws. Unsure of how this combination would taste, he added some fresh Sichuan peppercorns he had gathered earlier that day. Chapter 42. A bag of vegetables. Discovered though dinner was ready, it was still quite hot, so when Yufei and Lin Shuyan opted to patrol the beach first, intending to eat when they returned, when the meal would be just right, not too hot nor too cold. Upon arriving at the shore, they stumbled upon a woven bag resembling those used for fertilizers. Its contents remained concealed from view, but as they approached, and Yufei caught a whiff of a putrid odor. Uncertain of how long the bag had been adrift at sea, he feared it contained decaying meat, a prospect he found quite unappetizing. Yet, Lin Shuyan's curiosity was piqued. She was eager to discover what lay within. Curiosity piqued within Lin Shuyan, and Yufei, with a sense of trepidation, approached the woven bag, intending to unveil its contents. Taking a deep breath, he opened the mouth of the bag. Upon glancing inside, a wave of relief washed over him as he discovered that the contents were far from the gruesome chunks of flesh he had imagined. Expecting Lin Shuyan to be observing him intently, he turned around only to find a scene that was both amusing and exasperating. Lin Shuyan had covered her eyes with her hands, peering through a narrow gap between her fingers, her eyes shut tight in a futile attempt to hide her curiosity. And Yufei, bemused by her antics, decided to tease her, exclaiming in feigned shock, "Oh dear, there's even a human hand in there." At his words, Lin Shuyan's resolve faltered further, and she insisted, still with her eyes firmly shut, "You should hurry and toss that bag into the sea." "I refuse to look." Observing her antics, and Yufei chuckled, "I was merely jesting. There is no human hand, just a bag of vegetables, albeit mostly spoiled." Only then did Lin Shuyan dare to open one eye, and upon confirming the contents were indeed vegetables, she lowered her hands. Realizing she had been playfully frightened by Yufei, she approached him and playfully thumped him a few times, exclaiming, "You scared me. How did I not notice before how mischievous you are?" Her playful slaps were gentle, causing him no discomfort. Rather, and Yufei did not shy away, but instead wore a silly grin, feeling a peculiar joy in being playfully chastised by Lin Shuyan. After their light-hearted banter, they set the bag of vegetables aside and resumed their daily patrol. When they returned to the location of the bag after catching 11 fish, and Yufei contemplated the possibility of salvaging vegetable seeds from the seemingly inedible produce. With their diet consisting primarily of meat, Lin Shuyan had longed for a change, and upon hearing an Yufei's idea, she wholeheartedly supported it. Initially, the bag had emitted a strong odor when tightly sealed, but after allowing it to breathe for a while, the scent had considerably diminished. Carrying the bag of vegetables, and Yufei and Lin Shuyan made their way to the riverbank, where she began to clean the fish while he emptied the contents of the bag to examine the types of vegetables and their state of decay. Once the vegetables were all laid out, and Yufei noted the limited variety, only Napa cabbage, potatoes, onions, tomatoes, and cucumbers. The tomatoes, Napa cabbage, and cabbage were notably rotten, while only a small portion of the potatoes, onions, and cucumbers showed initial signs of decay. Although the tomatoes had become completely inedible, they were still ripe, and Yufei believed he could extract the seeds from these tomatoes and attempt to cultivate them later. The outer layers of the cabbage and round cabbage were severely decayed, so Yufei removed the rotten parts, leaving only the tender hearts and a few pitiful leaves. He meticulously washed these intact leaves and set them aside. He also retained the cores of the cabbage and round cabbage, not with the intention of consuming them, but rather to plant them. He was aware that, although these cores would not grow into full-size cabbages again, they could yield seeds for both varieties. And Yufei planned to plant these cores and hoped to harvest seeds from both vegetables after several months. The cucumbers were still young, and their seeds had not yet matured. Thus, and Yufei decided to discard the rotten portions and aimed to consume the remaining cucumbers as soon as possible. What remained were several potatoes and a few onions, both of which were relatively well preserved and showed no signs of rot. And Yufei recalled that potatoes could be cut into small pieces based on their eyes for planting, while onions would be planted whole to produce seeds. The method for obtaining onion seeds was similar to that of cabbage. He could plant the entire onion and, after a few months, reap the seeds. Consequently, Yufei decided to retain all the potatoes for planting and selected 2 onions that had not been too severely soaked by seawater, intending to cultivate them for seeds. After Yufei's careful selection, a large bag of vegetables was reduced to a small pile, predominantly occupied by the cabbage and round cabbage, which were the most decayed. He divided this small pile into 2, one for seeds and the other for immediate consumption. And Yufei pondered the uncertainty of whether these vegetables, having been soaked in seawater for some time, could still survive. Nevertheless, he resolved to soak the vegetables designated for seeds in a nearby stream to expel any absorbed seawater. If this did not restore them, he had no alternative solution. The other vegetables were straightforward to handle. They could simply be submerged in the stream, secured by stones to prevent being swept away. However, the tomatoes posed a challenge, and Yufei needed to extract the seeds quickly. Although they had not been in contact with seawater for long, the seeds would deteriorate if not promptly removed. The most rudimentary method to extract the seeds involved picking them out one by one, while a more efficient approach would be to use gauze. Yet Yufei did not possess any. Just as he was troubled by this dilemma, Lin Xuan, having cleaned all the fish, approached and noticed Yufei's furrowed brow. She inquired, "What troubles you?" Chapter 43. Making wild fruit dried snacks. Upon lifting his gaze to Lin Xuan, Yufei suddenly recalled having seen a silk scarf in her suitcase. While it was not gauze, this silk scarf might serve a similar purpose. And Yufei quickly donned a smile and said, "Well, I intend to separate these tomato seeds. It would be quite tedious to pick them one by one, so I was wondering if there is something suitable I could use. I did think of an item that might suffice, but I am uncertain if you would be willing to part with it." Lin Xuan looked at Yufei with curiosity and replied, "Do tell me what it is, and then I shall decide whether I am inclined to part with it." And Yufei, with a mischievous grin, said, "I recall seeing a silk scarf in your suitcase." Lin Xuan, as if her tail had been stepped on, immediately exclaimed, "Do you know? That scarf of mine is." She paused for a moment before continuing, "Never mind, you can use it. At this point, that scarf is of no more use to us than a fish. Allowing it to serve some purpose is indeed a good thing. However, in return for my contribution, you must compensate me doubly. As for how you shall compensate me, I will let you know once I have decided." With that, Lin Xuan took the fish and returned to fetch the scarf for Yufei. Observing the smile on her face, Yufei felt that the cost of using her scarf was somewhat steep, and he began to feel uncertain, even regretting his suggestion to use it. Before long, Lin Xuan handed the scarf to Yufei. Though regret lingered in his heart, he felt compelled to make use of it. Fortunately, Lin Xuan's scarf proved quite useful, and with its assistance, Yufei swiftly separated the tomato seeds. Having cleaned the seeds thoroughly with river water, he planned to dry them for a while before planting. After processing the tomato seeds, Yufei washed the vegetables intended for consumption, discarding the less desirable parts. After this meticulous selection, not much remained. He reasoned that if these vegetables were not consumed today, they would spoil by tomorrow, so he resolved to eat them all today. Upon returning to the cave, Yufei placed the pot back on the stove, chopping the vegetables simply before adding them to the pot. He intended to stew the vegetables directly. Since it was already a hodgepodge, he thought to embrace the chaos, believing that a lang could still be delightful. He recalled fond memories from his childhood in a small village, where leftover dishes from celebrations were mixed together, creating a surprisingly delectable feast. As he put the vegetables into the pot, he realized that dinner needed to simmer for a while longer, before the pot began to bubble. Yufei sampled the cleaned vegetables, only to find them devoid of saltiness. He concluded that the vegetables reserved for planting from the small river need not continue soaking. He would plant them directly in the soil. Whether they would thrive was left to fate. Utilizing the time while dinner simmered, Yufei ventured back to the river to retrieve the soaking vegetables. He planted the hearts of the napa and round cabbages outside the cave, as well as the remaining 2 onions and potatoes, fearing that other animals might ravage his newly planted vegetables. Yufei enclosed them with bamboo strips and fetched river water to irrigate each one. for these vegetables held his immense hopes, deserving of his utmost care. Once he had tended to them, dinner was prepared anew, prompting him to wash his hands by the riverbank before returning to share the meal with Lin Xuan. To his surprise, this hodgepodge turned out to be quite palatable, particularly the vegetables, which tasted remarkably delightful, perhaps due to their prolonged absence from his diet. Lin Xuan, eager to relish the vegetables, deliberately selected them, concerned about the remaining meat spoiling, and Yufei found himself compelled to consume it voraciously. However, the infusion of vegetable essence transformed the flavor, rendering it exceptionally enjoyable. As a result, they both indulged heartily in their dinner. Over the next 4 days, after their morning patrol along the seaside, and Yufei and Lin Xuan diligently inspected their traps before returning with the ripened wild fruits. It took them 4 days to gather all the mature fruits, and in the afternoons, they would slice the harvested fruits for drying, storing the resultant dried wild fruits in the small kitchen, suspended from bamboo poles on the ceiling. During the drying process, and Yufei crafted bamboo coverings to lay the fruit slices upon. Once dried, he sought out vines to weave into baskets, which were then used to hold the dried fruits, hanging these baskets from the kitchen's bamboo rafters, thereby completing the entire process. The fruits of their labor over these 4 days were remarkably significant, and Yufei had woven large baskets that contained a total of 10 baskets of dried wild fruits, which he estimated weighed nearly 200 pounds. This abundant supply would sustain both him and Lin Xuan for an extended period. Throughout these 4 days, and Yufei's traps yielded steady rewards, with the first day bringing in a wild chicken and 2 wild rabbits, the latter ensnared by a noose around its neck, already lifeless. The wild chicken, caught by its leg without injury, presented an opportunity, and Lin Xuan suggested raising it since they were not in need of immediate food. And Yufei recognized it as a hen and deemed it wise to nurture it, hopeful for future eggs. That afternoon, he fashioned a cage for the hen from bamboo, ensuring its wings were clipped with a nail clipper to prevent escape. With the hen's abode secured, the challenge of providing its sustenance remained. And Yufei resolved to revisit the wild fruit tree, where he had earlier observed numerous insects feasting on decaying fruit. Upon reaching that tree, he discovered that while most of the wild fruits had been devoured by wild boars, some rotting fruits still lay on the ground, teeming with insects. Employing the bamboo shovel he had brought, he excavated a scoop of earth, revealing an abundance of insects, including maggots, earthworms, and various others he could not name. Without hesitation, he fed this mixture of soil and insects to the hen, which, after a brief moment of hesitation, succumbed to temptation and began foraging eagerly for its meal. In the remaining 3 days, and Yufei's traps yielded 2 wild chickens, 1 rooster and 1 hen, which he promptly confined in a cage for care. Over these 4 days, his traps captured a total of 6 wild rabbits, apart from the one consumed by Yufei and Lin Xuan on the first day. The remainder were skinned and the meat cured. Chapter 44. Exploring the southern side of the deserted island, the wolf pelt that Yufei had soaked for several days was now ready for processing. On the afternoon of the 4th day of foraging for wild fruits, he resolved to attend to this pelt. For the past few days, Lin Xuan had accompanied him to dry the wild fruits, and with the remaining fruits dwindling, the task of drying them was entrusted to her. The preparation of the wolf pelt was a meticulous endeavor, and Yufei first needed to cleanse it thoroughly, then, using a dagger, carefully scrape away the excess fat and flesh. These 2 tasks consumed a considerable amount of time and proved to be quite labor-intensive. After dedicating an entire afternoon to this work, he finally finished cleansing the pelt again. He then constructed a framework from bamboo to stretch the wolf pelt and evenly sprinkled salt over its interior. The pelt was then placed in a cool, shaded area to dry slowly. During this drying process, he had to frequently monitor it, adding more salt wherever moisture accumulated. Once the pelt was nearly dry, he would remove the surface salt and apply a mixture of brain matter and fat. The pelt would only be considered complete once this mixture was fully absorbed. This entire process would take a significant amount of time. Having propped the pelt and salted it in the afternoon, the remaining tasks would be postponed. With the wolf pelt set aside, and Yufei placed the rabbit skins he had obtained over the past few days back into the pit where the wolf pelt had been soaked, replenishing the liquid to soak the rabbit skins. With the wild fruits harvested, Lin Xuan no longer accompanied Yufei up the mountain. Having grown up in the city, she found the rugged paths of the mountains quite uncomfortable, often becoming ensnared by various plants. The following week unfolded with a regular rhythm for Yufei. Each morning, he patrolled the seaside, checked the traps and the corn in the morning, followed by exploration of the deserted island. In the afternoons, he returned to the cave, spending time with Lin Shuiyin while also improving their living conditions. During this week, the yield from Yufei's traps was not as bountiful as in previous days. He captured 1 rooster and 1 hen, along with 5 wild rabbits. And Yufei and Lin Shuiyin consumed 2 of the rabbits, while the remaining 3 were cured. As for the 2 wild chickens, Yufei initially intended to raise them like the others. However, once confined together, the roosters began to fight, leaving Yufei with no choice but to consume the last rooster he had caught. Having not tasted chicken in a long time, Yufei found the flavor of the wild chicken quite delightful, especially when paired with some mushrooms he had foraged. After consuming the entire rooster, he felt a lingering satisfaction. He gazed at the hen, the first wild chicken he had captured, which had been nurtured for some time. Although it had grown plumper, it had yet to lay any eggs. With a sumptuous diet and minimal activity, it is hardly surprising that one might gain weight. And Yufei speculated that the wild hen must be delicious as well. He contemplated that if the hen did not lay eggs soon, he would have to consume it in a few days. However, his plans were thwarted the very next day. It seemed as though the wild hen had heard his thoughts. To Yufei's astonishment, it laid an egg right before him, clucking incessantly as if to convey, "I have laid an egg. Please do not eat me." Having commenced its egg-laying, Yufei naturally refrained from consuming the wild hen. He took the egg back to Lin Shuiyin, instructing her to boil it, and then set out to find food for the hen. Throughout the week, Yufei extensively explored the southern region of the mountain, becoming well acquainted with the area surrounding the southern part of the deserted island. Through his observations and explorations, he discovered 3 groups of wild boars in the southern expanse. Each group approximately the same size as the wild boars he first encountered near the fruit trees, numbering fewer than 20. Their structure was also strikingly similar, with a pair of young boars having raised 2 litters, some of which were already nearing maturity, while others were merely a month old. During this period, Yufei also noted that the herd of goats he had spotted atop the mountain frequently ventured to the island's southern side, particularly to a grassy plain he had first seen. The closest encounter he had with this goat herd occurred by a river that meandered through the grassland towards the sea, wherein Yufei was merely separated from them by the river. On this occasion, he observed that among the goats, there were indeed a few kids, albeit in limited numbers, 6 kids amidst a dozen adults. Had it not been for the river, which was rather wide, Yufei might have attempted to catch a couple of the kids. Upon noticing him, the goats quickly retreated into the thickets. Yufei regarded this herd of goats favorably, although their numbers seemed rather scant. He pondered whether their limited population was connected to the lone wolf that had fallen into his trap. However, he soon dismissed this notion. Upon reaching the vicinity of the mountain's center, he heard the unmistakable howls of wolves, evidently emanating from the northern slopes. And it became apparent that there were multiple wolves responding to one another. On another occasion, as he neared the central mountain range, Yufei thought he discerned a brief roar, possibly from a bear. The sound was fleeting, and he was uncertain whether it was indeed a bear's growl. Nonetheless, Yufei was convinced that the northern side posed a greater danger than the southern. After thoroughly exploring the southern island, he had encountered no animals larger than wild boars and goats, aside from foxes and bobcats. The remaining creatures he had captured included wild hens and rabbits, as well as various rodents such as squirrels and bamboo rats. From Yufei's explorations, it was evident that the animal situation in the southern region of the island was as described. As for the lone wolf he had captured, Yufei surmised that it likely hailed from the northern mountains. He speculated that this wolf may have been injured after a failed bid for dominance within its pack, leading it to retreat to the southern part of the island. Perhaps it harbors intentions of one day returning to the northern mountains to contest for the title of Wolf King. Regrettably, it ought not to have cast covetous glances at the cave occupied by Yufei and Lin Shuiyin, lest it find itself reduced to mere sustenance for them. In terms of fauna, Yufei has gained a comprehensive understanding, while in the realm of flora, he has made notable discoveries during this period. Initially, he stumbled upon a modest cluster of corn. Subsequently, he uncovered over 100 additional stalks. Some of the corn remained as pristine as those he first encountered, while others had been largely devoured by various creatures. Yufei diligently safeguarded over 70 robust plants. He also collected the fallen albeit immature, yet intact corn, bringing it back to augment their meals. After a prolonged absence of staple foods, the delightful taste of boiled corn proved to be a most satisfying repast, with neither wishing to waste a single kernel. Chapter 45. The flora of the southern isle. In addition to corn, Enyufe discovered wheat, chili peppers, garlic, sweet potatoes, and potatoes. However, these crops appear to be in poor condition, particularly the potatoes, which were no larger than eggs. Enyufe noted a peculiar characteristic among these plants. Each was located not far from the southern coastline. He surmised that, much like the bag of vegetables he had previously found, these plants had likely been washed ashore onto the island, whether by wind or the actions of other animals. They had taken root and thrived near the coastline. Despite their lackluster growth, some had matured and produced seeds. Although the potatoes and sweet potatoes were diminutive, they could still serve as viable seeds. Coincidentally, the few potatoes he had planted earlier had only just begun to sprout, and these small tubers would serve to replenish his stock, ensuring that he and Lin Shuyan would have an ample supply of potatoes upon harvest. Among the vegetables he had previously sown, aside from the potatoes, 2 each of cabbage and round cabbage had survived, and 2 onions had begun to sprout. As for the tomatoes, Enyufe had yet to commence their cultivation. With the addition of the newly discovered wheat, chili peppers, garlic, and sweet potatoes, he felt inspired to cultivate a plot for these crops. However, to ensure their growth, it was imperative to construct a fence. For although wildlife was sparse in the southern part of the island, the occasional visit from wild animals could spell disaster. Should they ravage his hard work, his efforts would be in vain, and he certainly did not wish to provide a complimentary meal to the island's fauna. Unfortunately, Enyufe currently lacked the appropriate tools. His aspiration to encircle the area with thicker branches remained unfulfilled. During this time, he had identified a particular type of tree, though not very thick. It stood tall with few branches and exhibited remarkable resilience. Branches casually discarded outside the cave had partially buried themselves in the soil and, after some time, had sprouted new shoots. Enyufe deemed this tree an excellent choice for fencing. If it could thrive in such a configuration, it would blend seamlessly with the surrounding greenery, providing an added layer of concealment for their current abode. Possessing both defensive and concealed qualities, this tree was undoubtedly the material that Enyufe most desired for constructing a fence. Alas, bereft of both an axe and a saw, he found himself at a loss as to when he might gather enough timber for his endeavor. While Enyufe was pondering whether to initially encircle a fence with thorny shrubs, he and Lin Shuyan, during their nightly patrol, chanced upon the bandit speedboat at the far eastern end of the beach. Each day, Enyufe would venture eastward, the day after he had dispatched one of the bandits. The speedboat and its 2 occupants had vanished from beneath the cliffs on the island's eastern edge, leaving Enyufe uncertain whether the tides had reclaimed them. Remarkably, after so many days, the speedboat had once again been washed ashore, though this time devoid of the corpses of the 2 bandits. What trials this vessel had endured during its absence remained a mystery, for it was now beyond repair, with much of it inexplicably missing, leaving only a skeletal frame riddled with numerous holes. Enyufe was convinced it was indeed the bandit speedboat, primarily due to a hole at the front that resembled one he had observed before. Seeing the boat in such a dilapidated state, Enyufe shook his head and prepared to leave, yet Lin Shuyan called out to him, suggesting that there might still be useful items aboard. Under Enyufe's puzzled gaze, Lin Shuyan leaped onto the boat, lifted a cover on one side, and retrieved a small package from within. Enyufe was astonished to discover such a concealed compartment on the speedboat, so well hidden that it would be difficult for an uninformed person to find. After handing the package to Enyufe, Lin Shuyan remarked, "This contains survival gear. Some speedboats have it, while others do not. We are fortunate that this one does, and it appears the previous occupants did not utilize it." Eagerly, Enyufe opened the package to find it waterproof, with not a drop of water having seeped inside. The contents were sparse: an axe, a knife, a box of matches, and an object resembling a signal flare. Lin Shuyan examined each item and explained, "This axe is called a piece axe, a multifunctional tool for survival. This knife is a sailor's knife, quite practical. The matches are for starting a fire, and this is a hand-pulled signal flare." Through Lin Shuyan's elucidation, Enyufe learned the true names of these items, and he was already aware of their intended uses. Each of these tools held great utility for them, and Enyufe carefully repacked the items, slinging the entire bag over his shoulder, which filled him with delight. He couldn't help but reflect on the serendipity of his situation. Just as he lamented the lack of suitable lumbering tools, he stumbled upon an axe. He mused that if only he could find a shovel, his situation would be even more perfect. He envisioned using the shovel not only for digging, but also for cultivating the land. However, in the ensuing days, his wish for a shovel remained unfulfilled. In addition to the crops, Yufei discovered various other trees on the southern side of the island. Not only were there coconut and banana trees, but he also found palm trees, papaya trees, grapevines, and cinnamon trees. During this time, Yufei came across several medicinal herbs, including sanqi, hisho wu, and bajitian. Though these were merely those he recognized, the majority of the other plants remained unknown to him. This week, the most significant improvement he made to their living conditions was directing the spring water from halfway up the mountain to the entrance of their cave using bamboo. The water flowed continuously along the bamboo, akin to a tap, greatly facilitating Yufei and Lin Shuyan's access to water. To prevent the water from pooling at the cave entrance, Yufei meticulously constructed a drainage channel to redirect the excess water back into the stream, thus ensuring convenient access while avoiding stagnant pools that could breed mosquitoes. This endeavor consumed a considerable amount of Yufei's time, leaving him little opportunity to create a reclining chair for Lin Shuyan, allowing her to bask in the sun at the cave entrance during her leisure. However, Lin Shuyan could not remain in the sun indefinitely, prompting Yufei to contemplate crafting an umbrella for her, though suitable materials were not yet available. Although the rabbit skin he had previously soaked was now stretched and air-dried using the same method he employed for wolf pelts, it would still require some time before it was usable. Chapter 46. Preparing to build a fence. The lack of suitable materials did not deter Yufei. He had unearthed 2 smaller grapevines and constructed a trellis for them. Once these vines regained vitality and their tendrils filled the trellis, they would form a natural sunshade. Although described as smaller, this was relative, and Yufei had discovered 3 grapevines in total, one of which was remarkably large, its main stem as thick as a tree, adorned with lush foliage, while its tendrils climbed the surrounding trees. And Yufei suspected this vine to be over a century old. In contrast, the other 2 vines, approximately a decade old, were considerably smaller, allowing him to successfully excavate and transplant them to the cave entrance. Interestingly, these 3 grapevines were not found on the southern side of the island, but rather belonged to the north. And Yufei had previously heard what he believed to be the roar of a bear and climbed the central mountain to confirm his suspicions. Upon reaching the summit, he did not encounter a bear, but stumbled upon these 3 grapevines, which were on the verge of budding, a perfect time for transplantation. Observing their condition, and Yufei felt even more convinced that the northern part of the island exhibited a climate akin to the northern temperate zone, while he and Lin Shuyan resided in the distinctly tropical climate of the southern side. The existence of 2 climates on a single island was something Yufei had never heard of before, and when he shared his observations with Lin Shuyan, even her broader knowledge could not account for such an anomaly. As the wild chickens have commenced laying eggs, and Yufei has taken the opportunity to upgrade their coop. He has meticulously woven bamboo into several slats, which he has arranged on the ground to create an enclosure measuring 2 meters in length, 1.5 meters in width, and 1.5 meters in height. Within this space, Yufei constructed a nest for them using stones, loam, bamboo, and hay, ensuring they have a refuge from the elements. Aware of the wild chickens' affinity for sand, he went to the beach to gather some, fashioning a sand pit for their enjoyment. The newly established habitat has been well received by the chickens. By the second day of their introduction, 2 additional hens began laying eggs, allowing Yufei and Lin Shuyan to collect an average of 2 eggs daily, perfectly providing 1 for each of them. Over the past few days, Yufei has thoroughly explored the southern part of the island and has gained an extensive understanding of its conditions. However, he feels no urgency to venture into the northern region. It is not due to a lack of desire, but rather the absence of a path, which would render the journey excessively time-consuming. A single expedition could potentially prevent him from returning home the same day, leaving Lin Shuyan alone, which troubles him greatly. And Yufei perceives the northern area as far more perilous. He has already heard the howls of 2 wolves, and the actual number is likely greater. Furthermore, the possibility of bears inhabiting the northern region adds to his concerns, making him reluctant to take Lin Shuyan along. After much contemplation, and Yufei ultimately resolves to temporarily abandon the exploration of the north, choosing instead to focus on perfecting his living quarters, constructing a fence, and subsequently planting the various crops he has discovered. When he unearthed the crops, he collected seeds for all but the sweet potatoes, which he has opted to leave growing for the time being. His approach to cultivating sweet potatoes will differ, as he intends to employ stem cuttings for propagation. Due to a decrease in the catch from the traps at their original locations, and Yufei has relocated the traps and established several new ones, which are now set and only require daily inspections. Henceforth, and Yufei's primary focus will be on building the fence, centered around the entrance of the cave, constructing a semicircular barrier within a 30-meter radius. The mountainside at the cave's entrance is vertical, with a drop of over 10 meters, ensuring that no animals can descend from it. Even if a particularly bold creature were to venture down, it would only serve to provide Yufei and Lin Shuiyan with additional sustenance. By enclosing this area with a fence, their cave will become exceedingly secure, allowing them to sleep soundly at night without safety concerns. With the plan firmly in place, and Yufei dedicates the following days to constructing the fence, alongside patrolling the beach in the early morning and evening and inspecting the traps during the day. And Yufei chose a type of tree that is abundant on the southern side of the island, with varying thicknesses. He decided to select smaller trees with a diameter of approximately 20 centimeters, as they are relatively easy to fell and not overly slender. Such trees can withstand most wild animals. For instance, the wolf that fell into an Yufei's trap would undoubtedly struggle to damage a tree of this girth. With a plan in mind, and Yufei commenced his task, starting with the trees closest to the cave. Armed with a particularly effective axe from the speedboat, he swiftly cut down a tree and removed its excess branches. These trees, with their few and straight branches, often reach heights of over 10 meters, which was another reason for an Yufei selection. Although the tree had been felled, dragging it to the cave entrance and planting it into a pre-dug hole proved to be quite time-consuming. And Yufei initially anticipated a rapid construction of the fence. But by the end of the first day, he had only managed to erect 10 trees. He calculated that enclosing the area would require approximately 94 meters in length. Yet he had only covered about 2 meters on the first day. At this pace, it would take him over a month and a half to complete the fence. This realization was somewhat disheartening, especially since he was already fatigued, with every part of his body aching and his arms feeling too heavy to lift. And Yufei recognized that the most labor-intensive and time-consuming tasks were dragging the trees back and setting them into the holes. If he could devise a method to streamline these processes, particularly the transportation of the trees, his efficiency would greatly improve. Despite the modest diameter of 20 centimeters, the weight of the small trees was not insignificant. After dragging for several meters, he often had to pause and rest before continuing. Today, he had cut down trees relatively close to the cave, but as he ventured further away in the future, the time required would only increase. Chapter 47. The fence completed after a tiring day of patrolling the beach with Lin Shuiyan, and Yufei returned home, dined, and lay in bed contemplating his predicament. He realized that although he lacked suitable tools to facilitate the transportation of the trees, he could explore alternative solutions. He considered the possibility of shortening the trees. Constructing a fence of 5 to 6 meters in height would suffice, thus eliminating the need to transport the entire 10-meter trees. Moreover, removing the crowns would significantly reduce the effort required to drag them. The branches atop the crown are prone to snagging, forcing him to stop frequently to clear any obstructions. By shortening the trees, he would also diminish the resistance encountered while dragging them. He concluded that retaining about 7 meters of tree, including an additional meter buried underground, would be adequate, as a 6-meter height would generally deter ordinary wild animals from entering. After careful consideration, and Yufei resolved to experiment the following day. Inspired by newfound determination, he turned to embrace Lin Shuiyan and prepared for sleep, having endured an exhausting day. And Yufei quickly succumbed to slumber. The next day, he began to implement the strategy he had devised the night before. Indeed, by eliminating the superfluous aspects, he found the task significantly less laborious. With Lin Shuiyan's assistance, he was able to drag the small tree to the entrance of the cave with remarkable ease. The reduction in the tree's length made it considerably less strenuous to lift. When he finally set the first tree upright, and Yufei calculated that the time taken from felling the tree to erecting it was less than 1/3 of the original duration. Satisfied with this outcome, he hoisted his axe and continued to fell the next tree. The results of the second day were notably impressive, as Yufei encircled a total of 32 trees, and he did not feel as fatigued as he had the previous day. At this rate, he believed he could complete the construction of the fence in no more than 2 weeks, rekindling his confidence in the endeavor. And Yufei felt that his efficiency in building the fence could be further enhanced. With an ample supply of food alongside Lin Xuan, the game he caught with traps had become somewhat inconsequential. Therefore, he planned to retrieve several traps situated at a distance, retaining only those nearby. This adjustment would allow him to reduce the time spent checking traps by 2/3, enabling him to fell multiple trees in that reclaimed time. On the 3rd day of constructing the fence, he retrieved the distant traps, and on the 4th day, his progress surged as he encircled 41 trees. At this pace, he estimated that he would need no more than 10 additional days to complete the fence. However, an unforeseen incident occurred, perhaps due to Yufei's impatience. On the 6th day of construction, rain began to fall heavily from an unwelcoming sky, accompanied by strong winds. Observing the inclement weather, Lin Xian urged Yufei to take a day of rest, but driven by a desire to finish the fence, he persisted in his work amidst the storm. Initially, he felt unaffected, yet the downpour soon took its toll, leaving him bedridden with fatigue and feverish symptoms. In the most severe moments, he even slipped into unconsciousness. Witnessing his condition, Lin Xian was frantic, remaining by his side to care for him until his fever subsided, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. Once the fever had abated, Yufei was eager to return to work, but Lin Xian was resolute in her insistence that he rest in bed for several days. Even the patrols along the shoreline were undertaken solely by Lin Xian. Under her diligent care, Yufei's health gradually improved, and after a few days, he regained his vitality. This illness set him back for several days, and it wasn't until the 29th day of their stay on the island that he finally completed the fence. Having learned a valuable lesson from the experience, he understood that one must not be overly eager in any endeavor, for impatience could yield contrary effects. Had he heeded Lin Xian's advice to rest for a day, it would have merely delayed his progress by a single day. Instead, he braved the tempest and worked, not only accomplishing less than usual, but also succumbing to illness that hindered him for several days. The delay in work was secondary. The primary concern was the utter lack of medicine on the deserted island, where even a minor ailment could prove fatal. Fortunately, Lin Xian was there to care for him. Without her assistance, it was uncertain whether Yufei could have endured. The fence Yufei constructed encircled the entire area without leaving a gate, a decision he pondered for a considerable time. He reasoned that if the gate were too low, the wall would fail to provide adequate protection, rendering the gate a vulnerability. Conversely, if the gate matched the wall's height, it would become excessively heavy, making it difficult to operate, not only for Lin Xian, but even for Yufei himself. Furthermore, he recognized that the materials used for the gate would need to be movable, as trees planted in the ground would inevitably wither, resulting in a disjointed appearance between the gate and the wall, akin to a patch on a quilt, thus compromising the wall's ability to conceal the cave. Naturally, the construction of the wall posed challenges for entry and exit, but Yufei had already devised a solution. Within the enclosure, he built a bamboo ladder, allowing easy access to the top of the wall. Outside the wall, he fashioned a rope ladder, which could be lowered when exiting and retracted upon return. Although this method required more effort than simply building a door, it ensured safety. And Yufei believed that he and Lin Xian did not venture out frequently. He had diverted water from the mountain spring to the cave entrance, eliminating the need to leave for water. Their excursions were limited to Yufei's patrols along the beach twice daily and his morning inspections of the traps. By the time Yufei completed the fence, Lin Xian had already prepared a section of soil within the enclosure, planting various crops under his guidance. Due to limited space, she cultivated only small plots of each crop, with slightly larger areas for potatoes and sweet potatoes. Using the surplus soil, she bordered each crop, forming neat little beds. Once Yufei finished the fence, he dug channels along the newly created riverbed that directed water from the spring to the crops, placing a wooden board wrapped in a food bag between the river and the channels. By removing this board and blocking the opposite end of the river, the water from a spring would flow through the channels, irrigating the crops. After the irrigation was complete, he would replace the board to redirect the water back into the river. Chapter 48. Harvesting corn with the fence completed and the crops all planted. And Yufei felt a profound sense of security. This enclosure not only ensured his and Lin Shuiyan's safety, but also promised future sustenance from the crops they had sown. Once these crops reach maturity and bear seeds anew, they will yield a bountiful harvest of seeds. By planting these seeds, they will ensure an abundance of food. During this period, although Yufei retrieved the traps set at greater distances, retaining only those in closer proximity, he still managed to reap rewards from his traps. Except for the days he fell ill and could not check on them, which resulted in the spoilage of some prey. He successfully captured 15 wild rabbits and 13 wild chickens. He and Lin Shuiyan consumed 5 of the rabbits, while the remaining 10 were meticulously cured. Among the wild chickens, there were 9 hens and 4 roosters. Drawing from his initial experience, Yufei refrained from placing the 4 roosters in the coop, opting instead to consume them directly. He retained 7 hens, but the last 2 were also stewed for a nourishing soup. The decision to consume those 2 hens stemmed from Yufei's realization that the coop had limited space and accommodating so many wild chickens would pose a challenge, especially when it came to foraging for food. The insect population around the wild fruit trees had been nearly depleted by Yufei's efforts, compelling him to supplement the chicken's diet with palm hearts and fish entrails brought back during their daily patrols, ensuring the chickens were well fed. After this period of care, the wild chickens had noticeably grown larger and had become more prolific in laying eggs. The 10 hens averaged 8 eggs daily, and Yufei and Lin Shuiyan consumed 4 eggs each day, leaving them with an equal number. Feeling satisfied with the current chicken stock, Yufei decided to consume any additional hens he captured thereafter. During this time, Yufei had focused his energies on constructing a wall, neglecting to check on the corn he had previously discovered. Today, having finally completed the wall, he filled his backpack and set out to inspect the corn, estimating that it should be ripe for harvest. For the past weeks, Yufei and Lin Shuiyan had subsisted on a diet of fish, wolf meat, rabbit meat, chicken, and some seafood, predominantly meat-based, with the exception of eggs and mushrooms used in stews. While their meals were indeed generous, they faced a persistent lack of vegetables and staple grains. Tomorrow marks 1 month since Yufei and Lin Shuiyan arrived on the island, coinciding with the day Lin Shuiyan expressed her desire to marry Yufei. On this significant occasion, he intends to prepare a staple dish using the corn. This is merely the beginning. He plans for Lin Shuiyan to enjoy staple foods daily, although this will require some time. The first and earliest staple will undoubtedly be corn. If Yufei gathers all the corn, aside from tomorrow's meal, the remainder will be preserved as seeds. By planting these seeds, he hopes that future harvests will allow him and Lin Shuiyan to enjoy staple foods daily. As for wheat, they will need to wait another season. Yufei discovered over a dozen wheat stalks, and even if each ear yields 30 grains, he has collected just over 300 grains. With such a meager amount, neither Yufei nor Lin Shuiyan could bear to consume any, opting instead to plant them as seeds. Once the wheat matures this time, the yield may not be abundant, but it will be replanted as seed, allowing Yufei and Lin Shuiyan to finally utilize the wheat as their staple food. Contemplating his plans for the staple diet, Yufei swiftly made his way to the spot where he had first discovered maize. Upon arrival, he found that the corn had indeed reached maturity. Despite having implemented some protective measures, a few ears of corn had suffered damage. Fortunately, his precautions had prevented more severe losses. He carefully removed the thorny brambles surrounding the area and lifted the bamboo cover off the corn, proceeding to harvest each ear and place them into his backpack. He did not discard the bamboo cover, believing it might serve a purpose in the future, so he took it along as well. After harvesting a dozen ears of corn, along with the bamboo cover, Yufei filled his backpack and decided to return home before gathering more corn. Just as he was about to head back, he suddenly heard the bleating of sheep. Recognizing the sound as that of a lamb, distinct from that of an adult sheep, he discerned that the calls were not far off, seemingly just nearby. Following the sound, he spotted a damaged ear of corn, which had deterred him from approaching earlier. Now, with the bleating emanating from that direction, Yufei set down his backpack and, wielding a spear crafted from a dagger, advanced toward the damaged corn. Upon reaching the corn, however, he found no sign of the lamb. The bleating persisted, its volume increasing, confirming that he was on the right track, as the sound felt almost within reach. Yet, perplexingly, despite the proximity of the cries, the lamb was nowhere to be seen. using the spear to part the tall grass nearby. He searched thoroughly but found no trace of the lamb. Realizing the lamb must be close, and Yufei calmed himself to listen more intently. Soon, he discerned that the sounds seemed to be emanating from directly beneath him. Although puzzled by why the sound originated from below, he directed his gaze to the ground and quickly noticed a small hole approximately a meter to his right. The hole was not large, about the size of a basketball, and was mostly obscured by weeds, making it easy to overlook. Approaching the entrance of the hole, he cleared away the overgrown foliage and peered inside. The interior was dark, and while visibility was limited, he faintly perceived some white shapes. At the hole's entrance, the lamb's bleating grew clearer, leading Yufei to conclude that the sound originated from within. Convinced that the lamb was alive and calling normally, he inferred that there were no predatory creatures inside, deeming the hole to be safe. Thus, Yufei utilized the dagger at the tip of his spear to gradually enlarge the entrance, and soon the opening was doubled in size, allowing him to discern the conditions within. This cavity, the origin of which remained a mystery, was not particularly spacious, merely exceeding half a meter in depth. It appeared to have been abandoned for quite some time, devoid of any signs of animal habitation, save for two little lambs nestled within. Chapter 49. The two lambs. Initially, Yufei believed there to be but one lamb, only to discover, to his surprise, that there were two. He could only speculate about how long they had been trapped within, as they were caked in mud and filth. Observing their diminutive size, Yufei surmised they were likely not yet a month old, perhaps born within the last 20 days. Considering that he had not encountered such young lambs during his last encounter with a herd of goats. After inspecting the vicinity and finding no trace of other carnivorous animals or their mother, Yufei bent down and carefully extracted the two lambs from the pit. Whether due to their frailty or a misguided belief that he was their mother, the lambs did not flee once placed on the ground, instead settling at his feet and ceasing their bleeding. Yufei had intended to rear the lambs, but their youthful fragility raised doubts about their ability to survive, especially as he was uncertain whether they had begun grazing. Contemplating the situation, he recognized that the optimal solution would be to return them to their mother. However, a cursory glance around revealed no other sheep in sight, leaving Yufei uncertain of their mother's whereabouts. Nevertheless, he believed he could lead them to the nearby grasslands where the goats frequently roamed. He retrieved his backpack, emptied its contents of corn and bamboo cover into the cave, and then concealed the entrance with thorns and some underbrush to deter any other animal from discovering it. Yet, as Yufei moved to fetch his backpack, the two lambs promptly stood and followed him. Upon his return to the cave, they trailed closely behind, mirroring his every step. Their endearing presence tugged at Yufei's heart, making him reluctant to part with them. However, he understood well that without provisions, he could not sustain such delicate lives. Returning them to their mother was undoubtedly the best course of action. The lambs were still too young and, having been trapped for an unknown duration, were quite weak. As they traversed the short distance with Yufei, he could sense their struggle, their balance wavering as if they might collapse at any moment. With a soft bed of grass laid within his backpack, Yufei placed the two lambs inside, then shouldered the pack and set off toward the grasslands, determined to help them reunite with their mother. The location is not far from the prairie. Before long, Yufei arrived at the edge of the grassland. Here, he could easily discern that the flock of goats was absent. Previously, he had encountered them several times in this very spot, but unfortunately, today was not one of those occasions. Without the goats in sight, Yufei was at a loss as to where to search for them. It was certainly not feasible to leave the two lambs here, so he had no choice but to carry them back. At that moment, Yufei glanced back at the two lambs nestled in his basket. Perhaps they were too fatigued, or perhaps they found comfort in his embrace. Either way, the lambs had fallen asleep. He couldn't help but smile at the irony of worrying for them while they peacefully slumbered, their world so blissfully uncomplicated. Yufei decided against returning for corn and instead made his way toward the cave where he resided, pondering what he might feed the two lambs. Eventually, he resolved that tomorrow, he and Lin Xian would forego their usual cornmeal, saving it instead to cook, grind it into flour, and offer it to the lambs for their nourishment. In his small mountain village, goat herders would roast soybeans, grinding them into powder to feed their young. Yufei mused that corn was quite similar to soybeans and should suffice to sustain the lambs. However, this meant Lin Xian would have to skip a meal, and he knew she had long anticipated her staple diet. He wondered if she would be willing to sacrifice her corn to nourish the lambs. Thinking it over, he considered saving his own portion first and seeking out other grains. Yet, he had already scoured the southern part of the island, leaving little hope of finding more grains. With uncertainty weighing on his mind, and Yufei returned to the cave, where Lin Xun was lounging on the chair he had crafted for her, basking in the sun. She appeared to have just woken from a brief nap, her eyes still heavy with sleep, embodying a relaxed demeanor. Upon noticing Yufei's return, she gave him a cursory glance, intending to turn over and resume her slumber. However, her eyes caught a glimpse of pure white peeking from his basket. Curiosity piqued. She stole another look, and this time, she discovered the two sleeping lambs. Instantly, her fatigue vanished. She sat up straight, her eyes wide with wonder, fixated on the adorable creatures nestled in the basket. She had not anticipated that Yufei would return with such charming little animals. As she gazed at the endearing sight of the lambs, her heart melted. However, having grown up in the city, while she was no stranger to eating lamb, she had seldom seen sheep and had never encountered lambs before. They resembled sheep to her, yet she hesitated to confirm it. Lin Xuyan turned to Yufei and asked, "Yufei, are these little lambs? They are so adorable. Is this your wedding gift to me?" And Yufei looked quizzically at the sleeping lambs in the basket. Their once pristine were now muddied. He wondered how Lin Xuyan could perceive them as cute in such a condition. Regarding Lin Xuyan's assertion that the two lambs were a wedding gift for her, and Yufei had not originally intended such a gesture, he merely brought them back after failing to locate their mother. However, now that Lin Xuyan had proposed this notion, and Yufei found it difficult to refute her claim and could only nod in acknowledgement. Witnessing Yufei's tacit acceptance of her gift, Lin Xuyan felt immense joy and urged him to set down the basket. She then bent down to gently caress the two lambs. And Yufei contemplated mentioning the matter of conserving corn to feed the lambs, but upon observing Lin Xuyan's overwhelming maternal affection, he decided it best to allow her some time with the lambs. Perhaps, after a while, she might instinctively choose to save some corn for their nourishment. The corn he had harvested remained in the burrow where the lambs had fallen, and he needed to retrieve it promptly. Thus, he entrusted Lin Xuyan with the lambs while he donned the basket she had previously used to carry the corn. Chapter 50. Feeding the lambs upon returning to the burrow with the basket upon his back, and Yufei found the corn and bamboo cover he had placed inside still intact. He proceeded to load all the corn into the basket. However, due to the basket's somewhat limited capacity, the bamboo cover could not fit alongside the corn. Consequently, Yufei sought out some vines to string the bamboo cover and hang it from the basket. After transporting the corn back, Meng Fan made 3 additional trips to carry all the corn home. He discovered a total of 76 corn plants, some of which had sustained damage, leaving him with 62 viable plants, with some yielding 2 cobs and others 3. Ultimately, Yufei harvested 152 cobs of corn. While this may not seem an abundant yield, it is certainly substantial. He calculated that if each cob produced half a pound of corn, he would have 76 pounds in total. Of course, this weight was pre-drying, and he anticipated some loss post-drying. Nonetheless, he believed there would still be over 50 pounds remaining. This considerable amount of corn, minus what he set aside for seeds, would suffice for several meals for both Yufei and Lin Xuyan. Initially, he had worried that after sharing some with the lambs, there might not be enough left for them. When Yufei made his final trip to transport the corn, he found Lin Xuyan frowning at the 2 lambs before her. Concerned that she might no longer favor them, he quickly inquired, "What troubles you?" Lin Xuyan sighed, presenting the tender grass in her hand to Yufei. "It's these adorable little creatures. I fed them some water, but they have refused to eat the grass I gathered for them. I'm quite worried about their disinterest in food. By the way, sheep do eat grass, right?" Yufei examined the grass Lin Xuyan held. It was indeed fresh and tender. If the lambs would not consume such fine grass, it indicated they had likely never eaten it before. Thus, he reassured Lin Xuyan. "Sheep do eat grass, but these 2 are still quite young and not yet ready to make it their staple diet. Their primary nourishment at this stage is still milk." As Yufei spoke, he cast a furtive glance at Lin Xuyan's bosom. Noticing his actions, Lin Xuyan quickly shielded her chest with her hands and inquired, "What do you mean by that?" After a moment of awkward coughing, Yufei replied, "I meant nothing inappropriate. My point is that we have no milk to offer them, so we must seek alternatives. Back in my hometown, We would roast soybeans and grind them into powder to feed the lambs. Although we lack soybeans, I believe corn could serve just as well. Once Yufei finished speaking, Lin Shuyan lowered her hands and said, "What are we waiting for? Let us hurry and get some corn, or we might starve these two adorable creatures." With Lin Shuyan's enthusiasm, Yufei felt relieved from further persuasion. He promptly set down the basket on his back and began to peel the corn, extracting the kernels. The two little lambs would not consume much, so Yufei and Lin Shuyan only removed kernels from 2 ears of corn. While peeling, Yufei informed Lin Shuyan corn cannot be treated like soybeans. It must be ground into powder before frying. Perplexed, Lin Shuyan asked, "Why is that?" It dawned on Yufei that Lin Shuyan lacked some basic knowledge of daily life, and he explained why. If you fry corn kernels directly, they could easily turn to popcorn. If they become popcorn, how can we grind them into powder? Lin Shuyan's eyes widened in surprise. "Really?" she exclaimed. "How could that be false?" And Yufei found himself at a loss for words. There was no reason to deceive her regarding such matters. After hearing Yufei's explanation, Lin Shuyan smiled and said, "Then you feed these two little cuties first until they are full, and then you can make me some popcorn." At that moment, Yufei realized that he had misjudged Lin Shuyan. She did not doubt him, but merely sought confirmation on whether corn kernels could indeed produce popcorn. If so, she would have him prepare some for her. Creating popcorn was certainly not an issue during his childhood when snacks were scarce, and Yufei often made popcorn from corn kernels himself. However, he felt it necessary to remind Lin Shuyan of a few things. Thus, he said to her, "Making popcorn is definitely doable, but just so you know, we don't have any sugar, so it won't be sweet, only the natural aroma of corn." Lin Shuyan dismissed his concern, saying, "That's all right. I can eat it with some wild fruit dried snacks. A piece of popcorn followed by dried fruit will make it sweet enough." And Yufei thought to himself that he had overthought the situation. She had already devised a way to enjoy her treat. He then began to grind the freshly removed corn kernels into powder using a stone. The allure of popcorn was enough motivation. Without needing to prompt her, Lin Shuyan started peeling more corn kernels while Yufei ground the cornmeal. By the time he finished grinding the kernels from the 2 ears of corn, Lin Shuyan had peeled kernels from an additional 10 ears. Observing the nearly 5 pounds of corn kernels, Yufei felt it was excessive. Even if dried, they would weigh around 3.5 to 4 pounds. He contemplated warning Lin Shuyan, but then thought that popcorn wouldn't spoil anytime soon, so he decided to let her enjoy the treat at her leisure. And Yufei placed the cornmeal upon the stone slab, allowing it to gradually roast until it attained a subtle golden hue and began to exude a fragrant aroma. Sensing that the cornmeal was now cooked, he carefully gathered it onto a banana leaf to cool. After allowing it to rest, he mixed a small portion with warm water to create a paste. Once it had cooled sufficiently, Yufei prepared to feed the lambs with his cornmeal mixture. However, when he presented the paste before them, the lambs merely sniffed curiously, showing no inclination to eat. Yufei surmised that they were unaware of the edibility of this substance. To encourage them, he smeared some of the corn paste onto his fingers and offered his hand to one of the lambs. Initially hesitant, the lamb soon began to consume the paste, losing its resistance and earnestly licking the corn mixture from Yufei's fingers. Lin Shuyan, intrigued by this, mimicked Yufei's actions, attempting to feed another lamb. Upon witnessing the lamb begin to eat and feeling the ticklish sensation of its licking, Lin Shuyan burst into laughter. The two lambs were indeed hungry, devouring every morsel of the well-prepared cornmeal, leaving none behind. Their expressions suggested they still desired more. However, Yufei, recognizing this to be their first encounter with grain, was cautious not to overfeed them, particularly since he was uncertain of how long it had been since their last meal. Excessive consumption could lead to digestive distress. Therefore, he refrained from feeding them further and did not permit Lin Shuyan to continue either. Unsatisfied, the lambs followed closely behind Yufei and Lin Shuyan, trailing them wherever they went. Seeing their plight softened Lin Shuyan's heart, prompting her to suggest to Yufei, "Shall we not feed them a little more? They look so pitiful." And Yufei understood that this was not a moment for compassion, as yielding to such feelings could jeopardize the lamb's well-being, and thus he declined her request. Chapter 51. Making popcorn. Lin Shuyan wrinkled her delicate nose and remarked to Yufei, "You are a heartless man." Subsequently, she scooped up one of the lambs into her arms, and Yufei found himself at a loss for words, wondering how he had become labeled as the heartless one. and proceeded to explain his reasoning to Lin Shuyan. Upon hearing his rationale, she acknowledged his perspective but still found the lambs somewhat pitiable. Nevertheless, she opted not to press for further feeding, instead cradling both lambs in her embrace as one would soothe a child. Speaking to them in gentle tones, though they could not comprehend her words, Lin Shuyan's nurturing demeanor seemed to have a calming effect. Perhaps it was the comfort of her arms. For soon both lambs closed their eyes and drifted into slumber. And Yufei watched the scene unfold, finding it quite amusing. With a smile, he returned to the small kitchen to attend to his task of preparing popcorn for Lin Shuyan. Uncertain of the moisture content of the corn for popcorn, he decided to experiment, carefully measuring some kernels while reducing the heat. In due course, the pot began to crackle and pop, signaling that the kernels were on the verge of transforming into popcorn. Once the sound subsided, he lifted the pot from the heat and removed the lid to inspect the contents. He cast a glance and was pleased to see that the corn kernels had transformed into popcorn. He decided to let Lin Shuyan have a taste first. So he poured the popcorn onto a clean banana leaf and grabbed a handful of wild dried fruit from a basket atop the small kitchen, presenting them to Lin Shuyan. Upon witnessing that Yufei had indeed made popcorn, Lin Shuyan placed the 2 sleeping lambs back into the basket on Yufei's back and washed her hands. She returned eagerly, popping a kernel into her mouth. And Yufei hurriedly warned her that it was hot, but his caution came a bit late. Lin Shuyan had already placed the popcorn in her mouth, freshly made and quite hot. She gasped for breath for a moment before she began to chew slowly. Soon, her eyes narrowed with delight, and seeing her expression, and Yufei knew without asking that she was thoroughly satisfied. After a while, Lin Shuyan opened her eyes wide and joyfully exclaimed to Yufei, "This is wonderful. It's tastier than what I've had before, with a subtle aroma of corn. It's particularly delicious." With that, she popped another kernel into her mouth, followed by a piece of wild dried fruit. After finishing, she turned to Yufei and declared, "My idea truly is brilliant. I'm a genius." And Yufei couldn't help but chuckle at her exuberance. He set the popcorn beside Lin Shuyan and said, "Then take your time. My genius, I shall continue making more popcorn for you." At that moment, Lin Shuyan felt an overwhelming sense of happiness and called out to Yufei's retreating figure, "You must make me at least 2 more batches. This isn't enough for me." And Yufei understood that Lin Shuyan had no notion of how much popcorn could be produced from the kernel she had shelled. He had only made a small amount as a test. Even if he made 2 more batches, it wouldn't require many kernels. Thankfully, he and T made all the corn kernels into popcorn the first time. Otherwise, they would have been eating for ages. While popcorn doesn't tea spoil quickly, it does lose its appeal if stored for too long, so it was best to prepare just the quantity Lin Shuyan desired. Following her request, and Yufei made another batch of popcorn, and indeed, it yielded twice the original amount. This time, he could indulge sufficiently, and Lin Shuyan was as joyful as a child. She took a kernel and placed it in Yufei's mouth, saying, "You should have some too," as a reward. And Yufei tasted it and confirmed the delightful, subtle corn flavor that grew more enticing with each bite. He replied to Lin Shuyan, "Enjoy. This is all prepared just for you. I will go make dinner. What would you like this evening?" Lin Shuyan shook her head, saying, "You needn't cook for me tonight. These popcorns are enough." With Lin Shuyan satisfied with her popcorn, and Yufei decided not to prepare anything too elaborate for himself. He retrieved a piece of smoked fish from the rooftop, grilled it over the fire, and had a simple meal. After dinner, they took their customary stroll along the beach, patrolling the area. Tomorrow marked the day Lin Shuyan would wed Yufei, and both were filled with excitement and a hint of nervousness. That night, as they lay in bed, sleep eluded them. In that moment, and Yufei still found it hard to believe this was real. So he asked, "Shuyan, are you truly going to marry me tomorrow?" Lin Shuyan, with her eyes closed, murmured, "Did we not agree on this long ago? Why do you keep asking? You've inquired about it countless times lately." And Yufei, feeling a bit embarrassed, chuckled softly before replying, "I simply cannot believe it. I never imagined I would have the fortune of marrying a celestial being like you." He then inquired, "So, how shall we wed tomorrow? What kind of ceremony shall we hold? Do we need to prepare anything?" Lin Shuyan pondered for a moment and replied, "There is no need for any preparation. We shall not hold a ceremony. You hold me in your heart, and I hold you in mine. This is far more profound than any vows exchanged. Let us keep it simple. Tomorrow at noon, we shall prepare a delightful meal and enjoy it together, with those 2 little lambs as our witnesses." Such simplicity caused a flicker of concern within Yufei. He addressed Lin Shuyan. Will this not be too much of a compromise for you? If you were to marry the third son of the Wu family, your wedding would undoubtedly take place in a five-star hotel with many witnesses present, and you would receive a lavish celebration. He lamented, given our current circumstances, we can hardly muster a decent meal, and our wedding abode is merely a cave. Lin Shuyan, unfazed, replied, those are mere illusions. Happiness is what truly matters. Although our conditions may be modest at the moment, this has been the happiest time of my life. I hope to continue living in this happiness, which you have bestowed upon me. If I were to marry the third son of the Wu family, though the wedding would be grand and attended by many, do you believe I would find happiness there? After a moment's reflection, and Yu Fei, though he had never met the Wu family's son, recalled the words spoken at the door of his hospital room and felt certain that Lin Shuyan would not be treated well. Thus, he shook his head and replied no. Lin Shuyan nodded in agreement, saying, then that settles it. We need not concern ourselves with ephemeral matters, whether a luxurious wedding or an abundance of guests. These are but fleeting moments, mere wisps of time. Life after the wedding, the journey of living together, is what endures. Encountering the right person brings happiness, even without a ceremony. Conversely, a magnificent wedding holds no value if one does not find their true match. Chapter 52. The arrival of the little lamb's mother with Lin Shuyan's words, and Yu Fei felt completely reassured. He had feared that Lin Shuyan's desire to marry him was a fleeting impulse, leading to regret in the future. It was better to have never experienced such heartache. The thought of marrying Lin Shuyan the next day filled him with joy, prompting an uncontrollable grin. Lin Shuyan, slightly exasperated, said, stop grinning like a fool and get some sleep. We have much to do tomorrow. After saying this, she nestled closer into an Yu Fei's embrace, and he held her a bit tighter, inhaling her faint, pleasant fragrance before gradually drifting off to sleep. Just as Yu Fei was lost in beautiful dreams, he was abruptly awakened by the bleating of the little lambs. Groggily opening his eyes, he saw the two little lambs standing upright in their basket, incessantly calling towards the cave's entrance. Immediately, Yu Fei heard the bleating of sheep outside the cave. However, these were not the calls of lambs, but rather the resonant bleats of a larger sheep, harmonizing with the cries of the lambs within. It soon dawned on Yu Fei that the sheep calling outside must be the mothers of the two lambs, come in search of their offspring. Just yesterday, he had made a special effort to locate this ewe, but to no avail. Now, unexpectedly, she had come looking for them. At this realization, Yu Fei's drowsiness vanished, and he quickly rose from his resting place, preparing to venture outside. The sudden commotion roused Lin Shuyan, who, eyes still closed, inquired about the time, asking if he was heading to patrol the beach. As Yu Fei removed the wooden barrier from the cave entrance, he replied, it is just past dawn. Perhaps a little after 5. I am not going to the beach. Rather, the mother of the lambs has come to find them. Initially unresponsive, Lin Shuyan immediately sat up upon hearing this news. The mother sheep was searching for her young, and she felt compelled to see for herself. Without even changing out her sleepwear, she slipped on her shoes and followed Yu Fei outside. Each cradling a lamb in their arms, they stepped out of the cave. Once outside, the bleating of the large sheep became more distinct, and both recognized that it was indeed nearby, just outside the enclosure. Yu Fei placed the lambs down by the fence and climbed up using a bamboo ladder. Upon reaching the top, he spotted the large goat outside the enclosure. It was not particularly large, weighing just over 100 pounds, and appeared to be 2 or 3 years old. Though the goat had horns, Yu Fei was certain, based on certain characteristics, that it was a female. As Yu Fei examined the ewe, she caught sight of him and, startled, prepared to flee. However, upon hearing the bleating of the lambs, she halted her retreat and returned to the fence, calling out to them, seemingly oblivious to Yu Fei's presence, as if he were invisible. Observing this, Yu Fei quietly lowered a rope ladder and descended outside the enclosure, all the while without the ewe acknowledging him. Cautiously, he approached the ewe, and when he was about a meter away, he swiftly seized one of her horns. To his surprise, throughout this process, the ewe exhibited no signs of wariness and offered little resistance, merely struggling slightly as she became accustomed to being grasped. With the ewe now in his grasp, Yu Fei quickly called for Lin Shuyan to bring him the rope he had woven from an old fishing net. Once she handed him the rope, he secured the goat to the fence. Then, together with Lin Shuyan, he brought the two lambs outside. As soon as the lambs were placed on the ground, they dashed toward their mother, finding their nourishment and commencing to eat. The ewe sniffed at the two lambs, beginning to lick their bodies, thoroughly wetting them, and effectively removing the dirt that had clung to them. Upon witnessing this scene, Yufei could not help but marvel at the grandeur of maternal love. It occurred to him that the mother goat likely had no intention of fleeing. She could not bear to part with her two little kids. Aware of her own fate, she chose to stay without hesitation. Though merely an animal, her love for her offspring surpassed that of many humans. And Yufei was deeply moved by this mother goat. While Lin Shuyan had already dissolved into tears, her eyes red and swollen, covering her mouth as tears streamed down her cheeks. And Yufei approached Lin Shuyan, embracing her and offering comfort. Let's care for these 3 goats diligently, nurturing them until they grow old. Unless faced with life and death, we shall never consume them. With our care, they can be shielded from carnivorous beasts, enabling them to live longer lives. Lin Shuyan nodded in agreement, saying, we certainly cannot eat them. I even plan to have them witness our wedding. From now on, we shall treat them as family. And Yufei found himself at a loss for words. While he merely wished to spare their lives, Lin Shuyan had taken it a step further, wanting to treat them as kin. However, he thought it inconsequential, as they were soon to become witnesses to his and Lin Shuyan's nuptials. Moreover, treating them as family was not unreasonable. City dwellers often keep cats and dogs as family members. Keeping a few goats as pets and regarding them as family was no different. Goats offered advantages over cats and dogs, as they provided milk and companionship and were easy to care for, requiring only grass rather than special pet food. Before long, the 2 little kids had eaten their fill, lazily resting beside their mother, who, still enamored with her young, occasionally licked them and sniffed at them. Observing the profound bond among the 3 goats, and Yufei and Lin Shuyan decided to let them linger a while longer, pondering how long the mother goat must have yearned for her children during their separation. Carnivorous animals typically prowled at night, and Yufei had not spotted many predators in the southern part of the island. Even if a fox or bobcat ventured near, the mother goat could adequately protect her 2 kids. Having risen now, and Yufei and Lin Shuyan planned to patrol the beach together, enjoying a leisurely stroll, which they both cherished. Each walk by the seaside filled them with warmth. In the morning, they continued to have breakfast made from some of the seafood they had brought back. After breakfast, Yufei inspected the traps, retrieving a wild rabbit and a wild chicken caught that day. Chapter 53. The wedding next, Yufei intended to prepare for the midday banquet for him and Lin Shuyan. In anticipation of this day, he had made various preparations, gathering ingredients for the feast. The cured meats aside, he had also constructed a small pond by the seaside, enclosing it with stones. Within this pond, he nurtured the sea cucumbers, abalones, and 2 large lobsters he had collected during his morning patrols. This morning, he checked on them, and to his relief, they were all alive and well, not having escaped. He planned to prepare them for lunch today. In addition to these seafood delicacies, he had also harvested a wild rabbit and a wild chicken that morning. During this time, he had discovered mountain ginger and wild onions, and had even harvested some bark from the cinnamon tree to create cinnamon. Despite this, his array of spices was rather limited, consisting only of sea salt, mountain ginger, wild onions, cinnamon, Sichuan peppercorns, and star anise. With such a modest selection of seasonings, he had to rely on high-quality ingredients, often employing simple cooking methods. Nevertheless, it could be said that he had a feast of both mountain and sea, including steamed sea fish, chicken stewed with mushrooms, roasted wild rabbit, stone slab-smoked wolf meat, steamed sea cucumber, steamed abalone, steamed lobster, and cold-tossed seaweed strips. A total of 8 dishes, with only the seaweed being vegetarian, while the rest were meat. Originally, Yufei had intended to make a soup, but with only 1 pot available, by the time he finished preparing the dishes, it was already noon. Lin Shuyan also suggested that making too many dishes would be excessive for the 2 of them to consume, and any leftovers would spoil, leading to waste. Thus, Yufei decided to roast 2 wild chicken eggs instead, perfectly portioned for each of them. As all the dishes were laid out on the table, their bamboo cups were filled with warm water. 2 little lambs were placed by the table, forced to witness the occasion from their basket nearby. Due to the weight of the mother goat, she could only serve as a distant witness outside the enclosure. The 2 raised their bamboo cups, locking eyes, both filled with excitement. In that moment, Yufei felt nothing but exhilaration and was at a loss for words. It was Lin Shuyan who broke the silence, gazing at him and asking, "Mr. Yufei, do you vow to cherish Ms. Lin Shuyan in times of poverty, illness, hardship, pain, wealth, health, joy, and happiness. Remaining devoted to her for a lifetime? Promptly setting aside his excitement, and Yufei replied earnestly, I do. Lin Xuan nodded in satisfaction and said, I too am willing. Let us drink this cup of water in place of wine, and from this moment, we shall be officially united as husband and wife. Under her guidance, they shared a cup of wine, and after drinking, Lin Xuan produced a small box from her pocket, revealing a pair of rings inside. Opening the box, she explained, These rings were given to me by my mother before she passed away. She said she wouldn't be able to witness my future wedding, so she wished for these rings to stand in for her at my ceremony, and, if possible, to serve as my wedding rings. I have always kept them close, as if my mother were by my side. Now, as I present them to you as our wedding rings, you will take her place in accompanying and protecting me always. And Yufei nodded solemnly, replying, Xuan, rest assured, I will dedicate my life to accompany and protect you. Taking out the ring gifted by her mother, Lin Xuan felt a twinge of sadness. Yet, the presence of Yufei filled her heart with joy, as she now had someone who cherished and protected her. Today marked their wedding day, a momentous occasion not meant for sorrow. After donning a smile, she turned to Yufei and said, Extend your hand, please. Obediently, Yufei offered his hand, and Lin Xuan placed the men's ring from the small box onto his finger, which seemed custom-made for him, fitting perfectly. Lin Xuan mused that perhaps it was destiny, and Yufei was brought to her by her mother, for otherwise she would never have taken that path and saved him on that fateful day. Observing the ring that fit just right, she declared, by wearing this ring, you are now mine, and under no circumstances are you to remove it without my permission. And Yufei nodded in agreement. Lin Xuan then placed the small box before Yufei, saying, Now, please put the other ring on my finger. Once adorned, I shall belong to you. With a goofy smile, Yufei clumsily slipped the women's ring onto Lin Xuan's finger. She brought their ring-clad hands together, gazing earnestly at them. To her, they appeared perfectly matched. Their hands, intertwined with rings, radiated an unspoken connection, and they exchanged smiles filled with countless unvoiced sentiments, vows of devotion, resolute promises, and dreams of their future life together. In that silent exchange, they instinctively leaned in for a kiss, a lingering embrace that bridged the gap of unsaid words, before they began to enjoy a sumptuous lunch. Although the meal was lightly seasoned, this method of cooking preserved the essence of the ingredients, imparting a unique flavor. Enhanced by Yufei's heartfelt culinary efforts, they found the meal delightful, relishing every moment. The meal, steeped in harmony, warmth, and happiness, lasted over an hour, a veritable luxury amidst their survival on this deserted island. Afterward, they tidied the table together, washing the dishes as the air brimmed with sweetness. Just as they basked in each other's presence, feeling as though they could gaze at one another forever, the bleating of two little lambs shattered the ambience. It was then they noticed the lambs, unwitting witnesses to their intimate moment, had been waiting in the basket for over an hour. Perhaps they were hungry or reluctant to consume the scraps of affection showered upon them, reminding Yufei and Lin Xuan of their own youth. With the mood disrupted, they refrained from further indulgence, as Yufei was aware of his responsibilities. While the tenderness shared with Lin Xuan was exquisite, he knew he could not afford to be lost in this bliss. The daylight was precious, and their sweetness was reserved for the quiet hours of the night. For now, he had an important task ahead. Thus, a suitable place must be found for the mother goat. During the day, it can be tethered to the fence, but at night, that is certainly not feasible. Moreover, the young kid cannot be separated from its mother during the night. Leaving the kid outside the enclosure, devoid of the flock's protection, would render these 3 goats vulnerable and likely to become a feast for carnivorous predators. Chapter 54. Transporting the goats into the enclosure today marks the wedding day of Yufei and Lin Xuan. Ideally, the couple should be savoring their intimate moments together. Yet they find themselves stranded on a deserted island. Time is of the essence during daylight hours, as they must attend to their daily tasks, relegating their sweet moments to the night. And Yufei must utilize the afternoon to secure the 3 goats, a large one and 2 small ones, ensuring they do not escape, also safeguarding them. Preventing their escape is relatively simple. As long as the mother goat is tethered, they will remain. However, protecting them from becoming a buffet for predators requires careful consideration. Initially, Yufei contemplated constructing a pen outside the enclosure But upon reflection, he realized that building a predator-proof pen in a single afternoon was impractical given the time constraints. Instead, he resolved to move the 3 goats inside the enclosure where they could be safeguarded. The 2 kids could be easily carried into the enclosure, but the mother goat posed a challenge with her considerable weight of over 100 pounds, while Yufei could lift her without issue. Hoisting her over the fence would prove difficult, particularly since a rope or bamboo ladder may not withstand the combined weight of both Yufei and the mother goat. Having decided to place the 3 goats within the enclosure, the next step was to devise a means of getting the mother goat inside. Ropes and ladders were deemed impractical and labor-intensive, leading Yufei to recall the use of a lever, often employed in rural construction. This device utilizes the principle of leverage to hoist heavy objects to elevated positions, and its construction is not overly complex. Yufei believed he could fashion such a tool to assist in moving the mother goat into the enclosure, with future applications for other heavy items as well. The lever consists primarily of 2 components, a supporting pillar and a long rod, along with some ropes. Recently, Yufei had discovered a damaged fishing net along the shore. Although the net was beyond repair, he dismantled it to weave numerous ropes, intending to use these for traps. While the ropes he crafted were somewhat thin and unsuitable for the lever, he resolved to braid them again to create thicker ropes suitable for use. With a plan forming in his mind, Yufei took up his axe and set out in search of suitable materials. His target was still the type of tree he had used to construct the enclosure, sturdy and resilient, with plenty located near the cave. Thus, he selected a tree with a diameter of approximately 30 centimeters as the pillar, ensuring it could bear significant weight. This particular tree was chosen for its straight trunk, which rose vertically without forking, culminating in a single crown. The tree chosen by Yufei bifurcated at approximately 8.5 meters in height, presenting 2 branches of similar girth, thus forming 2 canopies. This particular tree, an anomaly among its kind, fortuitously served as a pillar for Yufei's purpose. He felled the tree, leaving nearly 9 meters intact, as he intended to bury it 2 meters underground to ensure the pillar's stability. For the lever, Yufei selected a tree slightly thicker than those employed for constructing the fence, with a diameter of around 25 centimeters. Upon returning with the 2 trees, Yufei buried the chosen pillar 1 meter away from the fence, testing its sturdiness before positioning the lever atop the bifurcation of the pillar. He secured the lever with thick rope and vines, completing the construction of the apparatus. The next challenge was to devise a method to transport the mother goat into the enclosure without causing her harm. Thus, directly hoisting her with a rope was out of the question. To prevent any injury to the mother goat, Yufei fashioned a square platform from bamboo, measuring 1 meter on each side, to which he tied ropes at each corner. These 4 ropes converged and were bound to the apex of the lever. After Yufei and Lin Shuyan carried the 2 young kids into the enclosure, he proceeded to gently lay the mother goat down and secure her legs with ropes. This precaution was taken due to his concern that the mother goat might thrash about on the platform, risking a fall and subsequent injury. With the mother goat securely bound, Yufei carefully placed her onto the platform, fastening her in place to ensure she remained still. He was then ready to attempt hoisting her with a lever. As he pulled the thick rope tied to the other end of the lever, the platform, with the mother goat, began to rise slowly. Initially, he hesitated to lift the platform to its maximum height, stopping at just over 1 meter to verify the integrity of the ropes and lever. Should any issues arise, the height would mitigate the risk of severe injury to the mother goat. After a brief pause and observing no problems, he continued to pull the rope. While binding the mother goat, she had struggled fiercely, but now, immobilized, she could no longer resist, filled with trepidation about her fate. Yufei noted, with some concern, that the mother goat had shed a few tears, leaving him to wonder whether she feared for her life or mourned for her kids. Observing the goat's anthropomorphic expression, which seemed to plead with him, Yufei sensed an unusual intelligence in her, distinct from other goats he had encountered. Disregarding the goat's display, he hoisted her to the highest point, and under Lin Xun's direction from within the enclosure, he gradually released the rope, allowing the platform to descend slowly into the pen. As the rope neared its limit, the platform lowered to the ground within the enclosure, at which point Yufei let go of the rope and entered the fenced area. Approaching, he untied the rope binding the mother goat. Initially hesitant and incredulous, she bleated softly before quickly rising and rushing towards her 2 kids. Calling out to the little lambs, she incessantly licked them, as if to convey her disbelief at their reunion. Perhaps it was the prolonged confinement or the recent fright that left her legs trembling, a sight that Yufei had never witnessed before. Aware of the distress he had caused her, Yufei thoughtfully retrieved a handful of corn kernels to feed her. Not too many, just about 2 ounces, intending to provide her some comfort. Chapter 55. The wedding night before long. The mother goat devoured the corn kernels from Yufei's hand. Observing his empty palm, she seemed unsatisfied, clearly yearning for more. Her next action left both Yufei and Lin Shuiyin in astonishment. She fixed her gaze on Yufei for a moment, and seeing no response, she gracefully lay down on the board from which she had just been rescued. Yufei recognized her intelligence surpassed that of ordinary goats. Yet he was taken aback by her astuteness. She understood that it was her previous confinement that prompted him to offer her corn. In pursuit of more corn, she now willingly reclined on the board. Turning to Lin Shuiyin, Yufei remarked, "Did you see that? This goat is extraordinary. She is far more intelligent than the others." Lin Shuiyin, her eyes sparkling with fascination, nodded in agreement. "Indeed, she is delightful and amusing. Look at her pitiful demeanor. You should feed her a bit more corn." Although somewhat reluctant, Yufei, upon her insistence, fetched another ounce of corn for this dramatic creature, having already affectionately dubbed her a drama queen in his mind. The 2 little lambs also had names, bestowed by Lin Shuiyin the previous day. Since both were female, and one had a red nose while the other was pink, she named the red-nosed one Hong Hong and the pink-nosed one Fong Fong. The ounce of corn was quickly consumed once more by the mother goat, evidently still craving more. Noticing Yufei's lack of action to retrieve additional corn, she seemed poised to lie back down on the board again. Seeing her intent, Yufei stated, "You need not lie down. If you do so again, I will not bring you any more corn." Whether she truly comprehended his words was uncertain. Yet she refrained from returning to the board, her eyes darting instead to the corn stalks that Yufei had not yet stored away in the cave. Following her gaze, he too noticed the stalks, and inwardly he sighed in relief. Had her intent not been revealed, and if he had neglected to secure the kernels that evening, he could have been subjected to a relentless siege by her throughout the night. Yufei hurriedly retrieved the rope that had originally tethered the female goat and secured it once more. He then swiftly collected the cobs of corn that had been left outside the cave, as there was no separate storage room within. For the time being, he had to stack the corn cobs inside their dwelling. Although the small kitchen was suitable for storing dried goods like smoked meat, it was not an appropriate place for the corn, necessitating their temporary placement within the living space. Once all the corn cobs were inside, Yufei noticed the female goat's expression, which seemed tinged with regret, as it occasionally glanced toward the cave. He pondered that the goat might possess some uncanny intelligence, given the richness of its expressions. Reflecting further, Yufei realized that merely tying the goat was not entirely secure. Within the enclosure, the crops he and Lin Shuiyin had initially planted had flourished remarkably. They nurtured these plants daily, treating them with the care akin to that of children. Given their healthy growth, Yufei feared that the mischievous goat might wreak havoc during the night, prompting him to construct a fence to contain it. Thus, he sought out bamboo to erect a pen nearly 2 meters high for the goat. After completing the pen, Yufei contemplated the sleeping arrangements for the 3 goats. The temperature would drop significantly at night. While the adult goat would be fine, the 2 young kids were still quite small and might suffer from the cold. If he were to bring the kids into the cave separately, the mother would undoubtedly bleat incessantly in distress. However, he was reluctant to allow all 3 goats inside, primarily due to the odor from the adult goat that would permeate the cave, especially on a night when he and Lin Shuiyin would share their marital bliss. To ensure the kids' comfort, Yufei constructed a small shelter over 1 meter tall within the pen, providing them with protection from the wind and rain, thus ensuring they could withstand the night's chill, even if it rained. The pen he had built encompassed the irrigation channel he had dug, allowing the goats to quench their thirst directly from the water's source. Yufei then ventured out to gather fresh grass to place within the pen. With their needs for food and shelter met, he no longer worried about the 3 goats. The adult goat, realizing it would not be fed corn today, contented itself with the fresh grass, which it relished, having devoted an entire afternoon to the care of the goats. Yufei and Lin Shuiyin had truly invested their hearts into their well-being. With everything settled, the couple finally found time to relish their moments together. They reheated the leftover lunch and then strolled along the beach, patrolling the shoreline. Now that they were married, their perspective had shifted during these walks. Hand in hand on the sandy shore, they felt a profound sense of companionship, as if they were destined to grow old together. Upon returning from the beach, Lin Shuyan placed the fish they had caught earlier onto the smoking rack, while Yufei fed the innards from the fish to the wild chickens, tossing some palm fronds into their coop as well. Once both individuals had completed their respective tasks, they washed their hands and sat down to enjoy dinner together. Despite the multitude of dishes prepared at noon, the quantity was rather modest. This evening's meal would allow them to finish all the dishes that An Yufei had made earlier. The night on the deserted island offered little else to engage in. After a brief rest post-dinner, they each decided to wash up by the riverbank, intending to retire for the night afterward. Once nestled in the dark cavern, they found themselves in a moment both anticipated and fraught with tension. The fleeting hour of intimacy held immeasurable value, and neither wished to squander time on excessive words. They simply embraced one another. Two novices in the realm of romance. They possessed no prior experience, yet some matters require no instruction, as instinct guides them. Gradually, they transcended their initial awkwardness, finding their rhythm as the warmth of spring transformed into gentle rain, leaving them utterly spent as they lay together. After a brief respite, they entwined once more. Losing count of the times fatigue overcame them throughout the night, until at last they succumbed to slumber in each other's arms. For An Yufei, who had faced a tumultuous fate since childhood, arriving on this island seemed to herald a transformation in his life. Not only did he flourish in this new environment, but he also found love. Chapter 56. Goat's milk. An Yufei had conversed with Lin Shuyan until late the previous night, resulting in a rare late awakening. By the time he rose, the sun had already ascended, and he estimated it to be around 7 o'clock, approximately 2 hours later than his usual rising time. As for Lin Shuyan, who was prone to indulging in sleep, it was no surprise that she remained blissfully unaware, still slumbering like a little pig. The wolfskin, having been processed over time, had been laid on the bed during their wedding night, serving as a far more comfortable mattress than the original straw. Almost the entire skin was positioned on Lin Shuyan's side, making it all the more tempting for her to remain in bed, disinclined to awaken until the sun dictated. An Yufei, recognizing her fatigue from the emotional turmoil of the previous afternoon, opted not to rouse her prematurely. The bed An Yufei had crafted endured the night's fervor well, aside from the occasional creak of protest. After rising, An Yufei placed a gentle kiss on Lin Shuyan's forehead before reluctantly exiting the cave. Though he longed to stay by her side, he understood he must patrol the beach. He was already 2 hours behind schedule, and further delay would risk missing the rising tide, thus preventing him from collecting seafood. Now, breakfast for both An Yufei and Lin Shuyan consisted of fresh seafood, a routine that had become customary. An Yufei was determined not to compromise on their first morning post-marriage by offering Lin Shuyan anything less than the freshest fare. As he stepped out of the cave, the mother goat bleated at the sight of him, seemingly inquiring about her corn. However, pressed for time and eager to commence his patrol, An Yufei merely replied, "I have matters to attend to. We shall speak later," paying no mind to whether she comprehended his words. He then grasped the food-laden basket he used for his morning inspections, along with his ever-present spear, and ventured forth. And Yufei arrived just in time. The sea had yet to begin its ascent. He commenced his patrol while foraging for seafood, today as catch predominantly consisting of succulent shrimp. These shrimp, renowned for their substantial size and tender, sweet flesh, were a delight, particularly favored by Lin Shuyan, despite An Yufei being unaware of their name. He successfully gathered nearly 2 pounds of these magnificent shrimp and, feeling satisfied, departed from the beach, making his way toward the cave. Upon reaching the riverbank, An Yufei meticulously cleaned all the seafood he had collected before returning to the cave. As he climbed over the enclosure, he was greeted by the bleating of the mother goat, seemingly reminding him of their earlier conversation. An Yufei found himself at a loss for words. He could not discern whether this goat was more akin to a creature of the field or a sentient being. After casting a bemused glance at the goat, he remarked, "What's the rush? I've just returned and have other matters to attend to. Patience." With that, he entered the cave, treading lightly to avoid disturbing Lin Shuyan. In the small kitchen, he kindled the fire using embers from the hearth and placed all the seafood he had retrieved into a pot. He then took a couple of bamboo cups and a handful of corn kernels before stepping outside once more. Upon his return, Yu Fei noticed that the two lambs were content, their bellies round and full as they basked in the sun, dozing peacefully. While the lambs had their fill, the mother goat still possessed an abundance of milk. And Yu Fei speculated whether this goat might have the genetics of a dairy breed, given her ample supply. Recognizing her intelligence and her fixation on the corn kernels, he decided to propose a bargain. Waving the corn before the mother goat, he said, "I see you're interested, but nothing comes without a price. If you wish to indulge daily, you must offer something in return. You possess little else of value, but your milk could suffice. Here's the deal. Allow me to milk you twice a day, and I shall provide you with this quantity of corn. What do you say?" And Yu Fei merely intended to test the waters. He had no expectation that the goat would comprehend his words. Regardless, he planned to milk her today, hoping that cooperation would simplify the task. However, to his astonishment, the mother goat shook her head, seemingly dissatisfied with the quantity of corn he offered. And Yu Fei had initially assumed the goat would not comply, contemplating whether to tie her up for milking or to corner her with a bamboo stick. Yet, her reaction was unexpected. He could not help but exclaim, "Goodness, this goat is truly remarkable." Whether the goat truly understood him or it was mere coincidence, he resolved not to relent in their negotiation. Thus, waving the corn again, he stated firmly, "The power lies with me now. If you refuse, you shall have none of this corn. What I desire is but a modest quantity, merely 2 small cups, which would scarcely hinder your child's mealtime." And in Yu Fei's perspective, these are indeed 2 diminutive cups. Each holds merely 250 milliliters, a total of just over a pound. He believes that half a pound of milk per day for both himself and Lin Shuyan is just adequate. After expressing this, Yu Fei tucked the corn kernels into his pocket, while the mother goat displayed a look of resignation and let out a bleat. And Yu Fei pondered whether the mother goat had acquiesced to his request. Uncertain, he cautiously approached her. Typically, wild goats are not only difficult to milk, but also challenging to approach. However, the mother goat remained stationary as he drew near. And Yu Fei crouched down, holding 1 cup in one hand while attempting to milk with the other. To his surprise, the mother goat stood obediently throughout the process. Reassured, he continued until both cups were filled to the brim. And Yu Fei sensed that this mother goat possessed the lineage of a dairy goat. After milking 2 cups, there was still a considerable amount of milk remaining. Yet he felt that this quantity sufficed for both him and Lin Shuyan. Overindulgence seemed unnecessary, and he wished to maintain trust with the goat. He retrieved the corn kernels from his pocket and placed them before her. The mother goat appeared to comprehend the limited offering, taking her time to consume the 2 ounces of corn, taking nearly twice as long as the previous day to finish her meal. Once she completed her repast, and Yu Fei joyfully exited the pen, intending to boil the milk and enjoy it with Lin Shuyan at breakfast. Chapter 57. Short-term planning. The steamer Yu Fei had discovered by the seaside was currently cooking seafood. To heat the milk, he resorted to the stone pot he had crafted some time ago, albeit small and slow in its cooking capabilities. Nevertheless, Yu Fei held a fondness for using this stone pot to stew meat. After breakfast, he would place the meat inside to simmer on low heat for consumption later in the evening, yielding exquisite results. During this period, Yu Fei not only fashioned a single stone pot, but also created 2 stone bowls alongside several wooden bowls and basins. He meticulously crafted these items during the twilight hours following his evening patrols by the sea, working diligently until darkness enveloped the land. His initial creations were the wooden basins and bowls, which, in essence, were merely larger bowls. These were fashioned from tree stumps left behind after he had felled trees to construct the fence, each with a diameter of approximately 20 centimeters. And Yu Fei carved a small section from the stump, leveling one side with an axe while hollowing out the other with a dagger to form the desired shape. Once the basic form was established, he began smoothing it with coarse stones, followed by progressively finer pebbles, coarse sand, and finally, fine sand until it was polished to perfection. Encouraged by his initial success, Yu Fei applied the lessons learned to create 7 more wooden basins and 8 additional wooden bowls. With these completed, his attention turned to the stones. However, he soon realized that stone was significantly harder than wood and initially lacked suitable tools until one day, he stumbled upon a ship nail on a thick wooden board by the shore. On the shores, one often encounters wooden planks adorned with nails and other iron remnants. Yu Fei diligently pries off the iron, collecting them in his modest kitchen, where he has amassed a small pile. He intends to experiment with smelting these metals into iron tools in the near future. After meticulously polishing a ship's nail, he fashioned it into a carving knife, successfully crafting a stone pot and 2 small stone bowls. The time spent on these 3 items far exceeded that of all the wooden basins and bowls he had previously made. Once polished, the stone pot and bowls appeared quite appealing. Yet the bowls proved somewhat heavy and were used only once before being set aside. And Yufei repurposed one of the bowls as a lamp, choosing not to make any more bowls thereafter. However, the stone pot remains a staple in their culinary endeavors, frequently employed by Yufei for stewing meat and preparing soups. Today, he used it to warm milk, ensuring it would not cool too swiftly after boiling. Upon entering the kitchen, Yufei cleaned the stone pot thoroughly, poured in 2 cups of goat's milk, and placed it over the fire to heat gradually. As he turned, he noticed the pot on the stove and recalled hearing about seafood porridge. While he had an abundance of seafood, he lacked rice. Although he still did not have rice, he now possessed corn kernels. And Yufei thought to add some corn, reasoning that it could be considered a grain, thus enhancing their dietary variety. He was uncertain of the outcome, but decided to toss a handful into the pot, with both pots simmering gently. And Yufei settled at the cave entrance to contemplate the tasks ahead. Now married to Lin Shuyan, he felt the need to plan for their future. While he lacked a long-term strategy, he held a singular aspiration: to provide Lin Shuyan with a better life. In a few years, he envisioned starting a family with her, living happily in this idyllic sanctuary. The absence of a long-term plan stemmed from his belief that plans often falter against the tides of change. Making distant plans seemed futile at this juncture. Nevertheless, he could devise short-term objectives. Several pressing matters lay before him that required prompt attention. The first task was to remove the husk from the corn he had brought back yesterday, allowing it to dry before extracting the kernels and selecting the plumpest ones for planting. The second task involved digging a storage room to house vegetables and grains. The third priority was to excavate a toilet. During the construction of the fence, he had already dug a pit within the enclosure and extended a bamboo pipe outward, though a septic tank remained to be excavated, rendering the toilet unusable for now. In addition to these urgent tasks, there were 2 less pressing matters: his plans for brickmaking and smelting iron. While he had some understanding of brickmaking, he was entirely unfamiliar with iron smelting. These endeavors could be deferred for the time being. The corn situation, however, was urgent. He intended to inspect the traps this morning, return to husk the corn, and hang it on the fence to dry, after which he would begin preparing to dig the storage room in the afternoon. After meticulously planning in his mind, Yufei entered the cave and glanced at Lin Shuyan. Noticing she showed no signs of awakening, he proceeded to the small kitchen, adjusting the flames beneath the 2 pots to a gentler simmer. He intended to inspect the traps first, estimating that by the time he returned, Lin Shuyan would likely be awake. Stepping outside to check the traps, Yufei was pleasantly surprised by his catch today, having ensnared 2 rabbits and a wild chicken. He returned with the 2 rabbits and the wild chicken in tow. Upon his return, he found Lin Shuyan had indeed risen and was washing up at the water source. Their eyes met, brimming with sweetness, as if they could never gaze upon each other enough. While Lin Shuyan freshened up, Yufei swiftly skinned the rabbits, soaking the pelts in a solution and placing the meat on the smoking rack. The wild chicken remained alive, and he decided against slaughtering it for the moment, opting to place it in the small chicken coop he had constructed earlier. The method of handling the wild chicken would be determined later. Once he completed the preparation of his catch, Yufei washed his hands and began to serve breakfast at the table. Today's breakfast was quite sumptuous, featuring seafood boiled with corn kernels. As he lifted the pot lid, the delightful aroma of the seafood mingled with the enticing scent of corn wafted through the air. In addition to the boiled seafood, there were the roasted wild chicken eggs that Lin Shuyan favored, as he had previously boiled them but had shifted to roasting at her request. The final component of the meal was the goat milk he had exchanged from the mother goat that day. This breakfast was a complete spread of meat, eggs, and milk, accompanied by corn, which had made its debut at their dining table. After completing her morning routine, Lin Shuyan was unable to conceal her happiness upon seeing such a lavish breakfast. She approached Yufei and planted a kiss on his cheek, exclaiming, "Husband, you are truly wonderful. I adore you." And Yufei, at a loss for elaborate compliments, felt that Lin Shuyan's praise and affection made all his efforts worthwhile. He beamed with joy and replied, "Wife, I love you too. Come, savor today as breakfast. The temperature is just right. neither too cold nor too hot. Chapter 58. Encountering the living on the beach, the breakfast and Yufei prepared was not only visually appealing, but also delectable, particularly the corn kernels within the boiled seafood, which had absorbed the rich flavors of the seafood broth, making them exceptionally tasty. Lin Shuiyin had a particular fondness for the corn and the seafood, and then Yufei made a concerted effort to offer her as many kernels as possible. Watching her relish the meal filled him with delight. After enjoying the seafood for a while, and Yufei picked up the goat milk, intending to take a sip when an absurd thought struck him. This goat is so intelligent. Could drinking its milk make me smarter? How wonderful it would be if that were the case. He recalled how his grandfather had often called him foolish, affectionately dubbing him silly grandson. If he became smarter, he would no longer be that silly grandson. As these thoughts tumbled through his mind, he couldn't help but wonder if this goat milk could indeed enhance intelligence. Bringing the goat back home might just lead him to fortune. At this moment, he recalled a skit he had seen previously, where a rooster's meat cost 2,000 for a single bite, while the goat's milk that could allegedly enhance intelligence would surely be worth 20,000 per sip. The skit featured the rooster as the champion of its kind. Perhaps he could dub his goat the Great West Goat among ewes. As these whimsical thoughts crossed his mind, and Yufei couldn't help but chuckle. However, this was merely a fanciful notion. Upon taking a sip, he found that the goat's milk tasted no different from any other he had encountered. Noticing in Yufei's silly grin, Lin Shuin inquired, "What are you laughing about?" He then shared his recent musings with her, which elicited a hearty laugh from Lin Shuin. "You are quite amusing. The Great West Goat among ewes? How had I never noticed your potential for cunning commerce before?" They both enjoyed a light-hearted moment before returning to their meal, sharing laughter that filled Lin Shui's heart with happiness. After breakfast, and Yufei recounted his plans for the near future to Lin Shuiyin. He had always managed to organize his life well, and naturally, Lin Shuiyin had no objections. Thus, after their meal, they resolved to commence the task of husking corn according to the methods of their small mountain village. And Yufei skillfully peeled away a substantial portion of the corn's husk, leaving a bit intact, which he tied together with the husks from other ears, creating a bundle of several corn cobs. He then affixed small wooden pegs to the vertical rock wall of the cave, hanging the bundled corn to dry. And Yufei estimated that, given the day's temperature and barring rain, the corn would be thoroughly dehydrated within 3 to 5 days. The quantity of corn was not vast in the previous days, and Yufei and Lin Shuiyin had already husked some. Now, working together, they swiftly completed the husking of the remaining corn and hung it all to dry. With the corn now drying, they no longer needed to worry about spoilage or mold. And Yufei planned to dig a storage room to hold the corn once it was completely dried. Upon inspecting the cave, he resolved to construct the storage area to the north of the small kitchen, directly opposite where he and Lin Shuiyin's bed was situated. After selecting the location, he outlined the door's shape on the wall and prepared to excavate it using his previous methods. Even with anticipation, he was taken aback by the difficulty of the task. Despite exerting great effort, he only managed to unearth a small piece the size of his finger. Recently, having observed that the cave was mostly dry, he had moved everything out and lit 3 fires within to bake the cave, coinciding with the time he and Lin Shuiyin were busy building a fence outside. Both were occupied with outdoor labor and had no need to remain in the cave, allowing Yufei to spend the entire day baking. It was not until evening that he opened the cave entrance for ventilation. The prolonged burning and high temperatures meant that even at night, as he and Lin Shuiyin settled to sleep, the walls still radiated warmth. This baking process significantly reinforced the integrity of the cave's walls. And Yufei had anticipated that the wall would become hardened and solid after being baked, but he never imagined it would be so formidable. Previously, he had not considered excavating a storage room. Now, as he attempted to dig again, the reinforced wall proved to be a greater challenge, requiring even more effort. The effects of the baking were remarkable, as the hardened earth layer reached nearly 10 centimeters in thickness. It took Yufei 2 days to excavate the hard soil within the outline of the door he had sketched. During these 2 days, aside from patrolling in the morning and evening and inspecting traps in the forenoon, he dedicated all his remaining time to digging the entrance to the storage room. Although the labor was exhausting, spending the entire day with Lin Shuiyin filled him with immense joy. Today, having finally completed the excavation of the hard soil layer, he anticipated a significant reduction in effort for the tasks ahead. and Yufei was quite pleased with his accomplishments and decided to celebrate by preparing a wild chicken stew for Lin Shuyan. After finishing dinner and taking a brief rest, Lin Shuyan urged him to retire for the night, and Yufei, aware of what was to come, quickly rinsed off under the running water before hastening to fulfill his marital duties. It was yet another night of bittersweet pleasures. The following morning, and Yufei emerged from the cave, supporting his aching back, having once again overslept. Although he found this experience delightful, the daily routine took its toll on his body, and he felt his back might not withstand much more. Just a few days into their marriage, he did not want Lin Shuyan to think him inadequate, so he persevered. As he glanced back at Lin Shuyan, who was sleeping soundly with a contented smile, he sighed, donned his gear, and prepared to patrol the beach. The short sleep, coupled with fatigue, left Yufei yawning and somewhat unfocused. After crossing a small river, he intended to follow his usual patrol route. However, upon arriving at the beach, he spotted a figure sitting on the sand, facing the sea, and Yufei thought perhaps his exhaustion had caused him to hallucinate and quickly rubbed his eyes. When he opened them again, the figure remained, confirming that he was not imagining things. This unexpected presence compelled Yufei to remain alert and vigilant. Observing the individual, he noted that although they were dressed in masculine attire, their silhouette and the hair peeking from beneath a hat suggested that this might indeed be a woman. Regardless of the individual's gender, Yufei did not dare to lower his guard. He placed down the basket meant for collecting seafood and grasped his spear tightly, cautiously approaching the figure. He advanced slowly, his gaze fixed on the person, hardly daring to blink. So focused was he on the individual that he failed to notice the ground beneath him. Suddenly, he stepped on a piece of plastic buried in the sand, the noise immediately catching the person's attention. They turned to face him, their eyes meeting in a moment of mutual surprise. Chapter 59. Magkiniu. Both were astonished. The stranger was surprised to find another person in this desolate place, while Yufei was taken aback by the revelation that the figure before him was indeed a woman, and a stunning one at that, with distinctly Eastern features. And Yufei was uncertain of her nationality or whether she could understand Chinese, and as he contemplated how to communicate with this unexpected visitor, he found himself at a loss for words. The woman was the first to speak. Uncertain of Yufei's nationality, she opted for English. Upon hearing her, Yufei thought to himself that this was problematic. She was not speaking Mandarin, and how could they possibly communicate? Although her words felt oddly familiar, he understood not a single one. Noticing the confusion on his face, the woman awkwardly attempted to converse with him in a language she had only just begun to learn from a neighboring country. When she saw that Yufei remained utterly bewildered, she pondered how to bridge the communication gap, uncertain if he understood sign language. Having heard the woman speak twice without comprehending anything, Yufei felt increasingly troubled over how to communicate with her. Eventually, he could not help but exclaim, "This is hopeless. We cannot communicate at all." Just as the woman was preparing to use sign language, she suddenly heard Yufei speak in Mandarin, which excited her. "You can speak Mandarin? Then you must understand it as well." The realization that this woman could both understand and speak Mandarin put Yufei at ease, as it meant they could engage in normal conversation. However, he found her previous statements to be somewhat trivial and could not refrain from responding. "Of course I can speak Mandarin. I have been speaking it since I first learned to talk." The woman, believing Yufei to be a descendant of Chinese immigrants who had long been marooned here, found it understandable that he spoke Mandarin. She then inquired, "Are you a native of this place?" Yufei recognized the term native, but in that moment, he momentarily forgot its definition and questioned whether he qualified as a native of this deserted island. While he contemplated, the woman, assuming that Yufei's ancestors had settled here long ago and had not taught him the term native, rephrased her question, "Do you live here?" This was an easy question for Yufei to answer, and he nodded, affirming yes. Upon hearing that Yufei was a resident of the island, the woman joyfully introduced herself. "Let me introduce myself. I am Mei Qingyue. I have just survived a shipwreck and washed ashore here. May I stay at your home for a while?" Her request placed Yufei in a difficult position. True to his warm-hearted and kind nature, he would normally have agreed without hesitation, especially since this beautiful woman would have nowhere else to go on the island. However, the situation had changed. He was now married to Lin Shuyan and could not make decisions unilaterally. Bringing another woman home could easily lead to misunderstandings with Lin Shuyan, and he felt this matter needed her input. Yufei refrained from giving an immediate answer, prompting Mei Qingyue to quickly assure him, rest assured. I will not stay for free. Once I am rescued, I will surely reward you handsomely. And Yufei shook his head, saying, it's not that simple. I cannot make this decision alone. I need to consult my wife. If she agrees to take you in, you can stay at my home without any compensation. If she does not agree, no amount of reward will change that. Mei Qingyue understood that the crux of the matter lay with the wife of the man before her. In her heart, she fervently prayed that this woman would not be an unreasonable shrew. Once her prayer concluded, she quickly inquired, where is your wife? Could you take me to see her now? Let's seek her opinion at once. And Yufei, realizing he could not leave this person to patrol alone, thought it essential to resolve the situation promptly. Thus, he decided to bring Mei Qingyue home with him. Upon reaching the fence, and Yufei instructed Mei Qingyue to wait outside while he ventured inside the enclosure alone. As Mei Qingyue observed in Yufei, she noticed that he resembled a native, yet everything around them appeared newly renovated. She speculated that perhaps they had just finished refurbishing their home and anxiously awaited his return. And Yufei stealthily returned to the cave, where Lin Shuyan was still deep in slumber. Although he felt a twinge of reluctance, knowing that someone was waiting outside for his response, he gently whispered in Lin Shuyan's ear, calling her wife, intending to rouse her. Upon hearing his voice, Lin Shuyan rolled over and mumbled, darling, let me sleep a little longer. I will get up soon to eat. And Yufei, accustomed to waking her for breakfast, realized she thought he was summoning her for the morning meal, even though he had yet to begin cooking. Scratching his head, he shyly admitted, wife, I haven't started making breakfast yet. I wanted to discuss something else. I just returned from patrolling the beach and discovered a living person. Half awake, Lin Shuyan sprang to full alertness at the mention of a living person. Her eyes wide with curiosity, she asked, a living person? What kind of person? Where are they? Feeling somewhat embarrassed for taking the liberty of bringing a woman home without prior consultation, and Yufei replied, it is a woman, perhaps in her 30s. She wishes to stay with us for a while. I was uncertain about the decision, so I thought to return and ask for your input. She is waiting just outside the fence. Lin Shuyan cast a scrutinizing glance at Yufei, but, seeing the sincerity in his eyes, recognized that he held no ulterior motives towards the stranger. Refraining from approaching him, she hastily donned her clothes and got out of bed. It was rare for Lin Shuyan to wake up so early in recent days. She yawned widely and sluggishly followed Yufei out of the cave. And Yufei assumed she would head directly to meet the woman named Mei Qingyue, but he underestimated her. As his partner, Lin Shuyan would never present herself to another woman without first attending to her appearance. She made her way to the running water and began to wash up meticulously. After completing her grooming and applying a light touch of makeup, she finally chose an elegant outfit before preparing to accompany Yufei to greet the woman outside. Mei Qingyue waited outside for over 20 minutes, and just as she began to fret that Yufei's wife would surely disapprove of her staying here, assuming Yufei was still persuading her, a beautiful figure appeared before her at the fence. Upon witnessing the enchanting figure before her, she found herself momentarily awestruck. The stunning silhouette belonged to Lin Shuyan. Equally astonished, Lin Shuyan gazed at Mei Qingyue, unable to believe her own eyes. Both women instinctively rubbed their eyes and looked again at one another, confirming that their vision was not deceiving them. Their expressions shifted from sheer surprise to an overwhelming flood of tears. Chapter 60. The Journey of Mei Qingyue to the Deserted Island Mei Auntie. Lin Shuyan exclaimed as she swiftly descended from the railing, arms wide open, rushing towards Mei Qingyue. Seeing Lin Shuyan sprint towards her, Mei Qingyue also opened her arms wide. The two embraced tightly, tears streaming uncontrollably down their faces. In that fervent moment, neither could utter a single word. They could only hold each other more closely. After a considerable time, as their emotions began to settle, Lin Shuyan finally inquired, Mei Auntie, how did you end up here? What transpired? Mei Qingyue wiped her tears and sighed. This tale begins with your disappearance. The night we spoke, I was shocked to see the next day that the project department, in collaboration with your family and the Wu family, had released an announcement. The essence of the notice stated that you had gone missing, and to avoid hampering the project as progress, a new leader and collaborator would be appointed promptly. Initially, I could not fathom this news, for we had just spoken the night before. Filled with uncertainty, I attempted to reach you again, only to find myself unable to connect. The location transmitted from your tracking device remained unchanged. It was then that I realized the announcement might indeed hold truth. I hastened to your father to seek confirmation, and he verified that you had indeed gone missing, severing all ties with the project department. Your sudden loss of contact filled me with deep concern, prompting me to urge your father to dispatch a search party. Initially, he intended to seek you out, assembling a team of professionals for the task. However, before they could embark, something must have transpired, for he abruptly disbanded the team. I could not comprehend his actions, so I approached him once more. He merely stated that you were no longer in this world, and thereafter ceased any mention of searching for you. Subsequently, he formed another team dedicated solely to negotiating the project's interests with the Wu family. His actions incensed me, and after rebuking him fiercely, I resolved to embark on the search for you myself. Uncertain of how long this endeavor would take, I sought out Yan, intending for her to manage the company in my absence. Upon hearing I was in pursuit of you, both she and Xiao Xiao insisted on accompanying me. However, the company could not operate without personnel. After deliberation, we agreed that Yan would remain behind, while Xiao Xiao would join me in the search. As she recounted this, Mei Qinyue's demeanor darkened significantly, her tears flowing even more abundantly than before. After a brief pause, she continued, "The last location sent by your tracking device indicated the high seas. The nearest nation is rather underdeveloped, with few diplomatic ties. The procedures to reach here alone took half a month. After completing the necessary procedures, I engaged the services of a reputable security firm, hiring 4 bodyguards. Accompanied by my assistant, Xiaodong, we set forth with Xiao Xiao. The initial days passed without incident, and after 5 days, we arrived at the location where your tracking device had been consistently signaling. Upon our arrival, we utilized an underwater camera to survey the depths, only to discover nothing at the ocean floor. It was then that I noticed the tracking device appear to have shifted northward by a considerable distance, prompting me to instruct the team to commence a search in that direction. As we progressed, we conducted our search, and just as we were preparing to rest yesterday evening, a massive whirlpool suddenly emerged before our vessel. The unreliability of our temporary hires became apparent. Upon the sighting of the whirlpool, the 4 bodyguards abandoned Xiao Xiao and me, hastily boarding a lifeboat, with Xiaodong trailing behind them. Lin Xuan, perplexed, inquired why the bodyguards did not come to my aid, yet took Xiaodong along. She noted that Xiaodong had been with me for over a year, and despite my kindness towards her, the others had not offered any assistance. Did she not voice her concerns? Mei Qinyue sighed, explaining that it was not merely a fleeting encounter. Xiaodong had developed a mutual affection with one of the bodyguards, and the two had been quite enamored with each other in recent days. The lifeboat could only accommodate 4 individuals, and Xiaodong had been an extra addition. Had I and Xiao Xiao joined them, the lifeboat would not have endured the strain. At that moment, every individual was left to fend for themselves. My goodwill toward Xiaodong held no value. Watching them depart, Xiao Xiao and I were helplessly drawn into the whirlpool with the vessel. Now I have survived, yet Xiao Xiao's whereabouts remain unknown. Should anything happen to her, how could I face Yan and Xiao Xiao's parents? Mei Qinyue's tears flowed more freely as she spoke, and Yufei, who had been silently listening, interjected, urging the two to pause their lamentations. He recalled my statement about being pulled into the whirlpool alongside Xiao Xiao. His sudden interruption startled Mei Qinyue, momentarily reminding her of his presence. Although she found his interjection somewhat impolite, she nodded in affirmation. With confirmation, Yufei seized a spear and declared, "Let us hasten to the shore." Both Lin Xuyan and Mei Qinyue looked at him in confusion, with Lin Xuyan directly asking, "Why?" And Yufei patiently elucidated, "Have you not noticed? The timing of the mishaps involving both ourselves and those bandits is strikingly close, and the distance from where we were swept to the beach is not significant. If Xiao Xiao has also been cast ashore, it is likely she has not drifted far. We must proceed swiftly. If we discover her in time, we may still save her, but if we delay, it may be too late." After hearing Yufei's explanation, Lin Xuyan and Mei Qinyue recognized the urgency of the situation, momentarily suppressing their sorrow to follow him towards the beach. Knowing that Xiao Xiao might still be rescued spurred them to move even faster than Yufei, surprising him with their swiftness. Despite Lin Xuyan wearing the high heels she had carefully chosen that morning, they did not impede her speed. In no time, the 3 arrived at the beach, and it was immediately apparent that this stretch of shoreline was devoid of any signs of life, with not even the presence of significant debris. Standing on the beach, Yufei reminisced about the moment he discovered Mei Qinyue's location. He realized that the spot where Mei Qingyue had been was strikingly similar to where he himself had been washed ashore. As he gazed at that particular spot, his thoughts involuntarily drifted back to the time he spent with Lin Shuyin, leading his eyes to fixate on the notable boulder nearby. With little time to spare, Yufei hurried towards the stone, for the tide was beginning to rise, and soon, that area would be submerged. Observing Yufei's swift departure, Mei Qingyue was puzzled, while Lin Shuyin quickly recalled that she had been washed behind that very boulder. Thus, she grasped Mei Qingyue's hand, and together they sprinted towards it. Upon their arrival behind the rock, they indeed found a person lying there. And Yufei placed his hand on the individual's wrist and discerned that the person was still alive, albeit in a state of unconsciousness. As the waves lapped closer to the figure, and Yufei silently breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that had they arrived a mere 20 or 30 minutes later, the individual would have been entirely engulfed by the water. Chapter 61. Xiao Xiao at the airport. When Yufei first beheld the person, he mistakenly believed that this individual was not the Xiao Xiao mentioned by Mei Qingyue, as they had referred to Xiao Xiao as female, while the figure before him appeared male. The individual was dressed in a manner typically associated with men, presenting a flat chest that did not resemble a girl's. However, upon closer inspection, he noted that the clothing bore a resemblance to what Mei Qingyue wore, and as he scrutinized further, he glimpsed the hair peeking from beneath the hat. The face was exquisitely delicate, a trait not commonly found in men, and Yufei's intuition began to shift. Perhaps this person was indeed a girl, albeit with a modest bosom. While Yufei pondered this, Lin Shuyin and Mei Qingyue had already confirmed his suspicions, as both exclaimed the name Xiao Xiao in unison upon seeing the individual. And Yufei glanced once more at Xiao Xiao's chest, musing how fitting the name was, as it aptly described her modest proportions. He merely thought this to himself when he noticed Lin Shuyin and Mei Qingyue approaching, prompting him to quickly inform them. Xiao Xiao is still alive. She has a pulse, though she is unconscious, likely due to ingesting too much seawater. Upon hearing that Xiao Xiao was alive, Mei Qingyue and Lin Shuyin felt a wave of relief wash over them. Mei Qingyue suppressed the urge to glance at Yufei, her heart brimming with gratitude. Had it not been for his timely reminder, Xiao Xiao might have indeed faced a dire fate. Understanding the cause of Xiao Xiao's unconsciousness, the trio began to administer aid, and Yufei knelt down, allowing Xiao Xiao to rest her head on his leg, and he began to gently pat her back. Before long, a significant amount of seawater flowed from Xiao Xiao's mouth and nose, and after a short while, they heard her begin to cough violently. Upon hearing her voice, Yufei quickly set her down. After a spell of coughing, as her fit subsided, Xiao Xiao opened her eyes to find Yufei before her. Having been laboring outdoors daily and without a shirt, he had become somewhat tanned, and upon seeing him, Xiao Xiao's first words were, "This wild man is rather handsome." And Yufei had anticipated that she would utter some words of gratitude, yet, to his surprise, she spoke otherwise. This left him feeling somewhat vexed. After all, was he not merely a little darker in complexion? How could he be mistaken for a wild man? Observing the flush of anger on Yufei's face, Lin Shuyin and Mei Qingyue could not contain their laughter any longer. Upon hearing their laughter, Xiao Xiao realized there were others nearby. The sound was oddly familiar, and upon glancing up, she spotted Mei Qingyue and Lin Shuyin. Excitedly, Xiao Xiao exclaimed, "Aunt Mei, Sister Shuyin, how wonderful to see you. I thought I had been rescued by a wild man." She had even contemplated the idea of sacrificing herself to marry that handsome wild man. "But it turns out it was you who saved me. Then it seems I need not endure such a fate after all." And Yufei sensed the close bond among the three women and refrained from speaking. Yet inwardly he scoffed. "Endure it? As if. You think I'm a wild man? I wouldn't even consider someone like you, especially not when my Shuyin is such a beauty." Unbeknownst to him, his inner musings went unheard, as the three had already embraced warmly, exchanging heartfelt sentiments of longing. After a while, Xiao Xiao regained her composure. Her condition was not grave, merely a result of having fainted. Seeing that Xiao Xiao was fine, Lin Shuyin decided to escort Mei Qingyue and Xiao Xiao back to their cave. Just as they were about to leave, and Yufei called out to them. The trio looked at him in confusion, and Yufei hesitated before inquiring of Mei Qingyue, "Aunt Mei, did your 4 bodyguards and assistant board the lifeboat only after you spotted the whirlpool?" Mei Qingyue did not grasp the full implication of Yufei's question. Yet she nodded and replied, yes. Initially, it was the bodyguard piloting the boat who noticed it. He did not inform me or Xiao Xiao, but quietly summoned the 3 other bodyguards. It was only when they called for Xiao Dong that we became aware. By the time Xiao Xiao and I exited the cabin, they had already boarded the lifeboat. We called out to them to take us along, but they ignored our pleas. Within a minute of their departure, the large ship was drawn into the whirlpool. After hearing Mei Qinyue's account, and Yufei nodded thoughtfully. If I am not mistaken, your 4 bodyguards and Xiao Dong have likely already made their way onto this island. The force of that whirlpool is immense, accompanied by strong undercurrents. They would have found it impossible to navigate against such power in the lifeboat, while others may have been unaware of the whirlpool's strength and the current's rapidity. And Yufei had first-hand experience. Once caught in an undercurrent, there was no room for resistance. One could only be swept towards the whirlpool. Noticing the puzzled expressions on their faces, and Yufei continued, consider that the ship's power far surpasses that of the lifeboat. Upon discovering the whirlpool, they would have attempted to alter the ship's course, and only after failing to do so did they opt for the lifeboat as a means of escape. We ought to conduct a thorough search of the entire beach. If they too have reached this island, we must be prepared. Lin Shuiyin held a profound trust in Yufei's words, finding his analysis remarkably sound. She remarked, let us search along the seaside. Upon our return, we can take back your stock and allow my dear sisters to savor the local delicacies. Each morning, and Yufei gathered an abundance of seafood during his coastal excursions, far exceeding what he and Lin Shuiyin could consume. Initially, he opted to smoke the surplus, yet some seafood lost its delightful flavor through this method. Consequently, he ingeniously crafted several large cages from rattan, placing the excess seafood within them to thrive in the sea. Lin Shuiyin referred to Yufei's stock as these very seafood treasures. Mike and Yu and Xiao Xiao also concurred with Yufei's explanation, leading the quartet to commence their westward search along the shoreline. After an hour of walking, as they neared the westernmost edge of the beach without encountering any signs of life, and Yufei began to doubt his instincts. Just then, he caught sight of footprints in the sand, leading northward toward the woods. He also observed a small mound of earth at the edge of the beach, its soil appearing freshly disturbed, suggesting it had been recently heaped. Calling the others, he approached the mound, noticing a wooden plank protruding from one side, accompanied by 3 small sticks. Although the plank bore no inscriptions, and Yufei couldn't shake the unsettling feeling that this mound resembled a grave. Noticing that 2 of the footprints were significantly deeper, he suspected that those individuals were carrying something heavy. The sight of the mound prompted an unwelcome thought. Had someone perished among them? Chapter 62. One bodyguard is deceased Lin Shuiyin and her companions, having spent their lives in the city, had never encountered such a grave. Even if they had seen similar scenes in films or television, they failed to recognize it immediately. As they approached, Lin Shuiyin inquired, Yufei, what is this? And Yufei, gazing at the small mound, replied, it is highly likely a grave. Someone among them has died. Upon hearing this, Lin Shuiyin and Mike and Yu maintained a semblance of composure, but Xiao Xiao, startled, instinctively hid behind Mike and Yu. Mike and Yu scrutinized the mound and the adjacent wooden plank and sticks, soon discerning that it indeed was a grave. She then asked Yufei, can you tell who has died? Despite Xiao Dong's earlier indifference to her fate, Mike and Yu harbored a wish that it was not Xiao Dong who had perished, for if she hadn't urged her to accompany them, this misfortune might have been averted. And Yufei shook his head, I cannot determine that. Only by digging can we ascertain whose life has been lost. Xiao Xiao, curious yet fearful, peered from behind Mike and Yu, exclaiming, then let us dig and find out. Just looking won't reveal who has died. Observing Xiao Xiao's mixture of fear and curiosity, and Yufei, recalling her earlier jest of calling him a wild man, decided to tease her, saying, why don't you dig? I'll lend you a hand. Little Xiao wanted to assert her determination to dig, but as soon as she uttered the word I, she recalled that what lay buried beneath was a corpse. Thus, she quickly amended her statement, claiming, I lack the strength to dig. Lin Shuiyin, aware that Yufei was merely teasing Xiao Xiao, shot him a disapproving glance and said, hurry up and dig. Once we ascertain who it is, we can return. I am quite famished. With Lin Shuiyin's directive, and Yufei ceased his hesitation, approached the small mound, and prepared to unearth it. However, just as he was about to commence, he felt something hard beneath his foot. Pausing his actions, and Yufei glanced down and kicked aside the surface sand, revealing a folding, entrenching tool. This was an unexpected stroke of fortune, and Yufei had long desired a shovel for digging. He had even contemplated melting down some iron he had collected to fashion one. Yet here he was, having stumbled upon one outright. Armed with a more suitable tool, he discarded the wooden plank and began to excavate with the entrenching tool. The efficiency of the tool made a remarkable difference, and soon enough, he had unearthed the individual buried within the mound. And Yufei's motivation for digging was to ascertain whether this person was among those who had accompanied Mei Qinyue and the others. If it were not, the situation would become exceedingly complicated. Fortunately, upon revealing the body, both Mei Qinyue and Xiao Xiao immediately recognized the individual. He was the bodyguard who had been steering the boat they had traveled on. The sight of him elicited a sense of melancholy from Mei Qinyue and Xiao Xiao, as he had been the one to first detect the whirlpool and alert the other bodyguards, only to meet such a tragic fate himself. This solitary grave contained but this one bodyguard, and after surveying the footprints on the beach and counting them, Yufei declared, "It is now confirmed that those individuals have reached this island. After the demise of this bodyguard, 4 of them remain. On this desolate isle, these remaining individuals could potentially commit heinous acts. Thus we must remain vigilant. Especially you 3 must never venture out alone." Seeing the 3 nod in agreement, and Yufei began to rummage through the pockets of the deceased, thoroughly inspecting each one. He discovered only a half-pack of waterlogged cigarettes and a lighter. The cigarettes were ruined, so he returned them to the pocket. He tested the lighter, found it functional, and pocketed it, contemplating the deceased's shirt. And Yufei considered removing it, but was hesitant to do so in the presence of the 3 women. Moreover, given that the clothing belonged to a corpse, he refrained from such an action, concerned that Lin Xian might find it distasteful and deny him access to her bed. Thus, he resisted the temptation to strip the body. Finding nothing else of value, and Yufei reburied the body, and after covering it with earth, the group prepared to depart. Before leaving, Yufei glanced once more in the direction where the other bodyguards and Xiao Dong had ventured, deducing that they had likely continued their journey northward. And Yufei was acutely aware that if they continued their journey northward, they would eventually arrive at a cavern nestled within the central mountain of the island. This cave, constructed of stone, was vast and elongated, providing ample space for habitation. When Yufei first discovered the cave, he contemplated relocating there. However, upon examining the traces left behind, he deduced that a solitary wolf had once made its home. Consequently, the surrounding resources were markedly scarce, with not even a shadow of wild chickens or rabbits in sight. Most critically, the cave was situated a considerable distance from a water source, with the nearest being a river flowing towards the sea, located approximately a kilometer away in a straight line. After careful deliberation, Yufei ultimately abandoned the notion of moving to the cave. If this group of individuals were to take up residence there, their livelihoods would certainly suffer, potentially facing starvation for days on end. Setting aside thoughts of these individuals for the moment, Yufei retraced his steps with the 3 women. Typically, during his solitary patrols, he could traverse the entire coastline in just over 40 minutes. Yet with the 3 women in tow, it took them an hour to cover the same distance. While Lin Xian and Mei Qinyue had initially moved swiftly when they set out from the cave, they now ambled slowly, particularly Lin Xian, who struggled in her high-heeled shoes on the sandy beach. With Mei Qinyue and Xiao Xiao present, she felt too embarrassed to request Yufei to carry her. So she resorted to removing her shoes and walking barefoot, treading carefully on the shards of shells scattered across the sand. After another hour of walking, they finally returned to the spot where they had discovered Xiao Xiao. Yufei instructed the 3 to return first while he intended to head eastward to retrieve some seafood he had been cultivating in cages. Exhausted from their journey, the 3 women wished to accompany him to inspect his supplies, but were too fatigued to continue, so they decided to return. Having observed the camaraderie between Mei Qinyue and Xiao Xiao with Lin Xian, Yufei resolved to bring back the finest seafood to treat them. When he returned, laden with his bounty of seafood, Mei Qinyue and Xiao Xiao were left speechless. They had anticipated he would only return with a few shells. Instead, they were greeted with the sight of 4 large lobsters, several abalone the size of a hand, dozens of sea cucumbers, and an abundance of sizable shrimp measuring over 20 centimeters. Overwhelmed by the display, Xiao Xiao turned to Lin Xian and inquired, "Sister Xian, do you eat like this regularly?" Chapter 63. Hosting Mei Qinyue and Xiao Xiao, Lin Xian shook her head and replied, How could that be? It's only because you are here that we are enjoying such delicacies. Just as Xiao Xiao was about to express her relief, Lin Xuyan added, we do consume some shells and crabs on occasion. Although we have these delicacies regularly, we certainly do not subsist solely on them. We also indulge in other fare. Xiao Xiao, placing her hands down, leaned in to embrace Lin Xuyan's arm and remarked, Sister Xuyan, I can't help but feel you might be a bit boastful. Lin Xuyan playfully tapped Xiao Xiao on the head and retorted, I am merely speaking the truth. At this moment, Mei Qinhua turned to Lin Xuyan and said, Xuyan, please hold on a moment before discussing food. I have something to inquire. When I first encountered that individual, he mentioned he needed to return home to consult his wife. Surely, the wife he referred to isn't you, is it? Lin Xuyan nodded earnestly, replying, Indeed, that is I. I am his wife. Upon hearing Lin Xuyan's affirmative response, both Mei Qinhua and Xiao Xiao widened their eyes in astonishment. Disbelief etched across their faces. Xiao Xiao incredulously asked, Sister Xuyan, you cannot possibly have married that wild man, can you? With a smile, Lin Xuyan remarked, Wild man? Yu Fei has merely been working under the sun for a while, and, without a shirt, he has become somewhat tanned. He was not this dark before. Xiao Xiao, puzzled, inquired, then why doesn't he wear a shirt? The mention of an Yu Fei, without a shirt, elicited laughter from Lin Xuyan, who explained, when we encountered the shipwreck, it was nighttime, and we were dressed rather lightly. We were not directly pulled into the whirlpool. Instead, we were deliberately sunk by bandits. Fortunately, there's a piece of foam board at that time, and Yu Fei allowed me to sit on it while he pushed from beneath. We drifted at sea for over a day before being sucked into the whirlpool and arriving at this island. While drifting, the sun was scorching, and Yu Fei took off his shirt to shield me from the heat. Unfortunately, after being pulled into the whirlpool, that shirt disappeared. Observing Lin Xuyan dressed neatly, Xiao Xiao asked, Then how do you have clothes? Lin Xuyan blinked and replied, Oh, I was rather fortunate. Not long after, my suitcase was washed ashore, providing me with clothing. As for my Yu Fei, he is yet to be so lucky. His bag hasn't washed up here, even after all this time. Mei Qinhua seemed to recall something and interrupted Lin Xuyan, saying, Wait, you just mentioned his name. Yu Fei? Lin Xuyan, sensing Mei Qinhua's realization, nodded, confirming yes. His name isn't Yu Fei, the person I previously mentioned saving. Both Mei Qinhua and Xiao Xiao were taken aback, exclaiming in unison, So he's your Duan Yu. You have indeed married Duan Yu, abandoning your cousin, Mr. Morong. At that moment, Yu Fei placed the seafood into the pot and happened to overhear their conversation. He looked puzzled and asked, Who is Duan Yu? Lin Xuyan shot him a glance and said, You, of course. Were you not the one who referred to me as fairy sister? Much like the celestial sister spoken of by Duan Yu. They jestingly assert that you are my Duan Yu. Having just heard Mei Qinhua and Xiao Xiao mention Lin Xuyan marrying her Duan Yu, and Yu Fei could not help but voice his confusion. Now realizing he had overthought the matter, he quickly mumbled, You all continue your conversation. I shall go prepare the meal. With that, he hurriedly departed, feeling immensely embarrassed, silently vowing to refrain from interrupting women's discussions in the future to avoid such awkwardness. After Yu Fei left, the three resumed their conversation, with Lin Xuyan taking the lead, while Mei Qinhua and Xiao Xiao occasionally interjected with questions. Lin Xuyan began recounting the journey she and Yu Fei embarked upon when they left the country, detailing their harrowing experience at sea, the ensuing shipwreck, and their arrival on a deserted island. She spoke of how Yu Fei took care of her during their time on the island. Lin Xuyan also shared her and Yu Fei's suspicions, while Mei Qinhua and Xiao Xiao came to realize that this entire ordeal might be a scheme orchestrated by the Wu family, with Lin Xuyan becoming a pawn in their game. Nevertheless, they observed that despite Yu Fei's sun-kissed complexion, he had cared for Lin Xuyan exceptionally well, and she remained as enchanting as ever, her skin even more radiant than before. At that moment, they felt that marrying Yu Fei might indeed have been the right choice. He was undoubtedly a worthy match, and Lin Xuyan had, in essence, wed for love. After Yu Fei departed, he returned to fetch 4 cups and some corn kernels, intending to milk the sheep. With 2 additional people present, 2 cups would surely be insufficient, so he planned to extract 4 cups today. He would need to discuss the extra 2 cups with the sheep. Upon arriving at the sheep pen, Yu Fei addressed the sheep, explaining that with guests at home, he needed to extract 2 additional cups of milk. The sheep shook its head vigorously and bleated towards Yu Fei's pocket, seemingly suggesting that extra milk required more corn kernels. And Yufei, unwilling to add corn, shook his head and prepared to begin milking, intending to extract the extra cups without the sheep's knowledge, believing that milking first and providing corn afterwards would suffice. As Yufei crouched down to start milking, the sheep initially cooperated. But when he filled 2 cups and was about to begin the third, the sheep clamped its legs together, refusing to yield. And Yufei, unable to force the issue, resorted to offering some corn kernels to the sheep. Once the sheep finished the kernels, he presented another small handful, stating that if it would trade those kernels for 2 more cups of milk, it would benefit from the extra milk, which, if not extracted, could be detrimental to its health, potentially leading to ailments such as mastitis, which he emphasized was for the sheep's own good. Reluctantly, the sheep bleated at Yufei's hand, signaling for the corn kernels first. Frustrated, Yufei remarked on his size, questioning how a grown man could deceive a sheep. The sheep blinked and bleated again, implying that it was unaware of the previous attempts to squeeze out extra milk. With no other option, Yufei conceded to feed the sheep the corn kernels first. Once the sheep finished, he successfully extracted 2 additional cups of sheep's milk. His intention to conserve the limited corn proved futile, as he ended up having to sacrifice more kernels than anticipated. Once Yufei boiled the milk, the seafood was already cooked. He called the 3 women, who were still chatting outside, to wash their hands and join him for the meal. Xiao Xiao, having eagerly anticipated the seafood Yufei brought back, had been glancing towards the kitchen during their conversation. With the moment finally at hand, she hurried to wash her hands, excited to indulge in the seafood feast. Chapter 64. Preparing to plant corn. Once everyone had washed their hands, the 4 of them gathered around the table. Before they began their meal, Lin Shuyan spoke up. "Allow me to introduce everyone." She first pointed to Yufei, addressing Mei Qin Yue and Xiao Xiao. "This is Yufei, my husband, as I have mentioned to you before." Then, Lin Shuyan turned to Yufei and introduced Mei Qin Yue. "This is Aunt Mei, a dear friend of my late mother and also one of my closest confidants. After my mother's passing, Aunt Mei has been looking after me. The company I asked you to work for was established by me and Aunt Mei, and she is one of your bosses. Since she usually does not involve herself in the company's affairs, you haven't met her until now. You can simply call her Aunt Mei." And Yufei nodded and greeted Aunt Mei. Mei Qin Yue acknowledged with a nod in return. Lin Shuyan then pointed to Xiao Xiao, introducing her to Yufei. "This is Lan Yaxiao, whom we all affectionately call Xiao Xiao. She's also my close friend. She has an older sister, Lan Yan, who is likewise my dear friend. Yan could not join us, as she is back home managing the company alongside Aunt Mei." And Yufei glanced at Xiao Xiao's chest and remarked, "Hello, Xiao Xiao. Your name is quite fitting." Noticing Yufei's gaze, Xiao Xiao playfully embraced Lin Shuyan's arm and teased, "Sister Shuyan, your wild man is being a rogue, sneaking a peek at my chest." Lin Shuyan shot Yufei a disapproving look, but comforted Xiao Xiao. "All right, I'll take care of him later." And Yufei, feeling wronged, thought to himself, "What is there to admire about that? I'd rather look at myself." He felt compelled to defend himself, especially as he observed Xiao Xiao smirking victoriously at him, wishing to prove that he had not been intentionally staring. Just as Yufei contemplated a retort, Lin Shuyan declared, "All right, the introductions are complete. Let's raise a toast with milk instead of wine. Welcoming you both to my home. You must try the milk from our dashi sheep." Mei Qin Yue and Xiao Xiao asked in confusion, "Dashi sheep? What is that?" With a smile, Lin Shuyan recounted the amusing tale Yufei had shared with her, causing both women to erupt in laughter. After their chuckles subsided, Xiao Xiao remarked, "That female sheep is surprisingly clever. I must taste it to see if it will make me smarter. If not, I shall call out that wild man for false advertising." After the light-hearted banter, the 4 of them lifted their glasses and took a sip of the sheep's milk. They then began to savor the seafood prepared by Yufei. Despite the limited seasonings, his simple cooking received unanimous praise from everyone. Following the meal, the 3 women continued their conversation. Having not seen each other for over a month, and having endured a maritime disaster together, their chatter was endless, while Yufei found himself unable to interject. After cleaning the dining area, he decided to step outside to inspect the traps. As Yufei left the cave and arrived at the first trap site, he realized that leaving Lin Shuyan and the other 2 women alone in the cave was somewhat inappropriate. It was not just him and Lin Shuyan on this deserted island. There were also Aunt Mei's 3 bodyguards and Xiao Dong. If the 3 bodyguards of Mei each took the opportunity to sneak into the cave while he was away, Lin Shuyin and the other two women would have been left with no chance to resist. This thought filled him with concern for their safety, prompting him to hasten his inspection of the traps. He even neglected to check the two furthest traps and hurried back, clutching the bounty of a wild rabbit and a wild chicken. Upon returning to the cave, he found the three women engaged in lively conversation, which eased his worries. With the day's catch of a rabbit and a chicken, the rabbit already lifeless, he planned to roast the rabbit for lunch and stew the chicken with mushrooms for dinner. Throughout the morning, he refrained from venturing outside. Aside from roasting the rabbit, he began processing the rabbit's skin. After soaking it, he meticulously cleaned and scraped off the excess meat and fat, then stretched the skin and sprinkled it with salt to dry. Once the skin had dried, he brushed off the salt and applied fat and brain fluid. For the prepared skins, he fashioned a needle from a thin iron nail and stitched them together using fishing net threads. After a busy morning, he completed these tasks. The rabbit was nearly ready for roasting. He spread wild fruit jam over the rabbit, allowing it to roast a bit longer before it would be ready to eat. To this day, he had not found honey, so he resorted to the wild fruit jam as a substitute. However, both Lin Shuyin and he agreed that the roasted rabbit brushed with wild fruit jam was exceptionally delectable. The three women spent the entire morning chatting, leaving him astonished at their endless conversation. While he worked, he overheard their animated discussions, enjoying wild fruit snacks, and in between, Lin Shuyin had requested him to make popcorn. Their joy was palpable. The roasted rabbit he prepared once again delighted Mei Qin Yue and Xiao Xiao, who savored every bite and gave him a thumbs up in appreciation. After their meal, the three women continued their chatter while he inspected the ears of corn, discovering that the kernels had dried. He then resolved to cultivate some land for planting corn. According to his plan, he intended to sow 2 acres, which would be ample for both him and Lin Shuyin. The enclosure he constructed encompassed just over 2 acres, but part of it was occupied by previously planted crops, chicken coops for the wild chickens, and a sheep pen. He also needed to allocate space for the future construction of a toilet and other living areas, leaving him with only 1.5 acres available. Feeling that this was insufficient, he decided to build another ring outside the fence for the planting area. This new enclosure would merely serve to protect the crops from wildlife, without the need for the same level of security as the current one. However, he was not in a hurry to build a fence. He planned to first plant 1 acre within the existing enclosure, reserving half an acre for future use. With this acre of corn as a foundation, he would feel secure even if the outer crops were damaged. Planting corn was a task that needed to be done promptly. The sooner it was sown, the earlier the harvest. Moreover, he worried that if they consumed too much, they could run out of seeds, so early planting would provide him with peace of mind. Without hesitation, Yufei began tilling the land that afternoon. With the aid of a military shovel, his strength was truly remarkable. The shovel flew through the soil with grace. In the span of a mere afternoon, he managed to turn over 2.5 plots of land. He was quite pleased with this achievement, as at this rate, he could cultivate half an acre in a day and complete the entire field within a few days. In the midst of his labor, Yufei prepared a stew of wild chicken and mushrooms, fearing it might not suffice for 4 people, so he also smoked 2 fish. By the time he finished tilling, the meal was ready, perfectly timed. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, prompting Xiao Xiao to exclaim to Lin Shuyin, Sister Shuyin, "The food you have here is simply exquisite. It's either rare mountain delicacies or ocean treasures." I'm almost reluctant to leave. Chapter 65. The innocent smile. Lin Shuyin chuckled and replied, "If you don't want to leave, then stay. If you do, I'll ensure you enjoy these delights every day." Xiao Xiao shook her head, exclaiming with a hint of resignation, "I would love to stay. But if I don't return, my sister and parents will worry. I must go back to ease their concerns." Lin Shuyin grasped Xiao Xiao's hand and encouraged, "Then extend your stay a few more days. Return only after you've had your fill." With bright eyes, Xiao Xiao nodded enthusiastically. "That's a splendid idea. You must persuade your wild man to prepare plenty of these delectable dishes during my visit. Otherwise, I shall not have enough to eat." As Yufei settled down, he overheard Xiao Xiao referring to him as a wild man once more, inciting a flicker of annoyance within him. However, considering Xiao Xiao was a guest and a close friend of Lin Shuyin, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Internally, he muttered, "You and your bluntness. I'm a gentleman and one to argue with a lady." Lin Shuyin jested with Xiao Xiao, saying, "If you wish to savor the fine cuisine, you must refrain from calling him a wild man. Otherwise, he might, in a fit of anger, serve you wild fruits every day, in pursuit of delightful dishes. Xiao Xiao beamed at An Yufei, brother-in-law. If you prepare delicious meals for me daily, I shall call you brother-in-law and never refer to you as a wild man again. Upon hearing Xiao Xiao affectionately call him brother-in-law, regardless of her sincerity, it sounded particularly melodious to An Yufei. He responded with a smile, "That's a deal. While I may not meet that standard every day, I assure you it won't be lacking." Hearing that she could enjoy exquisite meals daily, Xiao Xiao sweetly called out brother-in-law a few more times, filling An Yufei with delight. Then Lin Shuiyin turned to Mei Qin Yue and remarked, "Mate Auntie, since you've come all this way, you should stay a bit longer." Mei Qin Yue pondered for a moment. Staying longer sounds agreeable, but let us not exceed half a month. When I came here, I promised Yon to call her every half month. Just yesterday, before the incident, we had our conversation. By the time the half-month mark arrives, I'll call her, and she can arrange for someone to pick us up. After speaking, Mei Qin Yue turned to Lin Shuiyin and asked earnestly, "Shuiyin, are you truly not returning with us? Do you plan to spend your entire life on this small island?" "I carry a satellite phone with me," she continued, "as a precaution against unforeseen circumstances. It's in a waterproof pouch, always on my person. As long as I can call Yon, she will send someone to retrieve us." Lin Shuiyin shook her head and remarked, "For the time being, I shall not return. Going back would only lead me to face the inevitable fate of sacrificing for my family, rather than confronting those troubling matters. I would prefer to dwell on this idyllic island." After exchanging glances with An Yufei, she continued, "In this paradise, there is someone who loves me and whom I love in return. I believe this period has been the happiest time I have experienced since my mother's passing." Mei Qin Yue pondered Lin Shuiyin's family situation and concluded that residing here might be better than returning home, despite the less favorable conditions. Nodding, Mei Qin Yue said, "Very well. Upon my return, I shall arrange for supplies to be sent to you. That way, this place can truly become a haven." After concluding their conversation, the group commenced their dinner, and Xiao Xiao, as she had promised, indulged in a copious amount of food. And Yufei found it perplexing. How could such a petite and slender girl consume so much? Once dinner was finished, the four of them set out, intending to patrol the beach while leisurely walking off their meal. Upon reaching the shore, Lin Shuiyin took Xiao Xiao and Mei Qin Yue to fish. Xiao Xiao found the experience delightful, while Mei Qin Yue initially felt a bit hesitant. However, when Lin Shuiyin mentioned that the grilled fish for dinner would come from their catch, Mei Qin Yue joined in, eager to gather more to stock up for Lin Shuiyin and An Yufei. The thought of the flavor of grilled fish made her anticipate the meal, motivating her to catch plenty to enjoy herself as well. While the three women busily fished and Yufei patrolled alone. Upon reaching the westernmost part of the beach, he noticed the grave of the bodyguard, unchanged since their departure, untouched by anyone since. Finding no anomalies along the shore, and Yufei began his return. By the time he arrived back, Lin Shuiyin and the others were reveling in their fun. The three of them had shed their personas as wealthy heiresses and company owners, instead resembling carefree children, their laughter echoing with pure joy. And Yufei felt that, in this moment, their worries had been cast aside, leaving only happiness. Seeing them so joyous, and Yufei decided to join in the fishing. He ran along the coastline, with the three women focusing on catching fish while he collected their bounty into the bags he was carrying. They were so engrossed in their merriment that they lost track of time, only stopping when dusk began to settle, while the three women were thoroughly enjoying themselves. And Yufei found himself utterly exhausted. Previously, he and Lin Shuiyin would fish while patrolling together. Today, however, it was An Yufei alone on patrol, while the three women concentrated on fishing. The coastline here had its unique characteristics, with many fish readily washing ashore, making them easy to catch. By the time their woven bag, similar to those used for fertilizer, was full, and Yufei contemplated calling out to them. Yet, seeing their enjoyment, he hesitated to interrupt. Accompanied by two friends, and Yufei noticed that Lin Shuiyin was particularly cheerful today. Her happiness was paramount in his heart. Thus, he continued to fill the food bags with their catch. As the three women came to a halt, they caught sight of An Yufei, laboriously trudging forward with a woven bag slung over his shoulder and a food bag in hand. Unable to contain themselves, they erupted into laughter. Observing An Yufei drenched in sweat, Lin Shuiyin, after laughing, felt a pang of sympathy and hurried over to assist him. As she took the food bag from his hands, she chided, How foolish of you to carry such a heavy load without asking us for help. And Yufei, scratching the back of his head with his free hand, chuckled. Foolish? It seems our little performance was in vain. Perhaps we should refrain from putting on such acts to avoid accusations of false advertising. His quip prompted another round of laughter from the three women, with Mei Qinwei remarking, Your Yufei is quite humorous. Indeed, and Yufei had intentionally sought to amuse them. With a grin, he turned to Lin Shuyin, saying, Seeing you all having such a splendid time, I couldn't bear to interrupt. I've never witnessed you so joyful, so I thought it best to let you relish the moment a while longer. Upon hearing his words, Lin Shuyin felt her heart swell with sweetness, akin to tasting honey. Yet, with her two friends present, she found herself shy. After giving him a playful roll of her eyes and muttering you annoying, she bashfully carried a food bag towards the cave. Little Xiao, ever the instigator, teased from a distance, Sister Shuyin, why is your brother-in-law so cheesy? Why are you walking so fast? Are you blushing? Chapter 66. Mei Qinwei and in Yufei tilling the soil with that, Xiao dashed off to catch up with Lin Shuyin. Mei Qinwei approached in Yufei, taking the other bag of fish from him, and remarked, You two are truly wonderful. You both care for one another so deeply. I can rest assured, leaving Shuyin in your hands. With that, Mei Qinwei also proceeded towards the cave, with two fewer food bags, and Yufei felt considerably lighter as he followed her direction. Upon reaching the riverbank, and Yufei found Lin Shuyin already preparing the fish. Previously, she had taken on this task daily, even having in Yufei sharpen a small piece of iron for her convenience. Today, with an abundance of fish, and Yufei would not allow Lin Shuyin to tackle it alone. He set down the woven bag and joined her in the task. Little Xiao, unable to bear the sight, distanced herself, while Mei Qinwei, unperturbed, lent a hand. The trio worked together efficiently, managing to finish cleaning all the fish before darkness fell. Upon returning to the cave, and Yufei fed the fish entrails to the wild chickens, while Lin Shuyin arranged the cleaned fish on the smoking rack. It was then that Mei Qinwei and Xiao officially explored in Yufei and Lin Shuyin's modest kitchen. Seeing the various foods hanging from the beams, they both marveled, exclaiming how prosperous in Yufei and Lin Shuyin truly were. Hundreds of fish were being smoked, alongside a considerable number of smoked wild chickens and rabbits, as well as several baskets of dried wild fruits, and some smoked meats of unknown origin. Upon inquiring, they learned from Lin Shuyin that the smoked meat was made from wolf. As night fell, everyone hastened to prepare for washing up and resting, only then realizing that sleeping arrangements posed a challenge. And Yufei's storage room had just been excavated to create a door, yet the interior remained untouched. The small kitchen was perpetually filled with the smoke of burning charcoal, making it unsuitable for habitation at night. With only one bedroom available, the arrangement for 4 individuals was decidedly inconvenient. After some contemplation, and Yufei decided to extinguish the fire in the kitchen and temporarily reside there for the night, allowing the 3 women to occupy the bedroom. He lit a makeshift oil lamp crafted from stone bowl, using oil rendered from animal fat, and the wick fashioned from a fibrous plant resembling cotton. Due to the scarcity of animal fat, and Yufei and Lin Shuyin rarely lit the lamp. However, they made an exception that night, as they had stayed up unusually late. After everyone had finished their evening ablutions, they retired to their respective quarters. And Yufei, lying on the floor of the small kitchen, found sleep elusive, his back aching from the uncomfortable position. As he lay there, he couldn't help but reminisce about a particular incident, finding it increasingly delightful and, in turn, more difficult to drift off, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of Lin Shuyin. To further complicate matters, the 3 women were engaged in quiet conversation in the bedroom, separated from him by merely a thin partition. Their soft voices, though barely audible, were enough to keep him awake. As they exchanged banter, and Yufei could not discern the content of their discussion, but the sound of their voices rendered him restless. Unable to afford any noise himself, he even stifled the urge to release gas, a concern he had never had before, but now felt compelled to avoid. Considering Lin Shuyin's presence, he worried that any indiscretion might embarrass her in front of her friends, leading him to endure a particularly torturous night. Eventually, he managed to fall asleep, albeit fitfully, constantly mindful of the need to avoid speaking in his dreams. With dawn's arrival, and Yufei rose hastily, marking the first time he had awakened so early since marrying Lin Shuyin. Though fatigue clung to him, he found lying in bed more uncomfortable than rising. Exiting the small kitchen, he observed the 3 women sleeping soundly. He quietly removed the planks that blocked the cave entrance and stepped outside. After securing the entrance with the planks once more, he gathered his belongings and set off to patrol the beach, hoping to collect some seafood. Typically, Lin Shuyin rose late, and having gone to bed late the previous night, and Yufei speculated she would not awaken anytime soon. Upon his return, he simmered the seafood in a pot and exchanged 4 cups of goat's milk with the performer, then set the milk to heat in a stone pot while resuming his work with a folding shovel in the fields. Before long, Mei Qinyue emerged, and upon seeing her, and Yufei remarked, "Aunt Mei, you're up quite early." Mei Qinyue glanced at the sun and replied, "It's still early. The sun is already quite high." And Yufei chuckled and said, "For my Shuyin, this would be considered an early rise." Mei Qinyue bestowed upon him a motherly smile and remarked, "Shuyin is truly fortunate to have you. She gets to wake up naturally every day. If she were still in the city, she wouldn't have such luxury. Even if she didn't have to work, there would always be an endless list of tasks to attend to. Upon reflection, it is quite wonderful here, free from car loans and mortgages, devoid of rush hour commutes. As long as one is well fed, there is little else to ponder. It truly is a paradise." And Yufei chuckled, saying, "In any case, Shui Yin and I both rather enjoy this lifestyle." Mei Qinyue nodded in agreement, replying, "Indeed, it is quite pleasant." She then glanced at the folding shovel in Yufei's hands and inquired, "What work are you engaged in now? Allow me to assist you." And Yufei quickly declined, No, it's quite all right. I can manage on my own. You should wash up and rest a bit. Once they awaken, we shall have our meal. If you're hungry, I can serve you some first." Mei Qinyue rolled up her sleeves and stepped forward to take the folding shovel from Yufei, stating, "I cannot simply eat without contributing to the work. Otherwise, I shall surely gain weight in a matter of days. Labor is beneficial, as it also allows for physical exercise." With that, Mei Qinyue began to till the soil. Observing her skill, and Yufei could not help but inquire, "Aunt Mei, have you tilled soil before? How is it that you are so adept?" While working, Mei Qinyue replied, "I have previously grown vegetables and flowers, which taught me how to till the earth." As they chatted and worked, Mei Qinyue continued tilling while Yufei collected weeds and other debris from the freshly turned soil. After a while, when Mei Qinyue grew weary, they switched roles, with Yufei now tilling and Mei Qinyue gathering debris. They shared laughter and conversation, and by nearly 10 o'clock, they had managed to till about 2 acres of land, just as Lin Shuyin and Xiao Xiao were rising. Lin Shuyin followed this routine daily, having grown accustomed to it, while Xiao Xiao, a guest in Yufei's home for the first time, felt a bit shy. However, the presence of her sister Shuyin eased her discomfort. As Lin Shuyin prepared to wash up, she noticed the two working and could not refrain from chiding Yufei. "Yufei, how could you allow Aunt Mei to labor alongside you?" And Yufei scratched his head, at a loss for words, while Mei Qinyue interjected, "It was not Yufei who asked me to work. I volunteered. I intend to exercise while I labor." Lin Shuyin retorted, "This is not a reprimand, but I believe you should also engage in more physical work. Otherwise, within a few years, you will undoubtedly gain weight." Chapter 67. Collaboration among 4. While washing up, Lin Shuyin remarked, "I am not concerned about gaining weight, as long as my Yufei does not mind if I become a bit plump." She then turned to Yufei and asked, "Yufei, if I were to gain weight, would you find me less appealing?" And Yufei chuckled and replied, "I would never find you unappealing, regardless of how you change." Watching the two exchange affectionate banter, Mei Qinyue sighed, placing the folding shovel on the ground, and saying to Yufei, "You may continue on your own." Xiao Xiao sighed as well, adding, "During my stay, could you two refrain from excessive displays of affection? Otherwise, I might find myself satiated solely by your sweet nothings, leaving no appetite for delicious food." With Lin Shuyin and Xiao Xiao now awake, and Yufei ceased tilling, washed his hands, and began to set the table, preparing seafood and goat's milk for breakfast. However, today, within the seafood dish, he extravagantly included some kernels of corn. Although the seafood could suffice for a hearty meal, he felt that a touch of corn would enhance the flavor. During the meal, he soon realized that the quantity of corn was rather scant. It was not just Lin Shuyin who relished it. Mei Qinyue and Xiao Xiao also had a particular fondness for it. Xiao Xiao, feeling unsatisfied, could not help but exclaim, "Brother-in-law, why are you so stingy? You've only added such a meager amount of corn. It's hardly enough." Lin Shuyin patted Xiao Xiao on the shoulder and replied, "It's not that your brother-in-law is stingy. It's just that we didn't have much corn to begin with. You came at an opportune time. Once we plant the corn this time, when we harvest next, there will be plenty to enjoy. She continued, if you wish to eat more, you should join us in planting the corn. By the time you return, you can feast to your heart's content. Xiao Xiao pondered for a moment, her eyes twinkling, and said, all right, I'll help plant the corn. I need to exercise. Otherwise, how will I find a husband? Unlike some people who, after marrying, cease to care about their figure. Lin Shuyan shot her a sly look and inquired, are you referring to me? Seeing Lin Shuyan's expression, Xiao Xiao quickly waved her hands in denial, saying no. I'm talking about certain individuals, not specifically anyone. Despite her fervent denial, Xiao Xiao could not escape the fate of being tickled by Lin Shuyan. By the time their playful antics subsided, and Yufei had already tidied the dining table, and Mei Qingyue had washed the dishes. After enjoying this late-morning breakfast, and Yufei planned to resume his tasks. He had contemplated that upon his departure, should those bodyguards come to the cave, the safety of Lin Shuyan and the others would be compromised. Consequently, during this period, aside from patrolling the beach, he did not intend to venture out. He had already retrieved the traps he had checked yesterday, leaving behind only the few distant traps that had not been inspected. He decided against retrieving those. Since he had no intention of going out, he resolved to work in the cave, taking the opportunity to plant corn and improve their living conditions. However, today he did not plan to plant corn or enhance the living facilities. Instead, he aimed to excavate the storage room as swiftly as possible. He had spent the previous night in the small kitchen. He could not continue residing there, as he needed to extinguish the fire within. The space housed smoked meats that could spoil without heat, especially those that had not been fully cured, and Yufei intended to dig out the storage room, planning to reside there during Mei Qingyue and Xiao Xiao's stay, eventually converting it into a storage area. After their playful exchange, Xiao Xiao eagerly announced her desire to plant corn, and Yufei shared his plans for the day, stating he would first excavate the storage room. Otherwise, he would have to spend the night in the small kitchen. Due to her craving for the morning's corn, Xiao Xiao felt some interest in planting it, though her enthusiasm waned regarding the excavation of the storage room. Observing her demeanor, Mei Qingyue reassured her, it's all right. Let your brother-in-law handle the excavation. I will take you to plant the corn, as I can plant as well. And Yufei was pleasantly surprised to discover that Mei Qingyue possessed a wealth of skills. Not only was she adept at tilling the soil, but she also demonstrated proficiency in cultivating corn, and her domestic chores were performed with remarkable finesse. One would hardly guess she hailed from a wealthy background. Uncertain about the appropriateness of assigning work to Mei Qingyue and her companions, and Yufei turned to Lin Shuyan for guidance. Upon receiving a nod of approval from her, he proceeded to the small kitchen to retrieve the hoe he had crafted from bamboo strips and wooden sticks a few days prior. This implement was specifically designed for corn planting, and although it was constructed from humble materials, it was perfectly adequate for sowing corn in the freshly turned soil. He handed the hoe to Mei Qingyue, who examined it with admiration, exclaiming about in Yufei's craftsmanship, how skillfully he had fashioned a functional tool from such simple components, its appearance closely resembling that of a conventional hoe. With that, she took the hoe and, accompanied by Xiao Xiao, set out to plant the corn. And Yufei had already prepared the seeds, selecting large, plump kernels, totaling around 10 caddies, with the intention of sowing them across 2 mu of land. Observing from the cave entrance, and Yufei was impressed to see that Mei Qingyue was indeed as skilled as she claimed. Her planting depth and spacing were perfectly executed. With her expertise in corn cultivation, and Yufei felt reassured and could devote himself to excavating the storage room. Thus, while Mei Qingyue and Xiao Xiao busied themselves with the corn, and Yufei, along with Lin Shuyan, commenced digging the storage area. Since it was intended for storage, and Yufei decided against making it too tall, limiting its height to slightly over a meter, while maintaining a width of 2 meters, akin to the small kitchen, and a length of under 2 meters, aligning it perfectly with the bedroom, including the wall, separating it from the kitchen. The combined length of the kitchen and storage room reached 5 meters. Equipped with a folding shovel, and Yufei worked efficiently, and by noon, he had successfully completed the excavation of the storage room, significantly faster than his previous efforts in expanding the kitchen and bedroom. The soil he had unearthed was of excellent quality, and he planned to experiment with brickmaking in the future, although time constraints would delay that endeavor for the moment. Meanwhile, Mei Qingyue and Xiao Xiao were also making commendable progress with the corn planting, having already sown about 1 mu by midday. And Yufei decided it was time to prepare lunch, But Mei Qinyu quickly interjected, "It's hardly been long since breakfast. You should hold off on lunch for a bit and continue working." Xiao Xiao nodded in agreement, stating, "Yes, I haven't even fully digested my breakfast yet. I won't be able to eat if you prepare it now." Lin Shuiyan expressed that she, too, was not hungry. Seeing that none of them were in need of a meal, and Yu Fei resolved to wait until they felt hungry before cooking. With the cooking postponed, he took Lin Shuiyan to continue tilling the land. Newly turned soil required some time to dry. Soil turned yesterday could be planted this morning, while soil turned this morning could be sown later in the afternoon or the following day. And Yu Fei's current tilling would be perfectly timed for planting either the next day or the day after, allowing for a seamless transition from tilling to sowing as they worked. Chapter 68. Constructing the toilet in the interim. And Yu Fei prepared lunch while the other three toiled diligently until dusk. After sharing a hearty dinner, they ventured to the seaside for a patrol, allowing themselves a leisurely stroll to aid digestion. The quartet had accomplished a considerable amount of work today, indulging in more than half a grilled fish each. Upon reaching the shore, the three women resumed their fishing endeavors, while Yu Fei took on the duty of patrolling alone. Earlier in the day, he had heard from Lin Shuiyan that Mei Qinyu and Xiao Xiao found great relaxation in their seaside strolls and fishing activities, a sentiment they both cherished deeply. As the day yielded a bountiful harvest, the four returned to their cave, where they set about smoking the fish they had caught in a woven bag and 3 food bags. Afterward, they proceeded with their evening routines before retiring for the night. This time, Yu Fei was relieved to no longer occupy the cramped kitchen. Instead, he lay on a makeshift bed in the storeroom, appreciating the absence of the kitchen's smoky odor, which provided a much more comfortable experience. Having labored throughout the day, fatigue enveloped them, and Lin Shuiyan and the 2 others quickly succumbed to slumber without exchanging a word. With the absence of whispered conversations, Yu Fei finally found the opportunity for a restful night as sleep. Rising early, he left the confines of the storeroom, not due to a lack of desire to linger, but rather because the darkness within felt stifling and uncomfortable. He believed prolonged exposure to such an environment could lead to illness. As before, he proceeded to patrol the beach, gathering seafood. Upon returning, just as he placed the seafood into the pot and heated the goat's milk, Mei Qinyu awoke earlier than the previous day. After a brief exchange of greetings, they set about tilling the land. By the time Lin Shuiyan and Xiao Xiao rose, Yu Fei and Mei Qinyu had already prepared 2 mu of land, and he was determined to finish tilling the remaining 1 mu designated for planting within the enclosure. Given that Xiao Xiao and Mei Qinyu had been quite helpful the day before, and Yu Fei had intentionally added extra corn kernels to the seafood he was preparing for breakfast. Upon seeing the abundance of corn, Xiao Xiao beamed with delight, praising Yu Fei for being considerate. In truth, she had been reluctant to work yesterday, prompting Mei Qinyu to remark, "Your short stature is a result of your previous reluctance to labor. If you put in more effort, you could enjoy more delicious food, and perhaps even grow a bit taller." After years of friendship, Mei Qinyu understood Xiao Xiao well, knowing her primary concerns revolved around good food and height. This remark struck a chord with Xiao Xiao, reigniting her determination and inspiring her to work even harder. While Xiao Xiao's height of 1.6 meters was not particularly short, it seemed so in contrast to the statuesque 1.7-meter Lin Shuiyan and Mei Qinyu. Spending daily time with them made Xiao Xiao acutely aware of her own stature. After breakfast, the 4 joined forces to plant corn, and with Yu Fei and Mei Qinyu working together, their planting pace significantly quickened. Although Mei Qinyu possessed the knowledge of planting, she lacked the efficiency techniques to expedite the process. Under the guidance of Yu Fei, by around 2 in the afternoon, the 4 individuals had successfully planted corn across an entire acre of land. It was only after finishing this laborious task that they finally sat down to enjoy their lunch, filled with a profound sense of accomplishment as they gazed at the thriving corn they had just sown. While resting after their meal, Mei Qinyu turned to Yu Fei and inquired, "I see that you still have half of the corn seeds left. Why not continue planting?" And Yu Fei gestured towards the area outside the cave and replied, "I intend to reserve the remaining space within the enclosure for future projects. So I have decided to plant only this amount inside. The leftover corn will be sown outside the enclosure, but as there is currently no fence there, we cannot proceed with planting until we build an additional perimeter." Mei Qinyu nodded in agreement, saying, "Then what are we waiting for? Let us construct the fence this afternoon so we can continue planting the corn." And Yu Fei shook his head, suggesting, Let us build the fence tomorrow, this afternoon. I will first construct the toilet. It is quite inconvenient to trek outside the enclosure every time one needs to use the restroom. And Yufei presumed that the three women would not assist with the toilet construction. Yet to his surprise, they eagerly joined him, with Xiao Xiao being the most enthusiastic. He was perplexed by Xiao Zhao's sudden vigor for building the toilet, especially since she had shown little interest in digging the cave just the day before. The toilet design and Yufei envisioned was a dry latrine, albeit distinct from conventional ones. During the fence construction, he had purposefully selected several sturdy bamboo poles, hollowing them out to serve as a drainage system. Inside the enclosure, he excavated a pit akin to that of a dry toilet. After preparing the pit, he applied a layer of clay on the surface, and once it dried, he proceeded to bake the entire pit. The clay, which is used for pottery, would not yield ceramic under his method, but would effectively serve as a waterproof seal. Once he completed the pit for the dry toilet, and Yufei utilized the bamboo as a conduit, extending it over 10 meters outside the enclosure, where he had already reserved a space. All that remained was to dig a cesspool at that location, and then construct a small house for the latrine, diverting water through bamboo. The four of them began digging the cesspool together. With 4 individuals, and Yufei planned to make the cesspool larger, believing that exerting effort now to create a sizable pit would be far more advantageous than having to empty it frequently once it became filled. By nearly 4 in the afternoon, they had successfully excavated the cesspool, though Yufei did not measure its exact dimensions. He felt confident that even if it were only used by him and Lin Shuyan, it would last a decade without becoming full. Adding Mei Qinyue and Xiao Xiao could extend its usability to 5 or 6 years, to prevent excessive water from entering. And Yufei procured a wooden pole as thick as his arm and some slender branches, along with dry grass, to fashion a cover for the cesspool. He then layered the dry grass with a thin layer of soil, sealing it securely. He earnestly instructed the 3 women to remember the location, cautioning them not to accidentally fall in. And Yufei solemnly remarked, "While injuries may not be certain, the odor is undeniably unpleasant." The 3 women simultaneously cast him a disdainful glance and remarked, "We are not foolish. We are about to dine. Please refrain from uttering such distasteful remarks. Such utterances are hardly conducive to our appetite." And Yufei scratched the back of his head, believing the trio would not be so naive as to fall for it, and thus returned to wash his hands and serve dinner at the table. Although the women claimed his words were revolting and detrimental to their meal, none of them appeared to eat less. Each indulged heartily. After dinner, the remaining tasks became more manageable, and Yufei first constructed a small house using bamboo and timber, adorning it with a door crafted from woven bamboo strips. As for the water diversion bamboo pipe, and Yufei had already prepared it, and on the opposite side, he had completed the necessary arrangements, merely needing to connect the bamboo pipe to the toilet. The other side consisted of a wooden stump he hollowed out, carving a small hole near the bottom to insert the bamboo pipe, sealing the connection with clay. Above the stump, he created a groove directed towards the water supply bamboo pipe, placing the stump beneath it, and sealing the bamboo pipe with a wooden plug fashioned from a stick. Once the stump filled with water, it would flow out through the groove towards the waterway, which would lead to a nearby stream. When it came time to flush the toilet, all that was needed was to remove the wooden plug from the bamboo pipe leading to the toilet. After flushing, the plug could be replaced. Regardless, one would need to wash their hands after using the toilet, making the flushing process quite convenient. Although it lacked the ease of modern flushing toilets, it served a similar purpose. Upon completing the toilet, the 4 admired their handiwork, finding satisfaction in their labor. Lin Shuyan could not resist boasting to Mei Qinyue and Xiao Xiao, "What do you think? My Yufei is quite impressive, isn't he? Even on a deserted island. He ensures my comfort." Mei Qinyue smiled and replied, "Indeed, your Yufei is remarkable." Xiao Xiao, however, merely pouted in silence, uncertain as to why Lin Shuyan spoke in such a manner, feeling a twinge of envy within her. In the following 5 days, and Yufei did not venture out aside from his morning and evening patrols along the shore, not out of fear of encountering the 3 bodyguards, but rather due to his concern that they might visit the cave in his absence. During these 5 days, and Yufei, accompanied by the 3 women, constructed a shorter fence outside the enclosure, primarily designed to protect the corn from animals. Thus, it was not built excessively high, merely reaching a height between 1 and 2 meters. This time, and Yu Fei chose not to plant the trees as closely as he had with the previous fence. Instead, he left a considerable gap between them. The trees selected for this endeavor were not meticulously chosen, as long as their diameter exceeded 10 centimeters. He would fell them for use, often cutting each tree into 3 or 4 sections. Consequently, this construction process was considerably more efficient than the last. With the assistance of the 3 women, the fence was completed in just 3 days, prompting in Yu Fei to reflect on the truth of the saying, "Many hands make light work." Had he been alone, he certainly would not have accomplished it so swiftly. The newly constructed fence stands 20 meters apart from the previous one, and in Yu Fei roughly calculated that the expanse between the 2 walls amounts to over 3 acres. After planting corn on an acre, there remains a considerable area. This time, Yu Fei installed a modest gate in the newly erected fence, discreetly hidden among the weeds, making it difficult for the casual observer to detect. In the past 5 days, alongside completing the fence, Yu Fei also excavated a smaller cave adjacent to their main cave for the actors and 2 lambs, as well as a space for the domesticated wild chickens. The necessity for these caves arose from the fragility of the nesting structures he had built for them, which were unfortunately dismantled by a recent storm. The lambs endured a night of rain, and the chickens were thoroughly soaked. Lin Shuyan was heartbroken to see the lambs drenched and urged Yu Fei to devise a sturdy nesting solution, concerned about future storms. Yu Fei ultimately resolved to dig 2 separate caves for them. The mountainside is adorned with resilient climbing plants, which withstood the storm's fury, so when excavating, Yu Fei thoughtfully preserved these plants. They gracefully draped over the cave entrances, providing natural shelter from the wind at night and preventing rainwater from easily infiltrating the caves during storms. Both the 3 goats and the numerous wild chickens expressed contentment with their new abode, which offered a refreshing respite. They primarily resided in the caves, emerging only when the weather was temperate or during feeding times. The excavation of the 2 caves was a task Yu Fei undertook during his spare moments, consuming little time. With the remaining hours, the 4 of them turned over more than an acre of land within the newly fenced area. They had just completed this task by midday, and feeling fatigued, they decided to rest together in the afternoon, refraining from any further activities. With time to spare, the 3 women engaged in conversation, while Yu Fei felt a twinge of boredom. In the past, he would have ventured out to set traps or search for food. However, since Mei Qinyue and the others had arrived a week ago, he had only checked the traps once on the first day and had otherwise remained by the cave. The 3 bodyguards and Xiaodong had not come by either, leading Yu Fei to conclude that this passive existence was unsustainable. He resolved to take a more proactive approach, planning to visit the cave where those individuals might be residing to gain insight into their situation. Only then could he truly feel prepared. Having contemplated this matter for several days, he felt well rested this afternoon and decided to act upon his intentions, planning to explore that area tonight. As evening approached, Yu Fei began to arrange dinner for everyone, and during their patrol along the seaside afterward, he shared his thoughts with the 3 women. They expressed concern for his safety and were reluctant to allow him to go. Yu Fei reassured them, saying, "Rest assured, I will merely observe their situation and will not engage with them. Though the moon shines brightly tonight, I am confident that from a distance, they will not detect my presence. I shall take a fleeting glance and return. Once you have caught the fish, make your way back to the cave without waiting for me. When I patrol westward, I shall proceed north from there, as the path in that direction is relatively easier to traverse. However, upon your return, I urge you to rest early, if they indeed inhabit that cave. It is quite a distance from here, and I shall not return until the latter part of the night." Yu Fei articulated this, and even though Lin Shuyan was reluctant, she recognized the necessity of his undertaking. She had observed that Yu Fei had been restless in recent days. With a few individuals on this deserted island, it was not just Yu Fei who felt uneasy. Even Lin Shuyan and Mei Qinyue harbored concerns that those individuals might unexpectedly arrive at the cave. Those who could abandon their employer to flee are undoubtedly not virtuous. They lack responsibility and moral boundaries, and one could only speculate the deeds they might commit on this desolate island. Under the reluctant gaze of Lin Shuyan and the others, Yu Fei grasped his spear and walked westward along the beach. He intended to head north from the grave of the deceased bodyguard. Thus, even if those individuals did not venture to the cave, he should be able to discover traces of their presence. Chapter 70. Xiaodong becomes a bargaining chip. The pair of shoes that Yu Fei had stripped from the bandit had served him well for some time. Having worn them for an extended period, they had stretched to fit him comfortably. With well-fitting shoes, he moved swiftly, quickly arriving at the location of the bodyguard's grave, which remained unchanged since it was buried. Since those individuals had interred him here, they had not returned. Yin Yu Fei did not approach too closely, for the body had begun to decay, and the stench of rot wafted through the air from a distance. Calculating, and Yu Fei noted that today marked the 7th day since the bodyguard's death. Traditionally, this day is significant, as it is believed to be the time for the spirit to return. Typically, on the 7th day after a person's death, friends and family would pay their respects. Observing the absence of mourners, and Yu Fei surmised that the relationships among the bodyguards were not particularly close. Otherwise, they would have come to honor him today. In the past, and Yu Fei might have dismissed such beliefs, but the trials of his own life had compelled him to consider them. Silently, he addressed the bodyguard's grave, expressing sympathy. You are indeed unfortunate. Not a soul has come to honor you on your 7th day. Since fate has brought us together, I shall kindly pay my respects. Though we may be neighbors on this island, do refrain from visiting my abode uninvited. With that, and Yu Fei bowed several times toward the grave before circumventing it to continue northward. This act was merely a form of self-reassurance. He did not dwell on the irony of digging up a resting soul while still possessing a lighter belonging to the deceased bodyguard. Should the bodyguard truly become a specter, he would undoubtedly seek him out first. However, this was merely a minor episode, scarcely affecting Yu Fei's pace. He continued his journey northward from the grave of the bodyguard. Despite the fact that 7 days had elapsed since those individuals had passed through here, interrupted by a fierce storm. Nevertheless, Yu Fei could still discern certain traces of their passage. From these signs, he was assured that he was on the right track, as those individuals had indeed proceeded in this direction. After walking for some time, night fell swiftly. Yet, the moon shone brightly on this particular evening, illuminating his path sufficiently, albeit slightly impeding his speed. Yu Fei had parted ways with Lin Shuyan and the others around 6 o'clock and had been walking for 3.5 hours. By approximately 9:30, he arrived at a location not far from the central mountain. Upon reaching this point, Yu Fei confirmed that those individuals had indeed taken refuge in a cave, as he could see the flicker of firelight emanating from within, presumably from a campfire they had lit. Now in close proximity to the cave, he felt compelled to slow his pace, striving to minimize any noise that might alert those inside. At times, he would halt after taking a step, straining to listen for any other sounds. Only when satisfied that all was quiet would he proceed. Covering less than 100 meters took him a full 20 minutes before he finally reached the mouth of the cave, concealing himself behind a stone near the entrance. He could clearly hear the sounds emanating from within. Aware that if he could hear them, they too could hear him, Yu Fei held his breath, intently focusing on the noises inside. Earlier, when he had been a bit farther away, he had thought there were voices conversing, but now, he realized it was not dialogue at all. Instead, it was the soft moans of a woman, a sound he was somewhat familiar with, having heard Lin Shiyin emit similar sounds during their exercises a few nights prior. Confronted with this inappropriate sound, Yu Fei felt a mix of exasperation and disbelief. Inside the cave were a woman and 3 men, and yet the couple did not seem to mind the presence of the other 2. Just as Yu Fei began to feel a flush of discomfort, the sounds abruptly ceased, followed by the jovial laughter of a man, who exclaimed, "This little vixen is truly enticing. Every time I see her alluring eyes, I can't help but want to conquer her." Yu Fei couldn't suppress a mental scoff at the absurdity of it all. From the onset of that inappropriate sound to its conclusion, no more than 2 minutes had elapsed. With such lackluster prowess, who could this man possibly conquer? At that moment, another man chimed in, "No doubt about it. I share the same sentiment. Have you finished? It's my turn now. I've been holding back and need to let off some steam." Inside the cave, once again, inappropriate sounds echoed, lingering for a somewhat extended duration, approximately 3 minutes before subsiding. Once this individual had finished venting, another bodyguard spoke up, expressing his dissatisfaction. "I say, you two, can you not engage in anything other than that? Your minds seem consumed by it daily." The bodyguard who initially spoke retorted, "We had an agreement. You would offer this woman for our mutual enjoyment. During our time on this desolate island, we have followed your lead, so why the sudden reluctance now?" The bodyguard who had just spoken replied, "That is impossible. My initial approach to this woman was to get close to that wealthy lady, surnamed May. Little did I know, this woman is quite the romantic Before I could make my move, she had already succumbed. Who could resist such an opportunity? Thus, I intended to indulge for a few days first. I have no qualms about offering her up, nor would I regret it. However, we cannot continue in this manner. You both need to venture out and procure some decent food. Eating these sour and astringent wild fruits daily makes me want to retch. I feel nauseous merely at the sight of them. The bodyguard who had just released his pent-up feelings remarked, "What can we do? Who knew this forsaken island would be devoid of any life? We have scoured the vicinity and found only this immature wild fruit tree. Having something to eat is better than starving." The bodyguard who suggested offering assistant Dong expressed his frustration. "If there is nothing nearby, can't you think of exploring farther? There is a vast area to the east of the river where we fetch water." The initially speaking bodyguard frowned. "That area is not close. Just to fetch water back and forth takes 3 hours. It may seem nearby, but the path is treacherous. If we venture further east, it could take 6 or 7 hours. Such a long trek would surely exhaust us." The bodyguard advocating for assistant Dong huffed. "You all just said I should offer this woman. You two have enjoyed your time on this island following my lead. Are you now unwilling to heed my suggestions after your pleasures?" Chapter 71. May's guilt. The two simultaneously glanced at Dong's captivating eyes and shook their heads. "How could we possibly go back on our word? During our time on this island, we will certainly adhere to your wishes." The bodyguard advocating for assistant Dong smiled slightly. "Excellent. Then you two shall explore eastward from there tomorrow. If that fails, perhaps we can see if there are fish in that river. Catching a few would suffice." Seeing their reluctance, he continued, Old Huang, you would want to eat these sour and astringent wild fruits every day either, would you? My urging you to go is not solely for my benefit, but for the good of us all." After a moment of contemplation, the bodyguard who had vented his frustrations on Dong spoke up. "Very well, Captain Gao, I suppose I can go, but I demand to be granted access to this woman's more intimate charms. It's only fair to experience something fresh rather than always settling for the second hand." Gao was well aware that Lao Huang was a man who could not resist the allure of women. Understanding this weakness, he sighed in resignation and remarked, "Very well. Just be cautious and do not ruin things. We are uncertain how long we will remain on this island. If you spoil this, you shall have to endure it alone, with no women to entertain you." Lao Huang chuckled lewdly, assuring, "Rest easy. I shall venture over there tomorrow and endeavor to bring back some provisions soon." And Yufei heard the sounds of Xiao Dong's resistance mingled with Lao Huang's lascivious laughter. The contrast was stark. A young girl like Xiao Dong could hardly contend with a bodyguard of Lao Huang's stature, and it wasn't long before Lao Huang prevailed. What followed was no longer the soft, delicate sounds of Xiao Dong's struggles, but rather her anguished cries, interspersed with Lao Huang's triumphant chuckles. And Yufei had gleaned enough of the situation to recognize its grim nature and decided there was no point in lingering. He resolved to retrace his steps with utmost care, and Yufei exited the confines of the cave and glanced back, uncertain of what to make of Xiao Dong's fate. Regardless of her current plight, it was ultimately her own choice, and thus, he felt no sympathy for her. Shaking his head, he focused on his journey. The night enveloped him, and his pace was deliberate until he reached the beach, where he quickened his stride. After an arduous 3.5 hours, he finally returned to the cave. This round trip, combined with the time spent in the cave, had consumed a total of 8 hours, and it was now nearly 2 a.m. Climbing into the enclosure, he surveyed the boards blocking the entrance. He hesitated, contemplating whether to rouse Lin Shuyin and the others. Fearing they might already be in a deep slumber, he resolved to seek refuge in the cave of the others instead. Just as he turned to head toward their cave, Lin Shuyin's voice rang out from within. "Is that you, Yufei?" And Yufei halted, surprised that she was still awake, seemingly waiting for his return. He quickly replied, "It's me, I'm back." Upon confirming in Yufei's return, Lin Shuyin expressed her delight, saying, "Just a moment, I will remove the boards from the entrance." And Yufei acknowledged her and waited at the cave's mouth. With Lin Shuyin opening the door for him, he no longer felt the need to venture into the other cave, which was permeated with the unpleasant odor of sheep dung. As he entered, and Yufei intended to retire for the night. However, the three women were brimming with curiosity and would not allow him such solace. As soon as he stepped inside, they surrounded him, inquiring if he had located the whereabouts of the bodyguards. Faced with 3 pairs of inquisitive eyes, and Yufei recounted the details of his findings. The locations where the bodyguards were stationed, the circumstances surrounding them, and a brief account of Xiao Dong's unfortunate encounter. Upon hearing in Yufei's narrative, Mei Qingyue scoffed. I knew that Gao fellow had ulterior motives. He had approached me several times, but I paid him no mind. Xiao Dong, however, is too naive, easily swayed by a few sweet words. It is truly unfortunate for the admirable young lady, Xiao Dong. Diligent, sensible, and remarkably capable. I held her in high esteem prior to her arrival here. Yet now, she has fallen into the clutches of those three individuals, and her fate appears grim. This predicament is regrettably my fault. Had I not brought Xiao Dong along, she might have been spared. Lin Shuyan hastily comforted her. Mei Yi, do not blame yourself. This situation is not your fault at all. As an adult, Xiao Dong has made her own choices. You surely attempted to intervene, but ultimately, one cannot control the decisions of others. Mei Qingyue sighed, choosing to remain silent thereafter. She was aware that she had previously advised Xiao Dong against associating with the bodyguard surnamed Gao, but at that time, her words had fallen on deaf ears. And Yu Fei recounted everything he had observed and heard, then returned to the storage room to rest. Perhaps fatigue had overtaken him, for as he lay down, slumber eluded him. He found himself replaying the conversation of the three bodyguards in his mind, and, upon reflection, deduced that the farthest they had ventured thus far was merely to the great river. He recognized the wild fruit tree from which they had gathered fruit. It was a mere few hundred meters from their cave. To have explored only so short a distance in an entire week indicated their considerable laziness. And Yu Fei recalled old Huang's words, stating that fetching water would require 3 hours for a round trip. He remembered that the cave was only about a kilometer from the riverbank. If old Huang's claim was not exaggerated, then their pace was indeed sluggish. This speed was comparable to Lin Shuyan's pace in the forest. If it truly took them such a long time to fetch water, it would be nearly impossible for them to reach in Yu Fei's cave. The distance between the two caves was at least 5 or 6 kilometers. A single round trip would take them at least 7 or 8 hours, and considering the need to return before nightfall, it was clear they would not venture so far. However, the time taken to fetch water was based on old Huang's account, and its accuracy remained uncertain. And Yu Fei mused that, after all, these three men were bodyguards. Surely they could not be as slow as Lin Shuyan. Little did he know that while old Huang's words contained some exaggeration, the embellishments were not entirely unfounded. Despite their title, the bodyguards' physical condition was far from impressive. Prior to their roles, they had indeed undergone systematic training, and at that time, their physical fitness had been exceptional. However, as time passed in their protective duties, their physical prowess deteriorated. This decline was attributable to the remarkably safe environment in China. Once employed, they primarily served to bolster their employer's image and never engaged in actual combat. Their comings and goings were in luxury vehicles alongside their employers, and their accommodations mirrored those of their employers in upscale hotels. The only occasion that required them to take action was when celebrities hired them to fend off overly enthusiastic fans, with the exception of celebrities who faced fewer admirers. Over time, neglect of training had rendered them far from the physically adept bodyguards they once were. Chapter 72, Bodyguards Exploring the Deserted Island. Initially, Mei Qingyue's asking price was exorbitant, not accounting for the payment to the bodyguard company. The sum they received was 10 times the usual rate. Such immense profit incited fierce competition among the bodyguards vying for these coveted positions. Ultimately, the coveted spots were claimed by those seasoned veterans, with the sole exception of the now-deceased bodyguard, whose selection was attributed solely to his maritime skills. And Yu Fei, of course, remained oblivious to these developments. After some contemplation, he found himself pondering the veracity of Lao Huang's assertions. He resolved to venture to the river the following day, concealing himself in the shadows to observe the two bodyguards' activities. Having made up his mind, fatigue soon enveloped in Yu Fei, compelling him to seek slumber. Before long, his snores filled the air. Upon realizing he had drifted off, Lin Shuyan and the others ceased their conversation. They, too, had been awake for a while and were now quite weary, hastily succumbing to rest. The following day, and Yu Fei unusually arose late, the clock nearing 9 by the time he stirred. After a brief wash-up, he hurried to exchange goat milk with the performer, setting it to boil. He then gathered his belongings to patrol the shoreline. Upon arrival, he discovered that the tide had begun to rise, allowing him to collect only a modest amount of seafood. Fortunately, he still had some reserves. After completing his patrol, He returned to his stockpile for additional seafood before heading back to the cave. When Yu Fei returned, Lin Shuiyin and the others were still asleep. He proceeded to prepare a meal, and by the time breakfast was ready, only Mei Qin Yu had awakened. The two shared their meal, and once they finished, and Yu Fei turned to Mei Qin Yu and said, "Aunt Mei, those bodyguards mentioned they would explore eastward. I plan to see where they might go, so I'll head to the river shortly. I'll place the pot on the stove to heat. And when Shui Yin and the others wake up, please remind them to eat. If you wish to work this morning, you can continue planting corn. If not, feel free to rest. I'll tend to the planting upon my return." Mei Qin Yu nodded in agreement. "All right, be cautious while you're out, and return early." And Yu Fei acknowledged her words and set out with his spear, eager to reach the river before the two bodyguards could return. Having spent considerable time on the deserted island, and Yu Fei had grown accustomed to traversing the overgrown terrain, especially with well-fitting shoes that facilitated his journey. In less than half an hour, he arrived at the riverbank. He surmised that the bodyguards must be drawing water from the section of the river that cascaded down from the mountains, approximately 3 to 4 kilometers away. Thus, he resolved to venture upstream a bit further. After walking northward for a while, and Yu Fei then began his ascent along the river, continuing for 2 hours. As midday approached, he found himself nearing the location where the bodyguards were fetching water, and Yu Fei realized he could not proceed any further. Advancing would likely lead him directly into an encounter with the two bodyguards. Ideally, he wished to capture both, but should they manage to escape, they would become aware of the existence of others on the island. Their conversation from the previous night had made it abundantly clear that they were still unaware of Yu Fei and his companions. And Yu Fei was reluctant to reveal himself prematurely. Thus, he preferred to avoid meeting anyone for the time being. Observing his surroundings, he found a grand tree adorned with lush foliage. With agile movements, he ascended the tree and concealed himself within its canopy, making it exceedingly difficult for others to detect his presence. He waited for over half an hour, and just as he was on the verge of dozing off, he spotted two individuals approaching from the west, clad in attire identical to that of the bodyguard who had perished by the seaside. Upon seeing these two men, Yu Fei was baffled by Mei Qin Yu's choice of bodyguards. Despite their towering and robust appearances, it was evident that their physique was not composed of solid muscle, but rather flabby flesh. In a dire situation, he doubted their ability to be of any assistance. In fact, he believed they would flee faster than Aunt May herself. Nonetheless, their presence could serve a purpose, potentially distracting adversaries. As Yu Fei was lost in thought, the two bodyguards arrived directly beneath the tree where he was perched. He feared he had been discovered and was ready to strike first with his spear. However, to his surprise, the two men simply settled down beneath the tree, climbing higher than anticipated, and Yu Fei assessed the distance and concluded that his spear might not reach the seated men below, and it could very well expose his hiding place. Reluctantly, he retracted his spear. At that moment, he realized the two men had not noticed him. They had merely coincidentally chosen this tree for a rest. With their hideout merely 15 kilometers away, it was evident how physically unfit they were, as they were already panting after such a short walk. Once seated, they began to engage in idle chatter. One bodyguard spoke first, lamenting, "My body is no longer what it used to be. In my prime, I used to run marathons, yet here I am, out of breath after just a few steps." The other bodyguard replied incredulously, "Old Huang, don't dwell on the past. You squandered all your stamina chasing after women. At this rate, you'll end up meeting your demise in the arms of a woman." He continued, and speaking of the past, Old Gao was once a champion in Sonda. If you were to put in the ring now, I doubt he could last even 10 seconds. After lighting a cigarette, Old Huang remarked, "It's better not to mention Old Gao. Just thinking about him irritates me. While he lounges in the cave, he sends us out into this sweltering heat, expecting us to bring back food. What's infuriating is his stinginess. Before we left, he warned us not to bring back any food today, or else we wouldn't be allowed to touch that woman tonight." Old Wang shook his head and replied, "What can you do? Old Gao has the upper hand, and that woman is utterly devoted to him. With him around, we can't exert any force. Unless, of course, you no longer wish to sleep with her. Then you wouldn't have to heed Old Gao's orders." With a sigh, Old Huang lamented, "Ah, that woman is far too alluring. Before I experienced her, I was merely curious. Now that I have, how could I ever bear to not be with her again?" Old Huang also sighed. "Well, there you have it. For the sake of that woman, let's continue our search for food. If all else fails, we can catch a few fish from the river. I noticed some sizable fish swimming about earlier." Old Huang shook his head and said, "Let it be. Neither of us has a fishing net nor a hook. So how can we catch fish? I believe it would be more fruitful for us to wander about. The chances of finding other food are far greater than those of catching fish." Upon finishing his words, the two ceased their rest and headed northeast. After they departed, and Yufei finally dared to breathe deeply. He had not left, intending to observe what food these two might bring back. Chapter 73. The bodyguards begin fishing. After waiting for approximately half an hour, the two bodyguards returned. From their earlier conversation, and Yufei recognized the plumper one as Old Huang and the other as Old Huang. At that moment, Old Huang walked ahead, carrying a wild chicken, while Old Huang followed closely, both laughing and chatting, clearly in high spirits. And Yufei glanced toward the direction from which they had come, suddenly recalling that there were several traps he had originally set in that vicinity. These traps had been established with vine snares during his initial attempts. Yet he had checked them for several consecutive days with no success due to their distance. Eventually, he ceased his inspections, and over time, he nearly forgot about those traps. Looking at the wild chicken in Old Huang's grasp, and Yufei pondered whether they had found it in one of his traps. Before long, Old Huang and Old Huang reached the tree wherein Yufei was stationed, settling down to rest beneath its shade. After each lit a cigarette, Old Huang remarked, "We had quite the luck, stumbling upon a wild chicken ensnared in vines. I wonder how long it's been trapped. It's quite emaciated." Old Huang glanced at the wild chicken in Old Huang's hand and replied, "Indeed, it's so thin it's nearly all bones. There is hardly any meat on it. Not enough for me alone." Old Huang, unfazed, responded, "Regardless of its size or the amount of meat, it's still a chicken. With this, I can continue to enjoy the company of that young lady tonight." Old Huang found himself somewhat speechless at Old Huang's fixation with the young lady, as it seemed to overshadow all other concerns. It was no wonder that Old Gao could manipulate him so easily. After a brief rest, Old Huang and Old Huang rose to continue their journey back, and Yufei observed their departing figures and, based on their earlier conversation, confirmed that they had indeed found the wild chicken in his trap. However, there were only 2 or 3 traps remaining in that area, 2 of which had been destroyed, leaving only one intact. It was unlikely they would find anything again on their next venture. Understanding that the 2 bodyguards had traveled less than 2 kilometers, and Yufei gauged their walking speed, they covered about 1 kilometer in an hour. Thus, the probability of them reaching the cave wherein Yufei and the others resided was quite low, with the bodyguards having returned, and Yufei decided to head back to his cave. Having been away for half a day, it was time to return, as Lin Shuyan and the others would surely be concerned about him. Upon his return to the cave, he found Lin Shuyan and the other 2 busy planting corn, eagerly awaiting his arrival, and Yufei inquired. And after the 3 had partaken of a modest breakfast without having lunch, they hurriedly set about preparing a meal. Upon his return, the trio ceased their corn planting and gathered around him, eager to hear about the day's events. And Yufei recounted the 2 bodyguards, surnamed Huang and Wang, ventured eastward for a distance of approximately 2 kilometers from our cave. They even retrieved a wild chicken from one of the traps I had initially set. I had nearly forgotten about those traps, and I cannot ascertain how long the chicken had been ensnared. It was nearly skin and bones from starvation. Had they not discovered it in time, it would have perished soon. Subsequently, Mei Qin Yu and Xiao posed several other inquiries to Yufei, such as the appearance and condition of the 2 bodyguards. And Yufei described what he had observed, to which Mei Qin Yu remarked, "Those bodyguards seemed to have lost some weight. They were much sturdier before." And Yufei could not help but internally scoff at this notion of sturdiness. It was merely plumpness, in his opinion. Mei Qin Yu's discerning eye for selecting bodyguards was questionable if she could not distinguish between the 2. He kept his thoughts to himself, opting for simplicity in lunch preparation, grilling a few strips of smoked fish instead. In short order, the fish were ready, and they all gathered to dine. Though it was termed lunch, it resembled dinner, given that it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Thus, they would forego dinner that evening. After their meal, with ample time before the patrol at the beach, and Yufei decided to gather some grass for the playful goats, although the 2 young lambs had begun nibbling on some grass, and Yufei felt no obligation to tend to them. Lin Shui Yin cared for the lambs as pets, diligently bringing back tender grass for them daily and feeding them with a cooked cornmeal and Yufei had previously prepared, coupled with the abundant milk from the playful goat. The young lambs were far from starving and had grown significantly, making it slightly challenging for Lin Shui Yin to hold both of them at once. As for the wild chickens, and Yu Fei no longer needed to provide them with palm hearts. The four had caught an ample supply of fish recently, and the fish entrails sufficed for their sustenance. Even the earthworms unearthed during tilling were carefully nurtured in bamboo tubes with compost, awaiting their turn to be fed. Upon returning from the evening patrol, and Yu Fei reclined on the bed in the storage room, contemplating the successful endeavors of the two bodyguards that day. He anticipated that they would continue their exploration eastward the following day, necessitating his watchful presence. In the ensuing 2 days, and Yu Fei awaited the two bodyguards beneath the grand tree, which had become their accustomed resting spot, allowing him to overhear their discussions. The next day, from their conversation, and Yu Fei learned that the wild chicken, being too emaciated, had been stewed by the quartet. Although the meat was scant, the chicken soup brought them considerable satisfaction, albeit lacking in flavor due to the absence of salt. On this day, the two bodyguards ventured nearly a kilometer further east than they had on the previous day. This extended journey yielded no finds, exhausting the two significantly, so they rested beneath the tree, wherein Yu Fei waited for over 10 minutes before making their way back. On the third day, the two individuals returned, this time not to continue their exploration eastward, but instead to procure a fishing net seemingly crafted from mosquito netting. They intended to catch fish in the Great River, and Yu Fei observed that the net they constructed was flawed and that the two were utterly inexperienced in fishing. After toiling for half the day, they managed to capture merely a dozen tiny fish, each measuring only 3 to 4 centimeters in length. And Yu Fei, watching them waste the mosquito net, could not help but criticize their squandering of resources. He mused that had he possessed such a net, he could potentially catch a considerable amount of fish. He was well aware that the river harbored numerous fish, albeit small in size. This was precisely why he had refrained from fishing there. Nevertheless, even if he had such a net, he would not have fashioned it into a fishing net, for he was already overwhelmed with the sizable fish he caught daily from the seaside. The small fish in the river held no allure for him. Chapter 74. The small footprints discovered by the bodyguard despite the fish being somewhat scarce and diminutive, and Yu Fei considered their catch to be a success. If they were to prepare a soup with the few small fish, akin to the wild chicken they had found on the first day, it would suffice for a meal for the four of them. Given their modest success, and Yu Fei anticipated their return, so on the fourth day, he returned to wait for the two bodyguards. However, for reasons unknown, he waited until around 2 in the afternoon without sighting them. He surmised that the bodyguards might not come today, as they had already started their return by this time on the previous days. He thought to himself how lazy they seemed, having ventured out only for 3 days before opting to stay in. After waiting for over half an hour longer than the previous days, and Yu Fei decided to return home, planning to come back the next day, convinced that the two bodyguards would surely appear. While Yu Fei waited for the bodyguards, they were not as idle as he presumed. They had ventured out early that day, but rather than continuing their fishing endeavor, they had gone to the seaside. Upon returning the previous day, they had indeed made fish soup with the small fish, which, although fresh, lacked flavor. Consequently, they sent the two bodyguards to the seaside to procure some salt. As Yu Fei made his way to the cave, the bodyguards had already acquired some yellowish sea salt and were returning with it. Engaged in an animated discussion along the way, it appeared that they had made a significant discovery, one that brought them joy yet also a hint of anxiety. They found themselves at an impasse regarding how to handle this discovery, each firmly holding onto their perspective, resulting in a temporary stalemate. Upon returning to the cave, Yu Fei shared the day's events with everyone, proceeding with the usual routine of cooking, cutting grass, patrolling the seaside, and retiring to the storage room for the night. Meanwhile, as Yu Fei and his companions slumbered, the bodyguards reached a conclusion in their cave discussions. Upon returning, Lao Huang and Lao Wang conveyed their findings to Captain Gao, who, after listening, concurred with Lao Huang's approach regarding the subsequent actions to be taken. In a decisive 2-to-1 vote, the majority resolved to act according to Lao Huang's opinion the following day, disregarding Xiao Dong's input entirely. In the eyes of the trio, Xiao Dong merely served as an outlet for their frustrations, rendering his opinions insignificant. After reaching a conclusion, the four indulged in some wild fruits before retiring early for rest. Naturally, before sleep, Lao Huang and Lao Wang took the opportunity to vent their frustrations on Xiao Dong, lacking any novelty in their antics, which lasted merely around 10 minutes before the cave fell into silence. At dawn the next day, and Yufei arrived early at the large tree to await the two bodyguards, concerned that he had missed them the previous day due to his tardiness. He made a point to arrive ahead of time. However, fate decreed that Yufei would not encounter the bodyguards, for the three of them, along with Xiao Dong, had already made their way to the seaside, departing the cave at the break of dawn. By mid-morning, the quartet reached the site of the fallen bodyguard's grave, which now emitted a foul stench, prompting them to keep their distance. Circumventing the grave, Lao Huang pointed at several footprints on the beach, exclaiming, "Captain Gao, look here. These are the footprints that Lao Wang and I discovered. They are unmistakably those of a woman. Given their size, they do not belong to this particular woman," indicating that there are others on this island. Lao Huang, a keen observer of women, could readily discern the footprints, and Captain Gao found no surprise in this observation. Lao Huang's analysis was sound. Nodding in agreement, Captain Gao replied, "Indeed, let us proceed as we discussed yesterday, following these footprints to uncover who else might be present." The footprints discovered by Lao Huang belonged to Xiao Xiao, left behind when Mei Qin Yue and Xiao rushed to the island on the day, and Yufei led the three women to find the four bodyguards. Typically, Yufei would patrol along the shoreline, where waves would eventually wash away any trace. Lin Xun, accustomed to walking beside Yufei, had her footprints erased by the tide, leaving no mark. Mei Qin Yue, walking closely alongside Lin Xun, also left minimal traces, while only Xiao, walking furthest from shore, had left a faint trail of prints, albeit diminished by recent rains. The three bodyguards, along with Xiao Dong, followed Xiao Zhao's footprints eastward, having eaten poorly in recent days and setting out early without nourishment. By noon, they had scarcely traversed half the distance to the beach. Exhausted beyond measure, they were compelled to rest beneath a large tree not far from the shore, sprawled in disarray, unwilling to move. At this moment, Captain Gao, Lao Wang, and Xiao Dong began to waver in their resolve. Only Lao Huang remained spirited, invigorated by the prospect of following the trail of a woman. Captain Gao turned to the ever-enthusiastic Lao Huang and suggested, "Why don't we return today? We could prepare more thoroughly and come back in a few days. As it stands, we are parched and famished, and we don't know how much farther we must go. If night falls before we reach our destination, spending the night here will pose yet another challenge." Old Huang glared and said, "Gao, how could you utter such words? We have come this far. Turning back now would be tantamount to giving up. I firmly believe that our destination is within reach. Are you not parched and famished? Wait here. I see a few coconut trees in the distance. I shall venture over to see if I can gather a few coconuts." Without waiting for Gao's response, Old Huang rose and made his way toward the coconut trees. Though he spoke lightly, he too was suffering from thirst and hunger. The footprints of a woman stirred a restless yearning within him. He could not find peace at night without encountering the owner of those footprints. After a 10-minute trek, Old Huang finally arrived at the base of the coconut trees, which did not disappoint him. Each tree bore several coconuts. The ground was littered with some as well, but most of those had decayed. He managed to find one good coconut, but one was insufficient for the four of them. Thus, he resolved to retrieve more from the trees. After setting aside the coconut he had found, he prepared to climb. However, when he reached the base of the tree, he struggled for quite some time without managing to ascend even a meter. He could not help but mutter to himself, "My body is failing me. In the past, climbing such trees was effortless. Now, I cannot even ascend a meter without slipping back down. It seems climbing is no longer an option. I must devise another method." Unable to scale the tree, Old Huang resorted to alternative methods, employing a stick and throwing stones, but the trees were too tall, and after much effort, he still could not dislodge a single coconut. Just as he was about to abandon hope, a gust of wind swept through, though mild. It miraculously caused a coconut to fall from a tree. Witnessing this dramatic turn of events, Old Huang could not help but curse under his breath. After all his toil, a mere breeze had effortlessly released a coconut. Yet, despite his frustration, he hurriedly collected the fallen coconut, which was far fresher than the one he had previously found on the ground. Exhausted and drenched in sweat, with his throat parched, Old Huang quickly drew his dagger from his waist and opened the coconut. He drank deeply of the coconut water, feeling rejuvenated. After quenching his thirst, he scraped out the coconut flesh and began to eat voraciously. Though the flesh had little flavor, Old Huang relished it, and in no time, he had devoured the entire coconut. Unsatisfied, He glanced at the first coconut he had found, tempted to consume it as well, but thinking of the others, he restrained himself. He knew that only by bringing this coconut back could he silence their doubts. Old Huang decided to wait a while longer. If another coconut fell, he would eat that one, but if none appeared, he would take the coconut back to share with the others. After a spell, his eyes grew weary from watching, yet no coconuts fell from the trees. With this realization, he opted to abandon his efforts and return to find the others. Upon their return, Old Huang tossed the coconut he had first found onto the ground and remarked, "After searching for quite some time, I have managed to find just one coconut. You all should eat it. It will replenish your strength for the journey ahead. We have come this far, and we cannot afford to abandon our quest now. Otherwise, our efforts would have been in vain." The three members of Team Gao were still somewhat reluctant to continue. Yet with Old Huang having brought back a coconut, it would be inappropriate for them to suggest turning back. Thus, they reluctantly shared the coconut and resumed their trek alongside Old Huang. After High Team, Old Huang, and Xiaodong had consumed some coconut water and flesh, their energy was somewhat restored. While the three enjoyed their coconut, Old Huang took a moment to rest as well. Once the four had sufficiently recuperated, they continued eastward along the faint footprints, their pace considerably quicker than before. In just an hour, they arrived at a stretch of beach directly opposite the cave, wherein Yufei and his companions resided. This was a path they traversed daily, with Yufei even making the journey twice a day, resulting in a plethora of fresh footprints. Excited by the sight of these new tracks, the four members of High Team realized they were nearing their objective. The footprints appeared rather chaotic. Even Old Huang could not discern whether they belonged to a man or a woman. With a bit of patience, one could still tell the difference, but clearly, the four lacked that patience. Since they were so close to their goal, they would soon be able to ascertain the gender of the individual responsible for the prints, and there was no need to expend energy identifying them now. Due to their frequent travels, Yufei and his group had forged a narrow path from the cave to the sea, which High Team discovered at the edge of the beach. Renewed with vigor, they followed the path toward Yufei's cave. Before they reached the small river, they spotted the tall fence constructed by Yufei. Though the trees surrounding the fence had regrown some branches and leaves, their orderly appearance indicated that this was not a natural formation. It was evident that someone resided there. The fence built by Yufei was effective at concealing the area from distant observers, but its camouflage faded upon approach. Upon seeing the fence, the four hastened their steps and soon crossed the small river, arriving at the fence's edge. Once there, they were more convinced that humans inhabited this area. They observed the low outer gate of the fence and the freshly turned earth within, both clear signs of human activity. Seeing these indications, Old Huang was about to call out, but High Team quickly covered his mouth, urging him, "Hold on. Let's first assess the situation inside. We do not yet know what awaits us. We cannot expose ourselves prematurely. We must be aware of both ourselves and our adversaries. If there happens to be a group of armed cannibals inside, we would be unwittingly delivering ourselves as offerings. We should first gauge the combat capabilities of those within before deciding on our next course of action. How about this? Old Huang is more agile than the two of us. Let him scout the situation first." Old Huang, feeling somewhat reluctant after being singled out, acknowledged the truth in Captain Gao's words. Among the three of them, he was the leanest, and only he possessed a modicum of agility. Both Captain Gao and Lao Huang turned their gazes toward him, compelling Old Huang to muster the courage to assess the situation. Observing Old Huang's hesitation, Lao Huang, with a hint of dissatisfaction, remarked, "If you do not wish to go, I shall take your place. However, let us agree that if there are women inside, I shall have the first pick." Old Huang, who was entirely disinclined to assume the role of the Pathfinder, found Lao Huang's proposal fortuitously aligned with his own desires. He promptly retreated and replied, "All right, I have no objections. If you're to scout ahead, you may choose first." Although Captain Gao considered Lao Huang an unsuitable candidate, he could only acquiesce, given that Old Huang himself was reluctant to venture forth. Seeing both Old Huang and Captain Gao acquiesce, Lao Huang joyfully approached the inner fence. He gently opened the small gate of the outermost enclosure and stepped into the first layer. With utmost care, he stealthily advanced to the outer edge of the inner fence. The enclosure, constructed by Yufei, featured numerous gaps between the trees, allowing Lao Huang to peer through at the interior. To his delight, what he beheld caused his eyes to gleam and saliva to trickle, for he discovered the three stunning women, Lin Xian and her companions, reclining on sun loungers at the cave's entrance, basking in the sunlight. Enraptured by their beauty, Lao Huang momentarily forgot his mission, displaying an unmistakable expression of a lecher, darting his gaze from one to another. Overwhelmed by their allure, Lin Xian and her companions were leagues more enchanting than Xiao Dong, igniting a fervor within Lao Huang. He recognized Mei Qinyue and Xiao Xiao from their time aboard the ship, having fantasized about them since. Particularly, the more mature Mei Qinyue was not just a target of Captain Gao's affections. Lao Huang harbored his own aspirations toward her, though his previous attempts at flattery had gone unnoticed. Moreover, Mei Qinyue's masculine attire during their voyage had somewhat diminished her charm, but now, adorned in Lin Xian's attire, her allure was entirely unveiled. Chapter 76. Danger approaches the three women after a moment of admiration. Lao Huang suddenly remembered his purpose for coming. However, his thoughts were immediately drawn to the condition agreed upon by Captain Gao and Old Wang, allowing him the privilege of choosing a woman first. He glanced at the mature and captivating Mei Qinyue, then at the ethereal Lin Xian, whom he did not know, and finally at the petite and delicate Xiao Xiao. In that moment, he found himself in a quandary, uncertain of whom to select, for each of the three beauties possessed unique charms that enticed him. The mere thought of being able to claim one of these enchanting women filled him with uncontainable joy, causing a grin reminiscent of a lecher to spread across his face. Captain Gao and Old Wang, having worked alongside Lao Huang for many years, were well acquainted with his demeanor. They had witnessed this particular expression before, one that invariably surfaced when Lao Huang indulged in certain unwholesome films. Although Lao Huang had yet to return, both men surmised that the enclosure must contain women, for otherwise Lao Huang would not exhibit such a lascivious countenance. The two were well aware that once Old Huang laid eyes on a beautiful woman, he would forget everything else. Thus, the prospect of his return was unlikely. They exchanged a few brief words before following the path Old Huang had taken, arriving at his side. Upon peering inside, Captain Gao and Old Wang displayed expressions of astonishment. They had not anticipated that Mei Qinyue and Xiao Xiao were still alive, although they were unfamiliar with the other woman. She bore an air of familiarity. Little Dong, trailing behind, couldn't help but steal a glance inside. Upon seeing Mei Qinyue and the others, her demeanor shifted, marked by unease. She hesitated to confront Mei Qinyue. After all, Mei Qinyue had treated her like a sister, yet during the maritime disaster, she had callously abandoned Mei Qinyue to flee with her Gao Ge. When Gao Ge and the others chose not to rescue Mei Qinyue, she had remained silent in the face of their pleas for help, and this past decision now rendered her embarrassed to face Mei Qinyue. Captain Gao and his companions were oblivious to Little Dong's internal conflict. Their attention was wholly captivated by the trio of beauties enclosed within the barrier. Gazing at the now elegantly adorned Mei Qinyue, Captain Gao felt a surge of desire. The unique allure of a mature woman emanated from her, deeply enchanting him. He regretted not having made more of an effort to win her affection back on the ship. However, after a moment's reflection, he concluded that it was not too late. Having observed for so long, he noted that only Mei Qinyue and her companions resided within the enclosure. Captain Gao sensed this was his opportunity. Although somewhat delayed, he was determined to secure Mei Qinyue for himself. As long as Old Huang did not choose her first, he was calculating ways to ensure that Old Huang would not select the wealthy heiress. He believed that while Old Huang was indeed lecherous, he was not particularly discerning. Even if Old Huang did choose Mei Qinyue, Captain Gao considered that with a modest investment of effort, he could easily negotiate a swap with Old Huang. As his thoughts spiraled towards the prospect of soon possessing Mei Qinyue, he suppressed his lingering resentment over her previous indifference towards him, reminding himself that she had regarded him as merely a bodyguard. Just you wait, he thought, when I finally win you over, I shall make you pay for your previous disdain. This train of thought ignited a fervent desire within him to promptly claim Mei Qinyue. Turning to Old Huang and Old Wang, he declared, since there is no threat inside, let us go meet our old acquaintances. They must have been longing for us after such a long separation, eagerly awaiting our arrival to rescue them. He emphasized the word rescue, his expression conveying the understanding among men. Old Wang and Old Huang were equally aflame with anticipation, eager to approach the three stunning women. Old Huang had already noticed the rope ladder dangling from the wall. As soon as Captain Gao finished speaking, Old Huang ascended the ladder first, with Old Huang urging him to hasten, followed closely by Captain Gao. At that moment, Captain Gao suddenly noticed little Dong dawdling at the back, having barely moved from her original position. As he directed his gaze towards her, she revealed a troubled expression and said, "Gao Go, perhaps I should refrain from entering. I feel somewhat embarrassed to face President Mei." Even if Xiao Dong remained silent, Captain Gao can easily discern her thoughts. He cannot rest easy leaving her alone outside, despite the presence of 3 beautiful women inside. Although Xiao Dong may not possess their beauty, she has her own merits, most notably her obedience. During this period, she has served Captain Gao exceptionally well, and as long as he is not weary of her, he will certainly not allow her to leave. After a moment's contemplation, Captain Gao addressed Xiao Dong, saying, "You need not feel embarrassed about meeting President Mei. You are overthinking it. She is a magnanimous boss and will not dwell on such trivial matters. Perhaps, having not seen you for so long, she has been longing for your presence. You will have to face her eventually, as we will be living together. At worst, you can feign a bit of humility and apologize to President Mei, and it will all be forgotten. Rest assured, I will stand by you. If she becomes insistent, I will handle her." Xiao Dong is utterly devoted to Captain Gao, believing everything he says without question. Even when he instructs her to serve Lao Huang and Lao Wang, she holds no resentment. Under Captain Gao's persuasive influence, she views serving them as a necessary sacrifice for their well-being together. Thus, she harbors no complaints about his directives. After attending to Lao Huang and Lao Wang, Captain Gao shows her no disdain, further deepening her loyalty to him. With just a few simple words, he alleviates her concerns, prompting her to step forward and prepare to climb the rope ladder behind Lao Wang. Captain Gao is thoroughly pleased with Xiao Dong's demeanor. She is the most obedient and easily persuaded woman he has ever encountered. He resolves that even if he grows tired of her, he will not discard her, as having her around to serve him is too valuable to forfeit. At this moment, Lao Huang has already ascended the rope ladder and reached the top of the railing, while Lin Shuyan, Mei Qin Yue, and Xiao Xiao are still basking in the sun with their eyes closed, engaged in conversation, unaware of the impending danger. Having been stranded on this deserted island for 12 days, Mei Qin Yue has mentioned that in 3 days, she and Xiao Xiao plan to depart. Lin Shuyan is reluctant to see her 2 close friends leave, feeling there are still many unsaid words between them. Thus, after finishing their corn planting this morning, she has convinced them to enjoy some sunbathing and chatting together, while they bask in the sun and converse, in a state between sleep and wakefulness. They remain blissfully ignorant of the approaching peril. Chapter 77. Confronting uninvited guests. Mei Yi, Xiao Xiao, I truly do not want you to leave. These past few days have flown by so quickly. Why not stay a little longer? Lin Shuyan implores. Xiao Xiao and I are not leaving immediately. There are still 2 days before our departure, and even after contacting Yan, we won't be able to leave right away. We will have to wait several more days for someone to come and fetch us. Indeed, it would be wonderful if you could extend your stay for another 2 weeks. In truth, I too long to remain in this place within such an environment. As Lao Huang, Lao Wang, Xiao Dong, and Captain Gao sequentially entered the enclosure, an inexplicable intuition seemed to stir within Mei Qin Yue, prompting her to slowly open her eyes. Upon her gaze falling upon the 4 newcomers, she abruptly ceased her speech, leaving Lin Shuyan and Xiao Xiao bewildered. Both of them simultaneously opened their eyes, eager to discern the reason behind Mei Qin Yue's interrupted words. Yet, before they could even turn their attention to her, they were met with the startling sight of the 4 intruders. Leading the group was Lao Huang, his lecherous grin and lascivious demeanor evoking a visceral sense of revulsion within the 3 women, as if a chill had crept upon their skin. Following closely behind him, Lao Wang bore a slightly less disconcerting expression, yet still radiated an unsettling aura, making the 3 women feel uncomfortable in his presence. Next, Mei Qin Yue's gaze fell upon Xiao Dong, who wore a countenance marked by guilt, yet overshadowed by a genuine joy, the kind that arises from a heartfelt reunion. However, Mei Qin Yue noted that Xiao Dong appeared rather unwell, his complexion pale as though stricken by a grave illness. Seeing Xiao Dong once more stirred a whirlwind of emotions within Mei Qin Yue, compassion, guilt, and a sense of loss intertwining in a tumultuous blend that compelled her to glance at him repeatedly. Bringing up the rear, Captain Gao wore no lascivious expression. Instead, he bore the smile of a victor, as though he were the one who triumphed in the end. He projected an image of harmlessness, concealing his desires adeptly. Yet his shifty eyes betrayed him, revealing to mate Qin Yue, Lin Shuyin, and Xiao Xiao that the three bodyguards harbored the same intentions. The unexpected arrival of these four intruders shattered the tranquility the three women had previously enjoyed. They rose slowly from their lounge chairs, though none exhibited overt panic. Noticing their rise, Captain Gao addressed Mei Qingyue, remarking, "Ms. Mei, it appears we are indeed fated to meet again. As the saying goes, fate brings people together from 1,000 miles away. I never anticipated our paths would cross once more." Upon hearing Gao's words, Mei Qingyue felt an overwhelming sense of disgust, as if she had swallowed a fly. With an expression of displeasure, she retorted, "I have no desire for a connection with a bodyguard devoid of responsibility and professional integrity. I wish never to encounter such individuals in my lifetime." Mei Qinyue's words laid bare the truth about the three bodyguards, who had been in their roles prior to the incident. Her remarks elicited a fleeting expression of shame from them, although it quickly dissipated. Captain Gao, feeling somewhat discomfort by Mei Qinyue's response, sought to redirect his attention and turned to Xiao Xiao, saying, "Ah, young lady, you are here as well?" Xiao Xiao's expression was even more dismal than Mei Qinyue's. She directly replied to Gao, "I regret to disappoint you. I have survived. You must be rather disheartened to learn that we are still alive." Gao, the team leader, knew that he could not escape the consequences of abandoning Mei Qinyue and her companions. Clearing his throat, he remarked, "Ms. Mei, the young ladies cannot bear the brunt of this situation entirely. The incident occurred so unexpectedly, with the whirlpool drawing perilously close to our vessel. We possessed but a single lifeboat for four, and even had we wished to rescue you, we would have been powerless to do so. Had you all boarded the lifeboat, we would not have made it here. It would have sunk. Yet look at the outcome now. Are we not all alive? Furthermore, in moments of life and death, who does not prioritize themselves? We are human too. We wish to survive." Mei Qinyue huffed. If it were a common person thinking this way, it would be understandable. However, you are not just anyone. You are bodyguards. Your duty is to ensure the safety of your employer, placing their welfare above all else. I recall that the contract I signed with your company explicitly states that bodyguards must prioritize the safety of their clients, even at the cost of their own lives. What have you done instead? Moreover, if memory serves, this is one of your company's slogans, justifying your higher fees compared to other security firms. But discussing this now is futile. From the moment you abandoned us, our connection was severed. It is already a mercy that I have chosen not to file a complaint against your company. You may leave now. Do not disturb us further." Her words evoked the oaths the three bodyguards had taken upon joining the firm. Yet as time passed, those vows had long been forgotten. Now, with Mei Qinyue's remarks, they resurfaced. Despite recalling their pledges, their hearts had grown numb. They were no longer the passionate youths they once were, but had instead become jaded and pragmatic. The recitation of those oaths now seemed somewhat foolish. Gao, unperturbed, responded with a smile, "Ms. Mei, you must not view it this way. Admittedly, we made mistakes. Yet you ought to grant us a chance for redemption. On this deserted island, life must be quite arduous for you and the other women. With us three strong bodyguards to assist, your burdens would surely lessen." Mei Qinyue was well aware of the lifestyle the bodyguards and Xiaodong led. She had heard about it from Yufei and understood their circumstances thoroughly. Compared to her current existence, theirs was akin to heaven and earth. Mei Qinyue had no desire to suffer alongside them, especially since she would soon return with Xiao Xiao. Thus, she declined, "We appreciate your kindness, Gao. But while our lives may be modest, we manage well enough. Therefore, we will not trouble you." Upon hearing Mei Qinyue's repeated refusal, Gao's expression darkened immediately. He was taken aback by her lack of gratitude and resolved that once he had her in his grasp, he would ensure she was thoroughly subdued. However, he quickly donned a cheerful demeanor once more, saying, "Ms. Mei, it is not acceptable for you three women to subsist on meager rations. Otherwise, you risk malnutrition and losing your beauty. Even if you do not think of yourself, you ought to consider the two lovely ladies." Chapter 78. The Wolf Prevention Trap Works Again. He then shifted his gaze to Lin Shuyin and remarked, "I still do not know who this enchanting lady is, but she seems somewhat familiar. Have we met before?" Lin Shuyin turned her face away, too disinterested to even glance at him, let alone engage in conversation. At that moment, Old Wang appeared to recall something and, after a moment of reflection, addressed Captain Gao, saying, "Captain, isn't this the person we were supposed to find for this mission? We have all seen her photograph, which is why she seems familiar." Prompted by Old Wang's reminder, Captain Gao also remembered the photograph they had seen and looked again at Lin Shuyin, confirming that she was indeed the individual they were searching for. Once assured, he glanced around, noticing no one else present, and spoke to Lin Shuyin. "Miss Lin, did you not mention that you had a little companion? What has become of her?" Upon hearing Captain Gao mention that an Yufei had perished, Lin Shuyin's expression darkened further. Just as she was about to retort, she suddenly halted, deciding that conversing with such a scoundrel was futile. His words were his own, and he was free to say whatever he wished. Observing Lin Shuyin's increasingly grim demeanor and her lack of rebuttal, Captain Gao mistakenly believed he had hit the mark, concluding that Lin Shuyin's companion had indeed not survived. He donned a sympathetic expression and consoled her. "Miss Lin, do not be too sorrowful. Such occurrences are inevitable in maritime disasters. Rest assured, although your companion is no longer with us, we are here for you, and we shall take care of you." Old Huang, who had been watching Lin Shuyin seethe with fury, revealed his lecherous expression and chimed in, Yes, Miss Lin, allow me to care for you from now on. I assure you, I will attend to your every need." After hearing Old Huang's words, Lin Shuyin and her companions could not help but step back, their disdain no longer concealed. Captain Gao internally lamented the situation, recognizing that Old Huang had been far too eager, inadvertently exposing their intentions. He shot Old Huang a glare before nudging Xiao Dong beside him, signaling her to speak. Xiao Dong had longed to say something, but had not been given the opportunity by Captain Gao. With tears in her eyes, she looked at Mei Qin Yue and exclaimed, "It is such a relief to see you alive. Ever since we parted ways that day, I have been deeply concerned for your safety." Witnessing Xiao Dong's emotional display, Mei Qin Yue felt a pang of anguish. She could see that Xiao Dong's sentiments were genuine. Ultimately, Xiao Dong remained the innocent and kind-hearted girl, albeit blinded by Captain Gao's sweet words. Seeing such a wonderful girl brought to this state, Mei Qin Yue's disdain for Captain Gao intensified. She could hardly contain her desire to strike this scoundrel, knowing that a girl as good as Xiao Dong had been ruined by him. Noticing that Mei Qin Yue's expression had not improved and that she had not shed any tears, Captain Gao forcefully pinched Xiao Dong from behind, causing her to involuntarily gasp in pain. However, she quickly stifled her words, aware that Gao Ji's intention was to prompt her to persuade General Mei. With tears brimming in her eyes, she softly addressed Mei Qin Yue, suggesting, "General Mei, perhaps you should consider joining Gao Gu and the others. With them, you could enjoy chicken and fish rather than subsisting on the sour and bitter wild fruits daily." Despite having spent only a little over a year with her most valued subordinate, Mei Qin Yue felt a sisterly bond with Xiao Dong, making it impossible for her to harbor any resentment. Changing her tone, she gently spoke to Xiao Dong. "Xiao Dong, let us not accompany them. You are now an adult. Having chosen your path, you should live it fully. Should you wish to return to my company in the future, you may seek me out. While I cannot guarantee your role as my assistant again, I will certainly arrange another position for you." Mei Qin Yue's words caused Xiao Dong to weep uncontrollably. Filled with regret for her earlier choice, she wished she had never left Mei Qin Yue's side. Observing Xiao Dong's distress, Gao Dui felt a deep disappointment. He pulled Xiao Dong behind him and addressed Mei Qin Yue, asserting, "General Mei, look at how well Xiao Dong is living with us, enjoying chicken and fish. Staying with us is undoubtedly the best choice." Upon hearing Gao Dui's remarks, Mei Qin Yue, Lin Shuyin, and Xiao Xiao couldn't help but internally scoff. They recalled how an Yufei had previously informed them that their meals primarily consisted of unripe, bitter wild fruits. Chicken had been a rare treat, scavenged from a scrawny wild bird, and the fish was hardly worth mentioning, merely tiny specimens boiled into a meager soup, which held no appeal for them. Their current lives were vastly different. The wild chickens were now well-fed and plump, offering a delightful taste, while the fish they consumed weighed no less than 2 kilograms, with some reaching 7 or 8. Even the small kitchen's beams bore the weight of a 30 to 40-pound grouper, which they had yet to consume, fearing it would be too much for a single meal. Seafood such as lobsters and abalone graced their table frequently, if not daily. With such a bountiful existence, following these bodyguards would only lead to suffering. Upon hearing Gao Dui's comments, Mei Qin Yue dismissed him with a shake of her head, turning away in disinterest. Faced with the obstinacy of the women, Gao Dui could no longer maintain his composure, his expression darkening. Lao Huang, observing the women's defiance, could not restrain himself from advising Gao Dui, "Captain, why waste breath on them? We can simply take them back by force. Can these few girls truly resist us?" Gao Dui, having lost his patience, had initially hoped to persuade Mei Qin Yue and her companions with his eloquence. However, facing their unyielding attitude, he resolved to employ force to bind them and compel their compliance. With a grim countenance, he threatened the three women, "Since you refuse to recognize our goodwill, do not blame us for our rudeness. I advise you to surrender peacefully, otherwise our rough hands might inadvertently cause you harm." After speaking, he exchanged a knowing glance with the eager old Huang at the front. Upon receiving the signal from Captain Gao, old Huang could hardly contain his excitement and exclaimed, "My lady, here I come." Sporting a lecherous grin, he charged towards Lin Xuyan, already envisioning a scenario of her submission beneath him. However, just as he took a few strides, he felt the ground give way beneath his feet. The onlookers were startled by a blood-curdling scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Meanwhile, Lin Xuyan, with a smile, addressed Captain Gao and his companions, saying, "This courtyard is equipped with numerous wolf traps, capable of warding off not only wild wolves, but also predatory men." Chapter 79. In Yufei's heroic rescue. Upon hearing Lin Xuyan's words, both Captain Gao and Old Wang instinctively took a step back, their eyes scanning the enclosure for potential traps. As they hesitated, Old Huang, trapped and wailing, called out, "Captain Gao, Old Wang, don't let this woman intimidate you. Even if there are more traps, they won't be many. Quickly, seize those three women. Remember your promise to me. Once you catch them, I'll have the first choice. And I choose the one who just spoke. She is far too ruthless. I must take my revenge on her in bed for this trap she laid for me. I won't rest until I have her beneath me." Old Huang's reminder sparked a realization in Captain Gao. Even if there were traps, they likely wouldn't be numerous, especially near the one currently ensnaring Old Huang. Hearing Old Huang still able to speak reassured him that the trap's harm was probably not severe. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to confirm, asking Old Huang, "How are you? Are you badly injured? Do you need Old Huang and me to pull you up?" "It hurt quite a bit at first, but now the pain has dulled," Old Huang replied, his mind consumed with thoughts of revenge against Lin Xuyan, dismissing Gao's concern. "I'm fine. You two focus on capturing those three women. I was simply careless." Reassured by Old Huang's response, Captain Gao and Old Wang turned their attention back to Lin Xuyan and her companions. Captain Gao brandished a machete, glaring menacingly at the trio. "You three better come over willingly. Otherwise, my blade is not to be trifled with. You have injured my good brother with your traps, so you ought to come forth and acknowledge your wrongdoing. If you behave, I might just let you off lightly." At that moment, Old Huang, still at the bottom of the pit, chimed in, "Yes, come over willingly. If you treat Old Huang here well, I won't hold the trap against you. But should Gao and the others capture you, I will undoubtedly seek double retribution." Feigning indifference, Lin Xuyan replied, "If you don't believe us, come and try. Let us see whether you get caught first or we fall into the trap." Yet, despite her bravado, Lin Xuyan felt a pang of anxiety. While Mei Qin Yue and Xiao Xiao were unaware of the situation, she knew well that there was only this one trap within the enclosure. If Team Gao were to circumvent this trap, Lin Xuyan and her companions would undoubtedly be no match for them. Upon hearing Lin Xuyan's words, Mei Qin Yue and Xiao Xiao felt a twinge of confusion. Previously, Yufei and Lin Xuyan had warned them to steer clear of the area surrounding the trap into which Lao Huang had fallen. Yet they had not cautioned them against approaching other locations. Was there another trap? Lin Xuyan had already observed the machete that Team Gao brandished, its blade measuring 30 centimeters, while Lao Wang wielded a dagger with a nearly 20-centimeter blade. Both men were armed, whereas Lin Xuyan and her companions were merely defenseless women. Aware that they could not contend with Team Gao, Lin Xuyan resolved to maintain an air of confidence, hoping to intimidate them into retreat. Initially, Team Gao had indeed been unsettled by Lin Xuyan's presence. However, no matter how convincingly she masked her trepidation, a flicker of panic was discernible in her eyes. Before long, Team Gao discerned Lin Xuyan's ruse. With a smirk, he remarked, "We are not easily frightened. Your words might deceive a 3-year-old. Even if there are other traps, we fear them not. I shall grant you one final opportunity. Come over willingly and spare us the trouble." Lin Shuyin persisted in feigning composure, retorting, "If you don't believe me, then try." Team Gao hesitated momentarily before declaring, "Very well, let us see. I, Gao, am not one to be intimidated." With that, he took a step forward. Having spent years as a bodyguard, he was well versed in the art of intimidation. Thus, as he exuded confidence, Lin Shuyin felt a shiver of apprehension course through her. Noticing the growing disquiet in Lin Shuyin's eyes, Team Gao pressed on, and as he advanced, she instinctively recoiled slightly. Observing her reaction further solidified his conviction, prompting him to stride confidently toward Lin Shuyin and her companions. At that critical moment, a figure swiftly surged past Gao and Lao Wang, positioning themselves protectively in front of Lin Shuyin and her friends. It was none other than the returning in Yufei. He stood resolutely before them, spear aimed at Team Gao and Lao Wang, declaring, "Try to take another step forward, and I shall deliver a piercing blow." Just as Gao began to utter a defiant "I," he found himself involuntarily halting, aware that his bravado was mere pretense. While Yufei was a man of genuine experience in combat, the murderous intent in Yufei's eyes chilled both Gao and Lao Wang to their core, akin to being doused in ice-cold water, causing them to tremble. The frigid glare from Yufei instilled genuine fear in them, silencing their bravado and retracting the legs that had moved halfway forward. In truth, Yufei had returned some time ago, long before Lao Huang fell into the trap. But the others had been oblivious to his presence, preoccupied with the unfolding confrontation. Yufei initially refrained from making his presence known, intending to assess the feasibility of ambushing the three bodyguards from behind, as Lao Huang prepared to strike. Yufei contemplated rushing forth to protect Lin Shuyin and her companions. However, upon noticing the trap laid before Lao Huang, he hesitated. Once Lao Huang fell into the trap, Yufei perceived that only two adversaries remained, thus increasing the likelihood of a successful stealth attack. He quietly approached Gao Dui and Lao Wang, but fate intervened. While others remained oblivious to his presence, Xiao Dong unexpectedly turned and spotted him. Fortunately, Xiao Dong did not raise an alarm, but merely fixed her gaze upon him, with Xiao Dong aware of his presence. Yufei's plan to ambush was nearly thwarted. Although Xiao Dong remained silent, he was uncertain whether she would alert Gao Dui and the others during his attack. Yufei believed that even if Xiao Dong did shout a warning, he still had a solid chance of injuring one of the bodyguards, and he felt confident that he could handle the remaining one. However, he was apprehensive that injuring one bodyguard might provoke the other into a desperate act, potentially using Lin Shuyin and her friends as hostages. Such a scenario would leave him in a perilous position. Furthermore, he feared for the safety of Lin Shuyin and her companions. If they were harmed, he would carry the burden of guilt for a lifetime. If Xiao Dong remained silent, Yufei was confident he could incapacitate or even kill one bodyguard, thereby safeguarding Lin Shuyin and her friends from harm. The crux of the situation hinged on whether Xiao Dong would alert the remaining two bodyguards. At that moment, neither bodyguard had detected Yufei's presence, and he was reluctant to let this opportunity slip away. Yet he remained concerned for the safety of Lin Shuyin and her companions. Just as Yufei grappled with indecision, Gao Dui and Lao Wang began advancing towards Lin Shuyin and her friends. With no time to ponder further, Yufei swiftly maneuvered past the two bodyguards, positioning himself protectively behind Lin Shuyin and her companions. Neither the bodyguards nor Lin Shuyin's group had perceived his presence, thus his sudden appearance astonished them. Upon recognizing Yufei, joy illuminated the eyes of the three women, particularly Xiao Xiao, whose eyes sparkled with wonder. She had always fantasized about a day when, faced with danger, a gallant prince would descend from the heavens to rescue her from the clutches of evil. Was this not the very narrative she had longed for? At that moment, her gaze was irrevocably drawn to Yufei's imposing figure, and she could not help but perceive him as the most handsome man in the world. Lin Shuyin and Mei Qin shared similar sentiments. Both regarded Yufei as the epitome of male beauty. The affection in Lin Shuyin eyes and the admiration in Mei Qin's were unmistakable. Meanwhile, Gao Dui and Lao Wang remained oblivious to the expressions of the three women, their focus fixated on Yufei as they weighed their chances of confronting him. After a long journey to reach this point, relinquishing their efforts felt intolerable. Yet, Yufei's cold demeanor instilled a deep-seated fear within them. They had noticed that the dagger at the tip of Yufei's spear bore some darkened residue, clearly remnants of dried blood. Although the origin of the blood remained unknown, its sight instilled a sense of unease in the two observers. They felt apprehensive towards Yufei, who, in turn, hesitated to strike. Uncertain of the sharpness of the machete wielded by Captain Gao and the latter's reflexes, should he attack recklessly and have his spear severed, he would be left with naught but a long stick, rendering him incapable of contending with either Gao or Old Wang. After a tense standoff, Captain Gao glanced at the three women behind Yufei and remarked, "All right, today you may consider yourself victorious. I cannot believe you will always return in time to protect them. There are many days ahead. We shall see." He then addressed Old Wang and Xiao Dong with a simple command to depart, all the while keeping his gaze fixed on Yufei as he gradually retreated. At that moment, Yufei called out to Gao and Old Wang, "Wait." Gao looked at Yufei with confusion, thinking to himself that having already conceded, Yufei still intended to prevent their departure. If Yufei insisted on stopping them, then a confrontation would be inevitable. Although he was reluctant to engage, he would not allow himself to be easily manipulated. Even a cornered rabbit could bite, let alone a human. "What is it you wish to say?" Gao queried, and Yufei approached the edge of the pit and pointed at Old Wang at the bottom, saying, "So, you intend to leave without taking your good brother with you?" As he neared the pit, he originally contemplated using his spear to pierce Old Wang, believing that a single thrust would suffice to seal his fate. However, upon seeing Old Wang's condition, he abandoned that notion. The sharpened bamboo stakes positioned at the pit's bottom were arranged by Yufei himself, and he was acutely aware of each stake's placement. He deduced that Old Wang had fallen into the pit seated, and a sharpened bamboo stake was positioned directly beneath where he had landed, although the stake was not visible. And Yufei inferred from the blood pooling beneath Old Wang that it had likely penetrated his body. Just the other day, Old Wang had taken the back route with Xiao Dong, and now he was facing retribution, having been impaled by bamboo. And Yufei understood well the length of the bamboo. Given the severity of the injury, it was evident that Old Wang's intestines must have been perforated, and Yufei surmised that on this desolate island, devoid of medical care, even without his spear, Old Wang's survival was improbable. Realizing this outcome, Yufei relinquished the idea of striking Old Wang. He had previously spoken of Lin Shuyan in such a manner. To end Old Wang's life would be too lenient a fate. Should he kill him now, Yufei would face the arduous task of disposing of the body. Moreover, this situation differed greatly from the last, where only he and Lin Shuyan had been present. He had felt no trepidation in eliminating that bandit. Yet now, with so many witnesses, the act of killing Old Wang in their presence could jeopardize his future return home. He himself is unburdened in the country, free to come and go as he pleases. However, Lin Shuyan has numerous relatives and friends back home. Should she ever wish to return, he certainly does not want to be hindered from accompanying her for that reason. This is something he has contemplated deeply. Even if he were capable of eliminating Gao and Old Wang, he could never bring himself to harm Mei Qingyue or Xiao Xiao. Even if they do not speak of it upon their return, there is always the possibility of a slip of the tongue. To be on the safe side, he believes it best not to resort to violence. After all, Old Wang is unlikely to live much longer. Allowing him to suffer before his demise is far more satisfying than a swift death. Upon hearing Yufei's words, Gao and Old Wang halted their steps, yet they did not approach the trap. Yufei perceived their trepidation and retreated a few steps, tossing a vine towards them with his spear. Observing the distance between Yufei and the trap, Gao and Old Wang cautiously approached the edge. They did not see Old Wang's wounds, but it was evident that his condition was far from stable, as he appeared on the verge of slumber. After several calls from Gao, Old Wang finally responded. Gao and Old Wang urged him to muster his strength and tie the vine around his waist. Noticing that Yufei had not advanced, Gao called for Old Wang to pull with all their might. As they exerted their effort, Old Wang let out a piercing scream, one even louder than when he had fallen. Gao and Old Wang were bewildered as to why he would cry out like that while they were attempting to rescue him. What they did not realize, but Yufei understood all too well, was that pulling Old Wang up was akin to uprooting a bamboo stalk, aggravating his wounds in the process. The pain was far greater than the initial injury, and it was no surprise that Old Wang cried out in agony. Chapter 81. The departure of the bodyguards. Gao and Old Wang paid no heed to Old Wang's cries. One focused on Yufei while the other remained fixated on Old Wang, continuing to pull on the vine. And Yufei was taken aback by their caution. He had initially contemplated seizing the opportunity to ambush them while their attention waned, but their vigilance thwarted his plans, leaving him with no chance for a surprise attack. The pain jolted old Huang back to alertness, and he couldn't help but curse at old Huang, urging him to be gentler lest he cause him further agony. Hearing old Huang's loud protests reassured Gao and old Huang that he was not gravely injured, prompting them to slightly reduce their pace in pulling the vine. And Yufei noticed that old Huang clutched the vine with one hand while the other reached beneath him. A glance into the pit revealed that the bamboo stake had vanished. Without needing to look further, and Yufei surmised that the stake must be embedded within old Huang. The length of the stake buried underground was shorter than that which had penetrated old Huang's body. Although they had pulled a portion of it out initially, the entire length ultimately emerged from the earth. And Yufei was puzzled by old Huang's action of reaching beneath himself. Could it be that he was in such pain that he sought to soothe the area? Soon, and Yufei realized something was amiss. For he had observed the bamboo embedded in Lao Huang's body gradually elongating. It dawned on him that Lao Huang was attempting to extract the bamboo himself. Clearly, Lao Huang sought to conceal the fact that he had been penetrated by the bamboo. His earlier request for Lao Huang and the others to pull the vine slowly was not born out of pain, but rather a calculated effort to buy time to extract the bamboo. Facing in Yufei and the others, and Yufei noticed Lao Huang's complexion had turned pale, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, yet he remained silent and continued to struggle to pull the bamboo out. And Yufei pondered Lao Huang's character, but found his fortitude commendable. Few could endure such excruciating pain. However, and Yufei was perplexed as to why Lao Huang insisted on removing the bamboo now. If he delayed the extraction until their return, he could attend to his wound and perhaps live a few more days. By pulling out now, he risked profuse bleeding that might lead to his demise. After some contemplation, and Yufei speculated that Lao Huang was not merely concerned about Gao Dui and Lao Huang discovering his predicament. Rather, he was reluctant for Xiao Dong to find out. Just days prior, he had taken advantage of Xiao Dong, and now he was in this humiliating situation. Lao Huang likely felt ashamed to face Xiao Dong, which explained his urgency to remove the bamboo. And Yufei shook his head, recognizing Lao Huang as one who prioritized pride over well-being. If he proceeded with the extraction, suffering would surely ensue. As Lao Huang was being pulled halfway up, he finally succeeded in extracting the bamboo. At that moment, and Yufei witnessed a jet of crimson blood spurt forth alongside the bamboo. Just as Yufei feared that Lao Huang would soon bleed to death, he observed Lao Huang using his hands to clamp down on the gushing blood. An Zufei mentally up Lao Huang. He was astonished not only by his remarkable endurance, but also by his cleverness, though he remained uncertain about the efficacy of this method. Once the bamboo was removed, Lao Huang's pallor intensified, yet the sweat that had previously dripped from his forehead ceased to flow. With the concerted efforts of Gao Dui and Lao Huang, they finally managed to pull Lao Huang up. As he neared the top, he covered the wound on his backside with one hand. Observing Lao Huang's condition, Lao Huang could not help but inquire, "Lao Huang, where are you injured? Does it hurt? Your complexion doesn't look too good." Feigning nonchalance, Lao Huang replied, "I fell on my coccyx. I can't tell if the bone is broken, but it hurts tremendously. Nevertheless, I believe it's not a major issue. A few days of rest should suffice. I truly appreciate your assistance, both you and Gao Dui." He cast a glance at Gao Dui, who nodded in response, saying, "We are brothers who have faced life and death together. There is no need for such formality. You heard what I said earlier. Let us move on. We can discuss matters further upon our return." With that, he turned to Lao Huang and instructed, "Lao Huang, support Lao Huang carefully. If necessary, carry him. We must ensure his injury does not worsen." Upon hearing Gao Dui's directives, Lao Huang stepped forward to assist Lao Huang, leading him toward the ladder, while Gao Dui followed closely behind. Xiao Dong hesitated for a moment, casting a final glance at Mei Qinhue. She wished to articulate something, yet after a prolonged hesitation, she remained silent, trailing behind Team Gao as they made their way outside. Lao Huang, one hand clutching his backside, shuffled forward with tiny, cautious steps, not daring to stride boldly. And Yufei found his demeanor utterly amusing, as he resembled the effeminate figure he often jested about, albeit not from his own country, but rather akin to someone from a distant island nation. Lao Huang's injuries were indeed severe, and Yufei suspected that his internal organs might have sustained damage. Thus, his movements were laborious and painfully slow. When it came time to ascend the ladder, Team Gao lent a helping hand, managing to extricate him from the confines of the wall. Upon entry, he had been in good condition, but now he could only cover his rear, advancing in minuscule steps. The humiliation he felt was an experience only Lao Huang could truly fathom. Not only had he failed to secure the women he had longed for, but he had also sustained such grave injuries. If there were a remedy for regret, Lao Huang would undoubtedly consume it without hesitation. His remorse did not stem from arriving here or from desiring those few women. Rather, he lamented his impatience and failure to assess his surroundings properly, leading him to fall into a trap. In his early days as a bodyguard, he had learned how to identify and test for traps. Yet he had never had the occasion to apply that knowledge until now. The quartet exited the enclosure and proceeded directly towards the beach, with Yufei trailing behind. He continued to follow until they reached the sandy shore, after which he returned to the cave. Upon his return, he hurriedly inquired of Lin Xin, "Are you all right?" I did not anticipate that they would not continue to the Great River today, but instead would locate our cave from the beach. Lin Xin shook her head and replied, "You returned just in time. We are all unharmed. Had you not arrived promptly, the outcome could have been dire. I wonder how they discovered our location." And Yufei contemplated for a moment before stating, "Given that we frequent the beach daily, it was only a matter of time before they found us. Now that they have, it is futile to dwell on it. We must devise a strategy to guard against these individuals." He added, "However, your composure earlier was commendable. To an outsider, it might have seemed that our courtyard was rife with traps. Were it not for Team Gao's astuteness, those too would have been deceived." Chapter 82. Renewed intentions against Team Gao. Lin Xuyan sighed. "What use is composure if it fails to intimidate them? If you hadn't returned in time, we would have been captured. I was so tense that my heart felt as though it might leap from my throat." And Yufei then turned his gaze toward Xiao Xiao and Mei Qingyue, noting that they appeared unscathed and not overly frightened. Upon catching Yufei's glance, Xiao Xiao beamed and exclaimed, "Brethren, you look incredibly handsome today, as if a prince had descended from the heavens." Your mere presence left those bodyguards utterly dumbfounded. And Yufei was taken aback by Xiao Xiao's choice of address. Typically, when she was pleased, she would call him brother-in-law, and when displeased, she would refer to him as wild man. This was the first occasion she had addressed him as brother and without overthinking, and Yufei glanced at his sun-kissed complexion and teasingly remarked to Xiao Xiao, "A white horse prince, you say? Though I'm not quite the wild man you often describe, I'm nearly akin to a black man. Perhaps I should be dubbed the Black Prince instead." Upon hearing Yufei's jest, Xiao Xiao giggled and replied, "No matter how dark you are in my heart, you will always be my white horse prince." At Xiao Xiao's words, Lin Xuyan unconsciously turned her gaze toward Xiao Xiao, and upon witnessing the infatuated expression on her face, she felt a pang of concern. It was evident that Xiao Xiao harbored feelings for her white horse prince, a sentiment known to their close-knit circle of friends. And Yufei's gallant act today had ignited a spark in Xiao Xiao's heart. Her tone and manner of addressing him had transformed, now brimming with adoration as she referred to him as her prince. While Lin Xuyan recognized Xiao Xiao's infatuation, and Yufei remained oblivious. He then turned his attention to Mei Qingyue, inquiring gently, "Aunt Mei, are you all right?" In a tone even softer than before, Mei Qingyue responded, "I'm fine, really. Just as Xuyan mentioned, your timely return has ensured our safety. However, I must agree with Xiao Xiao. You do look quite handsome today." Flattered by the compliments from both Xiao Xiao and Mei Qingyue, and Yufei felt a tinge of shyness. Rubbing the back of his neck, he blushed and said, "Handsome? I always thought I was rather dashing. You all just never noticed." His self-deprecating humor elicited hearty laughter from the trio, dissipating the last remnants of tension in the air. Lin Xuyan shot him a teasing glare, saying, "You take compliments too seriously. That was mere politeness. Who boasts about their own attractiveness? Aren't you a bit embarrassed?" With a cheeky grin, and Yufei asked, "Don't you think I'm handsome?" Lin Xuyan rolled her eyes and replied, "Handsome? My husband is the most handsome man in the world. Does that suffice?" At her words, and Yufei felt a sweetness in his heart, akin to tasting honey. He was so flattered that he nearly lost himself in the moment. Sheepishly scratching his head, he said, "I love hearing that. Do tell me more often." After a bout of playful banter, the group temporarily set aside thoughts of the bodyguards. As evening approached, and Yufei encouraged the three women to continue their conversation while he busied himself preparing dinner. After their meal, the group decided against a stroll by the seaside, opting instead to chat in the cave for a while before retreating to their respective rooms for rest. Yet, as Yufei lay in bed, sleep eluded him. The words spoken by team leader Gao before his departure echoed in his mind, instilling a sense of dread that kept him awake, worrying that they might return to the cave at any moment. Even with the barricade blocking the entrance and the ladder securely stowed away, he remained anxious, like a fishbone lodged in his throat, causing him considerable discomfort. And Yufei realized he could not allow those individuals to linger any longer. Their presence would forever disrupt his peace. A phrase he had once heard resurfaced in his thoughts. How could one sleep soundly with danger so near? The existence of such a threat would undoubtedly rob him of restful nights. After a moment of contemplation, Yufei resolved to eliminate the security threat immediately. For once it was resolved, he could enjoy a peaceful night's rest. He promptly rolled out of bed, preparing to seek out those individuals, believing that due to Lao Huang's injuries, they could not have strayed too far. Stealthily, he emerged from the storage room, gently removing the boards that obstructed the cave's entrance. As he stepped outside, a figure followed closely behind him. To his astonishment, it was Mei Qinyue, who, upon seeing his demeanor, surmised his intentions. In a hushed voice, she implored, "Yufei, I ask you for a favor." Without hesitation, Yufei replied, "Aunt Mei, we are not strangers. There is no need for formalities. Please, speak your mind." Mei Qinyue hesitated for a moment before confessing, "Yufei, I am aware of your mission, and my request is simple. If possible, could you spare Xiaodong? She is not inherently ill-natured. She was merely swayed by Captain Gao's sweet words. She hasn't truly betrayed us. At that moment, she simply did not advocate for our cause. In hindsight, her intercession would not have altered the outcome. Didn't Captain Gao mention that it was a 4-person lifeboat? Xiaodong was essentially forced into it. Regardless, those 4 bodyguards would not have allowed either me or Xiao aboard. Mei Qinyue continued, moreover, it was Xiaodong who informed me that the bodyguards were departing in the lifeboat. Had she not spoken up, we would have been oblivious even as they moved away. And Yufei pondered this, and concluded that Xiaodong did not appear to be wholly aligned with Captain Gao and his ilk. From the moment she discovered him to the point when he rushed toward Lin Shuyin and her companions, she had refrained from alerting Captain Gao. It was clear that she could not determine whether he was advancing to ambush Captain Gao or to protect Lin Shuyin and her group. Finding her character redeemable, and Yufei nodded at Mei Qinyue and said, "Very well, Aunt Mei. If the opportunity arises, I shall consider sparing Xiaodong." Overcome with emotion, Mei Qinyue grasped in Yufei's hand, exclaiming, "Then I thank you in advance." The sudden warmth of her grip left in Yufei feeling somewhat bashful. Noticing the faint blush on his cheeks, Mei Qinyue chuckled softly and released his hands, saying, "Look at you. Now go on, be cautious. I shall await your return." With a promise to return, Yufei hoisted his spear and climbed over the enclosure. Once outside, he made his way swiftly toward the shoreline, traversing the sandy beach in a westerly direction. His pace was brisk, and within 20 minutes, he had covered more than half the distance along the beach. Utilizing the moonlight, he discerned a figure lying ahead. As he approached, he surmised that the silhouette did not resemble Lao Huang, but rather bore a semblance to Xiaodong. Chapter 83. Little Dong abandoned before long, and Yufei approached and found that indeed, Little Dong lay there. This perplexed Yufei. Only 2 hours prior, she had seemed perfectly well. How could she now be in such a state? Alone in that position, it was evident she was not merely resting. The island experienced extreme temperature fluctuations, scorching during the day and chilling at night. It had only recently darkened, and while the residual warmth of the day lingered, it would soon give way to the biting cold of the night. If Little Dong remained there, she would endure considerable suffering, if not succumb to hypothermia by the early hours. And Yufei scanned the surroundings, but saw no one else. If she were merely resting, others would likely be nearby. The absence of others strongly suggested that Little Dong had been forsaken in this place. Lowering his gaze, he noted her eyes were tightly shut, and despite Yufei's proximity, she did not stir. A wave of concern washed over him. Could she have perished? He reached out to check her pulse, and upon contact, he confirmed she was still alive, albeit with an alarmingly high fever. Realization dawned upon him. She was in a state of high fever and unconsciousness. Considering Old Huang's likely condition, and Yufei surmised that Captain Gao and Old Huang were preoccupied with caring for him, leaving Little Dong clearly abandoned by the three bodyguards. The proximity of Little Dong to the shore heightened the likelihood of her abandonment. Should the waves swell, she risked being swept away into the sea. Estimating the time, and Yufei deduced that Captain Gao and the others could not have ventured too far. So he chose to leave Little Dong for the moment and continued westward along the beach. In a mere 10 minutes, he arrived at the site of the fallen bodyguard's grave. Despite his thorough search, he had yet to encounter Captain Gao and the others. Given their pace, they should not have reached this point, and Yufei was uncertain whether they had altered their route or sought shelter for the night. He retraced his steps along the edge of the beach and grass, hoping to find traces of their altered path or the glow of a campfire. As darkness enveloped the landscape, and Yufei returned to the spot where Little Dong lay, yet found no signs of the group's altered route nor the flicker of a firelight. Recognizing his efforts were in vain, he realized that even if he waited at the cave for Captain Gao and the others, he would not see them in the immediate future. Despite the island's modest size, locating several individuals in the dead of night proved to be no simple task. With a resigned shake of his head, he abandoned the plan to confront Captain Gao and the others that night. Muttering that fortune favored Captain Gao today, he decided to let them live another day, with no hope of finding them, and Yufei contemplated returning, yet he hesitated, glancing back at the prone form of Little Dong. Had Mei Qingyuan not spoken those words to him before he departed, he would have certainly ignored her plight and returned directly. However, that evening, as Mei Qingyuan spoke extensively to herself, and Yufei began to perceive that Xiao Dong was not inherently a bad individual, merely one who had made an erroneous choice by placing her trust in a beast masquerading as a benevolent figure. Perhaps Xiao Dong had regretted her decision soon after. Yet, as a woman stranded on this desolate island, what could she truly do, faced with the predatory nature of Gao and his companions? Her only recourse was to endure and accept her fate. Some choices are unforgivable, yet Xiao Dong had not committed any grievous wrong, and Yufei felt she deserved a chance. Moreover, given Xiao Dong's circumstances, her survival on this island remained uncertain, and Yufei recalled that Xiao Dong had been brought out by Mei Qingyue. Thus, he deemed it prudent to leave the decision regarding her fate in Mei Qingyue's hands. He resolved to carry Xiao Dong back. Initially, and Yufei was anxious that Xiao Dong had fallen into a coma, fearing she might slip from his grasp as he supported her. To his surprise, the moment he helped her upright, she clung tightly to his neck, and Yufei was unsure if Xiao Dong was feigning unconsciousness or acting instinctively. So he smoothly turned her around, securing her on his back. Xiao Dong was not heavy to begin with, and considering her poor nutrition during this period, and Yufei estimated her weight to be around 80 pounds, making her feel almost weightless on his back, which did not hinder his pace at all. Upon returning to the cave with Xiao Dong, before he could even knock, Mei Qingyue emerged, removing the planks that blocked the entrance. Inside, not only was Mei Qingyue waiting for him, but also Lin Shuyan and Xiao Xiao, who surprisingly had not yet succumbed to sleep. The trio stood at the entrance, and upon seeing Xiao Dong on Yufei's back, Mei Qingyue inquired with a puzzled expression, "What is this?" And Yufei recounted the day's events. And upon hearing that Xiao Dong had suffered a high fever and had been abandoned by Gao and his group, Mei Qingyue condemned them as inhumane while urging Yufei to lay Xiao Dong on the bed. However, Xiao Dong clung fiercely to Yufei, reluctant to release her hold, murmuring words like father and mother. Witnessing this, the four felt a pang of sorrow. Ultimately, Xiao Dong was merely a young girl who had just stepped out of school, unaware of the treacheries of the world. Her first encounter with love led her to the monstrous Gao. Alone and vulnerable on this forsaken island, plagued by illness, she yearned for her parents. Surely, she longed for the carefree days spent in her father and mother's company. To endure such hardships at the tender age of 20 was undeniably cruel. With considerable effort, they pried Xiao Dong's fingers apart, only for her to immediately grasp in Yufei's broad palm tightly. Faced with this situation, the four could only allow her to hold on without further resistance. Xiao Dong's condition was precarious. After laying her down, Mei Qingyue fetched some warm water to administer to her, while Lin Shuyan retrieved a precious antipyretic from her luggage for Xiao Dong to take. After consuming the medication, Xiao Dong's fever showed no signs of abating, leaving Mei Qingyue and Lin Shuyan with no choice but to employ physical methods to cool her down. They first soaked a cloth in warm water, placing it upon her forehead, then prepared to use another damp cloth to wipe her underarms and other areas. At this moment, Yufei should have stepped back. Yet Xiaodong clung to his hand with unyielding tenacity. In the face of a dire need to treat the ailing, such concerns became secondary. Before Yufei, Mei Qinyue and Lin Shuiyin swiftly removed Xiaodong's upper garment. The speed of their actions left Yufei momentarily stunned. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Xiaodong's clothes were already discarded. Upon witnessing the proportions of Xiaodong's form, Yufei instinctively turned his gaze away, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. As he averted his eyes, he couldn't help but ponder the stark contrast between Xiaodong and Xiao Xiao, both slender yet unexpectedly disparate in their physical attributes. He wondered if Xiao Xiao might feel a tinge of jealousy upon seeing Xiaodong. Chapter 84. Xiaodong awakens at this juncture. Xiao Xiao was too preoccupied with assisting Mei Qinyue and Lin Shuiyin to dwell on any feelings of envy. Prior to their arrival on the deserted island, Xiaodong had served as Mei Qinyue's assistant, accompanying her daily. During gatherings with her close friends, Xiao Xiao often accompanied them as well, fostering a warm camaraderie with Xiaodong. Although Xiao Xiao had felt some ire towards Xiaodong's actions in recent days, witnessing Xiaodong's current state overwhelmed her with compassion, causing any lingering resentment to dissipate. After a flurry of activity from the three women, and following a half-hour's passage, Xiaodong's fever finally subsided. Not long after, she gradually opened her eyes, surveying the faces surrounding her. One by one, she called out, "Aunt Mei, Sister Shui, and Xiao Xiao." Upon finishing, tears began to stream down her cheeks. Her tears were a tapestry of guilt, regret, and helplessness, an amalgamation of emotions swirling within her. Mei Qinyue stepped forward, grasping Xiaodong's other hand, and said, "Xiaodong, there is no need to say anything. I do not hold you accountable for what transpired." Upon hearing Mei Qinyue's words, Xiaodong's tears flowed even more freely. Mei Qinyue gently wiped her tears away, saying, "You've just had a fever. You're not well yet, so please don't cry like this." Reluctantly, Xiaodong released her grip on Yufei's hand, instead clasping both of Mei Qinyue's hands and said, "Aunt Mei, at that time, I truly didn't know what was wrong with me. He asked me to go with him, and I did. When you were calling for help, he silenced me, and I remained silent. Now, reflecting on it, I feel immense regret." Mei Qinyue firmly grasped Xiaodong's hands in return, reassuringly saying, "Let us not dwell on the past. It is behind us now. What matters is that we move forward together. Everyone's life is a tapestry of experiences, both good and bad, from which we learn and grow." Shifting the focus, she continued, "Now, tell us how you ended up lying alone by the seaside." Though it was Mei Qinyue asking, the curiosity of the others was palpable, even drawing Yufei's attention from the small kitchen where he had been. Yufei had surmised that Xiaodong's fever was likely a consequence of malnutrition, which had weakened her immune response. Given that she had not eaten much that day and was somewhat dehydrated, he resolved to prepare a nourishing corn porridge using the cooked cornmeal intended for the lambs. With water boiling in the pot, he planned to add the cornmeal once it reached a rolling boil, all while listening intently to Xiaodong's account of her experiences. Now, as Mei Qinyue inquires, Xiaodong recounts the events that transpired after their departure from this place. Initially, their journey proceeded without incident. However, it was not long before Lao Wang, supporting Lao Huang, began to slow their pace considerably. Observing their sluggishness, Gao Dui urged them to hasten their steps, lest they remain stranded in the wilderness indefinitely. In response to Gao Dui's insistence, Lao Wang approached him and whispered a few words in his ear, the specifics of which Xiaodong could not discern. After listening to Lao Wang, Gao Dui glanced at Lao Huang and ventured into the thicket, returning shortly with 2 sturdy branches and some vines. Together with Lao Wang, he fashioned a makeshift stretcher upon which Lao Huang was laid. Subsequently, Gao Dui and Lao Wang took to carrying Lao Huang, but the burden proved heavy, prompting Gao Dui to request Xiaodong's assistance in lifting him. Despite feeling unwell with a slight fever that morning, Xiaodong had been compelled to join them, as Gao Dui would not permit her to remain alone in the cave. Though she was unwell, she had no choice but to accompany them, and throughout the day, they consumed little nourishment, only some coconut flesh and a sip of coconut water. As they made their way back, Xiaodong's condition worsened. She felt increasingly feeble and, after aiding in carrying Lao Huang for a brief while, she suddenly collapsed, darkness enveloping her vision. Upon falling, she perceived her eyelids growing heavy, an overwhelming desire to sleep overtaking her. Noticing her plight, Gao Dui urged her to rise and hasten her pace to avoid wasting time. In response to his words, Xiao Dong's mind stirred, yet she felt utterly drained, incapable of movement, her eyelids too heavy to lift. Observing her lack of response, Gao Dui and Lao Wang set Lao Huang down momentarily to assess Xiao Dong's condition. Upon touching her forehead, Gao Dui discovered she was burning with fever. Realizing the severity of her situation, he convened with Lao Wang and Lao Huang, engaging in hushed discussions, the content of which was unknown to Xiao Dong. They chose to disregard her plight, and with Lao Huang lifted once more, they continued their journey. Although Xiao Dong could not open her eyes, she understood everything. Despair filled her heart as she recognized that they had abandoned her. In her moment of hopelessness, contemplating the prospect of dying young in this desolate place, Gao Dui unexpectedly returned. Xiao Dong, believing he had experienced a change of heart, hoped he would take her with him. True to her expectations, he lifted her into his arms, and she felt a flicker of affection, convinced that he cared for her more than he let on. However, before long, he set her down again, and in that moment, he revealed his true sentiments. Originally, I approached you with the intention of getting closer to the wealthy Mei, not realizing you were so easily swayed by flattery that you lost your bearings. Before I could use you to reach her, you had already succumbed to your feelings. An opportunity like this should not be wasted, so I planned to entertain myself with you for a few days before moving on. I had not anticipated that. Before I could grow weary, we would encounter a shipwreck. After arriving on the deserted island, I viewed you as a burden and considered discarding you. However, upon reflection, I realized you might still prove useful, so I decided to retain your company. I am aware that, although I'm the leader of the bodyguards for this company, despite the outward respect shown by Lao Huang and Lao Wang, there is no guarantee they will heed my commands in the event of an emergency. Lao Huang is notoriously lecherous, and while Lao Wang is somewhat better, he too harbors his own carnal inclinations. Thus, I conceived the idea of utilizing you to manage the two of them. I regarded you as a mere tool, and indeed, you exhibited compliance, which pleased me. Ironically, as I arrived here today, I had resolved not to abandon you, my obedient instrument. Yet tonight, I find myself casting you aside. Circumstances have rendered it impossible to retain you, especially now that Lao Huang is in such a precarious state. Whether he will recover remains uncertain. Without Lao Huang's influence, Lao Wang's urgency will diminish, rendering you ineffective in controlling him. Your utility to me has dissipated, and thus, I see no reason to continue your companionship. After all, you have accompanied me thus far, and I cannot simply allow you to perish in desolation. I have placed you by the seaside, where the rising tides will soon engulf you and carry you into the depths of the ocean. Consider it a burial at sea, an act of kindness on my part. Chapter 85. And Yu Fei savors flesh. Upon hearing Captain Gao's departure, Xiao Dong could no longer restrain her tears, her heart heavy with regret and despair. Eventually, she succumbed to slumber and soon found herself dreaming of her childhood. In her dream, she stumbled and fell, only for her father to lift her up. She playfully climbed onto his back, relishing the comfort and security of being carried. However, the dream faded, and she could recall nothing further until she awoke on the bed within the cave. Listening to Xiao Dong's account, Mei Qinyu, Lin Shuiyin, and Xiao Xiao erupted in indignation, condemning Captain Gao as a wretch, even less than a beast. In the kitchen, and Yu Fei shared their sentiments, equally appalled by Captain Gao's actions, which solidified his resolve to eliminate him. From the words of Mei Qinyu and Xiao Dong, as well as what Yu Fei had overheard at the cave's entrance, he recognized that Captain Gao lacked both responsibility and moral boundaries. Keeping such a person on this island posed a continual threat. Typically, matters of this nature should not be postponed. Yet Yu Fei found himself at a loss for where to seek them out. Thus, he resolved to wait until dawn. Just then, he heard the kettle boiling and set aside thoughts of dealing with Captain Gao, instead opting to prepare a corn porridge. He stirred the cornmeal in the pot, and once it boiled again, he poured the porridge into a wooden bowl, placed a clean wooden spoon inside, and carried out of the kitchen. At that moment, Mei Qinyu and the others continued their tirade against Captain Gao, and Yu Fei presented the bowl to Mei Qinyu, saying, "Enough of the cursing, vent your frustrations, but do not let him distress you further." Aunt Mei, I believe Xiao Dong's ailment is largely due to hunger, so I prepared some corn porridge. It's fresh. Please let it cool before you feed it to her. Mei Qingyue took the wooden bowl, settled by the bedside, and helped Xiao Dong sit up. She scooped half a spoonful of corn porridge, blew on it gently, and fed it to Xiao Dong. Perhaps due to her intense hunger, Xiao Dong quickly seized the bowl, slurping the porridge directly from the rim. Before long, the bowl was nearly empty, even the bottom was licked clean. Observing this, Mei Qingyue turned to An Yufei and inquired, "Is there any more?" An Yufei shook his head and replied, "No, this is all I made. It's not that I am unwilling to share, but Xiao Dong has gone a long time without food, and suddenly eating too much could upset her stomach." Mei Qingyue considered this and said to Xiao Dong, "You should just eat this for today. If you're still hungry, I will prepare more for you tomorrow. You've just recovered from your fever. It's best to get some good rest." Satisfied with the substantial portion of corn porridge, Xiao Dong nodded and said, "Aunt Mei, this is enough for me. I'm already full." Mei Qingyue patted Xiao Dong gently and said, "All right then, get some rest. Perhaps after a good sleep, you'll feel better." It was already quite late. Not only Xiao Dong, but the others were also preparing to sleep. However, the bed that An Yufei had prepared was rather small, and accommodating 3 people was already a tight fit. With Xiao Dong added, it became even more cramped. Consequently, Lin Shuyan had no choice but to join An Yufei in the storage room. This arrangement delighted An Yufei, as after more than 10 days, he could finally hold his wife close while sleeping. Although they could not engage in the activities An Yufei desired, he still found ways to be playful. An Yufei happily welcomed Lin Shuyan into the storage room. Observing his affectionate demeanor, Lin Shuyan whispered in his ear, "Even though I'm sleeping here with you, you mustn't do anything tonight. My good friends are outside, and if they hear us, they tease me." And Yufei nodded in understanding. I know. I realize it's impossible to keep you silent, so I haven't dare to think about it." Lin Shuyan nodded in satisfaction. "That's good to know." With that, they lay down together on the bed in the storage room. Once settled, Lin Shuyan understood An Yufei's earlier affection, though he refrained from any overt actions. His hand or anything but still, as An Yufei's playful touch made Lin Shuyan feel increasingly restless. She found herself yearning for intimacy. Yet the fear of being overheard by her friends left her conflicted. Eventually, unable to contain herself, she whispered in An Yufei's ear, "Why don't you take it slow? Perhaps we could indulge a little. I'm feeling a bit inclined, but you must be gentle and keep me quiet." And Yufei had been unable to restrain himself for long. Otherwise, he wouldn't have teased Lin Shuyan. He was well aware of her sensitive spots, and with just a little provocation, she was unable to hold back. After more than an hour, though they hadn't completely surrendered to their desires, both found satisfaction. And this time Lin Shuyan managed to hold back her sounds. The following morning, An Yufei awoke feeling invigorated after indulging in meat once again. Despite the previous day's exertions lasting over an hour, fatigue eluded him. Instead, he felt an abundance of energy coursing through his body. Rising at his usual hour, An Yufei followed his daily routine, exchanging sheep's milk with the actor and patrolling the beach for seafood. This morning, he deliberately walked along the interface between the sand and grass, where the daylight illuminated his path clearly. Approximately 200 meters west of the spot where he had discovered Xiao Dong, he stumbled upon the traces left by Captain Gao and his team as they departed from the beach. Upon making this discovery, An Yufei chose not to pursue the trail, but rather committed the location to memory and continued his patrol for seafood. After returning, he prepared breakfast and took the time to cook a pot of corn porridge for Xiao Dong, who was still recovering and required a light diet. In the porridge, he added 2 boiled eggs and some peeled shrimp for her nourishment. Additionally, he prepared a generous half-cup of sheep's milk for her, as the 2 young lambs had grown and increased their appetite. Once they finished their meal, he could only extract 4 cups of milk. Despite the increase in the household, the output from the actor remained the same, compelling An Yufei to divide the 4 cups into 5.5 cups for distribution. By the time he finished preparing these items, Mei Qingyue had also risen, and Xiao Dong was awake. An Yufei presented the bowl to Mei Qingyue, inviting her to feed Xiao Dong. Seeing the plentiful food in the bowl, Xiao Dong couldn't help but exclaim, "Aunt Mei, you all should eat this. Just give me some wild fruits." Chapter 86. Mei Qingyue and Xiao Zhao's affection for An Yufei with a smile. Mei Qingyue replied, "Dear child, if it's offered to you, just eat it without so many reservations. Our meals are quite similar to yours." The corn porridge is specially prepared for you, since you are still unwell and cannot indulge in too much of anything else. For now, focus on lighter fare. And once you recover, you can join us in feasting." Upon hearing Mei Qinyue's words, tears welled up in Xiao Dong's eyes once more. Noticing this, Mei Qinyue quickly reassured her, "All right, enough of that. You know I cannot bear to see a girl cry. It pains me as well." After hearing this, Xiao Dong stifled her tears, managing a faint smile. Mei Qinyue playfully pinched her nose, saying, "Your smile is even less appealing than your tears." This teasing elicited a genuine smile from Xiao Dong. She took the wooden bowl to feed herself, while Mei Qinyue fetched a bowl of breakfast to join her. Mei Qinyue waved her bowl in front of Xiao Dong, saying, "How does this compare? Surely it's better than yours. But you still need to avoid too much seafood for now. Once you're well, you'll have your fill." Seeing the food in Mei Qinyue's bowl, Xiao Dong felt reassured and began to eat heartily, asking between bites, "Aunt Mei, how come your meals are so delightful? Do you eat like this every day?" Mei Qinyue nodded, responding, "Pretty much. We essentially eat like this every day, 3 meals a day, and we always leave the table satisfied." Upon hearing Mei Qinyue's words, Xiao Dong's eyes widened in astonishment. With a sigh, she remarked, "You all are exceedingly fortunate. Since my arrival on this island, I have not tasted a decent meal. I have been subsisting on sour and astringent wild fruits daily. I have only had 2 different dishes. One was a scrawny wild chicken that was little more than bones, and the other was a few diminutive fish measuring 3 or 4 centimeters in length." In truth, and Yufei had already shared these details with Mei Qinyue, yet she feigned ignorance and replied, "You have truly suffered. However, our ability to enjoy such fine food is largely thanks to your brother-in-law Yufei. His remarkable skills have ensured we do not go hungry." Xiao Dong, puzzled, asked brother-in-law Yufei. Upon noticing Xiao Dong's confusion, Mei Qinyue slapped her forehead and said, "How could I forget? You haven't met Yufei yet. He is Lin Shuyan's husband, the very person who prepared the corn porridge for you last night and carried you back." With this explanation, Xiao Dong finally made the connection, realizing that Yufei was indeed Lin Shuyan's spouse, and consequently, she should refer to him as brother-in-law. However, it soon dawned on her that it was Yufei who had carried her back yesterday. In her dreams, it was her father who had done so. Did she, in that moment, mistaken Yufei for her father? The thought of possibly having called him dad filled her with embarrassment. With a flush of color on her cheeks, Xiao Dong fell silent, focusing intently on her meal. Mei Qinyue, unaware of the reason behind her shyness, inquired briefly, but Xiao Dong merely replied that there was nothing amiss. And both resumed their meal with concentration. As they dined, Xiao sniffled, her eyes still closed, and said, "Aunt Mei, has brother prepared breakfast?" Mei Qinyue swallowed her food and responded, "Indeed, it is ready. I am currently enjoying it, as you can see." Upon hearing this, Xiao immediately sat up, exclaiming, "I must hurry to eat. If I delay, you will finish all the good food." Mei Qinyue had grown accustomed to Xiao's gluttonous demeanor. Yet she couldn't help but tease, "With your voracious appetite, how will you ever find a suitor? What kind of person could possibly support you?" Previously, Xiao would laugh at such remarks, asserting that if she couldn't find someone, she would be perfectly content living alone, as one person eating well means the whole family is not hungry. However, today she unexpectedly responded, "I will seek someone like my brother, and look how he never complains about how much I eat, and I'm certain he can provide for me." Upon hearing Xiao's words, Mei Qinyue sensed something amiss and half-jokingly remarked, "Are you looking for someone like your brother, or are you referring to wanting your brother?" At this, Xiao realized she had let slip her true feelings, and she hurriedly stammered, "Of course, I mean someone like my brother, and he is Lin Shuyan's husband. I could never steal my sister's husband." Mei Qinyue detected Xiao's flustered demeanor, and even Xiao Dong noticed the unusual tension. Furthermore, Mei Qinyue observed that Xiao had changed the way she referred to Yufei, indicating that her feelings for him had clearly begun to deepen. Upon reflecting on this, Mei Qinyue could not help but think of herself. The image of Yufei standing protectively before the 3 of them the previous day frequently occupied her mind, evoking a rapid heartbeat. As someone who had traversed similar emotional terrain, she recognized the significance of this sensation, which could be aptly described as a fluttering heart or simply the feeling of infatuation. However, she was acutely aware that Yufei was Lin Shuyan's husband, and thus she must suppress any such thoughts, burying her burgeoning feelings deep within. Today, she deliberately sought to avoid moments alone with Yufei, fearing that if they were to be together, she might lose control over her emotions. This was precisely why she opted to have breakfast in her room today. Previously, she had refrained from disturbing Lin Shuiyin and Xiao Zhao's rest, often sharing meals with Yufei in the small kitchen. As Xiao Xiao busied herself with her morning routine, Mei Qinyue and Xiao Dong swiftly concluded their breakfast. After the meal, Mei Qinyue took 2 empty bowls to the kitchen, where she found Yufei had also finished eating and was preparing to wash the dishes. She picked up Yufei's bowl, intending to wash it together later. Traditionally, it was Mei Qinyue who washed the dishes in the morning, and Yufei had never declined her assistance, willingly handing over his bowl. He then addressed her, "Aunt Mei, I will step out for a while and should return around 2 this afternoon. Please let Shuiyin know when she wakes." Mei Qinyue understood Yufei's intentions and nodded in response, saying, "Be cautious. Your safety is paramount. Remember that Shuiyin and I are waiting for your return." Yufei offered her a reassuring glance, replying, "Rest assured, I am aware of the gravity of the situation and will not take unnecessary risks." Only after Mei Qinyue expressed her concerns did she allow Yufei to leave. Once outside, Yufei found himself bemused by the abundance of her parting words. Feeling as though he were being sent off on a grand journey, Yufei made his way directly to the seaside. Following the path where Gao and the others had departed from the beach, he spotted Gao and Old Wang carrying Old Huang on a stretcher, which left distinct traces due to its relatively low height. Yufei traced their path, soon discovering a patch of grass flattened beneath their weight. Upon inspection, he surmised that this was likely a resting place for Gao and his companions, evident from the location where they had set down the stretcher. From the traces left behind, Yufei deduced that Gao and his group had not lingered long, likely taking only a brief respite before continuing their journey. He found 2 cigarette butts on the ground, suggesting they had paused long enough for a smoke. Without further delay, he continued to follow the trail. After covering some distance, he encountered yet another resting spot, similar to the previous one, marked again by 2 cigarette butts. As Yufei persisted along the path left by Gao and his companions, he initially discovered signs of their rest every couple of 100 meters. However, as he ventured further, the intervals shortened to about 50 or 60 meters. It became evident to Yufei that as they progressed, Gao and Old Wang were experiencing considerable fatigue, necessitating frequent breaks for rest. Observing the traces, it became evident that their resting periods had gradually lengthened, evolving from the initial 2 cigarette butts to 6. This indicated a transition from a brief respite for a single cigarette to a more leisurely pause for 3. Yufei pursued them steadily, unhurried and composed. And as midday approached, he finally arrived at the cave where Gao's team resided. At this juncture, Yufei was certain that Gao's team had returned to the cave, though he was uncertain of their exact time of arrival. Initially, he had contemplated waiting directly at the cave for their return, yet he feared they might have sought refuge elsewhere due to fatigue from their journey. Should that occur, he would have to retrace their steps through the traces once more. Ultimately, he deemed it more prudent to track them through the traces, despite the longer duration it required, as it offered a reliable means of locating them, whether they returned to the cave or found another shelter. As he approached the cave entrance, Yufei felt compelled to slow his pace, advancing quietly and cautiously while continuously surveying his surroundings. Given that it was daytime, not only was his visibility enhanced, but so was theirs. Thus, a direct approach could easily lead to his discovery. However, Yufei was not overly concerned about being spotted. His caution stemmed from the possibility that someone from Gao's team might be outside the cave. If he were to walk straight in, he could easily fall prey to an ambush. Given that Gao and Lao Wang had carried Lao Huang back from such a considerable distance, they were undoubtedly fatigued. Yufei felt no trepidation about confronting the 2 directly, as long as he remained vigilant against any surprise attacks. In the final 50 meters to the cave entrance, Yufei took nearly 10 minutes to arrive at the large boulder where he had previously concealed himself. This position was ideal, allowing him to hear the sounds within the cave quite clearly. Although daytime sounds lacked the clarity of night, he could still discern them. Initially, Yufei assumed that Gao's team had left again after returning, as he heard no voices. However, after listening intently for a while, he finally detected the sound of snoring, which alleviated his concerns. He had feared that his efforts had been in vain, and if so, it would mean Gao's team had been remarkably fortunate. Upon closer examination, Yu Fei realized that the snoring originated from two individuals, one loud, the other softer, creating a rather rhythmic symphony. He could not ascertain who the snorers were. Logically, there should be three distinct snoring sounds given that there were three members in the team. Currently, there were only two, and Yu Fei speculated that either one individual was awake or that the other simply did not snore while asleep. Given Gao and Lao Wang's exhaustion from a night with little rest, and Yu Fei surmised that the two snorers were likely Gao and Lao Wang, with Lao Huang being the silent one. Reflecting on Lao Huang's injuries from the previous day, and Yu Fei concluded that even if he were awake, he posed little threat. As long as he acted swiftly, he could eliminate either Gao or Lao Wang, leaving the other as a manageable concern. As for Lao Wang, even if he became aware of his surroundings, and Yu Fei felt that he posed no threat, at most, he might alert Gao and the others, who were already deep in slumber, and whether he could wake them was uncertain. With a resolution in his heart, and Yu Fei hesitated no longer. He detached the dagger from the tip of his spear, grasped it firmly in his right hand, and stealthily approached the cave. Upon reaching the cave entrance, and Yu Fei observed that the group was rather cautious, having secured several ropes at the mouth of the cave, each tied to metallic objects. Any inadvertent contact with these ropes would produce a sound. Clearly, Gao and his comrades had devised this makeshift alarm system, had it been nighttime with poor visibility, and Yu Fei might have fallen into their trap. However, in broad daylight, the ropes were conspicuously visible. During the day, they served merely as a warning to animals, rendering them ineffective against humans. And Yu Fei slipped through the gaps in the ropes and continued deeper into the cave. This cave was more profound than the one Yu Fei had excavated. The further he ventured, the darker it became, yet he was familiar with its depths. Although it was deeper than his own, it did not extend far beyond 10 meters. Soon, he arrived at the innermost recesses of the cave, where he instinctively frowned. The stench that permeated the air was reminiscent of a latrine, and Yu Fei could hardly fathom how these individuals could reside here. Did they truly conduct all their bodily functions within these confines? He pondered whether the odor was a long-standing issue or a recent development. Nonetheless, he found himself somewhat impressed by the two snorers, who managed to sleep soundly in such an unpleasant environment. It was evident that Gao and Lao Wang were in a deep slumber. Even as Yu Fei approached, they remained undisturbed. He soon spotted Lao Wang, who lay on a makeshift stretcher, eyes closed, seemingly asleep as well. With this realization, Yu Fei felt a sense of relief. To avoid prolonged uncertainty, he decided to act swiftly, lest any unforeseen complications arise. Thus, he approached Lao Wang, who was soundly asleep, oblivious to the dagger poised at his throat. And Yu Fei noted that both Lao Wang and Lao Gao appeared utterly exhausted. After returning, they must have laid Lao Huang down and fallen asleep hastily, neglecting to even enter their sleeping bags. Upon reaching Lao Wang's side, and Yu Fei noticed that the sleeping bag beside him was relatively new. To avoid soiling it, he carefully moved it aside before crouching down next to Lao Wang, to prevent any sound from escaping his lips. And Yu Fei covered his mouth with his left hand while his right hand swiftly glided the dagger across his throat, the movements appearing almost simultaneous. Chapter 88. Scavenging the supplies left by Lao Gao and others as Lao Wang's throat was slit, his snoring ceased abruptly. Perhaps the pain jolted him awake. His eyes widened in shock, and instinctively, he reached for his neck. However, he awoke too late. It was now far too tardy for him to make any sound, for he was merely engaged in a desperate struggle for breath. And Yu Fei chose to disregard him, releasing his left hand that had covered the man's mouth, and turned to address Gao, for Yu Fei was keenly aware that Gao might have already stirred. At the moment when Lao Wang's snoring ceased, Gao surprisingly spoke up. Perhaps unaccustomed to the sudden silence that followed Lao Wang's snores, Gao mumbled, "Lao Wang, why are you awake? Did you wake up because of a full bladder?" Receiving no response from Lao Wang, Gao fell silent once more. And Yu Fei swiftly approached Gao and observed that, although Gao had just spoken, his eyes remained firmly shut. Recognizing the situation, and Yu Fei prepared to deal with Gao in the same manner as he had with Lao Wang. Just as Yu Fei's hand was about to cover Gao's mouth, it seemed as if Gao sensed something amiss. He began to utter a word. But before he could finish, Yu Fei silenced him with his hand while simultaneously drawing a dagger across Gao's throat. Startled by the sudden obstruction, Gao instinctively attempted to grasp in Yufei's hand that covered his mouth. However, halfway through the motion, a sharp pain in his throat redirected his focus to clutch at his own neck. At this moment, Yufei had released his grip on Gao's mouth and stood aside, coldly observing him. Gao stared at Yufei with wide, disbelieving eyes. He could never have imagined that Yufei would so swiftly confront him and execute such a decisive act. Regret flooded through him. He lamented having spoken harshly when he departed the previous day. He believed that if he had kept his words in check, Yufei might not have felt compelled to take such drastic measures against him. In truth, his harsh words were merely habitual. He often left confrontations with cutting remarks, uttering them without serious intent. Yet, he had forgotten that they were on a deserted island wherein Yufei was genuinely capable of murder. Indeed, had he refrained from uttering those words the day before, Yufei would not have been plagued by sleepless nights, nor would he have conceived the idea of eliminating him. Though Gao had spoken thoughtlessly, Yufei took his words to heart. Even if Yufei recognized them as mere banter, he would still act, for such statements indicated a mindset that could not be overlooked. Given that Gao harbored such thoughts, Yufei would not allow him to remain alive. He could not afford to gamble. If, by chance, he were absent one day and Gao and his companions returned to the cave, Lin Shuiyin and the others would be in grave danger. Unless Yufei resolved never to leave the cave again, he could not guarantee his timely return each time. If Gao and his group were to bide their time until he departed, the likelihood of his return would be exceedingly slim. Thus, it was imperative to eliminate these threats for Yufei to find peace of mind. Gao gazed at Yufei, wishing to question him, but he merely opened his mouth to emit a series of hoarse sounds, akin to a deflating bellows, failing to articulate anything coherent. At this moment, Gao's eyes were filled with despair, resentment, regret, and fear. He clung to the notion of survival, his dread of death compelling him to clutch his throat tightly, hoping that this act might somehow prolong his life. Yet his efforts were in vain. Despite his grip, blood continued to seep through his fingers, and he felt his strength gradually ebbing away. Accompanied by pain and terror, Gao struggled for a brief moment longer. But this only intensified his suffering and his fear of mortality. In stark contrast, Lao Wang had fared much better. He essentially slipped away in his sleep. Although the pain jolted him awake, it was too late. His hand lifted only halfway before falling limply back down. He had scarcely begun to confront the fear of death before it claimed him. Gao's futile struggle could not alter his fate. He soon followed Lao Wang into the abyss. Observing Gao's stillness, Yufei resolved to deal with the unconscious Lao Huang, but as he approached, he was struck by the pallor of Lao Huang's face. It was a ghastly shade, far removed from the hue of a living person, and Yufei had not anticipated that, in just one night, Lao Huang could have deteriorated to such a state. Regardless of his appearance, Yufei was determined to put him to rest, granting him a swift end, while simultaneously eliminating a potential threat. Perhaps having grown accustomed to dispatching Lao Wang and Gao, Yufei instinctively covered Lao Huang's mouth with his left hand. However, as he did so, his right hand, which held the dagger, halted abruptly. It was not that Yufei intended to spare Lao Huang. Rather, he realized that Lao Huang had already succumbed to death, his body now cold. Now that he was closer, Yufei recognized that the foul odor emanating from the cave's toilet was, in fact, from Lao Huang's lifeless form. No wonder he had sensed something was amiss with Lao Huang's complexion. It was in truth the visage of a corpse. Given this revelation, Yufei stood up and remarked to Lao Huang, "Since you are already deceased, there is no need for me to strike you again. I wonder when you met your end. If you haven't ventured far, you might soon join your two good brothers, whom I have already sent on their way. You can accompany one another as you report to hell." With that, Yufei turned and kicked Lao Wang and Gao, discovering that both had also breathed their last. With the three now lifeless, Yufei felt a profound sense of relief, knowing that he could finally enjoy a peaceful night's rest. He then decided to search the cave for any useful supplies, reasoning that, since the three had perished, their belongings were no longer of use to them. After a thorough search, Yufei found that the trio possessed a considerable amount of supplies, particularly an impressive array of cooking utensils, pots, bowls, and various kitchenware. In addition to these, there were 4 sleeping bags and 3 backpacks. Without examining the contents of the backpacks, he gathered all the items together, intending to take them back with him. Regrettably, despite scouring the cave, he found no food other than some unripe wild fruits. And Yu Fei felt a sense of bewilderment regarding the completeness of the cooking supplies these individuals had brought, pondering why they had not thought to procure some food when departing from the large vessel. In truth, he had misjudged them. They had indeed prepared an ample amount of food, but during the tumultuous whirlpool incident, that food had been clutched by a deceased bodyguard, and once he perished, the provisions were swept away into the unknown. Chapter 89. The anxious wait of Lin Shuyin and her companions upon reaching the shore. Lao Gao and the others expressed regret, lamenting that they should have taken the food with them. However, had they known that the bodyguard had met his demise while gripping those very provisions, it is uncertain whether their sentiments would have remained unchanged. Unaware of these circumstances, and Yu Fei focused intently on scavenging for supplies. After gathering everything together, he realized that the individuals around him had indeed amassed a considerable amount of resources. He found 3 backpacks that were convenient to carry and decided to take them with him. He also retrieved a machete from Captain Gao. This was a high-quality tool, complemented by a sheath, and Yu Fei tested its balance and found it quite comfortable to wield. Thus he resolved to keep it close at hand. During his search, he discovered a dagger on both Lao Wang and Lao Huang, though these blades were somewhat inferior to the one in Yu Fei's possession. Nevertheless, he chose to retain them, planning to affix one onto a wooden staff to serve as a spear, while the other would be designated for the slaughtering of animals, eliminating the need to frequently bind and unbind his dagger. The original dagger he intended to carry for personal protection. As his search continued, and Yu Fei stumbled upon a pristine canvas, seemingly intended for the construction of a temporary shelter. This was a valuable find, possessing numerous applications on a deserted island. He added the unopened canvas to his collection of supplies. At the far end of the cave, he also discovered a plastic container, which appeared to be designed for holding cooking utensils. Upon opening the box, he was indeed greeted by several unremoved bowls and a few gas canisters, which, judging by their design, were likely meant for the gas stove he had previously observed. These gas canisters, measuring approximately 15 to 16 centimeters in length and around 10 centimeters in diameter, resembled those commonly found in supermarkets for insecticides, albeit shorter. This plastic container, a final useful discovery within the cave, alleviated his earlier concerns about how to transport the gathered supplies. With the canvas and this container, logistics became significantly easier. The container featured numerous slots, and Yu Fei meticulously arranged the cooking apparatus, the gas stove, pots, spatulas, spoons, bowls, and chopsticks, into their corresponding slots. Once all items were properly placed, he successfully organized the cooking supplies within the plastic box. With the culinary tools collected, and Yu Fei used the canvas to bundle the remaining resources into a sizable package. Although all items were now packed, the collection still appeared somewhat excessive. Gazing at the heap of supplies at the cave's entrance, and Yu Fei realized that he could not possibly carry everything back in one trip. Thus, he resolved to transport the items in 2 stages. For the initial journey, considering the challenging terrain, he decided to take only a few essentials. He slung 2 backpacks over his shoulders and lifted a plastic box filled with cooking utensils, preparing to set off. Although he intended to carry less, the weight of these 3 items, combined with the machete in his hand and the 3 daggers at his side, proved to be quite burdensome. Before departing, Yu Fei cast one last glance at the bodies of the 3 members of Team Gao inside the cave. He had no intention of concerning himself with their remains. Given the abundance of carnivorous creatures on the deserted island, he felt confident that their bodies would soon be devoured. This time, Yu Fei chose not to return via the beach. Instead, he opted to make a detour to the Great River. Having become stained with blood during the confrontation with Gao and Old Wang, he found the sticky residue particularly uncomfortable and wished to wash himself thoroughly before returning. He did not want to frighten Lin Shuyin and the others with his appearance, so he deemed it best to arrive back clean. The cave was merely a kilometer from the river, and although it had taken Old Wang and Old Huang nearly an hour to traverse the distance, Yu Fei, burdened as he was, arrived at the riverbank in just over 10 minutes. He set down his belongings and took a refreshing bath in the river, which was significantly deeper than the small stream near their cave. Yu Fei found the experience far more pleasant, especially since the depth allowed him to swim. After a vigorous wash, he also took the opportunity to clean his nearly worn-out pants. While they dried, he swam a few laps in the river before donning his damp trousers and making his way back. Now clean, and Yufei picked up his supplies once more and headed in the direction of his cave, armed with the machete to clear his path. The journey was considerably easier. In places where he had previously encountered thick vines, he no longer needed to take a longer route. Instead, he wielded the machete to swiftly sever any obstructions. By the time Yufei returned to his cave, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. The women at home had been anxiously awaiting his return, and their faces lit up with smiles upon his arrival. Though Yufei did not explicitly state his intentions, the 3 women, except for Xiao Dong, were well aware of his purpose outside, which accounted for their concern. The morning had been relatively calm, as Yufei had only left for a short while, and their focus on planting corn had helped distract them. However, as they completed the corn planting and found themselves with little to occupy their minds, their worries intensified, particularly with noon approaching. Unable to bear the anxiety any longer, Mei Qingyue retreated to the kitchen to prepare lunch. Yet even after finishing the meal, she still awaited Yufei's return. Mei Qingyue served a bowl of convalescent food she had prepared for Xiao Dong, and then she, along with Lin Shuyin and Xiao Xiao, settled at the entrance of the cave, eagerly gazing at the location of the ladder. Fortunately, their wait was not prolonged, as Yufei soon appeared atop the railing. The moment they spotted him returning safely, a collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. Their attention quickly shifted to the items Yufei bore, leading them to believe he had likely accomplished his task. However, their primary concern was not the success of his endeavor, but rather his safety. They surrounded him, taking the objects from his possession while simultaneously inquiring about his well-being and checking for any injuries. And Yufei felt a touch overwhelmed by such attention. Once they confirmed he was unscathed, Mei Qingyue sniffed lightly and remarked, "It seems you succeeded. There's a scent of blood on you." Chapter 90. The satellite phone has no signal, and Yufei placed a finger to his lips, signaling for silence, and quietly instructed, "Just keep this to yourselves. Do not speak of it." The 3 women understood his wish to keep Xiao Dong uninformed and nodded in agreement, collectively deciding it was indeed best for her to remain oblivious. Mei Qingyue then shifted the conversation, saying, "I prepared lunch. You should taste my cooking. You usually do the cooking, so today, you shall enjoy a ready-made meal." Feeling the pangs of hunger, Yufei went to wash his hands, pondering, "Is Aunt May's nose akin to that of a dog? I've scrubbed thoroughly in the river, yet she can still detect the scent of blood on me." He muttered this thought to himself, and by the time he finished washing, Mei Qingyue and the others had set the lunch on the table. His hunger urged him to dig in heartily. To his pleasant surprise, Mei Qingyue's dish was quite delectable, presenting a flavor distinct from his own culinary creations. Each style of cooking had its merits, and as he savored the meal, he took the opportunity to praise Mei Qingyue's skills. Her heart swelled with joy at his compliment, yet a tinge of sadness washed over her as she realized she would soon be leaving, uncertain when they might meet again. This thought cast a shadow over her heart. Recognizing that this was not the time for sorrow, Mei Qingyue resolved to cherish the remaining days she could spend with Yufei. With a quick adjustment of her emotions, she continued to fuss over him. Much like Xiao Xiao, while Yufei was still unaccustomed to receiving such attention from 3 women, he found comfort in the warmth of their concern. Having only known the care of his grandfather throughout his childhood, he had thought such attention would be a thing of the past after his grandfather's passing. To his surprise, he now found himself the object of affection from 3 stunning women. After having lunch and taking a brief respite, Yufei prepared to venture out once more. Noticing the puzzled expressions of the 3 women, he reassured them, "You need not look at me with such concern. My purpose for this outing is merely to transport some items. There is no danger in such a task, so you may rest easy." Upon hearing Yufei's words, the 3 women reluctantly allowed him to depart. Once outside, Yufei did not head directly to the cave where Gao's team resided. He had previously retrieved the traps he had set up, and with the threat from Gao's team now neutralized, he felt more at ease to venture out again. Thus, he intended to re-establish these traps. It was imperative to do so. After half a month without a catch, they had been relying solely on their dwindling reserves. The smoked rabbit supply was nearly exhausted, and several of the egg-laying hens had been consumed. If he did not bring back fresh prey, Yufei feared he would lose the few remaining hens. The gluttonous Xiao Xiao would incessantly nag him about the absence of hens, and to silence her persistent complaints, he reluctantly decided to cull a few of the less productive hens. Having set his traps, and Yufei then made his way to the cave of Gao's team. Upon his arrival, he was startled to find several unfamiliar birds flitting about inside. As he approached the cave entrance, the startled birds hastily fled, only to perch on nearby trees, remaining within close proximity. Entering the cave, and Yufei observed signs that the bodies of Gao's team had been pecked at, likely drawn by the scent of blood, indicating that these birds were scavengers. While the birds had taken their leave, a swarm of flies remained, alighting on the corpses of Gao and his companions. The sheer number of flies on the bodies, particularly on the remains of Old Wang and Gao, was enough to send chills down in Yufei's spine. Not wishing to linger in such a gruesome scene, he resolved to depart quickly. The intense stench of blood could attract far more formidable predators. He had heard that bears possess an extraordinarily keen sense of smell, capable of detecting scent from great distances. The cave was situated on a mountain that divided the island, and the last thing Yufei wanted was to attract a bear from the northern side. Should he become trapped in a cave, his fate would be dire. Even if bears were not drawn to the scent, the longer he stayed, the greater the likelihood of attracting other carnivorous animals. Although he was uncertain whether he could fend off the large wolves that inhabited the island, he preferred to avoid unnecessary risks. Choosing prudence over peril, and Yufei resolved that retreat was the wisest course of action. He had already packed all his belongings before his last departure, and without further delay, he gathered the remaining items and swiftly left. Following the path he had previously cleared would expedite his escape. This time, and Yufei did not visit the river for a bath. Instead, he took the same route as before, returning to his cave an hour earlier than his last visit. He had anticipated a warm welcome from Lin Shuyin and the others, just as they had greeted him at noon. However, upon entering the cave, he found the three women seated in silence, merely glancing at him without uttering a word. After placing his belongings down, and Yufei sensed an unusual atmosphere among them, leaving him perplexed. Just that afternoon, they had been in good spirits. How could everything change upon his return? He could not help but speculate if they had quarreled during his absence, but dismissed the thought upon remembering that Mei Qingyue was about to leave, and Lin Xuan would naturally feel reluctant to create discord at such time. Observing their silence for a while, the oppressive mood became unbearable, prompting him to inquire, "What troubles you? You all appear as wilted as frostbitten eggplants." Lin Xuan glanced at Mei Qingyue, noting her lack of intention to speak, and sighed. With Mei Ani's departure approaching, she intended to call Yan for an early contact. However, when she retrieved the satellite phone and powered it on, it shockingly had no signal. This was an unprecedented situation. Assuming it was due to their location, Mei Ani tried several spots, but each time, she encountered the same lack of signal, even at the seaside and the peak of the small mountain behind them. Chapter 91. Inspecting the Harvest. Upon hearing the tale from Bai Shui, and Yufei exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. No wonder the women bore such expressions. Even he was momentarily taken aback. He had been looking forward to receiving some supplies from Mei Qingyue and the others upon their return, but now it seemed uncertain. In disbelief, and Yufei asked, "Isn't it said that satellite phones work at sea? Why then is there no signal on this deserted island?" Lin Shuyin sighed, "Who knows? We cannot comprehend the specifics. We rarely use satellite phones and have never encountered this situation before." Seeing the three women frowning with concern, and Yufei felt a sense of urgency, but understood that worrying would not yield solutions. He recalled how, in his childhood, the mobile signal in their small mountain village was poor, and visitors would ascend to higher ground to make calls, where the signal was better. With this recollection, he proposed, "Perhaps tomorrow I could take Mei Ani to the highest mountain in the middle of the island. It might provide a signal." Upon hearing in Yufei's suggestion, Mei Qingyue contemplated for a moment before enthusiastically declaring, "Excellent idea. I shall accompany you tomorrow, hoping the satellite phone will work there." Renewed hope illuminated the faces of the women, and only then did they notice the items that Yufei had just brought back. Mei Qingyue, glancing at the large bundle wrapped in canvas beside him, inquired, "Yufei, what treasures do you possess within that bag? It appears to contain quite a lot." Before Yufei could respond, Xiao Dong, seated on the bed, chimed in, "Yufei, brother-in-law, these items seem oddly familiar to me." And Yufei casually remarked, "These are the belongings from your cave. It's no wonder they seem familiar." Realizing he might have let something slip, he quickly sought to clarify, "Oh, Team Gao no longer needs these items, so they gifted them all to me." Xiao Dong, taken aback, exclaimed, "Oh, does this mean they're returning with us?" And Yufei shook his head, replying, "They will not accompany you. They have departed ahead of schedule." Xiao Dong was startled again, asking left? How do they manage that? After pondering for a moment, unable to concoct a plausible explanation, and Yufei said, "I'm not entirely sure how they left. I only know they set off at noon today. I went out this morning to see them off." Xiao Dong, somewhat perplexed, merely acknowledged this without much interest in the details of Team Gao's departure. Having discerned the unsavory side of Team Gao, she had no desire to be associated with them any longer. While Xiao Dong was in the dark, Lin Shuyan and the other two women were well aware of the situation. Although they understood, they refrained from revealing anything, stifling their laughter as they listened to Yufei's banter with Xiao Dong. And Yufei, feeling the pressure of Xiao Dong's inquiries, was reminded of the adage that one lie necessitates 10 more to cover it. Finding such conversation exhausting, he hastily shifted the topic, saying, "By the way, I haven't had the chance to thoroughly inspect the contents. Let's take a look together at what lies within." This statement piqued the interest of the women, each curious about the contents. Even Xiao Dong was intrigued. Previously, Team Gao had prohibited her from handling their belongings, leaving her unaware of what was inside. When Yufei finally unwrapped the canvas bundle, the contents, though somewhat chaotic, were visible. He had merely tossed in anything he deemed useful, and now he could hardly recall the specifics of what he had collected. As the bundle was opened, it resembled a treasure hunt, with everyone eagerly sifting through the items, including Yufei himself. He first unearthed a pair of binoculars and brought them to his eyes for a test. Unsure of the magnification, he sensed it was likely significant, as viewing the 30-meter perimeter fence appeared as if it were right before him. Of course, this impression was merely subjective, and Yufei planned to bring the binoculars with him the next day, intending to test them again when they reached the mountaintop. And Yufei set aside the telescope and picked up an oddly shaped object that accompanied it. He gazed at the peculiar item and inquired of everyone, "What is this? Do you recognize it?" It resembled a compass, yet was somewhat different. Mei Qingyue cast a glance and remarked, "This is not a compass. It is a sextant, an essential instrument for navigation." And Yufei responded with an "oh" and set it down, realizing that nautical instruments held no utility for him, especially since he lacked the knowledge to use them. Aside from the 4 sleeping bags, there were merely a collection of miscellaneous items, such as flashlights, signal guns, tissues, life vests, and other odds and ends. Xiao Dong recognized her own sleeping bag among the 4, instantly identifying it because it was the only one she had used. The others had never been unwrapped. According to Xiao Dong, the cave they inhabited was not cold at all during the night, but rather stifling, which is why Gao and the others had not utilized their sleeping bags. Only Xiao Dong had crawled into hers a few days prior when she had a fever and felt a bit chilly. Among this assortment, the most valuable items for Yufei and the others were the flashlight and tissues, 2 necessities they desperately required at this moment, particularly the tissues, as Lin Shuyan's supply was nearly depleted, making the arrival of these tissues quite timely. The flashlight was also incredibly useful, allowing them to navigate to the restroom at night without groping in the dark, preventing the risk of missteps and ensuring cautious movement, especially when entering the restroom to avoid misplacing a foot. The large bag was quickly rummaged through, leaving behind 3 backpacks and a plastic box. And Yufei was aware of the contents of the plastic box, which were intended for cooking. He informed the group, but aside from Mei Qingyue, the others showed little interest. Mei Qingyue opened the box for a brief inspection before setting it aside. Next, they intended to explore the contents of the 3 backpacks. And Yufei opened one of the bags and promptly emptied its contents onto the canvas. The items were few, only a few men's garments and several bottles and jars. The women picked up each bottle or jar to examine the inscriptions. Chapter 92. The items in Gao and Old Wang's backpacks. Mei Qingyue picked up a metal box, and without her needing to speak, and Yufei already knew what it was, having noticed the prominent character for tea on its surface. Upon opening the lid and inhaling the aroma, Mei Qingyue declared, "Not bad, authentic Longjing tea, and it's preaching as well. Whose bag is this? Quite refined." Upon hearing her words, Xiao Dong interjected, "I know. This bag must belong to that beast surnamed Gao. He guards it jealously, not just me, but even Lao Huang and Lao Wang are not allowed to touch it." And Yufei surveyed the items on the ground and scoffed, "That Gao is rather stingy. Is it really necessary to treasure such a meager collection?" At that moment, Lin Xuyan set down the jar she was holding and said, "This one contains a small, unopened jar of coffee. After Xiao Xiao set down the iron box in her hands, she remarked, "This is a small box of coffee containing sugar cubes, which has already been opened, so a portion must have been consumed. In addition to these three, there are two other boxes, both filled with tea leaves. One contains Maojian tea, while the other holds Longjing. From this assortment, it is evident that Captain Gao is indeed a tea enthusiast. However, according to Xiao Dong, she has never witnessed him drinking tea since they became acquainted. This peculiarity left everyone puzzled. They could not fathom why, despite possessing such an abundance of tea, he refrained from indulging in it. Aside from these various containers, only a few garments remained. Upon seeing these clothes, and Yufei felt a surge of joy, for he finally had attire to wear. Judging by their appearance, these garments seemed to be newly purchased by Captain Gao, as the tags had yet to be removed. Cheerfully, and Yufei picked up the topmost piece, only for 4 stacks of money to tumble out from within. Without needing to inquire, he recognized that this currency was in U.S. dollars, reminiscent of what he had discovered in the bandit's box, albeit in a less pristine condition. The bandit's bills were sealed in waterproof bags. While these showed clear signs of having been soaked, Xiao Xiao counted the stacks, discovering 3,000 in each, totaling $12,000. With 4 bodyguards and 4 stacks of cash, and Yufei quickly deduced that this money likely represented each bodyguard's share, possibly intended as operational funds for their mission. This understanding clarified why Captain Gao cherished his backpack so dearly. To Yufei, however, money held little significance at that moment. When Xiao Xiao attempted to hand the cash to him, he pushed it back, saying, "Xiao Xiao, you keep this money. Once you return, buy as many paper towels as you can with it and bring them to me. Otherwise, on this deserted island, this money is of no more use than a pack of tissues." Upon hearing Yufei's words, Xiao Xiao placed the money in her pocket and patted it, saying, "All right, if I manage to return, I'll purchase paper towels and toilet paper with this money. Do you have any idea how much that would buy?" Noticing Yufei shake his head, she continued, "If it's just you and Sister Shuyan, you could use them for a lifetime." And Yufei, unfazed, replied, "That's fine. If we can't use them all, our son will inherit them. And if our son can't finish them, our grandson will take over." Xiao Xiao pouted. "Why do I sense a hint of foolishness in your words? Sister Shuyan hasn't even conceived yet. How can you be so certain it will be a son? Even if Sister Xin does bear me a son," he countered, "with only our family on this deserted island, where would he find a wife?" And Yufei, clearly displeased, retorted, "I dislike that notion. Your sister will undoubtedly bear me a son. As for a daughter-in-law, let me ponder that. Perhaps he could find a partner along the shore, just as I found you." Seeing Xiao Zhao's eyes widen in disbelief, he quickly amended his statement. "Of course, such matters cannot rely solely on chance. Even if luck eludes us, there are still you all, aren't there? You are all dear friends of Shuyan, and you are all aunts to the child. Can you truly stand idly by when he remains unmarried? Indeed, with your assistance, might I not have a daughter-in-law?" Mei Qingyue was amused by the banter, laughing as she remarked to Yufei, "So, your son isn't even conceived yet, and you have already shifted the responsibility of finding him a bride onto us." And Yufei shrugged his shoulders, helplessly replying, "What can I do? Who else but you, his aunts, could I bother?" Mei Qingyue sighed, "Very well. Since your son has the misfortune of having you as a father, I shall take it upon myself to find him a wife." At that moment, Lin Shuyan playfully clung to Mei Qingyue's arm, saying, "I must thank you in advance, Aunt Mei." And Yufei chuckled, adding, "I extend my gratitude as well, Aunt Mei." Mei Qingyue, exasperated, pointed at the two of them, saying, "You two, I truly cannot deal with you. You have put me in this position. You are indeed cut from the same cloth." She then added, "Both of you have such a rogue-like demeanor." And Yufei and Mei Qingyue exchanged knowing glances, both wearing expressions of conniving triumph. Mei Qingyue rolled her eyes at their antics, saying, "All right, do not rejoice too soon. Let us first wait until you have given birth to the child. It is still too early to discuss this. So let us examine what is contained in the remaining 2 backpacks." With that, Mei Qingyue picked up one of the backpacks, which appeared bulging but was not heavy. After a brief examination by Xiao Dong, they determined that this backpack belonged to old Wang. When Mei Qingyue opened it and spilled its contents onto the ground, everyone immediately saw what was inside. Aside from a few articles of clothing, the rest was an array of cigarettes and lighters. And Yufei took a quick glance, noting there were 7 full packs and 1 half pack, along with 7 or 8 lighters. Though he only occasionally smoked a cigarette, He still had a packet from the last encounter with the bandits that remained untouched. How long would it take him to finish such a large supply? Ultimately, whether or not he smoked was inconsequential. These cigarettes had little practical use. However, since they were a free find, he decided to keep them. While the cigarettes were less significant, the lighters were quite useful, alleviating any future concerns regarding sources of fire. The women showed little interest in these items. So Yufei collected them and retrieved the remaining backpack, which everyone surmised belonged to old Huang. Upon opening it and dumping the contents onto the canvas, he found several articles of clothing inside. The rest of the items, however, caused the women to blush slightly, their faces warming. Chapter 93. Taking Mei Qingyue to the mountain in the middle of the island. The first thing that caught his eye was a few magazines. And without noticing the expressions of the women, Yufei casually picked up one of the magazines. He pondered that the quality of the magazine was rather good. Even after being immersed in seawater, it had not faded. The magazine was entirely in English. And Yufei was quite unaware of where Lao Huang had procured such a publication, for he had never encountered such a magazine before. Noticing that the magazine was preserved well, he casually flipped it open, only to feel a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Although the cover featured a scantily clad woman, she was still somewhat clothed. However, upon opening it, he was taken aback to find that some of the women inside were completely nude, with a hint of awkwardness. Yufei glanced up and realized that several women were staring at him. He had been thinking of hastily putting the magazine down to avoid detection, but to his dismay, all his actions had been observed by them. Clearing his throat in embarrassment, he said, I was just examining this magazine to see if the paper is suitable for kindling. Lin Shuiyin, wearing a skeptical expression, responded, Are you truly only interested in whether the paper is suitable for fire? Although Yufei had initially been curious about the contents, he was now fully aware of what lay within and was adamant in his denial, replying confidently, Indeed. Lin Shuiyin had no intention of pressing further, but remarked, All right then. Later you may take these magazines to the small kitchen for kindling, but remember, do not sneak a peek at the contents, understood? Yufei quickly affirmed, Understood, leader. I shall not peek. With a mock salute, he gathered all 3 magazines and placed them beside him. Upon moving the magazines aside, he felt a twinge of embarrassment as he observed the remaining items, which included condoms, lubricant, a masturbation cup, and delay spray, with the only normal items being 2 packs of wet wipes. Yufei mused, Lao Huang certainly had a peculiar assortment, aside from clothes. His bag contained unhealthy magazines and these items, with 2 brands of condoms no less. He couldn't fathom what thoughts occupied Lao Huang's mind. The atmosphere in the cave grew decidedly awkward until Yufei decided to repack the items into the backpack, stating, There's nothing useful here, so let us not linger on it. After resealing the contents, he tossed the backpack into a corner of the cave, alleviating the earlier tension. Once Yufei had accounted for all the supplies he had brought back, the contents of Lao Huang's backpack left everyone feeling somewhat uncomfortable. He recognized that his presence was the primary reason for the awkwardness. Without him there, the women might have discussed those items openly. To prevent further unease, Yufei suggested preparing dinner and then proceeded to wash his hands and cook. That night, as they settled down to sleep, Lin Shuiyin had learned her lesson and resolutely restricted Yufei's wandering hands, which unfortunately meant he missed out on meat and drifted off to sleep early. The following morning, after breakfast, Yufei prepared to depart from the cave with Mei Qingyue, setting their sights on the towering mountain that separated the small islands. With Mei Qingyue accompanying him today, Yufei was uncertain how long their journey would take, so before leaving, he not only equipped himself with a spear and a machete, but also brought along a piece of canvas, as well as some provisions and water. Upon waking, Yufei noticed the sky was overcast, clearly indicating the likelihood of rain. This island was known for its frequent showers, sometimes brief, other times prolonged. Yet the downpours were consistently substantial. While rain was typically an unsuitable condition for venturing out, he sensed Mei Qinyue's heightened urgency today, thus refraining from suggesting they postpone their excursion. To prepare for the unexpected, he decided to take the canvas, ensuring that even in the event of a storm, they would not be overly drenched. Perhaps having grown accustomed to going shirtless, Yufei donned an unworn shirt belonging to Gao. However, after a short while, he found it uncomfortable and hot, prompting him to remove it just before heading out. Lin Shuiyin inquired about his change of heart regarding the shirt, to which Yufei replied, I must conserve this single shirt. If it gets damaged, I will have none left. Therefore, I shall set it aside for a more significant occasion. Lin Shuyan picked up the shirt again, suggesting, just wear it for now. When Mei and the others return, I will have them purchase a few more for you. And Yufei chuckled, admitting, truth be told, I have not worn a shirt in quite some time. It feels rather unusual. Lin Shuyan rolled her eyes, remarking, I told you, you're not destined to wear shirts. If it feels uncomfortable, continue to go shirtless. Once Yufei noticed that Mei Qinyue was ready, he bid farewell to Lin Shuyan, reminding her that should it rain, he would seek shelter with Mei and return only after the storm had passed. After this exchange, Yufei set off with Mei Qinyue. Recently, she had been avoiding private moments with him, but today, due to pressing matters, she had no choice but to accompany him. To mask her unease, she remained largely silent after exiting the cave, responding to Yufei's inquiries with mere nods or shakes of her head. Yufei presumed that her concerns stemmed from the lack of signal for the satellite phone atop the mountain, so he endeavored to divert her thoughts by initiating conversation. He began to introduce her to various plants he recognized, explaining their names, uses, and potential applications. At each location Yufei had previously visited, he shared discoveries he had made or traps he had set, detailing the creatures he had captured therein. Mei Qinyue, an avid reader with a wealth of knowledge, quickly engaged in the dialogue, responding with insights of her own. As the conversation blossomed, the two found themselves conversing like long-lost friends, their camaraderie rekindled. Although the two engaged in lively conversation, their pace remained sluggish. Mei Qinyue walked slightly faster than Lin Shuyan, yet her speed was still limited. And Yufei, wielding a machete to clear the path, had to wait for her. Every hour, they would stop to allow Mei Qinyue to rest briefly. Their journey consisted of fits and starts, and as noon approached, they finally reached the mountainside. Mei Qinyue took out her satellite phone to check for a signal. But as usual, there was none. Throughout their trek, she periodically checked the device. Chapter 94. A campfire at the northernmost tip of the deserted island. Seeing Mei Qinyue shake her head, and Yufei understood that there was still no signal. They had now reached the mountainside, not far from the summit. The absence of any signal at this elevation led him to believe that even at the peak, the likelihood of finding one was slim. However, he refrained from voicing this thought and asked Mei Qinyue, Aunt Mei, shall we eat here or wait until we reach the summit? It is nearly noon. Mei Qinyue glanced toward the summit and replied, let's eat after we reach the top. I've rested enough. Let's continue our journey. Nodding in agreement, and Yufei resumed his path-clearing efforts as they ascended toward the summit. Half an hour later, they successfully reached the peak. As soon as they arrived, Mei Qinyue hurriedly retrieved her satellite phone. Without needing to ask, and Yufei could tell by her expression that there was still no signal. Indeed, when she shook her head in response to his gaze, and Yufei found himself at a loss for words. After a moment's contemplation, he suggested, Aunt Mei, perhaps the dense foliage is obstructing the signal. Let me climb a tree and see if that helps. Despite Mei Qinyue's skepticism regarding the tree's interference with the signal, she allowed Yufei to climb. Unfortunately, the result was the same, no signal. They fell into silence for a while, and Yufei noticed Mei Qinyue's disappointment and said, Aunt Mei, why don't we have a bite to eat? Although there's no signal here, do not lose heart. We will devise another plan later. With a sigh, Mei Qinyue replied, to be honest, I am indifferent about returning. As a divorced woman, I can adapt anywhere, free from attachments. My main concern is for Xiao Xiao and Xiao Dong. They won't be able to return soon, and their families must be worried. Moreover, there is Yon. She has been unable to contact me for a long time. I can only imagine how anxious she must be. And Yufei recognized the truth in Mei Qinyue's words. Her worries were primarily for Xiao Xiao and Xiao Dong. However, anxiety alone would not resolve the situation. He then produced the food and water he had brought, stating, we were ill-prepared today. In a couple of days, let us try heading to the north side of the island. I refuse to believe there isn't a signal anywhere on this island. If not, we shall find a way to venture out to sea. Surely there must be a signal over the water. Mei Qinyue sighed once more. It appears we have no choice but to proceed as suggested. After finishing their conversation, the two picked up a grilled fish each and began to eat. Although the fish had cooled, and Yufei should have rekindled the fire. However, as he observed the sky growing increasingly overcast, he felt compelled to hasten his meal and return. Despite his concern that rain had not fallen all morning, and Yufei, having lived on the deserted island for some time, understood that just because it had not rained yet, it was merely accumulating. The longer it held off, the more intense the eventual downpour would be. If it had withheld all morning, it could very well unleash a torrential rain that would last for an extended period. While savoring the grilled fish, Mei Qinwei recalled in Yufei's earlier words and glanced toward the northern edge of the island. To her surprise, she discerned what appeared to be white smoke rising from the northernmost point. She pointed in that direction and said, "Yufei, look over there. What do you think that is?" And Yufei, who had been facing Mei Qinwei, turned around at her words and followed the line of her finger, spotting the white smoke as well. Although visibility was limited, he suspected it resembled smoke from a bonfire. He promptly retrieved his binoculars for a clearer view. Through the lenses, and Yufei indeed observed a bonfire billowing thick smoke, surrounded by 5 or 6 small creatures, no larger than grains of sand. The magnification was insufficient for him to ascertain whether these beings were human. Were it not for their movement, he would have doubted their vitality. The sight of these creatures startled in Yufei. He had never anticipated the presence of other life forms on this desolate island apart from themselves. Reflecting on the bonfire, his initial instinct was that those creatures were likely human, as other beings would not be capable of kindling a fire. Yet, Yufei remained uncertain whether these individuals resided on the island or had merely stopped there temporarily. As he continued to speculate, his eyes grew weary, and he was unable to reach a definitive conclusion. Noticing in Yufei's prolonged silence, Mei Qinwei inquired, "So what do you see? Is it smoke or mist?" And Yufei handed the binoculars to her and replied, "It should be smoke from the bonfire. I also spotted several small creatures nearby. I can't clearly tell if they are human or something else, so you might as well take a look." Taking the binoculars, Mei Qinwei examined the scene for a moment before stating, "I believe they are most likely human. If those are indeed people, the bonfire must be quite substantial, which explains the volume of smoke." However, the binoculars lacked sufficient magnification for her to discern their features or attire, leaving her uncertain about their identity, whether they were local natives or perhaps cannibals. The mere thought of sharing an island with potential cannibals sent a shiver down her spine. Upon hearing her mention of possible cannibals, Yufei remained unperturbed. Observing his nonchalance, Mei Qinwei took it upon herself to enlighten him on the concept of cannibalism. Through Mei Qinwei's explanation, Yufei felt a twinge of fear. If it were only 1 or 2, he might manage, but 5 or 6 was a different matter entirely. The thought of encountering a group of cannibals left them both momentarily silent, and Yufei was the first to break the quiet, stating, "It's still uncertain whether they are indeed cannibals. Let us observe a while longer." With that, the two took turns using their binoculars to scrutinize the situation at the northernmost point of the deserted island. This observation lasted over an hour, and it was now Mei Qinwei's turn to look. The mere mention of cannibals had extinguished their appetites, yet hunger still gnawed at them. And Yufei, having regained his composure, resumed eating the roasted fish he had nibbled on earlier. Just as he took another bite, Mei Qinwei announced, "Those individuals are leaving. They have extinguished their campfire." Upon hearing this, Yufei set down the fish, eager for Mei Qinwei to elaborate on the unfolding situation. It wasn't long before she continued, "It's possible that they are not cannibals. Their mode of departure resembles that of a speedboat, and a canoe would not be so swift. However, it is difficult to ascertain. If the current is favorable, a canoe could achieve such speed. The good news is, from the looks of it, these individuals do not reside on this island." Chapter 94. The fauna of the northern side of the island, and Yufei, who had just smiled, quickly masked his expression, saying, "After all this commotion, we still cannot determine whether they are indeed cannibals. They may still be cannibals, after all." Mei Qinwei nodded in agreement. "That seems likely. However, I believe the probability of them being cannibals is somewhat lower. To confirm their identity, we must investigate the campfire site." Upon hearing this, Yufei thought it a viable plan. According to Mei Qinwei, if they were cannibals, the campfire would likely indicate a feast with remnants of their consumed food strewn about. Typically, such feasts occur when captives are captured, and the food served would predominantly consist of the captive's remains. Although the thought of such a scene was unsettling, Yufei felt compelled to verify. He took the binoculars from Mei Qinwei's hands, intending to scout the route to that location. He resolved not to venture there today. As his food supplies were limited, an unpredictable rain loomed on the horizon. Thus, he decided to survey the route first and prepare adequately for a later expedition. Raising the binoculars, he began examining the northern side of the mountain, first directing his gaze toward a nearby lake. Through the lenses, he discerned the lake's expanse, which spanned approximately 7 to 8 acres. While inspecting the surface of the water, he suddenly noticed something unusual. Upon closer examination, he realized it was a herd of water buffalo, 11 in total. This sight ignited a spark of desire within Yufei. He imagined how beneficial it would be to acquire one of those buffalo. With such a creature, he could cultivate vast tracts of land and grow an abundance of crops. As he contemplated the scene, he sought a path frequented by the water buffalo along the lakeshore. His gaze traversed the edge of the lake as he began his search, and soon he arrived at the confluence of a small river and the lake. Although he had yet to discover the water buffalo trail, he was startled to encounter 3 formidable creatures, a large mother bear accompanied by her 2 cubs. The presence of these bears confirmed to Yufei that the island indeed harbored bears, and it was likely that there were more than just these 3, as a mother bear would not rear cubs without the presence of a male. Realizing the existence of bears, Yufei was keenly aware that he could not venture into the area surrounding the lake. Given his current equipment, an encounter with a black bear would be perilous, if not fatal. With the western side deemed unsafe, he resolved to investigate the eastern region, which, besides dense jungles, featured a grassland reminiscent of that found on the southern part of the island. While the dense foliage obscured his view, he could discern the general layout of the grassland through his binoculars. During his previous visit, he had lacked this tool, but now, with a clearer perspective, he was astonished to find the grassland teeming with life. The first sight to capture his attention was a herd of cattle, numbering approximately 30 to 40, predominantly resembling yellow cattle, though a few particularly large specimens appeared akin to bison. Upon closer inspection, he noted that interspersed within the herd were 5 or 6 horses, alongside a substantial flock of sheep, at least 50 to 60 in number. It became evident to Yufei that these were not goats, but rather domestic sheep. Among them, he also spotted a dozen deer, which, although indistinct, he suspected were sika deer. Perplexed by the abundance of wildlife in what he presumed was a deserted island, he marveled at how such a variety of animals could thrive in the northern expanse of the mountains. Nonetheless, he considered this a fortuitous development, as it alleviated his concerns regarding sustenance. This place seemed a veritable treasure trove of meat. Whenever hunger struck, he could simply procure an animal, ensuring ample provisions for an extended period. Just as Yufei reveled in the prospects, he observed the animals on the grassland suddenly erupting into a frenzy, gathering in unison and bolting in a singular direction. Their abrupt movement puzzled him until he surmised that a predator must have appeared. Peering through his binoculars toward the opposite direction of the fleeing animals, he indeed spotted a pack of wolves, 11 in total. This was merely what he could see. He was uncertain if other wolves lurked in the shadows or were obscured from view. The sight of these wolves left Yufei feeling somewhat disheartened. The northern part of the island was fraught with peril, black bears to the west and a pack of wolves to the east. Contemplating the challenges that lay ahead in reaching the island's northernmost point, he shifted his focus to the central region. Though this area was a dense jungle and devoid of visible wildlife at the moment, Yufei instinctively believed that it concealed a wealth of wild creatures within its depths. As Yufei pondered which route to take to reach the northernmost tip of the island, a sudden clap of thunder resonated through the sky, startling him into awareness. It was not the moment to dwell on such matters. The day had been overcast, and rain could descend at any moment. The time spent observing the group tending to their bonfire had already been excessive. He needed to return swiftly with Mei Qingyue. If the rain commenced, their escape would be hindered. Upon noticing Yufei lower the binoculars, Mei Qingyue inquired, "Have you determined the best path?" After folding the binoculars, Yufei replied, "Let us converse as we walk. The thunder heralds imminent rain. Even if we cannot make it back to the cave, we cannot remain atop this exposed peak, or we shall be drenched to the bone. We must hasten down the mountain and seek shelter from the rain." Mei Qingyue was well aware of the torrential downpours that plagued the island. The rains fell with a ferocity akin to being doused from a bucket. Thus, upon hearing Yufei's warning, she promptly began to gather her belongings. Once their preparations were complete, the two did not linger and hastened their descent. Although ascending was simpler than descending, the rest they had taken had sufficiently restored Mei Qingyue's strength. In less than half an hour, they reached the midpoint of the mountain, the very spot where they had rested on their ascent. Just as they arrived, raindrops began to fall. Seeing the first drops of rain, and Yufei halted and declared, "We cannot proceed any further. The rain has begun, and in no more than 10 minutes, it will intensify. Let us take shelter here and set up the tarp while we can." They halted at a large, slanted rock where they had rested on their way up, which now served as a perfect shield against the rain. The rock stood only about 1 to 1.5 meters high, a modest elevation that, while insufficient for them to stand upright, provided stability against the wind, preventing the tarp from being overturned. After placing their belongings down, and Yufei sought out 2 sturdy branches, roughly the width of an arm, and fashioned one into a support beam while using the other as a crossbeam against the slanted rock. He then draped the tarp over the crossbeam, creating a rudimentary tent, and secured the edges of the tarp with large stones. Despite the simplicity of this shelter, and Yufei felt assured that it would withstand a downpour. However, the interior still required some arrangements, and he anticipated that the rain might persist into the night, necessitating an overnight stay. Thus, he resolved to gather firewood and bedding materials before the rain intensified. The grass within the tent's perimeter had already been cut and piled by Mei Qingyue, yet it was insufficient for bedding. Although the rain had only just begun, time was of the essence. Aware of this, Mei Qingyue insisted on accompanying Yufei to collect additional materials. In this dense jungle, a multitude of withered branches lay scattered about. The 2 individuals worked in unison, swiftly gathering a substantial bundle of dry wood and some hay, which they returned to their tent. They then proceeded to chop fresh branches, not for kindling, but with the intention of using some to make a bed and others to block the entrance. With the wind picking up, it was clear that it would soon intensify. If they did not shield the entrance facing the large rock, a considerable amount of rain would inevitably be blown into the tent. Just as they had nearly finished gathering the fresh branches, the downpour began to intensify, as if a bucket of water had been tossed upon them, leaving both drenched and chilled to the bone. Initially intending to gather more, they hurriedly carried the freshly cut branches back to the tent as the rain grew heavier. Although they had felt a bit stifled on their ascent, the sudden rain brought a refreshing coolness. Now, with the wind gusting, they were left feeling rather cold, and Yufei placed the wet end of the fresh branches at the entrance to block some of the wind, providing a slight improvement. Meanwhile, Mei Qingyue had already fashioned a bed from the unsoaked branches and grass. Once Yufei secured the entrance, he utilized the previously collected dry grass and twigs to ignite a fire. Since the rain had intensified, the sky had darkened considerably, resembling nightfall even though it was merely past 3 in the afternoon. Once the fire was lit, the tent was once again illuminated. As the flames flickered to life, the interior of the tent became noticeably warmer, and the 2 sat on the bed Mei Qingyue had prepared. Feeling fortunate that they had gathered dry wood before the rain intensified, the wood had only been lightly doused and remained suitable for burning. Despite the newfound warmth within the tent, their clothes were thoroughly soaked, rendering them quite uncomfortable, and prolonged exposure could easily lead to illness. And Yufei contemplated advising Mei Qingyue to remove her clothing for drying, yet hesitated, fearing she might misunderstand his intentions. Just as he grappled with how to broach the subject, Mei Qingyue spoke up, "Yufei, you should take off your clothes and dry them. Otherwise, wearing wet clothing may make you ill. On this deserted island, you are everyone's pillar. You must not fall ill." And Yufei wished to dry off, but felt embarrassed to remove his pants in front of Mei Qingyue. Thus, he replied, "Aunt Mei, you should dry off first. After all, I am a man and can withstand it. You dry first, and then I will." Mei Qingyue insisted that Yufei go first, while he continued to urge her to take the lead. Ultimately, she decisively stated, "Let us not quarrel over this. It is quite dark now, and we cannot see much anyway. How about we dry off together?" With her assertion, Yufei could not protest further. He took up the machete to fashion several sturdy branches into a rack around the bonfire, where they could place their clothes to dry gradually. Once the racks were constructed, they turned their backs to one another and removed their clothing, leaving only their undergarments. Although only undergarments remained, they were thoroughly soaked and quite uncomfortable to wear. At that moment, Yufei turned to Mei Qingyue and suggested, "Aunt Mei, why not remove your undergarments to dry them? You can slip right into the sleeping bag afterward. Rest assured, I shall turn my head away and promise not to peek." Wearing damp undergarments was indeed unpleasant, and Mei Qingyue thought to herself that since she had already undressed to such an extent, it wouldn't matter to remove her undergarments as well. After all, once she was in the sleeping bag, Yufei wouldn't be able to see her. Thus, she agreed, and after confirming that Yufei had turned away, she removed her undergarments and quickly nestled into the sleeping bag. It was only after she had settled in that she realized she had forgotten to place her discarded garments on the rack. Retrieving them from the sleeping bag would be rather cumbersome. After a moment's thought, she called out to Yufei, "Yufei, I forgot to put my clothes on the rack. Could you please help me with that?" And Yufei, puzzled by her request, recalled that Mei Qinyue's clothes had already been placed on the rack. However, upon turning back, he noticed her undergarments by the edge of the sleeping bag and understood that she was referring to the item she had just removed. Despite feeling a bit embarrassed, he acquiesced, picked up Mei Qinyue's undergarments, and prepared to place them on the rack. As he held them, he was surprised to feel warmth emanating from them. For a fleeting moment, his mind wandered to inappropriate thoughts, but he quickly suppressed those errant images and placed her undergarments on the rack. By now, their clothing had surrounded the fire, yet the tent had grown somewhat chilly. Nonetheless, Yufei felt he could endure it. Remembering that they had scarcely eaten anything at midday, he decided to retrieve the grilled fish, intending to heat it over the fire before partaking. The fire was mostly enclosed, save for the entrance, so he took 2 pieces of fish and moved to that side to warm them. Although partially shielded, a trickle of rain still managed to enter from the entrance. And as Yufei crouched there to heat the fish, his back quickly became damp, and even his undergarments felt increasingly wet. Fortunately, the fish had been warming for a while, and he deemed it acceptable to eat them as long as they were not too cold. He handed 1 piece to Mei Qinyue and kept 1 for himself. While he did not intend to gaze, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of a flash of white as he passed the fish to Mei Qinyue, fearing that unwelcome images would resurface in his mind. And Yufei quickly averted his gaze and focused intently on eating his grilled fish. Chapter 97. Warmth despite having slowed his pace. And Yufei soon finished 1 piece of fish. And after a while, Mei Qinyue completed hers as well. Ordinarily, he would have roasted the leftover fish bones until they were crisp and consumed them. But now he had no desire to venture back into the rain. Thus, he discarded the remnants of their meal directly into the fire. Once both individuals had finished their meal, and Yufei found the opportunity to discuss with Mei Qinyue the observations he made regarding the northern side of the deserted island. After hearing Yufei's account, Mei Qinyue discerned that reaching the northernmost point of the island would not be an easy endeavor. It required careful deliberation and meticulous planning before embarking on such a journey. And Yufei then articulated his thoughts. He believed that the presence of humans at the northern extremity indicated a possibility of escape from the island, albeit fraught with challenges. The southern side of the island was undoubtedly impassable. With the aid of a telescope, and Yufei had previously noted that the entire southern coastline was dominated by turbulent waters, rendering any attempt to construct a vessel futile. As for the eastern and western flanks, they were equally unfeasible, given that both sides were characterized by steep cliffs and numerous hidden reefs, effectively blocking any potential routes for departure. Thus, the sole avenue for escape lay to the north of the island. The primary dilemma confronting them was how to reach the island's northernmost point. And Yufei proposed a strategy of careful observation of the northern region over a period of time, monitoring the wildlife while also keeping an eye out for any reappearance of the humans who had previously visited. Once they had familiarized themselves with the local fauna, they could attempt to explore the dense jungle in between, assessing the situation firsthand. If they could successfully reach the northern tip, they would be able to proceed with their next phase of planning, whether by constructing a raft or utilizing the vessels of the island's inhabitants. As long as they could escape the confines of the island, they should be able to establish contact with the outside world via satellite phone. Although Yufei's proposal appeared straightforward, Mei Qinyue was acutely aware of the complexities involved in the process, recognizing that numerous obstacles lay ahead which could not be surmounted in a short time. She, along with Xiao Xiao and Xiao Dong, would undoubtedly be unable to vacate the island in the near future, and even the prospect of reaching out to the outside world seemed an insurmountable challenge. They needed to prepare for an extended stay on the deserted island. Earlier that morning, Mei Qinyue had felt a sense of urgency, but now her anxiety had diminished, as she understood that haste would not resolve their predicament. Presently, she reflected that aside from the families of Xiao Xiao and Xiao Dong, who would undoubtedly be concerned for their well-being, life on the island had its own merits. The days spent on the island had proven to be the most relaxed and joyful of her years. Reflecting on her circumstances, She found an unexpected contentment in residing on this isolated stretch of land, provided that the inhabitants at the northernmost point did not intrude upon their peace. However, considering in Yufei's earlier insights regarding the northern region, she surmised that reaching the northernmost point would be challenging, and the inhabitants there would also find it difficult to traverse to their side. The wildlife residing at the northern end served as a natural barrier, effectively segregating the two groups. As the two continued their discussion, the sky darkened further and the temperature dropped considerably, and Yufei had managed to cope with the chill earlier, especially while enjoying the grilled fish, but now the cold had intensified, causing him to shiver uncontrollably. In that moment, he regretted not bringing an extra sleeping bag that morning. In the morning, he had not anticipated spending the night. Thus, he merely brought along a sleeping bag, intending to use it as a cushion on the ground for rest. Mei Qin Yue, and he sat upon the sleeping bag, taking a moment to recuperate. Following the rainfall on the deserted island, not only did the temperature plummet, but the air also grew increasingly humid. Despite the passage of time, there was no sign of dryness in the underwear he wore. The chill was already unbearable, and wearing the sodden undergarment only exacerbated his discomfort, to the extent that Yufei felt an overwhelming urge to leap towards the fire. As he grew increasingly cold, his speech began to tremble, a fact instantly noted by Mei Qin Yue. Sensing the temperature outside the sleeping bag, she promptly addressed him. "Yufei, are you particularly cold?" And Yufei, attempting to maintain his composure, stammered, It's all right. I think I can endure." Mei Qin Yue, exasperated, retorted, still being stubborn. "Listen to how your words are quaking. How about you remove your underwear, dry it by the fire, and slip into the sleeping bag? I believe there's ample space for both of us." Although Yufei longed to burrow into the warmth of the sleeping bag, the thought of both being undressed made him feel embarrassed. Thus, he replied, "No, that's not necessary. Perhaps I'll get accustomed to this temperature soon." Mei Qin Yue, somewhat displeased, responded, "Come on, you want to adapt. Before long, you might suffer from hypothermia, and prolonged exposure could lead to fatal consequences. Your life is paramount. Don't overthink it. Even if you don't freeze to death, falling ill in this desolate place with scarce medical resources could be equally lethal. Are you truly repulsed by the idea of sharing warmth with this older woman?" Upon hearing her words, Yufei, now anxious, no longer felt the cold as acutely, and his speech became more fluid. He hastily clarified, "That's not what I meant. I'm merely a bit embarrassed. Since you've put it that way, as long as you don't claim I took advantage of you later." Mei Qin Yue chuckled softly, "You mischievous boy, enough with the chatter. Hurry up and dry your underwear. Then join me in the sleeping bag before you truly succumb to the cold." Given her insistence, Yufei, indeed suffering from the cold, swiftly removed his underwear, placing it on the rack to dry, before climbing into the sleeping bag. The moment he nestled within, Yufei experienced an unprecedented warmth. The sleeping bag had been thoroughly warmed by Mei Qin Yue, enveloping him in a comforting heat. Her body felt like a furnace, gradually elevating his near-frozen temperature. Recognizing how chilled he was, he said to Mei Qin Yue, "Aunt Mei, I'm a bit cold. Don't let yourself freeze." Mei Qin Yue, facing away from him, coughed lightly and replied, "In a moment, you won't feel so cold. Such a brief period won't freeze me. However, although we are now in the same sleeping bag, you mustn't let your mind wander or move about recklessly. Moreover, you must not let Shui Yin know about this. Understood?" Even though Mei Qin Yue refrained from speaking, Yufei had no intention of confiding in Lin Shuyin, primarily because such a reality was difficult to articulate. At the moment of revelation, he was certain Lin Shuyin would not comprehend the circumstances surrounding him and Mei Qin Yue. In Chapter 98, Kindling Fire, Yufei promptly assured Mei Qin Yue of his intentions, although she urged him not to indulge in fanciful thoughts. Mei Qin Yue found herself entranced by Yufei's broad chest and the intoxicating aura of his masculinity, leading her into a reverie of unbidden thoughts. Following her previous failed marriage, she had vowed never to seek another man, and while she had indeed abstained, it did not negate her yearning. How could she not desire the comfort of a strong embrace, particularly during the quiet, restless nights? Moreover, Yufei's sudden appearance a few days prior, when he rescued her and her friends, had captivated her, prompting feelings for him to blossom. Unconsciously, she leaned closer into his embrace. After responding to Mei Qin Yue's remarks, Yufei contemplated the confined space within the tent, realizing that turning over was the extent of their movement. it was impossible for him to entertain fanciful notions. However, the mere thought of such fanciful imaginings conjured vivid images of the alluring white of Mei Qingyue as he grilled fish and a striking photograph from a magazine, which stubbornly lingered in his mind. The softness emanating from Mei Qingyue unintentionally stirred physiological responses within him. Sensing a shift, she instinctively turned, her body pressing against his. And Yufei was aware of Mei Qingyue's remarkable figure, yet he was unprepared for the sheer allure she possessed. In his eyes, Lin Xian resembled a tart green apple, sweet yet slightly unripe, whereas Mei Qingyue embodied a ripe, luscious peach, exuding an irresistible allure. Influenced by those vivid images and the intoxicating charm of Mei Qingyue, and Yufei found himself ensnared by her longing heart and the alluring scent of his own masculinity. At that moment, they were akin to dry, kindling meeting fierce flames, succumbing to an unbidden kiss, entwining in each other's embrace, each yearning to meld into the other. 2 hours later, the tempest outside continued to rage, yet within the tent, the storm had just begun to subside. The zipper of the sleeping bag lay completely undone, as the two nestled together, impervious to the chill. After 2 hours of fervor, they found themselves enveloped in warmth, even beginning to perspire in the relatively cool confines of the tent. In truth, they had emerged from their impulsive state an hour prior. But what had transpired could not be undone, and neither wished to halt their passionate connection. Mei Qingyue, nearly a decade post-divorce, had longed for this moment through countless nights, and now that it had come to fruition, she was resolute in her desire to continue. And Yufei found himself somewhat enchanted by Mei Qingyue, a woman reminiscent of a ripe, luscious peach. To deny his feelings would be disingenuous. However, he had previously convinced himself that, since he was with Lin Shuiyin, he ought not entertain thoughts of other women, thus refraining from dwelling on Mei Qingyue. Today, by an unexpected turn of events, circumstances had unfolded that could not be altered. Even if he were to confess his indiscretion to Lin Shuiyin, he felt it imperative to see things through to completion first. Lin Shuiyin would likely be upset if she learned of the occurrence, but her anger would not hinge on the duration of events. Yet, if he were to suddenly halt now, it would surely offend Mei Qingyue. Should she claim he had coerced her, Lin Shuiyin would be even more incensed. Furthermore, Yufei himself was captivated by Mei Qingyue and was reluctant to cease. After an exhilarating 2 hours, the two finally paused. Mei Qingyue lay upon Yufei's chest, unwilling to rise, while he, in a rare moment of indulgence, lit a cigarette. The act of smoking stemmed from his anxiety over how to explain the situation to Lin Shuiyin. Had he merely shared a sleeping bag with Mei Qingyue without anything further transpiring, he could have kept it from her. But now that events had escalated, he resolved not to conceal the truth from Lin Shuiyin. Noticing the furrowed brow of Yufei, Mei Qingyue lifted her head and inquired, "What troubles you? Are you worried about how to explain this to Shuiyin?" And Yufei, without reservation, nodded and confessed, "Indeed, it is entirely my fault for acting impulsively." Suddenly, Mei Qingyue sat up, fixing her gaze upon Yufei's eyes, and asked, "Answer me honestly, was this merely a spur-of-the-moment decision? Or do you harbor some feelings for me? You must be truthful." Without a moment's hesitation, Yufei replied, "Of course, it was a moment of impulse." Afterward, he sheepishly scratched his head with his unoccupied hand, adding, "Yet, I must admit, there is indeed some affection for you. You are so beautiful, virtuous, and diligent, akin to a caring older sister. How can I not be fond of you? However, I'm already with Shuiyin, so I dare not contemplate further. Am I being terribly inappropriate? Does this make me the bad man you speak of?" Upon hearing Yufei's initial words, Mei Qingyue felt a twinge of disappointment. Yet, as he continued, her heart swelled with sweetness. She smiled gently and replied, "If that makes you a bad man, it is not entirely so. As long as you treat both me and Shuiyin sincerely, it cannot be helped. After all, both Shuiyin and I are fond of you. If what you said earlier was genuine, then do not concern yourself with explaining to Shuiyin. I shall handle it myself." And Yufei, already troubled by how to address Lin Shuiyin, was taken aback by Mei Qingyue's assertion. "But what will you tell Shuiyin?" he asked incredulously. Mei Qingyue smiled mysteriously and said, "As long as you care for me. The details of my conversation with Shuiyin are of no concern to you. I have my own methods. However, I must admit, I did not have my fill earlier, and you must ensure I am satisfied." As Mei Qinyue's crimson lips once again pressed against Yufei's, he had nearly recovered from his fatigue, and the two were soon engulfed in a frenzy. It was uncertain how long their passionate encounter lasted, but at last, Mei Qinyue found genuine satisfaction, an experience she had never attained even in her first marriage. She was now acutely aware that such bliss was indeed attainable. Both physically and emotionally fulfilled after their wild escapade, they embraced and drifted into a deep slumber, with a faint smile lingering at the corners of Mei Qinyue's mouth as she dreamt. When they awakened, it was already midday the following day. Their first sensation upon waking was hunger, having last eaten the previous afternoon. Given their exertions, it was hardly surprising that they felt ravenous. Chapter 99. A large package appears by the sea. The torrential rain had ceased, though it was unclear when, and the sun now shone brightly. The clothes left by the fire had dried long ago, while the flames had extinguished unbeknownst to them. After dressing, Yufei rekindled the fire and warmed the remaining grilled fish, which alleviated their hunger somewhat. Noticing the sun high in the sky, they realized it was indeed the second day. With the rain having abated, they began to pack up their belongings. Once everything was stowed away, they did not return directly, but instead followed in Yufei's suggestion to ascend to the mountaintop once more. Their purpose was to ascertain whether the group they had seen the previous day had returned. After observing for about an hour, they noted that there were no bonfires at the northernmost tip of the deserted island, nor any signs of human presence. Understanding that the group had likely not come today, Yufei also took the opportunity to survey the wildlife on the northern side of the island. This time, he did not spot any traces of black bears near the lake, nor did he see any water buffalo. However, on the eastern grasslands, the cattle and sheep had returned to graze. Throughout the hour they spent observing, neither black bears nor wolf packs made an appearance. While their absence was noted, both knew that these creatures must still inhabit the northern region of the island. The dense woods made it improbable to catch a glimpse of them without sheer luck. Having seen no sign of the group or the bears and wolves, Yufei and Mei Qinyue decided to return, planning to come back the next day for further observation. This had been their agreement from the day before. They intended to visit daily to keep a close watch on the group and the northern wildlife, hoping to discern their patterns. To facilitate their observations, they discussed constructing a shelter in the vicinity to provide a place to rest, ensuring that they would not be caught in the same predicament as the previous day during a sudden downpour. Descending from the mountaintop, they set off on their way back. Along the route, Yufei took the opportunity to inspect the traps he had set. To his delight, he discovered a promising catch: 2 wild rabbits and 3 wild chickens. Upon witnessing such a bountiful harvest, Yufei felt a surge of joy in his heart. With the acquisition of these 3 wild chickens, he could finally ensure the safety of his egg-laying hens. Having never experienced anything like this before, Mei Qinyue found today's adventure within Yufei particularly refreshing. She discovered an increasing fondness for life on the deserted island. When Yufei and Mei Qinyue returned, Lin Shuyan and her companions had been anxiously awaiting their arrival. The trio discussed whether they should venture out to search for Yufei and Mei Qinyue, yet none of them knew the way, and doubts lingered in their minds about heading towards the mountains. As Yufei and Mei Qinyue entered, the trio had yet to reach a conclusion. However, with their return, Lin Shuyan and the others felt no need to continue deliberating. Lin Shuyan and Xiao Xiao hurriedly approached Mei Qinyue, grasping her hands as they inquired about their experiences. Although Xiao Dong did not join them, she gazed intently at Mei Qinyue, awaiting her words, despite feeling a twinge of reluctance at the sight of their eager expressions. Mei Qinyue relayed the unfortunate news that the satellite phone still had no signal. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiao and Xiao Dong's faces instantly clouded with disappointment. The absence of a signal meant their hopes of returning home had once again been dashed. In an effort to console them, Mei Qinyue shared the news of the campfire and human presence discovered at the northernmost point of the island, along with Yufei's speculations and the difficulties they faced in reaching that location, while the timeline for their return remained uncertain. This revelation rekindled a sense of hope within the two. With renewed optimism, Xiao Xiao felt less despondent. Her playful spirit yearned for more adventure on the island, and she was reluctant to part ways with Yufei. Conversely, Xiao Dong still felt a lingering sadness. She longed to leave the island swiftly, as it had cast a shadow over her memories. Whenever she found herself on the island, thoughts of her time with Captain Gao haunted her, and now those days seemed like a nightmare. She could hardly fathom how she had accepted Captain Gao's arrangements at that time. However, since the satellite phone showed no signal, there was little anyone could do, and she resigned herself to remaining on the island, comforted by the fact that she was no longer with Captain Gao and his team, who had departed. After engaging in conversation for a while, and Yufei and Mei Qingyue took a moment to rest before Lin Shuyan suddenly addressed in Yufei, asking, "Have you rested well?" Her inquiry puzzled him, yet he nodded in affirmation, replying, "I've been ready for a while. Is there something on your mind?" Upon hearing his response, Lin Shuyan explained, "Yesterday's storm was quite severe. This morning, while patrolling the beach with Xiao Xiao, we stumbled upon a large package. We couldn't discern its contents, but it was exceedingly heavy, and we were unable to move it. Since you're well rested, I thought we could go take a look together. If it contains anything useful, we can bring it back." Upon hearing that Lin Shuyan was taking Xiao Xiao to patrol the seaside, and Yufei expressed his discontent, lamenting, "While I am away, why do you still venture out to patrol? It is far too perilous for two young women. What if you encounter unsavory individuals?" Lin Shuyan, unfazed, replied, "Precisely because you're not here, we must undertake the patrol. Just as you once mentioned, should someone be washed ashore, we would be the first to detect it and manage the situation promptly. If we allow them time to recover, it could prove far more hazardous when they seek us out. Rest assured, we are not children. Even if we witness someone being washed ashore, we will not recklessly approach them. We shall observe from the shadows and await your return to address the matter." She continued, "Moreover, this responsibility cannot rest solely upon your shoulders. You have countless obligations. Are you not still planning to establish a shelter in the mountains? You also need to monitor the situation on the northern side of the deserted island. Without the ability to be in two places at once, it is impossible for you to patrol the coastline each time." After Lin Shuyan finished her explanation, and Yufei found her reasoning quite compelling, he realized that he could not simultaneously oversee the northern side of the mountains while patrolling the seaside. One of these tasks must be entrusted to Lin Shuyan and her companions. Compared to the mountains, patrolling the seaside seemed somewhat safer. Nevertheless, and Yufei felt that even if he allowed Lin Shuyan and her group to patrol the coast, he still needed to make certain preparations.